Have you ever pondered the existence of ancient mythical monsters lurking beneath the dazzling neon lights of the city? Have you ever considered that above the heads of mortals, the moon stands watch, accompanied by deities observing the human realm? Have you ever thought about the extraordinary individuals who walk among us, acting as proxies for the divine? In a society ruled by humanity, countless peculiarities lie in wait within those forsaken zones of life dwell ancient deities. The seraph Michael, the lord of the underworld Hades, the god of the sea Poseidon. But where, pray tell, have the gods of the Great Xia vanished? In this world belonging to humans, the mysterious must be eradicated. In the sweltering month of August, beep, beep, the jarring chorus of cicadas mingles with the cacophony of horns, reverberating along the bustling streets as the scorching sun beats down upon the asphalt, warping the very air with heat. Under the scant shade of a few trees lining the roadside, a group of young people huddle together, smoking as they await the traffic light. Suddenly, one of the youths, exhaling a cloud of smoke, seems to have noticed something, letting out a soft gasp as his gaze fixates on a corner of the street. "Arno, what are you looking at?" a companion inquires. The young man, named Arno, stares blankly at the corner for a moment before speaking. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the street?" His companion pauses, thinking for a moment, then replies slowly, "Generally, blind individuals have someone to guide them, or they rely on guide dogs. In more modern cities, there are also audible signals at traffic lights. If all else fails, perhaps they can navigate by sound and their cane." Arno shakes his head, but what if there's no one to guide them? No guide dog, no audible signals, and the cane is being used to carry something instead? "Do you think you're funny?" His companion rolls his eyes, following Arno's gaze, and in the next moment, he is left speechless. Across the street, a youth clad in a black t-shirt stands, his eyes concealed by thick bands of black satin, completely blocking out all light. In his left hand, he carries a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand grips a cane slung over his shoulder, resembling a yoke, with a large, gleaming bucket of golden peanut oil shining in the sunlight at the end of the cane. With his eyes shrouded in satin, cane resting on his shoulder, vegetables in one hand, and oil in the other. This bizarre sight instantly captures the attention of a crowd. "Hey look, that person is so strange. Can he see the road with all that cloth over his eyes? Did you not see the cane in his hand? He's clearly blind. What century is this?" Blind people usually wear sunglasses who would wrap their eyes in cloth on such a hot day. Isn't that suffocating? Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person not using their cane for walking, but instead for carrying things? Today's youth really know how to have fun. The summer cicadas cannot drown out the whispers of curiosity from the passersby, who scrutinize the youth while quietly speculating about whether he is truly blind or merely pretending, all while eagerly watching the flashing red light. At that moment, a clear voice breaks through the murmurs. "Brother, can I help you cross the street?" It is a little girl, perhaps 12 or 13 years old, wearing a school uniform, beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks, her large, dark eyes filled with concern as she gazes at the youth, pure and innocent. The boy, momentarily taken aback, turns his head towards the girl, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Sure." He shifts the bag of vegetables to his right hand, wipes his brow with his shirt's hem, and gently takes the girl's hand. Click! The green light illuminates. The boy strides forward, crossing the street alongside the girl. The girl is visibly anxious, glancing left and right to watch for oncoming vehicles, her steps cautious and timid. As for the boy, he walks steadily. To the onlookers, this scene does not resemble a kind girl aiding a blind person across the street. Rather, it appears as if an older brother is guiding a little sister. The street is not wide, and within mere seconds, they reach the other side. The boy thanks the girl and walks away without a backward glance toward a secluded alleyway. He's not blind, Arno declares with certainty after witnessing the scene. He must be able to see. A young man behind Arno, resting his chin on his hand, appears contemplative, then suddenly exclaims, "I get it, he's cosplaying as a blind monk." Smack! A swift slap lands on the back of his head from Arno, who scolds, "You fool! Always playing games. Who on earth has the time to cosplay a blind monk on a busy street? Are you out of your mind?" After a brief pause, Arno mutters under his breath, "Besides, the blind monk's cloth is red. This cosplay doesn't match at all." "Arno, how can you still criticize me? Be quiet." "Oh." As the two bicker, a previously silent young man observes the youth's retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. "What's wrong?" Arno notices his gaze. "I know him." "You know him?" "Indeed." The young man nods. "Well, my cousin was still in elementary school. I heard there was a student at their school who had an accident that affected his eyes, leaving him with his eyes wrapped in black satin. There were also reports of mental issues. Mental issues? Arno blinks, recalling the earlier encounter. He seemed fine to me. That was a decade ago. Perhaps he has since recovered. But at the time, it caused quite a stir, and shortly after, that student withdrew from school. I heard he later transferred to a special institution for the blind. At that moment, another person interjects excitedly. By the way, what kind of accident could cause blindness and mental issues? Was he possessed or something? I don't know, he pauses, but I heard it was something even more outrageous. Such a pitiful person. Arno sighs. What was his name? I think it was Lin. Lin Xia? As the evening glow descends, Lin Xia pushes open the door. Instantly, the aroma of cooking wafts from within, filling his nostrils. He sniffs, swallows, and steps inside with his belongings. Creak. The old door emits a sharp screech, overshadowing the sounds of cooking from the kitchen, where a middle-aged woman emerges, her eyes widening upon seeing Lin Xia loaded with bags. She rushes forward. Xiao Qi, why did you bring back so many things at once again? The woman wipes her hands on her apron, hastily taking the items from Lin Xia while chattering away. This huge bucket of peanut oil? Are you misusing the government subsidies again? Auntie, the government assistance for the disabled is meant for living expenses. I'm using it wisely to buy oil. Lin Xia replies with a smile. Nonsense, that money is meant for your college education. You can't waste it. I'm telling you, Auntie's earnings are enough to support the three of us. You need to stop spending recklessly. Auntie gently wipes the oil bucket, her expression pained as she murmurs, such a large bucket of oil, and it's branded. Must have cost quite a bit, huh? Before Lin Xia can respond, Auntie suddenly realizes. Wait, how did you manage to carry all this back? Oh, I ran into some kind-hearted people on the way who helped me. Lin Xia calmly replies. Good. It seems there are still many good people in society. Did you remember to thank them properly? Thank you. Lin Xia shifted the topic. Aunt, where is Jean? He is on the balcony doing his homework. By the way, the doctor from the psychiatric hospital is here for the routine checkup this year, resting in the room. You should go see him. He'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner and call you when it's ready. Lin Xia paused slightly, acknowledged with an O, and turned towards the bedroom. Hello, I am Dr. Li from Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Upon Lin Kai's entrance, the young man seated on a small stool in the bedroom rose and greeted him warmly, adjusting his large black-rimmed glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't it Dr. Han who came before? Dr. Han was promoted to deputy director last year. Dr. Li replied with a smile, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Lin Xia nodded slightly, responding with an O. Indeed, Dr. Han was quite advanced in age, and his exceptional medical skills made his promotion unsurprising. It was only natural for a younger doctor to take over the periodic checkups. Seeing Lin Xia seated, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical files from his bag. I apologize, as I am new here and not well-versed in your situation. I'd like to gather some basic information first, Dr. Li said, sounding somewhat apologetic. Lin Xia nodded in acknowledgement. Your name is Lin Xia? Yes. You're 17 years old this year. Yes. Your birthday? October 5th. The medical record states that you became blind 10 years ago and were sent to our hospital due to certain issues? Yes. Dr. Li pondered for a moment. Have you ever changed your name? But no, why do you ask? Lin Xia was taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Ahem. It seems I was overthinking. He pointed at the age listed in the records, then at the phrase 10 years ago, explaining, you see, you went blind 10 years ago when you were 7 years old, and your name happens to be Lin Xia, so I thought you might have changed it after losing your sight. Lin Xia remained silent for a long time before shaking his head. No, I have never changed my name. My parents named me Lin Xia before I was born. Well, that is quite. Ahem, Dr. Li started, then realized it was impolite to continue and promptly shut his mouth. Quite a coincidence, Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Dr. Li felt a bit awkward, but quickly redirected the conversation. The medical records do not seem to detail the incident that led to your blindness and mental instability. If you're comfortable, could you share it with me? Before Lin Xia could respond, Dr. Li added hastily, I don't mean to offend. The more I understand my patients, the better I can assist them. Of course, if you prefer not to share, I won't press. Lin Xia sat quietly, his eyes beneath the black satin ribbon seemingly fixed on Dr. Li. After a moment, he spoke slowly. There's nothing I cannot say. However, you may not believe me, and you might even think of sending me back to the psychiatric hospital. No. Let's not define our relationship as that of doctor and patient. This is merely a normal chat between friends. It won't come to that, Dr. Li replied half-jokingly. Even if you told me you were whisked away by the supreme old man into an alchemical furnace, I would believe you. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. As a child, I was fascinated by astronomy. And then? That night, I lay on the eaves of my old home, gazing at the moon. What did you see? A moon rabbit? Dr. Li chuckled. Lin Xia shook his head, and his next statement caused Dr. Li's smile to freeze on his face. No, I saw an angel, Lin Xia said earnestly, gesturing with his hands. A seraphim enveloped in golden light, with 6 white wings. The room fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, Dr. Li collected himself. A seraphim? Yes. What was it doing? Nothing at all. It was like a golden statue, seated in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing up at Earth, as if watching over. Dr. Li rubbed the corners of his eyes, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Xia, do you know how far the moon is from Earth? About 400,000 kilometers, Lin Xia replied calmly. About 400,000 kilometers, Dr. Li echoed. Even with the most advanced telescopes, one can barely discern the surface of the moon. Yet you, at the age of 7, lying on the eaves of your old home, claim to have seen an angel on the moon with the naked eye? It wasn't I who saw it, Lin Xia murmured. It was it that saw me. I merely looked up, and my eyes felt as though they were being pulled through space, locking gazes with it. So it compelled you? Perhaps, otherwise how could I have seen the surface of the moon? I don't possess the ability of a clairvoyant. But if an angel truly exists on the moon, why has it not been discovered by humanity all these years? I don't know. Lin Xia shook his head. Perhaps that seraphim does not wish to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly understand the moon? Lin Xia spoke with such sincerity that Dr. Li felt an instinctive urge to call for a car to take him back to the psychiatric hospital. After all, Dr. Li was a specialist in treating mental illnesses, and he had encountered a myriad of psychiatric conditions. Throughout his medical career, he had developed a pattern. The more serious the delusion, the more plausible it sounded. What about your eyes? What happened? Lin Xia extended his hand, gently rubbing the black satin covering his eyes, his voice betraying no emotional fluctuation. That day, I locked eyes with it for just a moment, and then I went blind. Dr. Li opened his mouth, glanced at the medical records in his hand, and fell silent. In the section concerning the cause of blindness, only 4 words were written: cause unknown. So, what truly transpired that year? Could it be, as Lin Xia claimed, that he saw the seraphim on the moon? Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden loss of sight? This thought flitted through Dr. Li's mind for just an instant before he decisively banished it. That was close. He almost let himself be led astray by a psychiatric patient. He could easily imagine the expressions of the doctors 10 years ago when young Lin Xia spoke those words. No wonder the child was forcibly kept in the hospital regardless of perspective. What he said was typical of a mental patient. Such individuals were not uncommon in the facility. Some claimed to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King and spent their days hanging on the monkey bars, while others believed themselves to be coat racks, standing motionless all night, and some mistook everyone for their husbands, sneaking to grope others' behinds. Well, the last patient was a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s. You speak of things that happened in the past. What about now? How do you perceive this matter? Dr. Li adjusted his mood and continued the examination process. It's all just illusions, Lin Xia replied calmly. That day, I accidentally rolled off the eaves and hit my head on the ground. As for my eyes, perhaps a nerve was damaged, which led to my blindness. He had repeated this explanation countless times, with a practiced calmness. Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, scribbled something in the medical records, and then engaged in small talk about Lin Kai's daily life. After about 20 minutes, he glanced at the time, smiled, and stood up. Well, that concludes the checkup for now. Your condition appears stable. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well, Dr. Li said, shaking Lin Kai's hand in encouragement. Lin Xia smiled slightly and nodded. Dr. Li, please stay for dinner, and he warmly urged as she noticed him about to leave. No, I have another patient to attend to. I wouldn't want to intrude, Dr. Li replied politely, bidding farewell to Annie before stepping out. The moment the door clicked shut, Lin Kai's smile vanished, as if it had never existed. Delusion? He murmured to himself. Brother, it's time to eat. His cousin Yang Jin called out as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Yang Jin, Auntie's son, was 4 years younger than Lin Xia and had just begun middle school. Since Lin Kai's parents went missing and he had taken refuge at Annie's home, the two had grown up together, their bond closer than that of siblings. Coming, Lin Xia replied. As Lin Xia settled into the cramped dining area, a sudden warmth enveloped his feet. He paused for a moment before a smile crept upon his lips. Cousin Yang Jin glanced beneath the table and teased, "Well, look at you, little rascal. Usually so lazy, yet you rush over when it's mealtime." A small black mutt poked its head out from under the table, its tongue lolling out, panting warmly, as it approached Lin Xia and licked his toes, seeking affection. 3 individuals and 1 dog. This was home. Simple, challenging, yet inexplicably comforting. For 10 years, it had been this way. Lin Xia affectionately patted the dog's head, took a piece of meat from the scant offerings on the plate, and placed it in Yang Jin's bowl. "Give a bone to gnaw on." Yang Jin accepted without hesitation. Their brotherly bond rendered additional words unnecessary. He was more concerned about another matter. "Brother, is your eyesight really getting better?" Lin Xia offered a faint smile. "Yes, I can see now, though I still can't bear the light. This black cloth needs to stay a little longer." "What do you mean a little longer?" "Annie has told you. Your eyes are too important. Even if you can see now, don't rush to remove the black cloth. What if the sunlight harms them again? That would be such a pity. We should be cautious and keep it on a bit longer," Annie hurriedly advised. "Understood, Auntie. By the way, brother, I saved up some money to buy you a stylish pair of sunglasses. I'll show them to you shortly." Yang Jin exclaimed, suddenly excited. Lin Xia shook his head with a smile. "Ah, Jin, while sunglasses may block the light, they are far less effective than this black cloth. I still can't wear them." "All right," Yang Jin responded, somewhat disappointed. "But once my eyesight is completely restored, I will wear them every day while shopping, and I'll buy you a pair too, so we can match." This statement rekindled Yang Jin's enthusiasm, and he nodded vigorously. "By the way, Xiao Xia, Annie has already arranged for your transfer when this semester begins. You could transition from the special school to a regular high school." Annie seemed to recall something and continued, "However, are you truly certain? Regular high schools are quite different from special schools, and considering your situation, what if?" "There are no what ifs, Annie," Lin Xia interrupted. "My eyesight has improved, and to get into a good university, I must stand on the same starting line as everyone else. This child, even if you don't get into a good university, it's all right. Annie will always take care of you." "Brother, I can take care of you too." Lin Kai's body trembled slightly beneath the black cloth. His eyes remained a mystery. He pressed his lips together, forcing a smile. He shook his head resolutely. Words were unnecessary. Both Yang Jin and Andy felt his determination. Even the little black mutt nuzzled against Lin Kai's ankle. Woof. Chapter 3. The knock. Upon returning to his room, Lin Xia closed the door behind him. He refrained from turning on the lights. It was late at night, and the sparse starlight outside spilled onto the ground. In the darkened room, Lin Xia sat before his desk, slowly removing the black satin blindfold from his eyes. The mirror on the desk reflected the visage of a handsome young man. Lin Xia possessed striking features. If he were to remove the blindfold and tidy himself up a bit, complemented by an inexplicable air of aloofness and depth, he would undeniably be the epitome of a school heartthrob. Alas, his years of wearing the blindfold, coupled with his disability, completely overshadowed his brilliance. In the mirror, Lin Xia's eyes were closed. His brows were slightly furrowed, and the eyelids that concealed his eyes trembled as if he were striving to open them. His hands clenched into fists, straining with effort. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembled for a considerable while, until he could no longer endure it, and suddenly relaxed, gasping for breath. A few beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, and a hint of anger flickered between his brows. So close. Just a little more. Why was it always so close? When would he be able to open his eyes once more and behold this world with his own gaze? He claimed he could see now, but that was a falsehood. His eyes simply would not open, not even a sliver. Yet, he was not entirely dishonest. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything around him with remarkable clarity. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to having eyes all over his body, allowing him to sense everything from every angle with even greater clarity and distance than before. Initially, he was incapable of this. During the first 5 years after losing his sight, he was no different from other true blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the guiding cane to navigate the world. However, inexplicably, since 5 years ago, his eyes seemed to have undergone a transformation, enabling him to begin perceiving his surroundings. At first, he could only discern objects within a few centimeters, but as time progressed, his range of vision expanded, and now, 5 years later, his sight extended to 10 meters. For a normal person, seeing 10 meters would render their eyesight nearly useless. But for a youth who had once known light, these 10 meters represented everything. Most crucially, his perception within this 10-meter radius was unimpeded by obstacles. In other words, within a 10-meter sphere around Lin Xia, he possessed absolute vision. Crudely speaking, he could see through objects, but more poetically, he could perceive every speck of dust dancing in the air, every component within a machine, and every subtle movement of a magician beneath the table. This extraordinary ability stemmed, it seemed, from the eyes that had been sealed beneath the black satin for a decade. Yet, despite possessing such near-supernatural powers, Lin Xia remained unsatisfied. While having a 10-meter field of vision was certainly advantageous, he yearned to witness the world with his own eyes. This was the fervent aspiration of a young man. Although he had failed to open his eyes today, he could distinctly sense that the moment of true awakening was not far off. After washing up, Lin Xia, as was his custom, climbed into bed early, a habit cultivated through years of living in darkness. Yet, as he lay there, an image resurfaced in his mind. Beneath the dark cosmic vault, on the desolate surface of the moon, the grayish-white ground reflected the dim starlight. In the center of the largest lunar crater stood a figure resembling a statue. That figure stood silently, as if it had existed since time immemorial, radiating a sacred golden light, a presence so formidable that it could compel all beings to bow low. Behind it, 6 enormous wings, exaggerated in size, spread wide, casting a vast shadow upon the silvery gray terrain. What lingered indelibly in Lin Xia's mind were its eyes, those twin orbs filled with divine authority, burning like a furnace, dazzling and blinding as if they were the sun itself. He had glimpsed those eyes, and in an instant, his world was consumed by darkness. 10 years ago, he had spoken the truth, only to be diagnosed with a mental illness. Yet, he understood all too well what was real and what was mere delusion. Since encountering the seraphim on the moon, he had realized that this world was far from simple. Gradually, Lin Xia slipped into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he entered the realm of dreams, 2 radiant golden beams shot forth from the cracks of his closed eyelids, flickering momentarily. Tap, tap, tap. In a fog-laden world, Lin Xia walked alone. The mist swirled around him, seemingly infinite. Though he traversed through the void, each step echoed with a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lay beneath his feet. Lin Xia glanced down at his form, letting out a sigh. Here it was again. This dream, knocking every night, it was exhausting, really. He shook his head in resignation and took a step forward. In the next moment, the surrounding mist receded, revealing a bizarre modern structure before him. It was peculiar because, despite its modern design, certain details imbued it with an air of mystery, like the massive iron gates adorned with carvings of celestial deities, or the lights burning like fireballs, or the floating pattern tiles beneath his feet. It was as if modern architecture had melded with elements from ancient mythological temples, creating a disjointed yet indescribably beautiful aesthetic. This structure was familiar to Lin Xia. It resembled the Sunshine Mental Institution where he had lived for a year. The strongest evidence lay in the spot where the institution's name had once been inscribed. Now it read the Asylum of the Gods. A bewildering place. Lin Xia shook his head and stepped forward, approaching the grand iron gates. 5 years ago, not only had his body begun to change, but so had his dreams. For the past 5 years, he had been haunted by the same dream, with the mysterious Asylum of the Gods as its central theme. Yet, the gates to the asylum had always remained shut, impervious to his attempts to open them. Lin Xia had circled the asylum countless times. The grand iron gates were the sole entrance, and though the surrounding walls were not particularly high, the most absurd part was that whenever Lin Xia jumped, the walls would rise accordingly. As for brute force, even if Lin Xia were to throw himself against the gates until he shattered, they would not budge an inch. The only method of entry seemed to be one: knocking, grasping the circular ring on the iron gate. Lin Xia took a deep breath and struck the surface with force. Clang! The sound reverberated like a mighty bell within the asylum, causing the iron gate to shudder. It did not open. Clang! Another strike, but the gate remained unyielding. Lin Xia appeared unfazed and unperturbed, exhibiting an admirable patience as he continued to knock. Over the past 5 years, he had come to understand the rules of this dream. Aside from knocking, no other means could open the grand gate, and within this dream, it seemed he could do nothing but knock. Fortunately, in the realm of dreams, he did not experience fatigue. Otherwise, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Thus, Lin Xia persisted, like a diligent worker, faithfully knocking at the door throughout the night. Chapter 4. The Day of Survival, a week later. At Sangnan City Second High School. Hey, look, is that person from our school? Why is his eyes covered with cloth? He's wearing our school uniform, so he must be one of us. He is holding a cane. Looks like he is blind. Strange, I've never seen him before. Must be a new freshman this year, right? Honestly, with that black cloth wrapped around his eyes, he still looks pretty handsome. But how does a blind person attend classes? I don't think our school has any special programs for them. Who knows? As expected, the moment Lin Xia stepped through the school gates, he attracted a wave of curious glances. However, in such a scenario, Lin Xia had experienced far too much. He traversed the maple leaf avenue of the school with an air of indifference, heading towards the teaching building. Before arriving, Lin Xia had mentally prepared himself to confront the troublemakers, as many mindless stories typically featured a few so-called school bullies who would launch into a tirade of mockery, setting the stage for his eventual triumph. Yet, to his surprise, such ruffians did not materialize. Instead, numerous students approached him, inquiring if he required assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Xia feeling inexplicably disheartened. After all, these were modern students who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. It was unlikely that many would be foolish enough to stir up trouble. Furthermore, even if there were small factions, they now valued camaraderie, often assisting their peers with various matters. To bully someone perceived as vulnerable would lead to social ruin, resulting in scorn and disgrace. Ascending the staircase, Lin Xia soon located his classroom, Class 2 of his second year. Having attended a specialized school for a year, he now found himself as a transfer student. From a majority of films and novels, transfer students were often depicted as neglected, isolated, and miserable, as various cliques had already formed during the first year. Without proactive engagement, it was difficult to truly integrate into the class. Lin Xia was well aware that he was not the type to take initiative. Even if he had mingled with them during his first year, his aloof demeanor would likely have left him solitary. Nevertheless, solitude had its merits. Lin Xia relished the tranquility it afforded him, uninterrupted contemplation, and a focused pursuit of his studies. The thought of deliberately forging relationships with others felt counterintuitive to him. Standing at the classroom door, he inhaled deeply, steadied his thoughts, and stepped inside. Upon his entrance, the previously boisterous atmosphere abruptly fell silent, the air thick with stillness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xia prepared to speak, the classroom erupted with excitement. You must be Lin Xia. Your seat is prepared for you. Right there. Lin Xia, can you not see? I'll guide you over. Please, walk a bit slower. The aisle is cluttered. Hey you, quickly put your backpack away. Before Lin Xia could fully comprehend the situation, several classmates approached him and carefully ushered him to his seat. A tall boy even took his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Surrounded by this throng, Lin Xia arrived at his designated spot and scathed. Lin Xia, what is happening? This is not how I envisioned it. Lin Xia, I'm a class monitor, Jiang Qian. You can come to me if you need anything. A girl with her hair tied in a ponytail proclaimed confidently, I'm Li Fei. If you're heading to eat, just call me, and I'll take you. The boy who had helped with the backpack chimed in. And I'm Wang Xiao. A multitude of students gathered around him, enthusiastically greeting him. For a moment, Lin Xia found himself utterly bewildered. Frankly, this was far from his expectations. You all know me? Lin Xia asked, his expression peculiar. Our homeroom teacher mentioned you. Jiang Qian replied, but what left the most profound impression was your aunt. That day, she stood here with a basket of eggs, handing them out and pleading with us to take care of you. A thunderclap seemed to resonate in Lin Xia's mind, leaving him momentarily frozen. The chatter of his classmates faded into the background as he stared blankly at the classroom. Memories of a stooped middle-aged woman carrying a basket of freshly boiled eggs flooding his mind. Students, please help my nephew. His eyesight isn't great, and he is rather reserved. Be kind to him. Little girl, you are truly beautiful. My nephew is quite handsome too. I'm sure you'll like him. This child, Xia, is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Once you get to know him, you'll surely get along well. Unbeknownst to him, the black ribbon around his wrist had begun to dampen. Aunt, he murmured. As the students continued their lively chatter, a female teacher entered, clutching a stack of books. After exchanging a few words of encouragement with Lin Xia, she briefly introduced herself to the class before commencing the lesson. Please turn to page 91. Today, we will discuss the history and challenges of modern-day daxia, perhaps due to Lin Xia's presence. The teacher omitted the preliminary reading and delved directly into the content. A century ago, over 200 nations existed on Earth, dispersed across the 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with distinct customs and cultures. Despite the technological limitations of that era, we still sailed to various countries, experiencing cultural exchanges. However, on March 9th, a mysterious fog suddenly enveloped Antarctica, spreading at an alarming rate, consuming nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within just 24 hours. Man-made skyscrapers, ancient forests, and fathomless oceans, all were shrouded in this fog, leaving countless nations lost within its depths, cut off from communication. Yet, just as this unfathomable fog was about to encroach upon daxia's territory, it halted. No one understood why, but it simply paused in its advance. Over the century, numerous theories and speculations arose. Some suggested the fog was a form of life, having satiated itself after engulfing 98% of the planet. Others posited that daxia's unique magnetic field obstructed its spread, yet others believed it was the culmination of daxia's 5,000-year heritage providing protection to the land. The composition of this fog exceeded human comprehension. Light, sound, and electromagnetic waves could not penetrate it. No one knew whether the nations swallowed by the fog a century ago still existed. Experts estimated the probability of survival for those trapped within the fog was exceedingly low, as exposure, whether inhaled or through skin contact, proved fatal. In the past century, countless well-equipped exploration teams were dispatched into the fog, yet none returned. 50 years ago, the successful launch of the nation's first satellite revealed, through images relayed from space, a world transformed into shades of gray and white, with only daxia remaining a sanctuary. Present-day daxia resembled an island on this planet, while its inhabitants might just be the last survivors of Earth. Thus, the day the fog emerged, March 9th, became known as Survival Day. Chapter 5. The boundless void, the moon hung high, and the stars twinkled sparsely. As the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, groups of students trickled out of the classroom, chatting and laughing under the night sky. After a day of toil, this moment marked their most relaxed time, free from assignments, unburdened by teachers, and surrounded by a few close friends. The prospect of returning home, showering, and comfortably settling in a bed was truly delightful. Yet, amidst this scattered crowd, a large group, numbering over 10, emerged, marching steadily towards the school gates. At their center stood a boy cloaked in black satin, much like a dumpling filling, thoroughly enveloped. This substantial gathering immediately captured the attention of all nearby students. In truth, I can walk back alone, really. Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a hint of resignation. I can see it, but my eyes aren't very accustomed to the light. There's no need to say more. Lin Xia. Jiang Qian interrupted him, speaking with firm conviction. We promised your aunt that we would take good care of you, and we will certainly keep that promise. Indeed, Xia, our homes are in the same direction. It's all on the way. I'm also on the way. Lin Xia remained silent, secretly wishing he were the isolated one. Having lingered in darkness for too long, he found himself unaccustomed to the overwhelming concern from others, which made him feel rather awkward. Of course, his aunt and Yang Jin didn't count, as they were his family. Nonetheless, they meant well, so he refrained from expressing his discomfort and resignedly followed the crowd forward. I need to turn right at the intersection ahead, but I can walk with you for a bit longer. I'm turning here, so I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As they distanced themselves from the school, his classmates began to bid farewell one after another, until only 5 remained by Lin Xia's side. The once boisterous atmosphere gradually quieted, creating a sense of spaciousness, and Lin Xia sighed deeply in relief. Do you think that the mist will truly rise again and consume Daxia? Li Fei, carrying his bag, curiously turned to ask, "Didn't you hear what those experts said? The chances of the mist reviving are minimal. Perhaps nothing will change in the next century. As for what happens after that, we won't be around to worry about it anyway." Jiang Qian rolled her eyes. "Honestly, you know as well as I do that the words of those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we finally get into university, and before we even enjoy life, the mist devours all of Daxia? That would be a tremendous loss. So that's why you're just idly passing time every day instead of focusing on your studies?" Jiang Qian stepped in front of Li Yifei and said earnestly, "I must remind you, Teacher Wang has already stated that if you come in last again on this exam, you'll have to move your desk to the front." I know, Li Fei replied sheepishly. "However, I genuinely don't believe the mist will revive." Wang Xiao, who had been walking at the front, suddenly spoke up. "At the end of the day, the mist is merely a natural phenomenon. Once it reaches a certain critical point, it will gradually dissipate, much like the Ice Age. When glaciers covered the Earth, they melted away as temperatures rose, ushering in a new era. I understand what you're saying. It's referred to as the theory of natural disasters, right? It's quite widely accepted now." Jiang Qian nodded. "But what if? The mist is not a natural phenomenon." At that moment, Lin Xia, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Wang Xiao was taken aback and then laughed. "Xia, you don't really believe those so-called theologians who claim that the mist is related to supernatural forces, do you? It's the 21st century. We must believe in science. There aren't that many ghostly matters in this world." A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. Lin Xia didn't respond. He knew all too well whether there were things beyond the realm of science. However, there was no need to disclose such matters to outsiders. Li Yifei muttered under his breath, "I think if such things did exist, the world would certainly be a lot more interesting. Why waste time discussing useless matters? These are not our concerns. Instead of fretting over whether the mist will revive, it would be more practical to catch up on sleep during the upcoming 3-day holiday." Jiang Qian laughed. "Yes, holidays are truly what matter." At this moment, in the old district of Sangnan City, a man was leisurely walking down a desolate and dimly lit street, carrying a signboard. The old streetlights cast a dim glow, elongating his shadow. He glanced at his phone and stopped at the entrance of a narrow street. "This is the place," he murmured, setting down the signboard and adjusting it. Under the flickering streetlight, the shadow of the signboard flickered, revealing bold red characters against a black background. "No entry ahead." The man leaned against the streetlight, lit a cigarette, and after taking a deep drag, activated his earpiece. "Captain, the third signboard is in position. Received. Begin." "Understood." The man, cigarette in mouth, stepped in front of the signboard, placed his thumb on the edge, and bit down hard. A drop of blood welled from the wound, and he crouched down, using his blood-stained thumb to draw a long horizontal line across the bold red characters that read "No entry ahead." His gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable aura erupted from him. He tilted his head back to gaze at the inky night sky, whispering words only he could hear. "Forbidden ruins, no warning zone." In the next instant, the bright red bloodstain on the signboard quickly faded, as if absorbed, followed by a flash of red light from the "No entry ahead" characters, which then gradually returned to their original form. The man sat down heavily on the ground, exhaling a long sigh, and complained, "Damn it, I feel drained again." At that moment, had anyone been observing Sangnan City from above, they would have noticed 3 points of light flickering near the old district, swiftly outlining a dark red equilateral triangle with these 3 lights as its vertices. As the triangle formed, half of the old district appeared to be erased from the map, gradually vanishing. Yet from the ground, the old district remained unchanged. Meanwhile, at the center of this triangle, 6 black-red cloaked figures streaked across the sky like lightning. The leader of the group gazed up at the dark red sky, gripping the hilt of a knife at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. The ghost masked men are commencing the cleansing operation. Begin. Chapter 6. The ghost masked men outside the old district. The man who had just activated the forbidden ruins sat beside the signboard, glancing back at the eerily still half of the old district, shaking his head in resignation, pulling out his phone to play a casual game. "Brother, Why are you sitting here playing on your phone in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of getting cold? Before long, a passerby walked over from across the road and burst into laughter at the sight. The man looked up briefly, then continued his game. Nothing else to do, just bored. The passerby chuckled, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and offered it to the man. The man waved his hand, replying seriously, "It's work hours. I don't smoke." "Hey, sitting on the street playing on your phone counts as work?" The passerby laughed. "Well, yes." "All right then." The passerby shrugged and stood up, heading towards the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" The man suddenly asked. "Going home. You can't go back. At least not right now." The passerby raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "This road is currently closed. You can only return once it reopens." The man pointed at the signboard behind him. Following his gesture, the passerby looked at the signboard inexplicably placed in the middle of the road. Just as he was about to say something, the no entry ahead characters flickered momentarily. The passerby's expression went blank for a moment, and after a few seconds, he turned stiffly and began walking back the way he came, confusion evident in his eyes. The man seemed unfazed by this, and just as he prepared to continue his game, another voice suddenly came through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongcheng." The moment that voice rang out, the man shot up from the ground, the leisurely and drowsy look on his face vanishing, replaced by absolute seriousness. "Yes. Captain, what's the matter? We encounter a problem. A ghost masked king has emerged among this batch of ghost masked men. While we were encircling the other ghost masked men, he seriously injured Hong Ying and escaped the forbidden ruins through the sewer." "A ghost masked king?" As Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted, he inquired urgently about the direction of the fleeing entity. "I shall intercept it," he declared. "No, Kongqing, combat is not your forte. You cannot defeat the Phantom King." "Allow me to pursue it," came the reply. Zhao Kongqing paused, uncertain. "Then what should I do?" After the Phantom King made its escape, two more Phantom people took the opportunity to vanish into the sewer, while the others were preoccupied with eliminating the remaining Phantom entities. "Which direction?" "Southeast." "Good." A glimmer of determination ignited in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he sprinted to the far end of the street, leaping into a black van and pressing the accelerator hard. The vehicle roaring to life amidst a cacophony of noise. On the passenger seat lay a neatly folded black and red cloak, alongside a sheathed straight sword. "All right, I must turn at this corner. I shall take my leave," Wang Xiao announced, halting and glancing back at the four behind him. Just then, Li Fei seemed to recall something. Speaking up, "Wang Xiao, if I recall correctly, your home is adjacent to the old town, is it not?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just be cautious on your way back." Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly, rolling his eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't leave me hanging. It's quite unsettling." Li Yifei hesitated momentarily. "I heard that the old town has been quite dangerous lately. There's a serial killer on the loose." "A serial killer? Is that for real?" Jiang Qian expressed skepticism. "Of course it's true." Li Yifei whispered conspiratorially. "You may not know this, but in the past few days, over a dozen people have died in the old town." "Over a dozen? That's impossible. If it were that serious, it would have been reported in the news." Wang Xiao replied, shaking his head. "Hey, it's entirely possible. Let me tell you, this situation is suspicious. Someone from above has suppressed the news. Were it not for my father working at the police station, I wouldn't even know about it." "Suspicious? What do you mean?" "Rumor has it." Li Yifei paused, lowering his voice even further. "It said that the faces of the deceased were completely skinned off, leaving only a mass of bloody flesh and protruding eyeballs, an exceptionally brutal method." A chill swept through the group as they processed his words, sending shivers from their toes to the top of their heads. "Li Yifei, are you out of your mind, talking about such things at night?" Jiang Qian exclaimed, her face paling as she scanned the eerily silent street, her irritation palpable. This area, bordering the old town, was already remote in Sangnan City, and with the late hour nearing 10, not a soul was in sight. Li Yifei's words made the atmosphere all the more unsettling. Even Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, two grown men, felt a flicker of fear, Wang Xiao glancing nervously at the narrow path he was about to take. If Li Yifei's words were merely unsettling, what Lin Xia said next sent a jolt of fear through them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia spoke quietly. "Are you sure?" These deeds are the work of humans? Xia. Jiang Qian trembled. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan's expressions contorted as they cast peculiar glances at Lin Xia. Who would have thought the one hiding the deepest secrets would be you? Li Yifei looked at Lin Xia in astonishment. Do you think so too? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Jiang Qian could no longer contain herself, pinching Li Yifei's arm sharply, causing him to yelp in pain. Let us not tell ghost stories at this hour. I need to get home soon. Li Yifei cradled his arm, wincing as he muttered under his breath, this isn't ghost story. Wang Xiao shrugged. I want to waste my time on this nonsense. I don't believe in these supernatural tales. With that, he gradually disappeared into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian shot Li Yifei another glare before taking a few steps forward, suddenly halting. She sniffed the air, her brows furrowing slightly. Do you smell something foul? Foul smell? Yes, like something has rotted away. I don't smell anything. Lu Yuan, do you? I don't either. Ugh. Lu Yuan and Li Yifei's words were cut short as their faces turned pale, abruptly covering their noses and scanning their surroundings in terror. Lin Xia was about to speak when an overwhelmingly nauseating stench surged into his nostrils, reminiscent of decaying meat thrown into a cesspool, mingled with a dozen rotten eggs. Just a whiff sent his stomach churning violently. This was the foulest odor Lin Xia had ever encountered. The most sensitive to smell, Jiang Qian, immediately doubled over to vomit. What on earth is that smell? Li Yifei shouted, pinching his nose. I don't know, Lin Xia replied, his brow furrowing. After a moment, he pointed toward the alleyway Wang Xiao had exited. The foul stench seemed to emanate from that direction. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed from not far away, resonating through the silent night. Wang Xiao, Li Yifei, and the others exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances before sprinting towards the alleyway Wang Xiao had taken. Lin Xia remained behind, frowning as he gazed into the dark passage, a sense of foreboding weighing heavily on him. The old town's outskirts, a serial killer, the bizarre stench, and the scream. Something felt amiss. After a moment of hesitation and internal conflict, he sighed in resignation, ultimately picking up his cane and rushing into the alleyway. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xia would have avoided such situations, opting to flee in the opposite direction, as far away as possible. However, the fact that they were escorting him home meant that Wang Xiao might have otherwise taken another route or returned moments earlier, thus avoiding this predicament. He certainly did not relish meddling in others' affairs, yet he disliked being in debt to others even more. Regardless, he felt compelled to at least ascertain what had transpired as a gesture of goodwill. If danger arose, he could always flee. Though blindfolded, Lin Xia did not slow his pace. The closer he drew to the source of the screams, the tighter his brow furrowed. The foul odor intensified. Another scream pierced the air from around the corner, this time a woman's voice. Jiang Qian. Lin Xia halted abruptly at the alley's turn, his mental perception revealing the silhouettes of Jiang Qian and the others. Not far ahead, Jiang Qian lay crumpled on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she gazed ahead, trembling uncontrollably. Before her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood frozen like statues, their eyes fixed ahead, also quaking in fear. Beyond them, Lin Xia could sense nothing. His eyes remained closed, unable to perceive the world visually, and his mental awareness extended only 10 meters, leading to an immensely awkward situation. Within that distance, he could discern everything. Beyond it, he was as blind as a bat. What could have frightened Jiang Qian and the others so? Though he could not see, his hearing was acute, and he distinctly heard rustling nearby, akin to someone ravenously gnawing on something, relishing the act. It sounded like the way a dog savors a bone. What was happening? Before Lin Xia could fully comprehend the situation, several classmates approached him cautiously, guiding him to their respective seats. A tall boy took it upon himself to carry Lin Xia's backpack on his shoulder. Surrounded by a throng of classmates, Lin Xia safely arrived at his desk. Lin Xia. This deviates rather significantly from the script. Hello, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor. Should you require anything, feel free to seek my assistance, declared a girl with a ponytail, patting her chest confidently. My name is Li Yifei. If you're heading out for a meal, just let me know, and I shall accompany you, said the boy who had helped with the backpack, smiling warmly. "And I am Wang Xiao." Numerous students gathered around him, enthusiastically extending their greetings. For a moment, Lin Xia found himself utterly bewildered. To be candid, this was far from what he had anticipated. "You all know me?" Lin Xia inquired, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Our homeroom teacher informed us about you," Jiang Qian responded. "However, what left the most profound impression on us was your aunt. That day, she stood here with a basket of eggs, handing them out one by one and beseeching us to look after you." In that instant, it felt as though a thunderclap reverberated in Lin Qia's mind, leaving him frozen in place. The subsequent chatter of his classmates faded into a distant murmur. He stood there, staring blankly at the classroom, as the image of a middle-aged woman, hunched over with age, emerged in his mind, clutching a basket of freshly boiled eggs, earnestly imploring his classmates. "Students, please help me. My nephew has poor eyesight and a reserved demeanor. Kindly take care of him. Young lady, you are truly beautiful. My nephew is quite handsome as well. I'm certain you will like him. This child, Xia, may seem aloof, but he is warm on the inside. Once you get to know him, I assure you, you will all get along splendidly." Unbeknownst to him, the black satin ribbon he wore had begun to dampen with tears. "Aunt," he murmured softly. As everyone engaged in lively conversation, a female teacher entered, clutching a stack of books. Upon noticing Lin Xia seated in the front row, she offered him a few comforting words before briefly introducing herself to the class and commencing the lesson. Please turn to page 91. Today we shall discuss the history and challenges of modern-day daxia. Perhaps due to Lin Qia's presence, the teacher omitted the preliminary reading of the textbook, diving directly into the content. A century ago, the Earth boasted over 200 nations, scattered across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with its own distinct customs and cultures. Even in an era devoid of advanced technology, we could still embark on ships to traverse different countries, experiencing the rich tapestry of cultural exchange. However, on the fateful day of March 9th, a mysterious fog inexplicably enveloped Antarctica, spreading at an astonishing rate and, within a mere 24 hours, consuming nearly 98% of the Earth's surface. Lin Xia let out a low growl, wielding his cane, and charged boldly towards the leaping monstrosity. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Just as the creature's claws were about to slice through Lin Qia's throat, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. However, despite his acute awareness of the creature's movements, Lin Qia's physical prowess was somewhat lacking. The claw grazed his temple, leaving a faint trail of blood. Simultaneously, the black ribbon was severed, whisked away by the swirling winds. With his eyes shut, Lin Xia seized the moment, unleashing a fierce shout as he thrust his cane into the creature's abdomen. A sharp crack resonated, and Lin Xia felt his grip loosen, only to be met with a tremendous force from behind as the creature's tail struck him away. He was thrown to the ground, rolling several times, and, gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to find that his cane had shattered into 2 pieces. Originally designed as a guide, the cane's material was not particularly robust, and it was no match for the creature's immense strength. Cursing under his breath, he hurled the broken piece to the ground. After finally seizing an opportunity, it had come to naught. The shattering of his cane ignited a fiery rage within Lin Xia. He stood there, fists tightly clenched, nails digging into his flesh, leaving behind streaks of crimson. "I refuse to accept this," he bellowed. In that tumultuous moment, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, akin to a gentle spring breeze nourishing the earth. A refreshing wave flowed from his heart, reaching the stagnant corners of his mind, and with a gentle touch, that thin veil of hesitation was torn asunder. Lin Xia felt as though a sun had exploded within him, an unprecedented warmth engulfing his being. His eyelids felt seared, burning with intensity. Thus, it was only natural that he opened the eyes he had kept shut for a decade. The last image his gaze beheld was another pair of eyes, the eyes of the seraph. In an instant, a brilliant pillar of blazing light erupted from the alleyway at the edge of the old district, piercing the heavens. At that moment, the night shone as bright as day. Chapter 9. The broken cane, how radiant. What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? Impossible. There couldn't be a blaze this bright. Moreover, our city, Songnan, lacks buildings of such height. Hurry, capture this moment. Post it to social media. This soaring beam of light was so blinding that nearly half of Tsangnan's populace was drawn to it, pedestrians pausing in their tracks, eagerly speculating its origin. Some suggested an explosion, others a scientific experiment, while still others believed it to be a divine miracle. Yet only a select few understood the true implications of this luminous phenomenon. 2 minutes prior, in the old district, the deserted streets bore witness to a ripple in the air, as if someone had lifted a corner of the canvas shrouding the area, shortly followed by 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks emerging from the shadows. One figure scanned the surroundings, stepped forward, and picked up a nearby no-entry sign, closing it with a deliberate motion. The instant the sign was withdrawn, the silent old district shattered like fragile glass, revealing the grim reality within. Blood, unervingly vivid, stained the aged streets, and scattered remnants of grotesque limbs lay strewn about. Had Lin Xia witnessed this scene, he would have recognized the dismemberer. It is not that he possesses the ability to foresee the future, but rather that after opening his eyes, his perceptive abilities underwent a profound transformation. One aspect is the range of his mental perception, which expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. It is noteworthy that Lin Xia had spent 5 years to achieve the ability to sense 10 meters, and now it has doubled in an instant. The other enhancement lies in his dynamic vision. Within this 20-meter radius, Lin Xia enjoys nearly 3 times the dynamic vision of an average person, and his reflexes are nothing short of extraordinary. In the midst of close combat, he can almost predict his opponent's movements. As for the other abilities bestowed upon him by his eyes, Lin Xia has yet to fully comprehend them. However, given the current circumstances, there is no time for him to explore gradually. The monster, like an arrow released from a bowstring, lunged toward the spot where Lin Xia had just stood, crashing through a significant section of the wall. With its limbs pushing off the debris, it soared once more toward Lin Xia. At that moment, he rolled away from a monster's landing point, reaching out to grasp the half of a blind cane that had fallen nearby. Quickly rising to his feet, he crouched down, his eyes fixed intently on the rapidly approaching creature, grasping the cane tightly in both hands. The monster left a trail of afterimages as it charged forward, the turbulent wind lifting Lin Xia's dark hair. With a powerful push from his hind legs, the creature leaped into the air. This time, Lin Xia did not evade. Clenching the half cane, he stared directly into the monster's eyes. Suddenly, the monster's sharp claws reached out, aiming directly for Lin Xia's neck. Just as they were about to make contact, Lin Xia's pupils constricted sharply. A faint golden hue in his eyes ignited with intensity, akin to flames engulfing a furnace. A surge of divine power, channeled through Lin Xia's gaze, surged into the monster's body. In that instant, the monster perceived Lin Xia as a supreme deity adorned with 6 wings, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror. Consequently, under this divine pressure, the monster's body momentarily stiffened. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xia raised the half-cane high and pierced it accurately into the monster's right eye. The jagged shard penetrated the creature's brain, extinguishing its life force, yet its momentum remained. The massive body fell like a cannonball, crashing down and knocking Lin Xia to the ground. Ultimately, Lin Xia was able to slay this creature solely due to his extraordinary dynamic vision and the divine might of a seraph, with no enhancement to his own physical strength. This monster weighed at least 200 kilograms, and he could not hope to free himself from its weight in such a short span of time. Furthermore, after utilizing the seraph's divine power, Lin Xia felt utterly drained, devoid of energy, and slightly dizzy. At that moment, a second monster, which had been lurking nearby, made its move. This hidden predator finally revealed its menacing fangs. It sprinted swiftly, weaving through the flickering shadows cast by the dim streetlights, its elongated crimson tongue twisting ominously. Lin Xia could discern its movements, yet he found himself unable to evade, watching helplessly as the creature's sharp fangs grew larger before his eyes. When a monster was merely 2 meters away from him, Lin Xia's pupils suddenly contracted. Within his perceptive range, a figure faster than the monster surged forth. It appeared to be a person, A genuine human. In a flash, Lin Xia perceived a blur before him as a figure descended from the night sky, landing firmly on the ground. The wind generated by their descent billowed the dark red cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man. He was neither handsome nor ugly, resembling an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, someone easily overlooked. However, the killing intent radiating from his eyes was as piercing as a gleaming sword. He crouched low, his gaze fixed on a monster less than a meter away, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of a sword at his back. With a sharp sound, the blade was drawn from its sheath, the pale blue edge reflecting the dim moonlight as it sliced through the heavy air, silently advancing. It was a simple, unadorned straight sword. The blade traced a crescent arc, clashing with the creature's claws and igniting a shower of sparks. Zhao Kongcheng let out a low growl, his muscles tensing as he took a powerful step forward. To Lin Qia's astonishment, the monster, which rivaled the size of a grizzly bear, was forced back several steps. Lin Xia could hardly believe his eyes. He had fought this monster and knew all too well its terrifying strength. Yet this man managed to push it back? Who on earth was he? After forcing the creature back, Zhao Kongcheng moved with a unique fluidity, sticking closely to the monster as if he were a parasite, slashing repeatedly with his straight sword, leaving deep gashes across the creature's body. The monster screamed in agony, its eyes filled with malice as its spear-like limbs rose to strike down the detestable human before it. However, with two swift flashes of the blade, its forelimbs were severed. Before the monster could let out another cry, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes glinted with cold determination, and he swiftly swung the sword toward the creature's neck. The pale blue blade sliced effortlessly. It seemed something was amiss. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly regained his senses, pausing for half a second, then sprang to his feet, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Where could that lad's figure possibly be? Zhao Kongcheng stood there in a daze for several seconds, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the events he had just endured. Damn it, that boy actually escaped? Brother, why are you back so late today? Yang Jin inquired, observing the weary expression on Lin Qia's face. Where's your cane? Lin Xia changed into his slippers, forcing a smile. I encountered a bit of trouble on the way and accidentally misplaced it. To conceal the scar by his temple from Yang Jin's view, Lin Xia rewrapped a piece of black satin around it. However, the cane was indeed broken. Rather than bringing it back to worry his family, he chose to dispose of it. It's fine, I'll just get another one. Is everything resolved? Yes, it is. Little Black, panting, scampered over from the balcony, nudging Lin Qia's calf with its head before flopping onto the ground, exposing its belly. Lin Xia squatted down, helplessly, rubbing its belly as he asked, Is Annie back yet? Mom is on the night shift and won't return until tomorrow morning. All right, have you finished your homework? There's just a little bit left. Why is there so much homework in middle school? It's quite excessive. Lin Xia stood up, expressing his discontent before saying to Yang Jin, It's all right. If you're tired, you can skip it. If the teacher scolds you, just tell me, and I'll sort it out with him. Yang Jin's lips curved into a smile. Okay, I'll finish it soon. Lin Xia nodded. I'm a bit tired. I'll head to bed first. You should also sleep early after you're done. Okay. Dragging his weary body into his room, Lin Xia was about to close the door when Yang Jin's voice called out again. Brother, is everything really all right? Everything's fine. Sleep early. By the way, the milk is in the fridge. If you wake up early tomorrow, heat up yourself. Got it, brother. Good night. Good night. The door gently closed, and Yang Jin, holding Little Black, stood outside, silently gazing at Lin Qia's room. Gently stroking Little Black's head, he murmured, Do you feel it too? Woof. He looked up at the dim moonlight outside, whispering, There's a scent of blood on him. Author's note, Chapter 11. The door. Lin Xia was truly fatigued, both mentally and physically. He never anticipated that on his very first day of transferring, such events would transpire, encountering monsters, being betrayed by classmates, perilous fights, inexplicably opening his eyes, and then a mysterious superhero appearing only to sneak away. Lin Xia was not foolish. He understood that his experiences tonight undoubtedly touched upon the hidden facets of this world, the flesh-eating monsters, the golden light emanating from his body, and the man who single-handedly defeated the beasts. That man was no ordinary person, and judging by his communication via radio, it was clear he was backed by a formidable organization, one that likely operated in the shadows, specializing in dealing with such bizarre occurrences. He might have seen the light on Lin Xia's body and perhaps even witnessed him vanquishing a monster, thus seeking to recruit him. To claim he felt no curiosity towards the hidden world would be a lie. He yearned to understand what he had encountered tonight and what had transpired within him. Yet, he did not wish to be ensnared in this vortex, due to his inquisitiveness. Some secrets, once known, leave no path for escape. He had no desire to be a hero protecting humanity. What he wished to safeguard was merely his own home. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. The familiar mist descended once more. In his dream, Lin Xia surveyed his surroundings and sighed in resignation. Still one tea let me be. Huh? Battling monsters while awake, and now they come knocking in my dreams. Such a miserable fate. Navigating through the dreamscape with ease. He soon found himself before the outline of a mental institution. An ancient plaque on the right bore a large inscription, the Asylum of the Gods. Lin Xia halted before the entrance, reaching for the circular knocker, and at the moment his fingers brushed against it, the ground trembled slightly. The fog around him began to swirl violently. Gripping the knocker, Lin Xia wore a befuddled expression. What the hell? I haven't even knocked yet. Why is it shaking? It wasn't like this before. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Could it be because he had opened his eyes today? Lowering his gaze, he observed his dream form, his eyes gradually brightening. In past dreams, his body had been translucent, akin to ethereal mist. However, today his form appeared significantly more solid. Although still incorporeal, it was no longer transparent. He lifted his head abruptly, staring intently at the door that had barred him for 5 years, his gaze igniting with fervor. Today, perhaps he could succeed. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the knocker and forcefully struck the door. Zong! The ancient chime echoed from within the asylum, resonating far louder than before. Thankfully, Lin Xia had no corporeal form now. Otherwise, his eardrums would surely have suffered. At the moment the bell tolled, the entire asylum trembled once more. This is it. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled. Dong! 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 Without pausing, he struck 3 more times, and the asylum shook as if an earthquake had struck. Finally, after the last blow, a resounding crash emanated from within, followed by an eerie silence. Just as Lin Xia was about to knock again, the heavy door before him creaked ominously, slowly beginning to part. The door opened. With a resonant thud, as the door swung fully open, Lin Xia was met with an ancient, dimly lit corridor. The floor, composed of an unknown material, emitted a faint glow, while the walls were adorned with flickering orbs of light, mysterious and uncanny. Lin Xia proceeded down the corridor, soon encountering a fork in the path, where a modern sign hung above. To the left lay the patient wards, and to the right, the activity area. Lin Xia gazed at the sign, murmuring, "This layout is eerily reminiscent of the asylum I resided in years ago." Hesitating for a moment, he first ventured into the activity area. Though the rooms were few, they contained all the essentials: a multimedia room for watching films, a lounge for games, and a study for reading. Even an outdoor circular lawn equipped with various sports equipment. Indeed, it was strikingly similar. This dream was quite bizarre. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xia shook his head in confusion. After exploring the activity area, he turned back towards the patient ward section. As he approached the entrance to the wards, Lin Xia abruptly halted. This place is different. Surveying the dimly lit and monotonous corridor before him, he murmured to himself. He distinctly remembered that during his stay at the Sunshine Asylum, the ward spanned several floors, and while the facilities were not overly luxurious, they were at least clean and orderly. Yet, the ward area before him was only a single level, containing merely 6 rooms. Each door bore peculiar symbols and designs, densely packed, resembling some form of seal. Merely glancing at them left Lin Xia feeling dizzy. He forcibly shifted his gaze away from the doors, steadying his mind as he looked elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the wards hung an ancient sign, each room's plaque adorned with a unique emblem. For instance, the plaque on the first ward, where Lin Xia currently stood, depicted a large black circle, while the plaque for the second ward illustrated an object resembling a staff or a pen. Continuing down the corridor, Lin Xia reached the final sixth ward, yet still found himself at a loss regarding the meaning of these plaques. He gazed at the peculiar door before him, lost in contemplation. Within this dreamlike asylum, only the ward area diverged from his recollections of the Sunshine Asylum. Were there truly patients residing within these rooms? Or, as the name of this institution suggested, were they inhabited by deities? Lin Xia hesitated briefly before slowly extending his hand towards the doorknob of the sixth room. It was not recklessness that prompted his actions. On one hand, it was his dream, and thus, any potential issues would not bear significant consequences. On the other hand, he had knocked on the door of this asylum daily for 5 years, and he did not wish to depart in confusion. Deep down, he sensed that perhaps there lay some secret related to him within these walls. After all, why did the decor mirror so closely that of the Sunshine Asylum he had once known? As his fingers approached, they lightly brushed the doorknob, sending a cool sensation through him. There was no imagined resistance or pain. His hand naturally settled upon the handle. With a firm pull, the door remained immovable. He steadied himself, exerting all his strength once more, yet it would not budge. Relinquishing his attempts at this door, he moved to the fifth room, pulling forcefully at its handle. Still, it would not open. The fourth, third, second. Lin Xia methodically tried each door, none yielding to his efforts, until he finally arrived at the entrance of the first room. Adopting a mindset of certain failure, he pulled vigorously on the first room's door. With a soft crack, a delicate sound emanated from the handle, and the intricate patterns engraved upon the door suddenly fractured, dissipating into the air. Startled, Lin Xia stepped back, his gaze fixed ahead. The door had opened. The author remarks, Chapter 12, Goddess of the Night. Among the 6 wards, only the first door could be opened. Was this merely a predetermined allowance? Or did it signify that, akin to the door he had knocked on for 5 years, he could now only access this singular door due to his current capabilities? After 5 years of knocking, he had awakened with heightened spiritual perception, allowing him entry into the asylum. Did this imply that he would need to enhance his abilities to unlock the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth rooms as well? Uncertain, Lin Xia realized he had no time to ponder these questions. Before him, the door, once laden with seals, was slowly opening. The room was modest in size and dimly lit, with a lone chair positioned in the center, upon which sat a woman clad in a gown of starlit black, vacantly staring ahead. Apart from this solitary figure and chair, the room was devoid of any other furnishings. Lin Xia cautiously approached the door, contemplating, and donned an official smile, waving at the woman within. "Hello, I am Lin Xia." Regardless of her identity, extending courtesy seemed prudent. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Maintaining politeness, he reasoned, even a deity would not find fault with him. Yet, as Lin Xia stood there, his smile began to falter, for the woman in black remained as motionless as a statue. Gritting his teeth, he stepped into the room. In that instant, words suddenly materialized upon the wall behind the woman. Ward numero uno. Patient. Nix. Task. Assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Upon reaching designated treatment milestones, 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0. Nix? Upon discerning the text, Lin Xia inhaled sharply, though not well-versed in mythology. He had heard of Nix, the goddess of night, one of the primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She was among the most exalted figures in the pantheon. Thus, the seemingly vacant woman before him was the illustrious goddess of night. With her aloof elegance, flawless features, and cascading black hair resembling a waterfall, clad in a gown as profound as the night sky, she exuded an aura that rendered her alabaster skin akin to the delicate snow. Despite her vacant gaze, her mere presence radiated a grace beyond human comprehension, surpassing even the most revered empresses in history. Nix, she was a goddess, an empress of the night. Lin Xia stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nix closely. He had encountered divine beings before, yet compared to the seraph from the moon, he felt Nix lacked something. Divinity? Power? Authority? Or perhaps all of the above. He could not ascertain, but he surmised that her current state was intrinsically linked to her affliction. Yet how could a deity, a being at the pinnacle of mythology, fall ill? Was her malady a natural occurrence, or induced by external forces? If it were natural, Lin Xia found it hard to believe. Yet if it were induced, what manner of being could render the goddess of night ill, and, moreover, with a mental disorder? According to the inscriptions on the wall, he was now tasked with attempting to aid Nyx in her healing. But what exactly ailed her? As a former mental health patient, Lin Xia possessed some understanding of mental illnesses, which generally encompass depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusions, and the like. To assist Nyx in her recovery, he first needed to ascertain the nature of her affliction. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia crouched before Nyx, waving his hand in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" He whispered softly into her ear. Suddenly, Nyx's body twitched, startling Lin Xia, who instinctively recoiled several steps. In the next moment, her head stiffly turned toward him, her vacant eyes fixated upon him. Lin Xia swallowed hard, frozen in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xia felt the prickling sensation of her gaze, Nyx's expression shifted, from vacant to puzzled, from puzzled to astonished, and finally, from astonished to tearful. Her body trembled slightly as tears welled in her eyes. Her lips parted with difficulty, and after a prolonged pause, she hoarsely uttered, "At last, I have found you, my child." In that instant, Lin Xia felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, rendering his mind a blank slate. She? Me? Child? What? Lin Xia truly could not recall the visage of his parents, having been entrusted to his aunt shortly after birth, their whereabouts subsequently unknown. Yet, his mother should, perhaps, likely be human, not the goddess of night. No, Weiqi. How could this foreign goddess of night speak fluent Chinese? Ah, yes, this is my dream. It is not strange that I can comprehend the language of the divine. Perhaps this is a transmission of brainwaves? While Lin Xia was lost in thought, Nyx stood and opened her arms, staggering towards him. She ran faster and faster, her expression increasingly animated. At this moment, Lin Xia's mind was a chaotic jumble, and he instinctively opened his arms, prepared to embrace the goddess of night. However, she merely brushed past him and seized the small vase on the windowsill behind him. Nyx clutched the vase tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My child, you are alive? I have finally found you, Lin Xia." Immediately thereafter, Nyx's gaze fell upon the chair she had occupied for an indeterminate amount of time. After a moment of dazed contemplation, she rushed forward, embracing both the chair and the vase, weeping anew. "Hypnos, my child, so you are here too." In a state of disarray, Lin Xia stood there like a statue, watching as Nike sobbed uncontrollably, declaring a vase, a chair, a wall, and even the air to be her children. Lin Xia thought to himself, "I believe I have discerned the nature of her affliction. It is rather severe." Awakening languidly from his dreams at dawn, Lin Xia gazed at the bare ceiling, letting out a weary sigh. After spending an entire night with Nikes, he felt utterly drained. Just as he was about to rise, a sudden realization struck him. In his mind, the enigmatic asylum for the gods shrouded in mist floated, and he felt an unexplainable connection to it. No longer needing to sleep, he could now immerse his consciousness within the asylum at will. Was this the benefit of having opened the door? He resolved to connect his consciousness to the asylum, eager to perceive all that transpired within its walls. However, the 5 sealed wards remained impervious to his exploration. Meanwhile, Nikes was in the courtyard, cradling a vase and a chair, engaging in a monologue with the air beside her, her words lost to Lin Xia. Perched on his bed, he rubbed his eyes in frustration, contemplating healing. "But I'm not a doctor. How can I assist her?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes, narrowing them slightly as a smile began to form on his lips. The author interjects, Chapter 13, he fled. In a towering building in Sangnan City, the door creaked open, revealing Zhao Kongsheng, who entered with a languid demeanor, occasionally sighing. "Old Zhao, what troubles you?" asked the 5 individuals seated inside, surprised by his appearance. "Were you injured last night? You seem rather heartbroken." Goodness, old Zhao, is your wife leaving you? They speculated, bantering amongst themselves. After a moment of silence, Zhao Kongcheng sighed deeply. Am I truly so devoid of charm? The five rolled their eyes in unison, pretending not to hear his lament, and resumed their respective tasks, some sharpening knives, others cleaning firearms, some engrossed in their phones, while others dozed off. I am genuinely inquiring, Zhao Kongcheng insisted, growing agitated. Noticing his persistence, Hong Ying, who was cleaning a gun, sighed. Have you been triggered, Kongcheng? Perhaps, Zhao Kongcheng replied, pausing. I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruins last night. Upon hearing this, all heads turned sharply, their previous activities forgotten as their eyes gleamed with excitement. The one suspected to be the agent of the Seraph? Yes. Impressive, isn't he? Who is he? You are overthinking it. Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. He is merely an ordinary high school student. Decline-level energy fluctuations are likely just remnants of the Seraph's power left on him. He is still a novice, barely stepping into the lamp realm. At this, disappointment flickered in their eyes. They had hoped for a Klein-level powerhouse to emerge in Songnan City. However, if that extremely dangerous deity truly chose an agent and he reached Klein level, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be aware. A man seated on the sofa narrowed his eyes. Regardless, the Seraph selection of an agent and the granting of the ruins is a significant matter that must be reported to the higher-ups immediately. By the way, old Zhao, since you met him, where is he? You didn't bring such an important person back with you? He fled, Zhao Kongcheng replied, his tone melancholic. He told me he was going to grab his backpack, and while I was distracted, he escaped. The group fell silent, just as they prepared to tease him. The door opened once more, revealing a man draped in a dark red cloak, blood still staining his visage, his steps heavy as if laden with lead. Upon seeing him, everyone, including Zhao Kongcheng, immediately rose to their feet. Captain, are you all right? The captain waved a hand, shedding the bloodied cloak and taking a seat on a small stool by the door. Weariness etched across his features. I am fine, but the Ghost-Faced King has fled. The atmosphere turned grave. The captain continued. I pursued the Ghost-Faced King to the outskirts of the northern city last night and engaged in a battle. It sustained severe injuries before forcefully escaping by injuring its own essence. Are you suggesting the Ghost-Faced King has already escaped Songnan City? Not necessarily. The man on the sofa interjected. All eyes shifted to him, and the captain raised an eyebrow. Speak, Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan stood, retrieving a map of the Songnan City vicinity from beneath the sofa and spreading it on the ground. Songnan City is somewhat isolated, with nearby cities several dozen kilometers away. After the captain battled the Ghost-Faced King in the northern suburbs, Wu Xiangnan circled the location on the map. What of it? Onyengenkired, puzzled. The captain's eyes brightened. The Ghost-Faced King is severely injured. It cannot traverse such a great distance without recovering its strength. Wu Xiangnan elaborated. If the Ghost-Faced King wishes to regain its power, it can only do so by consuming humans, which implies it will undoubtedly return to Songnan City? Precisely. Zhao Kongqing's brow furrowed slightly. But Songnan City is vast. We have no idea where it might reappear. The sewers, Wu Xiangnan suggested, adjusting his glasses and tracing a line on the map with a red pen. The ghost face likes to traverse the sewers, and it escaped through the sewers last time. There is only one sewer connecting to the northern suburbs, which means the Ghost-Faced King's reappearance is likely at a location along this sewer. Dispatch personnel to search along this sewer immediately. This time, we cannot allow it to escape. The captain's eyes gleamed with determination as he issued the command. Understood. By the way, there is one more thing. Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing. We must retrieve the Seraph's agent. His potential is immense and must not fall into the hands of the ancient god church. In a sense, this matter takes precedence over eliminating the Ghost-Faced King. Zhao Kongqing straightened his posture, declaring, Leave this to me. I will personally apprehend that young man. Hasn't he already fled? How will you find him? Ongying muttered. He wears the uniform of number 2 high school. I'll be waiting at the school gate today. I am confident I will catch him. Zhao Kongqing replied with a self-assured smile. Brother, why aren't you going to school today? Yang Jin inquired, noticing Lin Xia, who was neither in uniform nor carrying a backpack. I have some matters to attend to, so I will skip today. Lin Xia replied, slipping on his shoes as he opened the door. Is Aunt still asleep? She returned just an hour ago. Understood. I will head to school early. All right. Lin Xia closed the door, discreetly removing the black satin from his eyes and pocketing it. His vision restored. He had yet to inform Aunt and Yang Jin, as they had not seen each other due to Aunt's late shift last night. Moreover, Lin Xia had only just acquired this vision and was still learning to control its powers. The golden light occasionally flared from his eyes, albeit faintly. Should Aunt catch sight of it, she would undoubtedly insist on further examination, leading to unnecessary expenses. He preferred to wait until he could fully control his sight before making any announcements. However, since he was now outside, there was no need to wear the black satin, as it would draw too much attention. Lin Xia retrieved the sunglasses that Yang Jin had gifted him from his pocket, donned them, and strode purposefully towards the bus station. After an hour of jarring travel, he finally arrived at his destination, the Sunshine Mental Hospital. The last time Lin Xia had visited this place was a decade ago. Over these 10 years, both Lin Xia and the hospital had undergone significant transformations. The old walls had been refurbished, the entrance had expanded to twice its previous width, and 2 modern high-rises had replaced the original 3-story building. Even the sign that read Sunshine Mental Hospital had been elegantly embossed in gold. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xia found it impossible to reconcile the contemporary establishment before him with the small building of his memories. The only unchanged aspect was perhaps the elderly gatekeeper, who had become considerably stooped and his hair had turned predominantly gray. The old man seemed to recognize Lin Xia, squinting slightly and raising his right hand to point at him. Just as Lin Xia prepared to greet the old man, he was met with a bellow. Hey, you foolish lad, you are blocking the cars behind you. The author remarks, Chapter 14, I have a friend knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Xia pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Seated across the desk was a middle-aged male doctor, clad in a white coat. His sparse Mediterranean hair a testament to his wisdom. Lin Xia settled into the chair as the doctor leisurely inquired. So, what seems to be the problem? I have no issues. If you have no issues, then what brings you here? I have no issues, but a friend of mine suffers from a severe mental illness. The doctor regarded Lin Xia with a quizzical expression, a smile creeping onto his face as he brushed a few strands of hair from his balding head. This friend you speak of, it wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Lin Xia replied earnestly, No, it is genuinely a friend. Very well. Then tell me about your friend's condition. What symptoms does she exhibit? Lin Xia pondered for a moment, realizing that articulating this might prove challenging. The doctor chuckled. Then consider yourself as that friend and demonstrate your condition to me. Lin Xia looked at the doctor with a mixture of perplexity and reluctance before finally nodding in acquiescence. He rose slowly from his seat and under the doctor's watchful gaze, walked directly in front of him. He extended his arms, enveloping the middle-aged doctor in an embrace, while gently caressing the few remaining strands of hair atop his head. His eyes filled with affection as he softly murmured, My dear son, Father has finally found you. The doctor, for the next 10 minutes. Lin Xia employed every rhetorical technique he had mastered, fervently explaining to the doctor that he was not the one afflicted, thus evading the fate of being forcibly hospitalized. So, your friend sees everything as if it were a child? Indeed. And she weeps for an extended period? She has been crying incessantly. Does she enjoy sitting in the yard, recounting stories to vases and chairs? Precisely. How is her sleep? She does not sleep. The doctor furrowed his brow. Your friend is in quite a serious state. I strongly recommend that you bring her to our hospital for inpatient treatment. Her situation is rather unique. She cannot be hospitalized, Lin Xia replied helplessly. He could not divulge the truth. If he were to reveal that the goddess of night, Nyx, was the patient residing in his mind as Asylum, he would undoubtedly receive a notice for hospitalization himself. The doctor pondered for a moment, fingers dancing across the keyboard. If hospitalization is not an option, we can only proceed with medication. I will prescribe a few medications. You must ensure she takes them. If her condition does not improve, she must be brought to the hospital. Lin Xia's expression turned troubled. Could the medications from the real world be effective in the realm of his mind? He was uncertain, but he suspected that even if they could be transported, the remedies of mortals might not yield results for a deity. Doctor, aside from medication, are there any alternative methods of treatment? The doctor contemplated briefly before responding. The symptoms exhibited by your friend resemble those of severe delusional disorder. I have encountered numerous patients with similar issues. There was a man who adored his wife. After she died in a car accident, he frequently conversed with the air, imagining her presence beside him. This illness often stems from profound psychological trauma, wherein the subconscious rejects reality, creating an illusion that she is still here. If we could address the root cause of the illness and provide psychological treatment, there might be a possibility of improvement. However, without medication, it is exceedingly challenging. Medication and psychological therapy are interdependent. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, to approach the issue from the perspective of its origin. But he knew nothing of Nick's past, leaving him at a loss. It appeared that he would need to undertake considerable preparatory work. Lin Xia accepted the prescription but chose not to pay for the medications, realizing that since the remedies of the mortal realm would not affect the deity within his mind, there was no need to squander his money. Moreover, those medications were exorbitantly priced. After exiting the mental hospital, Lin Xia boarded the return bus. His visit had been worthwhile. At the very least, it provided him with a potential avenue for exploration. To counsel Nyx from a psychological standpoint, he would first need to gain a deeper understanding of her. Consequently, Lin Xia disembarked at a certain stop and made his way to the Songnan City Library. At the entrance of Second High School, "Hey, do you know who that uncle is?" "I don't recognize him. He is probably a parent. I saw him when I entered the school gate at around 7 this morning." "I saw him too. He was wearing sunglasses, dressed in a shirt, leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked quite handsome then. Now he looks like a beggar. His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been here since this morning?" "Surely not. It's nearly 10 o'clock now. Who knows? Oh, by the way, have you heard? 2 students were murdered on their way home last night." "Is that true?" "Of course it is. I heard that. On the curb across from a school gate. A desolate man sat alone, surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts. His silhouette beneath the streetlight radiated an indescribable sorrow." Zhao Kongcheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, utterly perplexed by the situation. He had been waiting since 6 in the morning, enduring the sun's relentless glare until 10 at night. Yet had not caught a glimpse of the boy. He distinctly remembered seeing him in the second high school uniform the previous night. Could it be that the boy anticipated his arrival and chose not to show up? Damn it, his backside was sore from sitting. Zhao Kongcheng slowly rose from the curb, pretending to nonchalantly dust off his pants while stretching his limbs. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a casually dressed youth leisurely strolling across the road, books in hand. That fellow bore a slight resemblance to the boy. Zhao Kongcheng blinked in surprise, his eyes widening. Holy crap! Without a second thought, Zhao Kongcheng dashed towards the youth like a gust of wind, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, when he was about 20 meters away, the youth seemed to sense something, jolting in alarm and sprinting away. The two of them raced down the street, one in pursuit of the other. At this moment, Lin Xia desperately wished to slap himself. Why of all paths did he choose this one? Now, after having stood someone up yesterday, that person was now hot on his heels. Though Lin Xia's speed was not lacking, it paled in comparison to Zhao Kongcheng's. And within mere seconds, he was overtaken. Zhao Kongcheng viciously seized Lin Xia's shoulder, letting out a cold chuckle. "Well, will we meet again?" Lin Xia stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly. "Who are you?" The author interjects. Chapter 15, Section 003. Zhao Kongcheng felt an explosion of frustration. "Me? Why do you even ask? I am the innocent victim who was deceived by you last night, left to endure the cold wind for half the night." Zhao Kongcheng tightly gripped Lin Xia's arm, akin to a naive uncle terrified of losing his boyfriend to another. "Let me tell you, don't feign innocence with me. You absolutely cannot escape today." Glancing at his restrained arm, Lin Xia relinquished any futile struggle, adopting a demeanor of submission. "All right then, you lead the way. Where shall we converse? Follow me." Zhao Kongcheng interlinked his arm with Lin Xia's and strode towards an undisclosed location. As Lin Xia noticed they were nearing a couple's hotel, his expression abruptly shifted, and he turned to flee. However, Zhao Kongsheng would not grant him the opportunity, swiftly capturing him and dragging him towards the hotel. What? What do you intend to do? I must inform you, I have hemorrhoids. Do not act recklessly. What are you boys thinking? It's merely a place to talk. Does chatting necessitate a couple's hotel? Did you not see the looks from the people along the way? I was nearly mortified. What do you understand? This is a safe house. My intentions are purely innocent. Besides, do I appear to be that sort of person? Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes, dragging the struggling Lin Xia to the front desk, where he threw an exceedingly greasy wink at the stunned female clerk. One dynamic passion-themed room with a large bed, please. Lin Xia. The clerk stood frozen, her brain momentarily short-circuiting before she inexplicably became excited. Very well, sir. I will need your identification, and for this young comrade, please present your ID as well. Reluctantly surrendering his identification, Lin Xia regarded the overly enthusiastic clerk with a puzzled expression, unaware of the romantic scenarios she might be concocting in her mind. However, one could hardly blame her in the dead of night. A middle-aged man forcibly dragging a young boy to a couple's hotel for a large bedroom, claiming it was merely to chat. Who would believe that? Here is your room card. Your room is 3966. Wishing you both a pleasant stay. The clerk beamed at Lin Xia, whose expression was that of a deer caught in headlights. Why are you just standing there? Come with me. Zhao Kongsheng pulled Lin Xia towards the elevator. Upon swiping the card and entering the room, Lin Xia was taken aback by the array of peculiar amenities, realizing that the wealthy indulged in such extravagance. Indeed, it was quite passionate. Zhao Kongsheng locked the door behind them, finally releasing Lin Xia, who sank onto the couch by the door, his body stiffening after a long day. Don't be so tense. It's really just a chat, Zhao Kongsheng remarked, observing Lin Xia's apprehensive demeanor with a teasing smile. Lin Xia sighed and asked, what do you wish to discuss? Naturally, I wish to discuss you. Lin Xia, male, 17 years old, single, height 175 centimeters, weight. I know you're not talking about that. Zhao Kongsheng pinched the bridge of his nose, gesturing toward Lin Xia's eyes. What I mean is your eyes. Lin Xia fell into silence. Have you encountered Michael? At the mention of this name, Lin Xia's body trembled slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded gently. Indeed, the man before him possessed extensive knowledge, and the forces behind him were surely formidable. This statement revealed a significant piece of information to Lin Xia. The seraph he had seen a decade ago was, in fact, the legendary Archangel Michael. Seeing Lin Xia nod, Zhao Kongsheng's gaze intensified with fervor. Why did he seek you? What did he say? To what extent can you now wield the forbidden ruins? Zhao Kongsheng's inquiries came in rapid succession, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow and shake his head. You have too many questions. Realizing he had overstepped, Zhao Kongsheng chuckled awkwardly. True, you must have many doubts now. Allow me to first address your queries. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia met Zhao Kongsheng's gaze and posed his first question. Do gods from mythology truly exist in this world? They do. Zhao Kongsheng answered without hesitation. However, not all deities exist. What do you mean? Zhao Kongsheng pondered, as if contemplating where to begin. What do you believe mythology is? Lin Xia mused. A spiritual refuge for ancient peoples? A manifestation of fear and fantasy regarding the unknown forces of nature? You are correct. Zhao Kongsheng nodded. Until a century ago, this was the prevailing belief. A century ago? Indeed, prior to the emergence of the mist, no trace of deities had ever appeared in this world. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet ever since that mist enveloped the earth, everything seems to have changed. In September 1922, merely a year after the mist's appearance, a reconnaissance team dispatched by the Great Xia observed a colossal dragon soaring through the skies above the Mariana Trench. This marked humanity's first encounter with a mythical creature. Upon research, it was determined that this dragon was Leviathan, the chaos dragon from the Bible, said to be a creation of God. The discovery of this dragon fundamentally altered the understanding of the Great Xia's leadership, as they realized that since the onset of this mist, the world had transformed entirely. At that time, The mist had just arisen, plunging the Great Xia into panic. To maintain national stability, the upper echelons concealed the results of this reconnaissance. As the first mythical creature observed by humanity, Leviathan was designated as Code 001, and subsequent discoveries of additional mythical beings were assigned further codes. The seraph Michael, whom you witnessed, was the third mythical entity observed by humanity in 1928, designated as Code 003. 1928? Lin Xia was taken aback. At that time, we had yet to master lunar travel. How did they find the seraph on the moon? It was not us who sought him out. Zhao Kongsheng shook his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos and obliterating a major volcano in North America. Only then did we realize that a deity still existed on the moon. North America? What was there? Later, our reconnaissance team spent a year reaching that volcano, where amidst the ruins, they discovered the deity sealed within the forbidden ruins. Zhao Kongsheng paused before continuing. The fallen angel, Lucifer. The author interjects, Chapter 16, continuation. Lucifer. Lin Xia remained stunned, struggling to process the vast information conveyed by Zhao Kongsheng, lingering in silence for quite some time. So, you are saying, since the emergence of the mist, the gods from mythology have inexplicably begun to appear? Indeed, the higher-ups have been investigating the reasons behind this phenomenon and have speculated two possibilities. Zhao Kongsheng extended two fingers. The first is that these gods did not exist previously, but upon the mist's arrival, some mysterious transformation occurred, bringing them forth from mythology into reality. The second notion posits that myths are not mere figments of ancient imaginations, but rather entities that genuinely exist. After humanity became increasingly active, these beings, for reasons unknown, concealed themselves in various parts of the earth, and the sudden emergence of the mist has awakened them. Lin Xia nodded, inquiring about the meaning behind your earlier assertion that not all gods exist. The number of deities presently inhabiting Earth is quite limited. Not every mythological being has descended here. What we are witnessing is but a diminutive fraction of an immense mythological system. The reason for their selection remains a mystery, unrelated to strength, the spread of their narratives, notions of good and evil, or territorial boundaries. Their appearances seem entirely erratic, surfacing at random. This phenomenon is not exclusive to the Bible, Greek mythology, Norse mythology, or the Cthulhu mythos. It encompasses all known pantheons of deities. Curiously, Lin Xia probed further. What about the gods of our own Great Xia? What of figures like the Monkey King, the Third Prince, the Four Heavenly Kings, and the Jade Emperor? If they exist, surely they would dominate the Western mythologies. Wouldn't they? After a brief silence, Zhao Kongsheng shook his head. The thoughts you ponder are ones we have also contemplated. Over the past century, we have tirelessly explored the borders of Great Xia, seeking any trace of them. Yet, 100 years have passed without a single discovery, not even a mere earth god. Some speculate that the mist has yet to engulf Great Xia, thus preventing the manifestation of its myths. Others suggest, Lin Xia interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Others suggest what? They suggest. They have always been here. Always here? Why do you think the entire earth has been consumed by mist, yet only Great Xia remains unscathed? The mist has encroached upon our borders, but is halted at the line, unable to penetrate. Lin Xia's mouth fell agape. Are you implying? Zhao Kongsheng quickly clarified that this is merely a hypothesis, or perhaps a beautiful fantasy. Regardless, we have never uncovered any trace of the deities of Great Xia. Very well. Just processing this influx of information has left Lin Xia's worldview shattered. Had he not witnessed the presence of the seraphim firsthand, he might have called a mental health facility to take Zhao Kongsheng away, for his delusions seemed even more severe than those he had encountered in the past. What then? Was the golden beam of light that emanated from me last night? Lin Xia posed his next inquiry. The forbidden abyss, Zhao Kongsheng responded. The changes wrought by the mist shroud over the earth are not confined solely to the emergence of deities. It appears these mists possess a mysterious influence on the human body as well. Although the mist has not infiltrated the lands of Great Xia, it seems to contain an energy akin to radiation, catalyzing certain individuals. Children born post-mist have a probability of manifesting a peculiar power within them. Under specific environmental stimuli, these powers may be triggered, resulting in a special force capable of influencing the surrounding reality, akin to a domain. The characteristics of these powers vary from person to person, each unique. This extraordinary ability to affect one's surroundings is referred to as the forbidden abyss. Lin Xia pondered thoughtfully. To put it simply, the forbidden abyss is a manifestation of superhuman domains belonging to a select few fortunate individuals. In this light, his ability to perceive everything within a 20-meter radius through a form of mental awareness, coupled with exceptional dynamic vision and the invocation of seraphic authority, is indeed a manifestation of the forbidden abyss. Is it possible for this forbidden abyss to evolve? Indeed, the capabilities, range, and uniqueness of the forbidden abyss will increase alongside the owner's mental strength. Mental strength serves as a crucial determinant of the intensity of the forbidden abyss. Utilizing mental strength, we categorize the forbidden abyss into 6 realms. The first realm, cup, is characterized by a meager and stagnant mental force. The second realm, pond, possesses a greater but still dormant mental force. The third realm, river, embodies a flowing and abundant mental energy. The fourth realm, ocean, represents vast and boundless mental strength. The fifth realm, infinite, approaches an almost limitless expanse. And the sixth realm, Klein, transcends dimensions akin to a Klein bottle. And what of me? What realm do I currently inhabit? Lin Xia inquired. You are presently at the cup realm, merely a novice just beginning to wield the forbidden abyss. Zhao Kongcheng seemed to relish in delivering this blow to Lin Xia, referring to him as just, a somewhat more capable ordinary person. Lin Xia was left speechless. It seemed that the reason he could unlock the door to the mental health facility in his mind last night was that he had indeed breached the cup realm, allowing him access to Nix's ward as well. Does this imply that with each ascension to a new realm, he could release another patient? And what about you? You possess such prowess. What realm do you belong to? Lin Xia queried Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly turned to gaze out the window. I do not possess a forbidden abyss, hence I lack mental strength. You lack a forbidden abyss. Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. How then did you defeat that monster? Lin Xia was genuinely taken aback. The creature had been a formidable opponent even for his enhanced dynamic vision. Yet, Zhao Kongcheng had seemingly dominated it without a forbidden abyss? That creature is known as the Ghost-Faced Man, Zhao Kongcheng corrected. I defeated it solely through years of training and extensive combat experience. Prior to joining the Night Watch, I was a Special Forces operative skilled in close combat. Zhao Kongcheng continued, explaining that there are 3 pathways to acquiring a forbidden abyss. The first is, as I mentioned earlier, only a select few fortunate souls are born with the innate ability to wield the forbidden abyss. The second involves utilizing objects imbued with the forbidden abyss. It is not only humans that can be influenced by the mist. Certain objects may, by chance, possess a forbidden abyss as well. Such items are typically rare and unique, and if one can master them, they too may harness the power of the forbidden abyss. I belong to this second category. However, the item I possess is not an offensive type, but rather a specialized auxiliary item unique to the Night Watch. Known as the signboard, its sole function is to open the limitless void. The author has something to say. Chapter 17, My Home. The limitless void? A forbidden abyss that separates the domain within from the outside world, preventing our battles from impacting ordinary citizens. Each city's Night Watch is equipped with 3 signboards capable of invoking the limitless void, managed by an individual. As we generally do not engage directly in combat, we are referred to as watchers. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. So, you are merely an observer? If you cannot speak wisely, it would be prudent to say less. Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes. You mentioned that there are 3 methods to acquire a forbidden abyss. What is the final one? The last method is bestowed by the deities. Akin to your situation. Zhao Kongcheng's expression turned serious. Some deities choose to impart a portion of their power to selected humans, allowing them to act as their earthly agents. Such forbidden abysses granted by deities are referred to as divine abysses. However, correspondingly, the agents receive directives from the deities. Some mandates advocate for the destruction of human society, others for its protection, and some require the agents to assist the deities in their quest for certain artifacts. Generally, a deity has only one agent, who embodies the will of the deity. Most of the recently emerged agents of the deities aim to dismantle the new human order, seeking to plunge the world back into chaos, forming an organization known as the Ancient God Society. The agents of benevolent deities are indeed rare, while the number of neutral deity agents remains unknown. Zhao Kongcheng rose and approached Lin Xia, gazing intently into his eyes as he inquired, "Lin Xia, what command did Michael give you? To which faction do you belong?" Lin Xia's eyes reflected confusion. "I do not know." He said nothing. His words were utterly honest. Michael merely cast a distant glance at him from the moon before he lost consciousness, without uttering a single word. Zhao Kongcheng furrowed his brow. He said nothing at all? Did you not hear his voice in your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongcheng scrutinized Lin Xia for a protracted moment, as if seeking signs of deceit, before finally averting his gaze and slowly taking a seat. Our conjecture suggests that Michael belongs to the neutral or benevolent faction. Otherwise, we would have eliminated you by now. Yet, why did he grant you the divine ruins while remaining silent? What does he truly intend? Lin Xia's brow slightly knitted. What he wishes, I cannot fathom. Nevertheless, even if he issued commands, I would not comply. I have no desire to become entangled in this chaotic affair. At worst, I could return these eyes to him. With that, he stood, declaring, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Before Zhao Kongcheng could respond, Lin Xia turned to exit. "Wait." Zhao Kongcheng sprang up, blocking the doorway and fixing his gaze on Lin Xia. "You plan to leave after asking your questions? What about me? You may express your own enthusiasm." Lin Xia answered earnestly. "No, what I mean is, do you not wish to inquire about me? Who I am?" Zhao Kongcheng felt utterly fatigued from conversing with this youth. "Who you are is of no concern to me." Lin Xia persisted in opening the door. Zhao Kongcheng seized the doorknob. "Why should I know so much? What kind of organization stands behind me? What are we doing? Are you not even curious?" "Not in the slightest." "Why not?" "According to the logic of films and novels, once I become aware of your existence, I have but two choices." Lin Xia raised two fingers. "Either join you, or be eternally silenced, perhaps through death, imprisonment, or brainwashing. Stop watching so much television." Zhao Kongcheng retorted, exasperated. "Moreover, you do not know us. How can you presume that joining us is not a favorable option?" Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. "So, to say, if I were to learn of your affairs and chose not to join, I would not face danger?" "Of course not. We are akin to soldiers. At most, we would have you sign a confidentiality agreement. Your previous concerns are utterly unfounded. Then I would be inclined to listen." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia resumed his seat. Zhao Kongcheng sighed. Conversing with this young man felt more exhausting than a day spent on guard duty. In 1922, after our exploration team discovered the first mythical creature, the Leviathan, the Chaoyang government promptly established a military organization prepared to confront the invasion of mythical beings, known as the Special Biological Response Group 139. At that time, our technology was rather primitive, and our understanding of the world was severely lacking, rendering the Special Biological Response Group somewhat ineffectual. As time passed, we observed an increasing number of mythical beings, attempting to establish contact with some of them, while also uncovering the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins, and began training specialized combat personnel. As we unearthed more owners of the Forbidden Ruins, we realized that due to the randomness of their emergence, we could not encompass everyone within the military framework. Thus, the Special Biological Response Group gradually transformed into a semi-military, semi-civilian entity, which we now refer to as the Night Watchman. Lin Xia pondered. "So, your existence is to protect the Chaoyang from the incursions of those nefarious deities? To be precise, from all mythical beings. Is there a distinction?" "Certainly. I previously mentioned that the emergence of mythical beings is random and unrelated to their strength. Thus, the descending mythical beings are not merely the potent deities well known to the populace, but also include weaker entities found in local folklore or minor tales. The ghost-faced individual you encountered last night is one such figure from rural horror legends. These beings, lacking world-ending power, yet capable of impacting human society, are collectively referred to as the mystical. I see. Lin Xia nodded, realizing why the creature he encountered last night seemed familiar, having originated from a rural tale. Therefore, we are also soldiers, defenders of our homeland. Our existence is to prevent the suffering of the people of Chaoyang. Is that not noble? Is that not admirable? Zhao Kongcheng passionately implored. Very noble, very admirable. I hold deep respect for you all, truly. Lin Xia's demeanor grew serious, his eyes reflecting genuine admiration. Zhao Kongqing's face began to brighten with a smile. Then you I shall not join. Zhao Kongqing's smile faltered abruptly. Why not? I cannot leave. Lin Xia's eyes were earnest. I have many obligations to fulfill. What could possibly be more important than defending your homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin. Lin Xia gazed out the window, his expression calm. My aunt is not old, yet she toils day and night in the factory for my cousin and me, a burden for 10 years without respite. Her health is failing. She is quite stubborn, even when she is in pain. She insists she is merely doing yoga for her well-being. I sit across from her, and she believes I cannot see. She lives so cautiously and is so weary. My cousin is bright and dutiful, but alas, he is still too young to bear the weight of this family. I have much to accomplish. I must earn a living to support my family, buy a spacious home for my aunt and cousin, and free my aunt from the torment of that factory. I wish to send my cousin to university, to enable him and my aunt to live a good life. For 10 years, they have never abandoned me, this burden. Now that I'm finally well, how can I forsake them? You are noble. You are great. If circumstances permitted, perhaps I would join you, but for now, I simply wish to remain steadfast by their side to protect this home. The author has a note. Chapter 18, Welcome Back. Zhao Kongcheng stood in shock. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary high school student would express such profound thoughts, such maturity. It dawned on him how ridiculous his earlier attempts to evoke the typical youthful idealism and fervor were. Lin Xia was no ordinary high school student. Lin Xia stood and walked directly to the door, hesitating for a moment before pausing. Thank you for sharing so much with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. This time, Zhao Kongcheng merely sat silently at the edge of the bed, his body slightly rising as if to reach out to him, but after a brief pause, he sank back down, powerless. He understood the significance of this youth, and he was aware of his mission to bring him back, yet he could not do it. Xiaoqi, you are finally back. Why aren't you in your school uniform today? Aunt, I woke up in a hurry this morning and forgot to wear it. You child 1T, the teachers scold you for not wearing your uniform. They said a couple of things. It's nothing serious. Alas, Xiaoqi, you have just transferred to a new school. It is imperative that you do not leave a poor impression on your teachers. You must attend to your tasks with greater care. Understood, Aunt. How have you been getting along with your classmates? They haven't ostracized you, have they? Not at all. We get along quite well. They even accompanied me home, and I returned the favor. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I shall return to my room now, Aunt. Well, make sure to sleep early. Bang! Lin Xia shut the door, reclined on his bed, and gazed out at the night sky, letting out a long sigh. This world is far more intricate than he had imagined. However, it hardly concerned him. After resting for a while, Lin Xia sat up, and as he began to undress, a hard object fell from his pocket. Clang! Lin Xia looked down, retrieved the object, and a look of puzzlement crossed his brow. It was a metallic ornament, resembling a crest, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin, made of an unknown material that radiated a faint chill upon contact. On the front of this crest, 2 straight swords crossed each other, their blades emitting a soft blue glow, set against a backdrop of a starry night sky, exquisitely crafted. Beneath the design, the words Zhao Kongcheng were inscribed. This is... Lin Xia squinted slightly. He recalled how Zhao Kongcheng had tugged him toward the inn earlier. It seemed he had brushed against his pocket. Had he accidentally dropped it? Lin Xia fiddled with the crest, flipping it over, whereupon several lines of small text were carved into the back. If the dark night should fall, I shall stand before tens of thousands, brandishing my sword against the abyss. Blood staining the heavens. What a bold spirit. Did Zhao Kongsheng write this himself? Or is it a saying from the Night Watchers? Lin Xia murmured to himself, observing his dazed expression, which hardly seemed capable of producing such words. After toying with it for a while longer, Lin Xia placed it on the table, changed his clothes, and climbed into bed. Tonight, he had something of great importance to attend to. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the asylum of gods within his mind. At that moment, in the small courtyard of the asylum, Nyx sat in a rocking chair, cradling a collection of bottles and jars, seemingly murmuring to herself, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one could overlook the murkiness in her eyes and the peculiar objects in her embrace, the nobility exuding from her every gesture would create an exquisite portrait. Before long, Lin Xia, clad in a white coat, approached slowly. To better embody the role of a psychiatrist, he had procured a white coat from the director's office and even tucked a pair of non-prescription glasses into the collar. At first glance, he certainly appeared the part. Lin Xia approached the rocking chair, quietly observing Nyx's murky, vacant gaze, and let out a soft sigh. According to the mythological texts he had perused, Nyx was indeed one of the oldest and most powerful deities in Greek mythology, her status and power unparalleled. Yet compared to other gods, she possessed a most significant trait: a fondness for childbirth. As Lin Xia had calculated, Nyx had at least 20 offspring, including the renowned god of death, Thanatos, the god of sleep, Hypnos, along with deities of space, fate, and misfortune, among others. With only a few exceptions, the majority of Nyx's children were malevolent gods, wreaking havoc upon the world after their birth, many of whom met tragic ends. From the fragments of mythological tales, Lin Xia could not glean more detailed information about this goddess of night, but he speculated that her current condition might be linked to her offspring. The doctor at Sunlight Asylum mentioned that a male patient, overcome by longing for his wife, began to imagine her presence beside him. Might Nyx's affliction be similar? Could it be that her overwhelming desire for her children led her to perceive those bottles and jars as her offspring? But what calamity had befallen her progeny to provoke such a severe reaction from Nyx? Moreover, as an ancient deity possessing divinity, could she truly experience such intense emotions? Or perhaps, before her descent into madness, her divine form had been stripped away and her essence usurped? Lin Xia could not ascertain. Hypnos, do not fret. Your brother shall return soon. He merely indulged in play for a while. Thanatos has always been a troublesome child. When he returns, I shall have a proper lesson for him. Nyx caressed the vase in her hands, gazing vacantly into the distance, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes, only to fade once more into murkiness. After a moment, her voice, hoarse and trembling, broke the silence. But it has been 3,000 years. Why has he yet to return? Witnessing this scene, Lin Xia felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow swelling within him. Who would have thought that the once mighty goddess of night now appeared so helpless and humble? She was the goddess of night, yet also a mother yearning for a child's return. To heal her ailment, one must address the root cause. Lin Xia's mind echoed with the doctor's words as he lowered his head, deep in thought. The root of Nyx's affliction lay in her lost children. To cure her, he would need to seek out her offspring. However, he could not possibly bring each one before her, could he? Furthermore, he had no certainty whether they had been drawn into this world by the fog, nor where he might find such numerous deities. Even if he located them, would those malevolent gods willingly accompany him? Lin Xia furrowed his brow in contemplation, when suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Perhaps this might work. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Nyx for a long moment, finally resolving to step forward. In the depths of her vacant stare, Lin Xia gradually approached her. Gently crouching down, he extended his arms to embrace Nyx, whispering in her ear, "Mother, I have returned." At that moment, an unprecedented light ignited in Nyx's eyes. Trembling, she reached out her hands, tightly embracing Lin Xia. After a long while, she finally managed to utter a complete sentence. "Welcome back, Thanatos, my child." Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. The instant Nyx spoke those words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Xia's eyes. Nyx's treatment progress. 3 reward acquisition conditions met. Beginning random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Immediately, a virtual lottery wheel appeared, spinning rapidly. Lin Xia observed that the wheel was divided into over 20 segments, each one roughly equal in size, suggesting that the probabilities of acquiring these divine abilities were identical. Nightfall descends, Eye of Dusk, Fallen Stars, Starbreaker, Night Flicker, Night's Chosen. Extraordinary Birth. The dizzying array of abilities on the spinning wheel left Lin Xia in awe, yet he sensed that something peculiar was mixed in. What on earth is Extraordinary Birth? Is that truly a divine ability? If I were to draw that ability, would I not need to find a wife, as I could simply give birth to a multitude of divine offspring myself? It doesn't sound too bad. Meanwhile, Lin Xia noticed that in one corner of the wheel, there existed a narrow black segment, distinct in size from the others, occupying only about one of the total area. The name of this divine ability was Unknown. Unknown. What could that possibly mean? But that was of little consequence. Lin Xia believed that with his abysmal luck, even drawing 1,000 times would likely yield no result for that unknown segment. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on the wheel, and with a single thought, it began to slow down. The pointer glided past the various abilities, ultimately coming to a stop on one segment. Starry Night Dancer. Lin Xia sighed helplessly upon seeing those words. Listening to the name, the caliber of this ability pales in comparison to the likes of Star-Shattering Technique or Fallen Thousand Stars. However, it is fortunate that it is not the Extraordinary Procreation. Such luck is truly befitting of me. At the moment the pointer halted, the spinning wheel before Lin Xia gradually dissipated, leaving only the words Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their colors deepening. Lin Xia reached out and grasped them. Immediately, those 4 characters transformed into a beam of dark light, surging into Lin Xia's body. He felt a mysterious energy rapidly transforming him, as if his entire being, from soul to flesh, was being cleansed, evoking an extraordinary comfort. This sensation was truly marvelous. This state lasted for about 5 seconds, and once it completely faded, Lin Xia distinctly sensed a change within himself. Before his eyes, several lines of smaller text slowly materialized. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery ability are quintupled. In the darkness, your presence is difficult to detect. In the darkness, your intimidation towards other beings is heightened. You have acquired the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon reading this, Lin Xia couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable ability appeared to possess extraordinary power, not to mention that the quintupled speed, strength, and endurance alone could be deemed monstrous. Even with his utterly ordinary physical capabilities, participating in something akin to a triathlon at night would surely secure him a spot in the Guinness World Records. Such a 5-fold enhancement could propel his body towards the human limit. This was merely under the premise of his average physical constitution. If he underwent systematic training, Lin Xia couldn't fathom how much he would grow, let alone the stealth capabilities and communication with nocturnal creatures. These abilities had completely transcended human boundaries. Lin Xia quelled his excitement, inhaling deeply. While he had no intention of joining the Night Watchers or battling mythical beings as a high school student, it was impossible for him not to yearn for supernatural powers. Furthermore, only by becoming stronger could he better protect his family. Finally, Lin Xia steadied his mind and directed his gaze towards Nyx, who was gazing tenderly at him, gently stroking his hair and murmuring to herself, "Denasdus, where have you been for these 3,000 years? Do you know how much I have missed you?" Lin Xia silently sat there, his expression complex as he looked at Nyx. Just as he had surmised, for Nyx in her current state, she could not distinguish between her child and the vases, let alone recognize that Lin Xia was not her child. Consumed by her longing, she had conjured her surroundings into visions of her offspring. But those vases were ultimately not real beings and would not respond to Nyx. Thus, when Lin Xia, a living, breathing person who could call her mother, appeared, it was as if she had come back to life, finally finding her emotional anchor. This was the first step in opening her heart, and it was also the reason the healing progress surged to 3. Denasdus, do you know how much your brother misses you? Come, give him a hug. Nick smiled, lifting a vase in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia. With no other choice, Lin Xia could only take the vase and feign a gentle caress. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Nix's embrace, revealing his other siblings. He trembled. In Nix's arms were several vases adorned with labels, each of different colors. On one of the labels, Lin Xia clearly saw a large inscription, flufenazine for divine use. Lin Xia stared at it, his mouth agape. Flufenazine? Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't that one of the medications from the list the psychiatrist provided him earlier? Moreover, it bore the words for divine use. At that instant, Lin Xia suddenly had a revelation, his excitement surging. He handed the vase back to Nix and hurriedly exclaimed, "I'll be right back." Then he dashed up to the second floor of the psychiatric hospital like a gust of wind, locating a room at the end of the hallway. The medication storage room. The door was ajar, indicating that Nix must have entered earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken so many siblings. Lin Xia swiftly entered, searching until he finally halted in front of a massive metal cabinet, his eyes gleaming brighter. Before him was an entire wall of medications. The variety was extensive, with most intended for psychiatric treatment, including the flufenazine and chlorpromazine he had just seen, along with numerous sedatives. Each of these medications was marked with the phrase, "for divine use." A smile graced Lin Xia's lips. He should have anticipated this. This was a psychiatric hospital for the gods, and being a hospital, it naturally housed a storage room for medications, specifically tailored for the divine constitution. While he couldn't bring earthly medications into the hospital, he could find corresponding ones that would affect divine beings. With this realization, matters appeared to have simplified considerably. Lin Xia selected several bottles of the medications listed by the doctor earlier and hurried downstairs to Nix's side. This one is for daily use, 2 pills at a time. And this one is 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Remember to take them. In the next moment, Lin Xia heard the sudden cessation of footsteps from downstairs, followed by his aunt's trembling voice resonating from 5 floors below. "You say that again? I can see. I'm better, Aunt." After a brief pause, a flurry of hurried footsteps ascended, more urgent than before. Soon, panting, his aunt stood before Lin Xia. Her lips quivered slightly, yet her mouth could not help but curve upward. "Can you really see? Truly? Indeed. Is it blurry? Are there double images? Does it hurt? Does the light sting?" "No, none of that, Aunt." Lin Xia smiled, reaching up to untie the black satin covering his eyes. As he slowly opened his exquisitely beautiful eyes, he proclaimed, "I'm truly better, Aunt." Staring at his eyes in disbelief, his aunt's tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She beamed, her wrinkles blooming like flowers. At over 40, she smiled like a child. For 10 years, Lin Xia had never witnessed such a smile on her face. She embraced him tightly, and he could distinctly feel her slight tremors. "Good, oh good. Our little Xia has finally triumphed." Releasing him, she wiped her tears, saying with a smile, "Xia, I must go to work now. When I return tonight, let us buy some groceries. We must celebrate properly." "Thank you, Aunt. Then, I shall take my leave. You must focus on your studies." His aunt hurried down the stairs, tears still cascading down her cheeks, yet her steps felt unusually buoyant. Lin Xia watched her depart. His eyes reddened as he turned back inside. In truth, he had intended to wait for her to return that evening to formally announce this news. But he recalled how individuals in films who made such declarations often met unfortunate fates. He did not want anything to happen to his aunt. Even if it was merely some inexplicable superstition, he was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, he decisively discarded this notion, tearing it apart and casting it into the Pacific Ocean. As Lin Xia turned, he spotted Yang Jin cradling the little black dog, standing behind him with reddened eyes. The two brothers locked gazes for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Brother, congratulations." "Yes, now the sunglasses you gifted me can finally serve their purpose," Lin Xia chuckled, ruffling Yang Jin's hair. "Let us eat, brother. We will have a feast when Aunt returns." "All right." The little black dog poked its head out from Yang Jin's arms, licking Lin Xia's hand, woof. Upon entering the classroom, an immediate silence enveloped the room. After a moment of bewildered glances exchanged among classmates, someone tentatively spoke. You are Lin Xia? Removing the black satin blindfold, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. After a brief hush, the classroom erupted into even more fervent chatter than before. His eyes are better? It must be true. He can see. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, how did I not notice before? He is actually quite handsome. The gazes of the girls towards Lin Xia shifted, gathering in clusters to whisper among themselves, occasionally glancing his way. Boys closer to Lin Xia approached him, bombarding him with questions about his eyesight. Once they confirmed his recovery, their astonishment was palpable. I could always see. It was merely that my eyes could not endure the light. I went to the hospital yesterday, and now I am well, Lin Xia explained. The classmates recalled that he had indeed been absent the previous day, and it dawned upon them. In the midst of a noisy classroom, only two individuals appeared out of place. Lu Yuan sat in the corner with his head lowered, stealing glances at Lin Xia, his expression fraught with embarrassment. He vividly remembered how, in a moment of panic, he had collided forcefully with Lin Xia while fleeing. After escaping, he had thought Lin Xia, this blind boy, would never elude the creature's grasp. Though guilt had briefly washed over him, he had dismissed it. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that Jiang Qian had perished, while Lin Xia, whom he had deemed least likely to survive, had lived, and now his eyesight had returned. Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for emotions. Embarrassment? Guilt? Frustration? Or perhaps regret? Though Lin Xia had his back turned, he could clearly perceive Lu Yuan's fluctuating expressions through his psychic senses, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, another individual stepped up to Lin Xia. Li Yifei stood awkwardly beside Lin Xia's desk, his expression somewhat sheepish. He glanced around and leaned closer to whisper in Lin Xia's ear, Xia, could we step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia nodded. Outside in the corridor. I'm sorry, Xia, truly sorry. Li Yifei stood there with his head bowed, repeatedly expressing contrition. I was simply too frightened at that time. I didn't think, it just ran away. I left you and Jiang Qian behind, putting her in danger. I don't expect your forgiveness, but we are classmates after all, and I still wish to apologize. Li Yifei averted his gaze from Lin Xia's eyes, yet his words were sincere. Once he finished, Lin Xia slowly replied, It is only natural to flee when faced with danger. There's nothing wrong with that. He patted Li Yifei's shoulder, adding, and if I were in your position, I would have run even faster. Li Yifei scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. By the way, did you sign that confidentiality agreement as well? Lin Xia paused, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It appeared Zhao Kongsheng had not deceived him. Indeed, they would not take action against witnesses. It was only natural for Li Yifei, having escaped the creature's clutches that night, to sign a confidentiality agreement. If Lin Xia was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had likely signed the same agreement. Although he had not signed it yet, it was only a matter of time. Revealing that he hadn't signed it now would be difficult to explain. In truth, even if they don't let me sign, I would disclose anything, Li Yifei sighed. That image is something I never want to recall. Furthermore, if I violate the agreement, I would end up in prison for life, and I certainly don't wish to bury my own life. Li Yifei leaned against the corridor railing, gazing down at the bustling campus below, a hint of yearning in his eyes. Actually, I would love to join them. Lin Xia replied in surprise. You want to join them? Yes, I proposed it when I signed the agreement. I was willing to forsake my studies to join them, but unfortunately, they rejected me. Why do you want to join? Although your grades aren't stellar, aren't you about to be admitted to the sports academy on special terms? Being a sports student is so mundane. Rather, being an ordinary person is far less interesting. Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. To join a mysterious and powerful organization. To silently battle the enemies lurking within human society, achieving countless feats. When the day arrives that all of this is revealed, the world will remember my name. His fists clenched with growing enthusiasm. This is the dream of countless men. This is a meaningful life. You are overly idealistic. Lin Xia bluntly shattered his fantasy. You might sacrifice yourself on your first mission, torn to shreds by a creature, buried nameless in some remote mountain, leaving your parents clueless about your demise. Departing this world all alone. Li Fei. Xia, your imagination is rather gruesome. I assent it. This is no mere imagination. Lin Xia shook his head, remarking that what Li Fei had just said was indeed the reality. With a resigned sigh, Li Fei acknowledged that, regardless of the circumstances, they did not want him, and thus he saw no need to dwell on it further. He resolved to carry this secret to his grave. Lin Xia glanced at the time and realized it was almost time for class. As they walked back to the classroom, he could sense that Li Fei was noticeably more relaxed compared to before. It seemed the guilt he felt towards Lin Xia and Jiang Qian had indeed weighed heavily upon him. When it came to running away, Li Fei and Lu Yuan had made entirely different choices. Lin Xia had no particular interest in seeking trouble with Lu Yuan, but if the opportunity arose, he would not mind imparting a lesson. After a day of classes, Lin Xia slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way home. The recent deaths of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian had brought considerable turmoil to the school, and under the mounting pressure, the institution was forced to abolish evening study sessions, allowing students to return home early. However, Lin Xia was somewhat taken aback to discover that the night watchers seemed to wield significant authority. Ordinarily, after the deaths of two students, individuals like Lin Xia and Li Fei, who had been in the company of the deceased, would invariably be questioned by the police. Yet, 2 days had passed since the incident, and no one had approached them. This suggested that the night watchers had completely taken control of the case. Their power, such that local law enforcement remained silent on matter. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. By 6 o'clock, the daylight had faded considerably. Lin Xia frowned. He had not brought an umbrella and could only quicken his pace toward home. The rain intensified, and by the time he hurried back, he was drenched. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a rich aroma of food wafting through the air, dispelling all his negative emotions. Xiaoqi, how did you come back drenched like this? His aunt, busy in the kitchen, hurried over upon seeing his state. It was raining heavily outside, and I didn't bring an umbrella, Lin Xia replied with a smile. You should have sought shelter or called me for a ride. What if you catch a cold? His aunt feigned anger. Lin Xia chuckled and scratched his head, remaining silent. Hurry up and dry off. Oh, by the way, your teacher came looking for you. I asked him to wait in your room. His aunt seemed to recall something. Teacher? Lin Xia was taken aback. Yes. Your physical education teacher said he needed to discuss something with you. Go meet him quickly. Don't keep him waiting. Holding a towel, Lin Xia puzzledly dried his hair. What on earth? Why would the gym teacher be looking for him? He had only just transferred and hadn't even attended a gym class yet. Could it be? A thought flashed through Lin Xia's mind. He dropped the towel and hurriedly opened the door to his room. There, a familiar middle-aged man lounged in a chair, holding a teacup and smiling at him. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. It's you? How did you find my home? Zhao Kongcheng smiled slightly, lifting a badge from the table and shaking it. Ever since you dismissed me that night, I became more cautious. I slipped this into your pocket last night. It has a tracking function. Lin Xia locked the door behind him and sat down on the edge of his bed. I told you, I want to join your ranks. I know, Zhao Kongcheng replied, and that is not the purpose of my visit this time. Then are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement? Not that either. Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. I reported to others that you had gone missing. Since I've decided to let you go, I cannot have you sign an agreement, or else they will know you're not missing and will send others to persuade you. They are not as easy to deal with as I am. Lin Xia was taken aback. So you are here to... Zhao Kongcheng produced a roll of parchment from his pocket, placing it on Lin Xia's desk and unrolling it slowly. The benefits of being a night watcher are far better than you might imagine. I've worked for many years and have saved quite a bit. As the parchment unfurled, Lin Xia's gaze sharpened. It revealed a thick stack of cash. What do you mean by this? Lin Xia inquired, his brow furrowing. Zhao Kongcheng smiled leisurely, taking out a cigarette from his pocket. Do you mind? I do mind. Zhao Kongcheng sighed and put the cigarette away, leaning back in his chair, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. When I was young, I was much like you. Honestly, this opening is a bit kitsch. That's all right, carry on. When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs just to raise me. Zhao Kongcheng rubbed the cigarette case, his voice calm. In those days, life moved at a slow pace. My mother's only hope for me was to finish middle school, return home to become a village official, marry a girl, and live happily with a few children. You know how it is with young people. We often go through a rebellious phase. When I graduated from middle school, my grades were decent. Returning to be a village official wouldn't have been difficult. But against my mother's wishes, I resolutely chose to enlist. She didn't outright oppose it, but she seemed somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the door, watching me. As I walked down the path behind her house, she kept her gaze fixed on me. Even when I reached the village entrance, she was still watching me. Later, at the bus station in the city, I felt uneasy and secretly returned home to take a look, only to find her still standing there, staring in the direction I'd gone, lost in thought. Honestly, at that moment, I considered staying back and not leaving, but ultimately I steeled my heart and went to enlist. Zhao Kongcheng sighed deeply before continuing. Eventually, I rose through the ranks, joined a special forces unit, and was later assigned to the Night Watchers due to my proficiency in close combat. During my leave, I returned home to see my mother, only to discover. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly paused. Lin Xia cautiously inquired, "Your mother passed away?" "No, she remarried." Lin Xia was speechless. My mother worked herself to the bone when she was young, damaging her health. She had wanted me to return to the village to take care of her, but at that time, I didn't think of it and chose to enlist. Later, she simply couldn't bear it alone and got married, at least ensuring someone was there to care for her in her old age. Unfortunately, by then, I was already with the Night Watchers and couldn't stay by her side to support her. To be honest, when I heard about her remarrying, I felt a sense of relief. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. "So, what is your purpose in telling me this?" Zhao Kongcheng slowly rose, fixing his gaze upon Lin Xia's eyes. "We have all cherished things, yet as we grow, we may unconsciously overlook their existence, becoming distracted by other matters. I was once like that, but you, Lin Xia, are different. You are smarter than I was in my youth, more aware. You have your own thoughts and wish to remain with your family. That is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, then walk it well. Leave the guardianship of the world to those of us who are equipped for it." He turned and picked up the parchment, extending it toward Lin Xia. "I just met your aunt. In this era, such good people are rare. I am aware of your family situation, so take this money." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia replied, "I do not want it. I am a Night Watcher. I do not lack money." "Then I don't want it either. This is for your aunt. You must take it. My aunt wouldn't want it either." Zhao Kongcheng's lips twitched as he and Lin Xia locked gazes for a long moment, neither willing to yield. After a while, Zhao Kongcheng spoke again. "Lin Xia, I have grown old. I cannot bear to witness the regrets of my past re-emerging before my eyes. Even if they manifest in others, then you may close your eyes and choose not to look," Lin Xia replied resolutely. "Though our family is impoverished, we uphold our principles. I shall not accept money from a soldier. Moreover, my eyesight has improved, and I possess the capability to prevent regrets from occurring." Zhao Kongcheng opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to say something, but ultimately said nothing, only managing a bitter smile. "Would it not be more beneficial for you to take this money back to your wife and children?" Lin Xia pressed on. "I have stated before that the benefits provided to the Night Watchmen are substantial. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, my wife and children would never face hunger or hardship, and they would have the opportunity to attend prestigious universities, securing a bright future." Seeing that he could not persuade Lin Xia, Zhao Kongcheng reluctantly stowed the leather bag away. "Do you not have any dreams of your own?" "My dreams?" Zhao Kongcheng resumed his seat, raising his brows. "Indeed, I have had dreams since childhood. Were they? To become a general in the military, to don a uniform adorned with an array of commendations, returning to my village in glory, so that those who look down upon my mother would know that her son is a general." Zhao Kongcheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Lin Xia was taken aback, and for some reason, as he gazed at Zhao Kongcheng, he was reminded of Li Yifei. They appeared to be kindred spirits. "Have you achieved that now?" "Not yet. I am still far from it," Zhao Kongcheng replied with a wry smile. "As a Night Watchman, one cannot parade about proudly wearing commendations. This dream, ultimately remains just a dream. Lin Xia fell silent. Well then, I should take my leave. Zhao Kongcheng rose, approached Lin Xia, and extended his right hand. I wish you a bright future, Lin Xia. Lin Xia stared blankly at Zhao Kongcheng's face, which seemed less oily than before. He reached out and grasped Zhao's hand firmly. May you one day be adorned with commendations, General Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng smiled, turning to walk out. Wait, your emblem. Lin Xia called out, lifting the emblem from the table and waving it. Zhao Kongcheng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, what a forgetful fool I am. This is my lifeline. He took the emblem, glanced at it, and seemed to recall something. By the way, did you see the words on the back? I did. What do you think? Is it not impressive? Very impressive. Did you write it? Not at all. It is the oath we took upon entering the night watch. Zhao Kongcheng tossed the emblem like a coin, caught it deftly, and placed it in his pocket. However, I quite like it. Wait, what is it now? The rain is heavy outside. Take the umbrella. Thank you. But this umbrella I shall not return. Feel free to keep it. Consider it a reward for safeguarding the earth. Interesting. Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Zhao Kongcheng opened the door, holding the black umbrella, and stepped outside, while Lin Xia stood by the window, silently watching him depart. In the rain, he rubbed the emblem in his pocket, whispering, if the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn, blood staining the heavens. The rain fell heavier. Zhao Kongcheng, unfazed, settled into a black sedan, retrieving a cigarette case from his pocket to savor a moment of tranquility. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life with a man's voice. His hand holding the cigarette trembled, and his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 23. The Phantom King Shao Qi. Has your teacher left? After sending Zhao Kongcheng off, Aunt hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Oh dear, why didn't we invite him to stay for a meal? Lin Xia shook his head. He has business to attend to and cannot stay. What did your teacher say? Nothing much. He mentioned a sports test and specifically came to inquire about my eyesight. That teacher Zhao is truly a good man, coming all the way to check on a student. By the way, before you returned, he helped me wash vegetables in the kitchen. He appears quite burly, yet surprisingly meticulous. Aunt wiped her hands on her apron, turning off the roaring range hood. Dinner is nearly ready. Call your brother to join us. All right, moments latte. The three of them sat around the table, which was laden with 7 sumptuous dishes, a feast for the senses. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jin gazed at the bountiful spread, swallowing hard. Mom, how long has it been since our meals were this lavish? Shao Qi's eyesight has recovered. This is a momentous occasion, more grand than New Year's, Aunt declared with pride. Lin Xia lowered his gaze at the exuberantly wagging tail of Little Black and chuckled. It seems tonight, Little Black shall feast as well. A treat for him. Aunt smiled, raising her teacup. To celebrate Shao Qi's recovery, cheers. Cheers. Under the dim clouds, the faint light of dusk had long since vanished, as if the world had been shrouded in a veil of darkness. The rain swayed in the wind. Light shone brilliantly from the distant city. In this dilapidated old residential area, a figure clad in a dark red cloak dashed through the rain, carrying a large suitcase. Rainwater streamed down Zhao Kongcheng's face. Though it was summer, an inexplicable chill pervaded. Are you certain the Phantom King is approaching from this direction? Zhao Kongcheng furrowed his brow. In his earpiece, Wu Xiaonan's voice replied, uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the Phantom King's blood in the nearby sewer system. Based on its movements, the only possible destinations are this old residential area or the city center. 2 suspected destinations? Indeed. What should we do? Shall we split into 2 teams? Theoretically, yes. But the city center is densely populated, making it challenging to disperse the crowd. If the Phantom King appears in the city center, it would not only result in significant casualties, but also in site panic. Thus, we have dispatched the majority of our forces to the city center. And what of the old residential area? What if the Phantom King appears here? The residents would be at risk. The old residential area has fewer inhabitants, and they are more dispersed, making it easier to evacuate compared to the city center. Moreover, even if the Phantom King were to arrive here, the damage would not be catastrophic, correct? Zhao Kongqing's voice carried a hint of anger. These are living people residing here. Old Zhao remained calm. Wu Xiangnan's tone was severe. I never suggested abandoning the old residential area. Hong Ying is already en route there with her team. Your task is to evacuate the residents as swiftly as possible. Additionally, should the Phantom King truly come your way, do not engage it directly. It is beyond your capabilities. If necessary, deploy unrestrained void to contain it. Zhao Kongqing's clenched fist gradually relaxed as he sighed. Understood. Although Zhao Kongqing felt some resentment, he recognized that this was the most prudent course of action. If the Phantom King were to infiltrate the city, where the population density was so high, it could easily hide in a shadowy corner to claim a few lives, thereby regaining strength. Furthermore, once exposed to the public eye, panic would inevitably ensue. Thus, deploying additional personnel to the city center was warranted, as the need would only increase. Meanwhile, the old residential area housed fewer residents, and their spacing provided a degree of safety. Even if the Phantom King were to come here, it would require time to recover, and the likelihood of exposure was minimal. In this situation, it is already quite commendable that Wu Xiangnan can still send someone to the old residential area. Now, he must hasten to evacuate the residents of the old neighborhood. It is a race against time. Zhao Kongqing weaves through the rain, moving with astonishing speed as droplets cascade onto the suitcase he carries, bursting forth in crystalline splashes. Not far off, through the hazy mist, the familiar low house comes into sharper focus. Just moments ago, he had emerged from there. Zhao Kongqing's heart is tumultuous. Calculating the time, that family should be starting their dinner now, right? He recalls the sweet and sour ribs, the tomato and eggs, the stir-fried green beans. Indeed, he had washed the green beans himself. Damn it, just moments ago, he had boasted before that kid, claiming he would protect the world, and now he must go knock on their door to urge them to evacuate. How embarrassing. However, this is not the time to be concerned about pride. Zhao Kongqing races forward through the puddles, but suddenly an utterly repugnant stench invades his nostrils. His pupils constrict in shock, and he halts abruptly. The cacophony of rain fills Zhao Kongqing's mind as he cautiously turns his neck, his eyes wide open, fearful of missing any detail. His gaze lands on a nearby manhole cover. The stench grows increasingly potent. Zhao Kongqing grips the suitcase handle tightly, takes a deep breath, bends down, and places the suitcase on the ground. He knows all too well what this foul odor signifies. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing. I have discovered the Ghost Face King in the old residential area. He activates the earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he speaks, he presses a button on the suitcase. With a snap, the suitcase pops open, revealing 3 neatly arranged and pristine signs inside. Zhao Kongqing hoists up the signs, placing one on the ground before dashing toward another point. Almost as soon as Zhao Kongqing finishes speaking, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackles through the earpiece. Received. I've already issued the command. The night watchers are moving towards the old residential area, and Hong Ying and the others will arrive shortly, in no more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Old Zhao set up the unbound domain to temporarily contain it. Zhao Kongqing sets down the second sign, racing towards another vertex of the triangle, and responds helplessly. Xiangnan, the unbound domain, is meant to conceal battles, not to restrain. It cannot hold the Ghost Face King for 10 minutes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Rainwater flows along the sloped surface, cascading into the manhole, when suddenly the entire cover begins to tremble violently, the rainwater swirling within as if boiling. Surging forth in a frenzy. No matter what, do not engage the Ghost Face King directly. Wu Xiangnan's voice grows increasingly frantic. Old Zhao, the old residential area, is vast. Even if the Ghost Face King emerges, it won't cause significant damage immediately. In 10 minutes, even if it kills a few people, it won't regain much strength. The civilian casualties caused by the mysterious are occurring every moment. We Night Watchers are not gods and cannot prevent all injuries and deaths. Losing a core team member due to a severely injured Ghost Face King would be absolutely not worth the cost. Old Zhao, can you hear me? Boom. The manhole cover is blasted away like a cannonball, soaring into the air. From the darkened opening of the sewer, a monstrous arm shoots out. followed by a creature several times larger than the original ghost face king leaping forth. Zhao Kongcheng watches this scene with calmness, slowly placing down the last sign, biting his fingertip to draw blood, which he then smears across the sign. Xiangnan, do you remember the vow you once made? Zhao Kongcheng gazes at the ghost face king before him, slightly crouching, his peripheral vision falling upon the small residential building nearby. If darkness descends, I shall stand before countless people. This time, there are no multitudes behind me, but behind me, there is the entire world of that child. His hands clasp together suddenly. An invisible canvas envelopes this small triangle. Forbidden Ruins. Unbound Domain. Chapter 24. Heavy Rain Shao Qi. Don't just eat vegetables. Have some ribs too. Auntie picked up a piece of rib and placed it into Lin Qia's bowl. Lin Qia smiled. Thank you, Auntie. It is a splendid day. One must eat more and not save Annie any money. Understood, Auntie. Ajin, you should eat more too. You are at that growing age. Ajin? Ajin. Lin Xia looked at Yang Jin, who was lost in thought, calling out twice. Huh? Oh, I'm eating now. Yang Jin snapped back to reality, scratching his head. This kid, why is he so distracted? Is he being picky now? And he shot Yang Jin a glance, adding more meat to his bowl. Ajin might be overwhelmed with homework. Lin Xia chuckled, picking up a bone he had just finished gnawing and glancing around with a hint of confusion on his face. Annie also regained her focus, exclaiming, strange, whereas Xiao Hailai. He is usually so eager to eat. Now, with bones available, he is nowhere to be seen? As if hearing his name, Xiao Hailai peeked out from the balcony, barking once. Woof! Lin Xia waved the bone in the air, signaling Xiao Hailai to come over. But Xiao Hailai glanced at the bone, then out the window, appearing somewhat conflicted. What is wrong with this little guy today? Annie pondered. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, picked up the bone, and walked to the balcony, gently patting Xiao Hailai's head, asking softly, what is the matter? Is there something outside? Lin Xia tossed the bone onto the ground, standing up to look out the window, while Xiao Hailai gnawed at the bone. In the vast darkness, apart from the torrential rain, there was nothing else. Even the distant residential buildings were devoid of light. The world felt eerily silent, as if only endless rain remained. Strange. There is nothing out there. Lin Xia mumbled, about to turn away, when suddenly a few sounds echoed from outside, resembling someone tapping on the window. Lin Xia turned back, only to discover a small bat outside. The bat seemed drenched from the rain, repeatedly banging against the window, seeking refuge from the downpour. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. Speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures bestowed upon him by the Starry Night Dancer. Encountering a bat, as the rain poured heavily outside, urging one to carry an umbrella. In the corridor, Lin Xia's footsteps grew distant, leaving no one to respond. With a resigned sigh, Andy returned to her seat, suddenly finding the food before her unappetizing. Meanwhile, Yang Jin sat quietly, his gaze fixated on the torrential downpour, enveloped in silence. In the midst of the rain, crack, 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 Zhao Kongcheng repeatedly pressed the lighter, each spark igniting momentarily before being extinguished by the relentless rain. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, he sighed in resignation. His luck today was truly abysmal. Not far from him, the Ghost-Faced King loomed like a demon in the rain, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The Ghost-Faced King bore a striking resemblance to ordinary ghost-faced beings, only vastly larger, appearing from a distance like a small mountain. Unlike the typical ghost-faced creatures that moved on all fours, the Ghost-Faced King stood upright, head held high, chest out. If one disregarded its ghastly pale face and crimson tongue, it could easily be mistaken for a human. Yet, despite its fearsome appearance, the Ghost-Faced King was riddled with wounds, each cut seemingly carved into its flesh, leaving it drenched in blood. Zhao Kongcheng observed the wounds adorning the Ghost-Faced King and clicked his tongue. The captain is indeed formidable. To have inflicted such severe injuries, it seems he held back during our practice sessions. Even severely wounded, the monsters of the Chuan realm were extraordinarily powerful. He wondered how many moves he could withstand under its onslaught. Muttering to himself, Zhao Kongcheng reached for the hilt of his straight blade, slowly drawing it forth. The pale blue blade sliced through the rain, emitting a soft hum. A heavy rain, a solitary cigarette, a cloak, and a straight knife. The ghost-faced king regarded Zhao Kongsheng, its crimson tongue flicking in anticipation, a bloodthirsty desire gleaming in its eyes. In an instant, both figures moved, with the straight blade in hand. Zhao Kongsheng surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his eyes sharp and filled with murderous intent. His speed was remarkable, yet the ghost-faced king was swifter. Its massive form burst through the curtain of rain, its pallid visage contorting with savage glee as it zeroed in on its prey. Clang, clang, clang. In that moment of collision, the clash of steel rang out. 3 consecutive sounds of metal against metal slicing through the downpour, as claws met blade, sparking brilliantly. Zhao Kongsheng, a master of close combat, deftly aimed 3 precise strikes at the ghost-faced king's vital points, only to have them deflected with even greater speed. After delivering 3 strikes, he was sent flying by the monstrous force of the ghost-faced king, landing unceremoniously in the muddy ground. The disparity between them was insurmountable. One was a mythical being of the Chuan realm, boasting the attributes of the forbidden ruins and terrifying physical prowess. The other, a mere mortal, armed only with skill and experience. Zhao Kongsheng struggled to his feet, spitting out the rain-soaked remnants of a cigarette, muttering curses under his breath. So what if it's a mythical creature? Strength is nothing to brag about. The ghost-faced king had no intention of engaging in a fair fight. It roared towards Zhao Kongsheng, its voice echoing like thunder. As it approached, a grotesque visage began to materialize on the ground, centered around the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongsheng's expression shifted dramatically. The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghost-Face Territory. The moment this ghastly face appeared, Zhao Kongsheng felt the very fabric of reality twist, an unprecedented dizziness overwhelming him. He furrowed his brow and tensed his body, barely managing to steady himself. Before his eyes, everything morphed into a kaleidoscope of disarray, chaotic and untraceable. This is bad. It can still invoke the Forbidden Ruins. I'm done for, Zhao Kongsheng murmured, recalling the words of Wu Xiangnan before the battle. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghost-Face Territory, has the ability to deceive the senses of any creature with a realm equal to or lesser than its own, distorting the very concept of space. Within Ghost-Face Territory, up, down, left, right, forward, and backward could shift at the whim of the Ghost-Faced King. While it was possible to resist to some extent through one's own awareness and experience, there was no doubt that all forms of attack would be adversely affected, drastically diminishing one's combat effectiveness. Thus, apart from the captain, who also belonged to the Chuan realm, no other members could confront the Ghost-Faced King directly. Otherwise, it would surely lead to death. Indeed, a repugnant forbidden ruin. Zhao Kongsheng, as a first-hand experiencer, truly grasped the perverse nature of this realm. So, the captain managed to inflict such heavy wounds on the Ghost-Faced King within this forbidden territory? He too must be a monster. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kongsheng slowly closed his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. The roars reverberated from all directions, making it impossible to discern the Ghost-Faced King's location. The ground trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongsheng sensed the Ghost-Faced King rapidly closing in. From where would it strike? In that eerie, grotesque visage, Zhao Kongsheng stood like a statue, hands gripping his blade, brow furrowed tightly. He remained blissfully unaware that the Ghost-Faced King had stealthily moved behind him. In Zhao Kongsheng's perception, all his senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, were in a rapid state of flux. As if he were trapped in an extraordinarily powerful washing machine, erroneous information flooding his mind, rendering him incapable of distinguishing reality. The Ghost-Faced King's eyes fixated on the oblivious Zhao Kongsheng, its pallid face twisting into a bloodthirsty grin. Leaning slightly forward, it charged through the rain like a massive cannonball, its form moving so swiftly it left a trail behind, sharp claws glinting as they slashed toward Zhao Kongsheng's neck. It seemed to anticipate the moment when warm blood would gush forth, bathing its body in bliss. Yet, just as its claws were about to make contact, an unexpected twist occurred. Zhao Kongsheng's back seemed to possess a sixth sense, and he swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the Ghostface King's strike. Immediately after, he arced his straight blade thr. If it were not for the straight blade that had absorbed some of the damage, this blow would have surely claimed his life. Cough! Cough, cough! He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion as pale as death. The figure of the Ghost-Faced King loomed in the rain, his gaze icy, advancing step by step toward him. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him. Wait, isn't that? He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose silence. His expression was fraught with complexity. At this moment, outside the Lin Xia stood nearby on a patch of open ground, rain drenching his hair, seemingly oblivious, shouting at the top of his lungs. Zhao Kongsheng, stop hiding. I know you're around here. After calling out, Lin Xia paused to listen, but apart from the relentless sound of rain, there was nothing else. Damn it! That bat clearly saw a cloaked figure vanish with the monster. How could there be no response? Could it have been a mistake? Lin Xia furrowed his brows and began to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He spotted 3 peculiar signs standing solitary a dozen meters away. Lin Xia approached, wiping the rainwater from the signs with his hand, softly reading the words inscribed upon them. No entry ahead? When was this sign erected? Moreover, the arrangement seems quite strange. Lost in thought, Lin Xia suddenly recalled something, his eyes brightening. He seemed to remember that his forbidden domain was an auxiliary hidden battlefield. Something like, no. Lin Xia scrutinized the 3 signs before him, a smile creeping onto his lips as he once again shouted, Zhao Kongsheng, I know you're in the know. Open the door and let me in. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Kongsheng's voice drifted from behind the signs. What the hell are you doing out here at night, instead of eating? Get lost. Chapter 26. The Oblivion of Life and Moonlight. Zhao Kongsheng was puzzled. In such heavy rain, what was this kid doing wandering around? Besides, he had already opened the know. How did he know he was here? Moreover, he could have come any time. But he chose to appear just as Zhao was being pinned to the ground and pummeled. If he saw that, how embarrassing. Furthermore, having just declared that the protection of the world was entrusted to him, if he turned around and pulled Lin Xia in, and something happened to the kid, Zhao Kongsheng would never forgive himself. What do you care about me coming out? I know you're fighting that ghost face over there. Let me in. I can hold my own. Lin Xia's voice rang out again from outside. You can hold your own? Zhao Kongsheng cursed. This isn't some ghost face. This is the Ghost Face King. Chuan realm. 2 whole realms above your Mirjan realm, you high schooler. Are you going to confront him head on? Besides, aren't you always afraid of dying? Why are you so reckless now? Hurry back home for dinner. I'm telling you, with me, Zhao Kongsheng here, that thing can't harm a hair on your family. Times have changed, though I fear death. I cannot disregard the feelings of others. Lin Xia shouted from outside. We're all happily dining inside, while you're out here trading blows with the Ghostface King? You want to be an unsung hero? Not on my watch. If you want to eat, you'll have to wait until after we finish off the Ghostface King. And then we'll go home together. Lin Xia pushed against the air by the signs, but it felt as if an invisible barrier separated the domain from the outside. No matter how hard he pushed, it remained unyielding. Inside, Zhao Kongsheng was once again sent flying by the Ghostface King, lying on the ground for a long while before he could barely prop himself up with his blade. Don't waste your effort. Cough, cough. Though I lack a realm, the opened no is more than sufficient to block anyone below the Qi realm. To enter here, there are only 2 possibilities. Either I let you in, or you'll have to wait for my demise. You can't even break my no. How is facing the Ghost Face King here any different from seeking death? Zhao Kongsheng's eyes were fixed on the Ghost Face King, his voice growing ever weaker. After he uttered his final words, the commotion outside ceased. No one continued to batter against the no, and no other sound emerged. Zhao Kongsheng, his entire being, radiated an unprecedented vitality, as if every cell in his body had been invigorated. His heart thumped like the war drums on a battlefield. Swift and powerful. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field emanated outward from Zhao Kongsheng, illuminating the surroundings. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes sparkled with intensity. The ghost-faced king sensed impending danger, letting out a low growl as it dashed through the rain, propelled by a terrifying kinetic energy. Zhao Kongcheng straightened his back, gripping the knife with increasing fervor. The rain pattered against the blade, producing a melodic chime. As he wielded the knife amidst the downpour, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented brilliance. He raised his hand and struck out at the rapidly approaching ghost-faced king, delivering a powerful cut. A black crescent, towering at 4 to 5 meters, sliced through the rain, silently cleaving the space before them. The speed of this crescent was so formidable that the ghost-faced king did not have time to evade. Consequently, a mangled, grotesque arm was flung into the air as Zhao Kongcheng severed the ghost-faced king's limb. Holding the knife, a triumphant smile crept across his lips. He laughed heartily. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 083. Mincing Shangyue. Ha ha, I knew it. I, Zhao Kongcheng, am indeed a genius. Chapter 27. A glare the rain poured heavily. Zhao Kongcheng, wielding a straight knife, was drenched in the blood-soaked crimson cloak, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, his eyes shone bright as stars. So this is the Forbidden Ruins. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Opposite him, the ghost-faced king stared in disbelief at its empty right shoulder, its pale visage contorting in shock. It could not comprehend how the mouse it had just ruthlessly tormented could unleash such formidable power in an instant. However, its intellect was lacking and time was not on its side. Zhao Kongcheng surged forward. Under the influence of the ghostly divine inducement, his body had forgotten all injuries. Returning to its prime state, akin to an arrow released from a bow, darting towards the ghost-faced king. Roar! The ghost-faced king's eyes blazed crimson. Having lost its right arm, it was now fully engulfed in a frenzied state. Its muscles bulged, its body expanded, and its massive form leaped, splashing water everywhere. In midair, the two figures collided with a resounding impact. The speed of their movements became a blur, as dark crescent blades erupted around them, leaving deep, jagged scars on the ground. Initially, Zhao Kongcheng's strikes could not penetrate the ghost-faced king's defenses. In terms of power and speed, he was at a distinct disadvantage, which was the root cause of his previous defeat. However, with mincing Shangyue, Zhao Kongcheng's lethality had surged to a horrifying level, each slash leaving a profound gash on the ghost-faced king, though he still could not match the ghost-faced king in raw strength and speed. By compensating for his previous shortcomings in lethality, he could now rely on experience to bridge the gap. Even with a significantly inferior physique, he could still overpower his opponent. The evidence was clear. Zhao Kongcheng did not exaggerate. With the Forbidden Ruins, he could slay the Ghost-Faced King countless times. Given enough time, defeating the Ghost-Faced King was merely a matter of when. But the critical issue was that he had little time left. While the ghostly divine inducement could unleash one's full potential, its duration was limited. Nearly 10 seconds had passed since Zhao Kongcheng activated the Forbidden Ruins, and time was slipping away. In the midst of combat, Zhao Kongcheng sensed his strength waning, the once dulled pain gradually resurfacing. Even the black crescents he unleashed grew smaller. It seemed the ghost-faced king had detected his diminishing state and, at great cost to its essence, launched a more ferocious assault. After exchanging several blows, the ghost-faced king seized an opportunity and landed a heavy punch on Zhao Kongcheng's chest. A dull thud echoed in the air as Zhao Kongcheng was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain surged through him like a tidal wave, washing over every nerve, causing him to grit his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. As he coughed up blood, he slowly rose from the mud. His gaze remained fixed on the ghost-faced king, the flames in his eyes still burning fiercely. He could still breathe as the dark crescent moon traversed the sky. It gently severed a grotesque head adorned with a pale, ghastly visage. Chapter 28. Severing. The head of the ghost-faced king tumbled to the ground. Zhao Kongcheng's body swayed and fell straight down. Lin Xia, quick-witted and agile, deftly caught Zhao Kongcheng's form, only then realizing the extent of his dire condition. Scratches, bruises, and fractures. Within Lin Xia's mental perception, Zhao Kongcheng was riddled with wounds, crimson blood seeping forth. staining the muddy, rain-soaked ground beneath him. At least 5 or 6 bones were broken in his body. Lin Xie could not fathom how Zhao Kongsheng had managed to stand in such a grievous state. Most alarmingly, Lin Xie could distinctly sense Zhao Kongsheng's flesh rapidly deteriorating, his vitality flickering like embers amidst ashes, growing ever weaker. Lin Xie sat beside Zhao Kongsheng, overwhelmed and helpless. "Your body," he began, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. "It's nothing, merely the aftereffects of forcibly unleashing my potential. At this rate, you will perish. I am aware. And dying is acceptable to you?" He. Zhao Kongsheng attempted to smile, but midway through, he coughed up blood. Yet, at least before his demise, he had experienced the depths of the forbidden abyss, and moreover, "What else? I did it. I wielded the blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood." Zhao Kongsheng trembled as he reached down to touch the mud beneath him, his hand coming away stained with blood. Even if it could not taint the heavens, it should suffice to color the earth. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned. "But there are no multitudes behind you. Aside from me, no one has witnessed your struggle. Is this truly worth it?" Zhao Kongsheng smiled faintly, offering no reply. "Do me a favor. Speak. There's a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light one for me." Lin Xie rummaged through Zhao Kongsheng's chest pocket and retrieved a rain-soaked cigarette, along with a lighter from his own trousers. Placing the cigarette between Zhao Kongsheng's lips, he shielded the lighter from the rain and pressed down repeatedly. With a flicker, a flame ignited, lighting the cigarette in Zhao Kongsheng's mouth. He inhaled deeply, a sigh of relief escaping him, as if the very act filled him with comfort. Holding the cigarette, Zhao Kongsheng gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face. Trickling away. "Lin Xie." "Yes. Did you see me cut down the Ghost Face King?" "I did." The corners of Zhao Kongsheng's mouth involuntarily lifted in joy. Lin Xie nodded, poised to utter something, when suddenly his body quivered slightly. He turned rigidly to see, in the distance, a burly headless corpse slowly rising from the mud. Upon its body, a pale, eerie face scurried like a parasite, crawling from its legs to its back, then from its back to its chest. Ultimately, it affixed itself to the chest of the Ghost Face King. Meanwhile, the head that had just been severed bore no trace of that ghastly face. Lin Xie's pupils constricted in horror. The Ghost Face King was not dead. The rain continued to pour. Zhao Kongsheng, lost in the memory of that moment, remained oblivious to the shift in Lin Xie's expression. "Damn it, the very being that even the captain could not slay has fallen by my hand. Lin Xie, do you think I am remarkable?" Lin Xie paused, gazing down at Zhao Kongsheng, and nodded earnestly. "Indeed, remarkable. Having achieved such a monumental feat, if I can survive, I could certainly become a general." "Absolutely." Lin Xie's eyes brimmed with determination. "You must survive." Zhao Kongsheng seemed to envision something, a look of contentment washing over his face. Yet, the light in his eyes was steadily dimming. Lin Xie's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Kongsheng's body, urgently commanding, "Zhao Kongsheng, you cannot die yet. Not before becoming a general." Zhao Kongsheng appeared to no longer hear Lin Xie's voice, his eyes growing increasingly unfocused. He parted his lips, his voice scarcely above a whisper. "Was I handsome just now?" "Handsome." Lin Xie's lips quivered as he nodded fervently. "Extremely handsome. More so than anyone I have ever seen." A faint smile graced Zhao Kongsheng's lips as his eyes gradually closed, his body relaxing. Zhao Kongsheng was gone. The rain fell relentlessly. Lin Xie sat there, dazed, the rain blurring his vision, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Zhao Kongsheng. Until the heavy footsteps echoed once more. Lin Xie pursed his lips, inhaling deeply, and slowly rose from the ground. He turned, his gaze locking onto the distant headless corpse of the Ghost Face King, his eyes ablaze with a sun-like fury. He strode forward, retrieving a straight blade embedded in the earth. It was Zhao Kongsheng's blade. Holding the weapon, Lin Xie advanced step by step toward the Ghost Face King, the rain soaking him to the bone, but it could not extinguish the inferno of rage within him, nor the golden flames that burned in his eyes. The ghostly face upon the Ghost Face King's body twisted, seemingly screaming in silence, its movements quickening until it resembled a staggering beast charging toward Lin Xia. The headless ghost-face king, having lost its right arm to Zhao Kongqing's blade, could only rely on its left claws to unleash a tempest of attacks. Lin Xia, clutching the blade, seemed to foresee its attack trajectory, evading its strikes with lightning speed. He danced like a midnight butterfly amidst the ferocious winds, untouched by its wrath. The horrifying dynamic vision combined with the speed of a starry night dancer transformed Lin Xia into an ethereal specter in that moment. Lin Xia evaded over a dozen of the Ghost-Face King's assaults, his expression impassive as he lifted his hand and swung his blade. This time, his target was not any vital point of the body, but rather the pale face that resided upon the chest of the Ghost-Face King. If his instincts served him right, that visage was the true essence of the Ghost-Face King. Despite Zhao Kongqing having severed the king's head, the ghostly face remained unharmed. Allowing the king to rise once more, Lin Xia's body flowed amidst the gaps in the Ghost-Face King's attacks, his straight blade slashing relentlessly against that ghostly face. Even with fivefold strength enhancement, he could only leave shallow cuts, yet this was inconsequential. If a single strike could not vanquish it, then he would strike 10 times, 100 times. This time, he would obliterate the Ghost-Face King's spirit. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The Ghost-Face King could not touch Lin Xia, yet Lin Xia could strike the king, and gradually, the visage upon the king's chest bore more and more wounds, each one bloodier and more agonizing than the last. Soon, the king's onslaught began to falter. Lin Xia's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he seized the opportunity. Reversing his grip on the blade, with all his might, he plunged it into the ghostly face. A piercing, heart-wrenching wail reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 29. A decade. Lin Xia's blade pierced the ghostly visage, yet that was not the cause of the Ghost-Face King's anguish cry. What truly elicited such a heart-rending scream was Lin Xia's eyes. Under the searing golden light, the ghostly face melted away like a candle engulfed in flame, dissolving rapidly. Though the golden glow lasted but an instant, it was enough to extinguish the already flickering life of the Ghost-Face King. Ultimately, under Lin Xia's gaze, that ghostly face solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid mass, vanishing entirely from sight. Simultaneously, Lin Xia felt a warm current flow through his hand gripping the blade, gradually coursing into his body. He furrowed his brow, stepped on the ghostly body beneath him, and withdrew the blade. After a moment of contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the pale mass of the ghostly face, only to be engulfed in darkness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Though bolstered by the night dancer, Lin Xia found himself severely drained after such an intense and perilous battle. Most critically, the 2 uses of the seraphs I had thoroughly exhausted his already limited mental fortitude, rendering even the act of walking a challenge. As Zhao Kongqing had aptly stated, at his current level, facing the Demon Face King would lead only to certain death. Had it not been for the night watchman severely wounding the Demon Face King, and had Zhao Kongqing not sacrificed his life to cripple the creature, even with the Seraph's eye and the Night Dancer, he would still have been no match for the Demon Face King, such as the mythic being that descends upon this world. Such as Chuanjing. Raindrops cascaded down his face as he trudged through the pools of blood, stumbling towards Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body. Upon reaching the corpse, he slowly sat down beside it. I've long told you, heroism is not an easy mantle to wear. Lin Xia gazed at the now cold figure of Zhao Kongqing and murmured, You wagered your life here in fierce combat, but how many truly know of your sacrifice? Do you realize? Meanwhile, several miles away in the city center, revelry continues unabated. They sing in KTV, indulge in gourmet feasts at hot pot restaurants, engage in intimate escapades at hotels, and munch popcorn in cinemas. And you can only fade away in silence. They remain oblivious that amidst this torrential downpour, a man wielded a blade against a mythic beast, unaware that their carefree merriment is made possible by the sacrifices of others. Is this truly worth it? Lin Xia fixed his gaze upon Zhao Kongqing's pale visage, seemingly awaiting a response that would never come. He continued, Do you think I fear death? You are mistaken. I harbor no fear of death whatsoever. Can a child who has beheld angels, gone blind, and been confined to a mental asylum still hold reverence for death? I have attempted to end my life countless times in the dark, yet light has continually brought me back. The light that saved me is not from those who chase desires in the city and lament the injustices of the world. It is my family. Lin Xia lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky and spoke softly. If the masses have not saved me, why should I sacrifice my life to protect them? Thus, I refuse to become a night watchman. He turned, his eyes falling upon the modest dwelling amid the downpour, a hint of confusion flickering within his gaze. However, I owe a debt of gratitude to no one. You saved my entire world. What can I possibly do for you in return? After a brief pause, Lin Xia continued. I understand that night watchmen enjoy substantial benefits. Even in death, your family will receive the best care, and your funeral arrangements will be handled with dignity. You lack for nothing, and I am devoid of wealth. How then am I to repay this monumental favor? Lin Xia sat there in contemplation and, after a while, turned his gaze once more towards the distant house. In the rain, his fists slowly clenched, only to weaken and release. It seemed he had made a decision, using his blade to support himself as he struggled to stand, murmuring, in this lifetime, I owe apologies to but three, my aunt who toiled for a decade, my cousin whom I burdened for 10 years, and you, who saved our family of 3. You saved my entire world. In exchange, I shall guard yours for 10 years. After a decade, regardless of the circumstances, I will sever ties with the night watchman and with the masses, and I shall return to my home to resume my former life. Is this agreement fair? Lin Xia lowered his gaze to Zhao Kongqing's lifeless form, which lay quietly, as though in slumber. Since you do not object, it is settled. He plunged his straight blade into the ground, kneeling in a single direction. There, in the rain, stood an ordinary low house. Aunt, little Seven must depart now. Forgive my abrupt farewell, for I fear if I return, I shall never wish to leave again. I have heard that night watchmen enjoy generous treatment during the 10 years I serve. The compensation should ensure a good life for you and your son. After 10 years, little Seven shall ensure you live the best life possible. Your nurturing grace, I shall repay in 10 years. Kneeling in the rain, droplets cascaded from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground for an extended period before rising slowly. He took one last look at the humble abode, withdrawing the blade from the earth, and turned to leave. Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential area. Where is old Zhao? In the downpour, a woman clad in a dark red cloak, drenched to the bone, stood in the street, a black long case strapped to her back, gasping for breath. In the vacant Lot 2 buildings ahead, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. He paused, his voice strained. Hongying, prepare yourself. Prepare for what? We lost contact with him just minutes ago, and old Zhao's sigil locator hasn't moved for several minutes. Hongying's pupils dilated, her body trembling slightly, before she shot forward like an arrow, racing ahead. Don't say such things. Perhaps he is merely fatigued. Hongying gritted her teeth, her voice thick with emotion. Hongying, do not speak, she shouted. Hongying, old Zhao's sigil locator has moved. Upon hearing this, light ignited in Hongying's eyes. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't be so easily defeated. Where is he? He is moving slowly, getting closer to you. Hongying hesitated, instinctively halting her steps, her gaze drawn to the nearby corner. The distant rumble of thunder echoed through the clouds, and the rain fell like a torrential curtain, obscuring her vision. In the haze, a figure emerged from the rain. It was a youth, a blade strapped to his back, cradling a man's lifeless body in his arms. He halted, exerting every ounce of strength to roar, as if proclaiming to the world, I, Lin Xia, present General Zhao Kongqing's triumphant return. Chapter 30. The rain has ceased inside the house. Aunt raised her eyes to the wall clock, lost in thought. The dining table before her was laden with dishes, now cold, nearly indistinguishable from when Lin Xia had departed. Time passed, and Yang Jin reached out, using chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Aunt's bowl. Mom, let's eat. Alas, Aunt shook her head, letting out a long sigh. Your brother left in the midst of dinner. Why has he not returned? Surely nothing unfortunate has occurred? Fear not, he will be fine. Perhaps his classmates, upon seeing his recovered sight, insisted on taking him out for a meal. Yang Jin reassured her gently. Hearing Yang Jin's words, Aunt visibly relaxed for a moment, but her worry quickly resurfaced. But he left without an umbrella. Mom. Yang Jin stood, pointing out the window, speaking calmly. The rain has ceased. Indeed, the rain had stopped. The hazy moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting a gentle glow upon the silent night, where all was still. In a nearby vacant lot, the battered sign had been removed, and the remnants of blood and flesh meticulously cleaned, leaving only deep, jagged scars on the ground, silently recounting the events of the previous night. Perhaps by morning, someone would discover these mysterious markings, and countless speculations would arise, yet they would never uncover the truth. A few raindrops slid down the eaves, splashing into the muddy puddle, creating ripples. Plop! A foot splashed into the puddle, sending a spray of water into the air. In the darkness, on the scarred ground, a small black mutt ambled leisurely forward. A small cloth pouch hung around his neck. It traversed through the crevices and arrived at a pristine clearing, where it came to a halt. Just a dozen minutes prior, a man's lifeless body lay here. Lowering its head, faint glimmers illuminated its pitch-black eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, articulating human speech with a voice that was deep and resonant. The soul returns. Songnan City, Peace Bridge. Peace Bridge is a prominent structure located on the outskirts of Songnan City, beneath which flows the Grand Jiangnan Canal that traverses the entirety of the city. Countless pedestrians and vehicles pass over this bridge daily, marking it as one of Songnan City's landmarks. At the bridge's entrance, an array of charming little shops flanks either side, including one seemingly unremarkable establishment adorned with an old crimson sign, the Peace Office. Like its neighboring shops, this one is not particularly large. Just over 200 square meters, slightly larger than a typical Lansdowne noodle shop adjacent to a school. Its inconspicuousness arises not only from its commonplace name, but also from the eye-catching establishments flanking it. To the left stands a wedding planning company, festooned in vibrant reds and purples, named Peace Weddings. To the right, a funeral service adorned with white satin and wreaths operates under the name Peace Funeral Services. The joyous celebration of the wedding company contrasts starkly with the mournful ambience of the funeral home. Positioned amidst these two extremes, the Peace Office appears almost transparent, failing to capture anyone's attention. If one were to identify a distinguishing feature, it would be its name. Unlike other offices that specialize in various fields, such as law firms, detective agencies, or accounting offices, this establishment bears no prefix, merely the word peace, leaving its purpose utterly enigmatic. At this moment, within the Peace Office's underground expanse, a young man sat quietly on a sofa, gazing down at the tiled floor in silence. In the spacious lobby, 6 others were present. So, you are the one old Zhao was tasked to find, the Seraphim agent? Wu Xiangnan inquired from the opposite sofa, directing his gaze at Lin Xia. Indeed, Lin Xia replied succinctly. After a brief silence, Wu Xiangnan continued, I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watcher Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. The man leaning against the column in black attire is our captain, Chen Mai. Lin Xia followed Wu Xiangnan's gaze to see a man with his hands in his pockets, quietly observing him from a nearby pillar. Noticing Lin Xia's attention, Chen Mai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turned back to the remaining 4 individuals, urging, stop standing around and introduce yourselves. At that moment, a woman sat alone on a single sofa, hugging her knees, her damp hair framing her face as she lifted her head slightly to reveal her reddened eyes. Night Watcher Team 136, frontline combatant, Hong Ying. Lin Xia recognized her. She was the reason he found himself here, as Hong Ying had brought him along. After her introduction, a man standing beside her, towel in hand, smiled and introduced himself. Night Watcher Team 136, frontline combatant, Wen Qima. Next, a tearful girl huddled nearby raised her head slightly, whispering, Night Watcher Team 136. Combat support and part-time medic, Si Xiaonan. Night Watcher Team 136, long-range fire support, Long Xian, said the man sitting with a sniper rifle, his tone cold. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. So, you're Lin Xia, correct? Regarding Zhao Kongqing's death, do you have anything to add? I have stated it clearly, Lin Xia replied calmly. Zhao Kongqing opened the boundless void and fought the faceless king alone, ultimately perishing together. Were you present during their battle? I was. How did you enter the boundless void? I merely glared at it, and it opened. Wu Xiaonan's mouth opened slightly, his brow furrowing. Can you describe their battle in detail? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing kill the faceless king? He swung his blade, cleaving a massive black crescent that severed the faceless king's head, Lin Xia recounted. A black crescent. Wu Xiangnan mused, brow furrowed in thought. At that moment, the previously silent Shun Mai suddenly interjected. That was Annihilation Crescent Moon. Old Zhao used the ghostly god-s call, awakening his forbidden domain. When Qima expressed surprise, the Annihilation Crescent Moon of Sequence 083? That is a highly dangerous, forbidden domain. I never expected. Uncle Zhao was indeed correct. I previously thought he was merely self-absorbed. No, he truly was self-absorbed, Chimai remarked with a slight smile, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I imagine that when he first glimpsed his own forbidden domain, he could hardly believe it. Had we been there, he would have undoubtedly insisted on telling us how his forbidden domain was the most magnificent of all. Hong Ying appeared to visualize something amusing, her lips curling slightly. But the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Wu Xiangnan looked into Lin Xia's eyes and continued. There's another question. The faceless king's corpse shows fatal wounds from a series of knife strikes and inexplicable burn marks. Yet the Annihilation Crescent Moon does not seem to possess such characteristics. How do you explain this? Lin Xia's brow furrowed as he met Wu Xiangnan's gaze, speaking deliberately. I have made myself perfectly clear. Zhao Kongqing faced the faceless king alone, fighting to the bitter end. Ultimately, he single-handedly slew the faceless king. Chapter 31. Qima. Upon hearing Lin Xia's response, Wu Xiangnan's brow tightened further. Just as he prepared to inquire further, Hong Ying abruptly sat upright. Her reddened eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan as she shouted angrily, Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing is dead. Our comrade is gone. Yet you continue to dwell on these matters. Do you not feel even a shred of sorrow? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, pausing for a moment before responding calmly. Old Zhao's death affects me deeply as well, but the truth is equally important. Hong Ying glared at him fiercely, her chest heaving with emotion as she let out a bitter laugh, slamming the black box she was holding onto the floor before turning to leave towards the basement exit. When Qima, standing nearby, felt a tug on his sleeve and turned, puzzled, to find Si Xiaonan shaking her head beside him. So those at the scene. Xiangnan. Enough. Wu Xiangnan was about to question Lin Xia when Captain Chen Mai, who had been standing at the edge, abruptly spoke, interrupting him. Lin Xia has already expressed himself clearly. As for the details, there is no need to pursue this further. This matter ends here. Chen Mai approached Wu Xiangnan from behind, patting him on the shoulder. Wu Xiangnan, taken aback, turned to see Chen Mai's unyielding gaze, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Chen Mai settled onto the sofa opposite Lin Xia, slowly stating, now that Zhao Kongqing's matter is concluded, it is time we discussed you. Lin Xia, discuss what? As I understand it, Zhao Kongqing once invited you to join the Night Watchers, but you declined. He even mentioned losing track of you. Had you not emerged with Zhao Kongqing's body, we might never have located you again. Given this, why do you wish to join the Night Watchers now? Chen Mai regarded Lin Xia intently, his eyes profoundly deep. To repay a favor, Lin Xia replied calmly. Chen Mai paused. A favor? I made a promise to him. I would join the Night Watchers. Lin Xia hesitated before adding, however, I have one condition. What condition? I will remain with the Night Watchers for 10 years. And after that, I shall depart. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, all present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning peculiar. The Night Watchers were not mere community volunteers. Once one joined, departure was impossible. Thus, your mention of 10 years. I cannot assure you of that. No one within the Night Watchers can grant you such a promise. Just as Lin Xia was about to respond, Chen Mai interjected. However, Should you possess the capability to leave the Night Watchers on your own after 10 years, rendering the higher-ups powerless to intervene, that would be an entirely different matter. In any case, attempting to exit the Night Watchers through official channels is out of the question. Surprisingly, Lin Xia nodded decisively, stating, "If I cannot leave after 10 years, that will be my own issue." Upon hearing Lin Xia's almost reckless reply, both Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima stared in astonishment, while even the icy cold Xian seemed to blink in surprise, casting a few extra glances at Lin Xia. In light of this, I shall promptly submit your application for membership to the higher-ups. However, until the completion of the intensive training, you shall not be considered an official member. Intensive training? The Night Watchers operate under a semi-militarized management system, requiring all newcomers to undergo a year-long intensive training program before officially joining. This training encompasses combat skills, firearms, operational deployment, and the use of restricted zones, among other competencies. When does it commence? Every September, which is merely a month away. Until you complete the training, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our squad. At this point, Chun Mai seemed to recall something and solemnly reminded, as a temporary member, we do not provide meals or accommodation. Lin Xia, no meals or accommodation. Wasn't it said that the Night Watchers have excellent benefits? How could they be so stingy? Then where shall I stay for this month? Lin Xia panicked. Return to my aunt's house? No. If I go back, there's a 99% chance I won't come out again. Perhaps I would just run away with my family. Yet, he certainly needed to inform his aunt, at the very least to assure her of his safety. Thus, he intended to write her a letter, stating that he was enlisting, which might ease her worries. But now the dilemma was that the Night Watchers wouldn't allow him to stay. Did that mean he must sleep on streets? No worries. Yo and Qima was momentarily taken aback, turning to Lin Xia and unable to suppress a chuckle. How fortuitous! Before I joined the Night Watch, I harbored similar thoughts. After all, such notions are perpetuated in those science fiction films, aren't they? He gazed upwards at the hazy moonlight. However, despite the absence of military exclusion zones, aircraft, and tanks, the Night Watch is indeed a vast organization. Why are there only 6 of us here? The Night Watch operates differently from military forces. When Qima shook his head, the centralized management you refer to, while convenient and efficient, bears a critical flaw. It lacks mobility. For instance, if a mythical creature were to appear in Songnan City today, once confirmed by local police, they would have to relay the information to the base located in Shangjing City. The base would then conduct a review and dispatch personnel to Songnan City to investigate. This process would take no less than 2 days, during which many lives could be lost. Thus, the optimal solution is to station a team of Night Watch members in every city. When there are signs of a suspected mythical creature, the station team can immediately proceed to investigate and resolve the situation. And we're the Night Watch team stationed in Songnan City. Lin Xia pondered this, realizing why the roles among the few of them were so distinctly defined, each possessing unique strengths. Indeed, from frontline combatants to support roles, long-range assistance, and overall leadership, every individual has their specialties and can cooperate harmoniously. But what if a mythical creature appears that the local Night Watch cannot handle? Then we would request support from the upper echelons. When Qima extended 4 fingers, stating that in the Great Xia, alongside the station teams in every city, there are 4 special squads. These squads do not remain in any city, but are dispatched when a city faces a crisis that the local Night Watch cannot resolve. They do not bear team numbers, but are identified by their unique code names, a source of pride exclusive to special teams. Curiously, Lin Xia inquired, "Have you ever encountered one?" "I have not seen them with my own eyes, but 2 years ago, in the neighboring Huaihai city, 3 mythical creatures of the sea category appeared simultaneously, nearly leading to catastrophe. Subsequently, a 6-member special team, designated Mask, appeared and eliminated all threats within a single night." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Wen Qima's eyes. It is said that when the sun rose the next day, the blood of the mythical creatures stained the bay, while the mass team had already quietly moved on to the next city. That sounds rather impressive. Indeed. Are there any specific requirements for recruitment? Certainly, and they are quite stringent. Wen Qima sighed. Firstly, members of the special teams must at least reach the peak of the Chuan realm. The peak of Chuan. What is the highest realm among the six of you? That would be the captain, who is also at the Chuan level, yet he is still far from the peak. Wen Qima continued, explaining that merely possessing strength is insufficient to join the special teams. One must also possess uniqueness. What do you mean by uniqueness? It refers to characteristics that set one apart from other Night Watch members, such as possessing a high-risk forbidden domain sequence, preferably within the top 80, or achieving mastery in a particular field, such as being a grandmaster in swordsmanship or blade techniques, or being an agent of a deity. An agent of a deity? Is that truly considered uniqueness? What a bold statement. When Shima shot a glance at Lin Xia, his eyes filled with envy. Just because you're an agent of the Seraphim, do you think agents of deities are as common as cabbages on the street? Are they not? Lin Xia asked, perplexed. Absolutely not. When Shima had never encountered someone so brazen. Agents of deities who side with humanity are exceedingly rare among all the Night Watch. There are perhaps only 8 or 9, primarily serving in special teams or as captains of the Night Watch in major cities. Extremely significant figures. Damn, I truly envy you. When Shima rarely resorted to such language, letting out a resigned sigh. You possess immense potential. Once you mature, Sangnan City may no longer be able to contain you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of a Night Watch stationed in Shangjing City, or join a special team and roam the world. Becoming a captain of a special team is not beyond the realm of possibility. In any case, your future is boundless. Chapter 33. The Steel O. Lin Xia maintained a calm demeanor. When Shimo regarded him with surprise. Oh, is that all? What more could there be? Don't you feel even the slightest surge of excitement or fervor? A little, but just a little, Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. I have little interest in promotions or such matters. When Shima gave him an odd look, momentarily forgetting that he was a heretic destined to betray the Night Watch a decade hence. Lin Xia remained non-committal and continued to inquire. Based on what you said, are these 4 special teams the pinnacle of the Great Xia's combat power? Certainly not. They may represent the apex of the Night Watch's team combat capabilities, but they are by no means the zenith of the Great Xia's power. Are you implying that there are organizations akin to the Night Watch within the Great Xia? No, there's only one Night Watch, but above it, there exist 5 human paragons. Human paragons? As the name suggests, they embody the pinnacle of human combat strength. And due to their powers closely resembling those of ancient deities from myths, they are referred to as demigods. To stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in mortal form? Though I recognize you are quoting classic cinematic lines, that is indeed the case. When Shima gazed at the night sky, filled with reverence. These 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity and the sole glimmers of hope visible amidst the vast fog. Who are they? I do not know. They are too distant from us, and few have witnessed their faces or know their names. However, there are intriguing rumors. What rumors? These 5 human paragons are known as 1 sword, 1 rider, 1 idol, 1 void, and 1 sage. Sword, rider, idol, void, sage. What sort of rumors are these? They provide no useful information at all. It is said that the highest commander of the Night Watch is one of these 5 human paragons known as 1 idol, yet it has been ages since anyone has seen him in action. I have a question. Go ahead. Have humans ever killed a god? Lin Xia pointed to the sky, not referring to bizarre mythical creatures, but to the true ancient deities enshrined in myth. When Shima paused for a moment in silence, before shaking his head. I do not know, but I believe it has not occurred. In the vast fog, humanity resembles blind lambs, unaware of the events unfolding in this world or when the apocalypse may strike. In this era, where the existence of deities has been confirmed, should humanity successfully slay a deity, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other deities. Consequently, they might band together to eradicate humanity, plunging us into an even graver predicament. Lin Xia nodded in understanding. Do you have any further inquiries? Lin Xia contemplated for a moment. Are there any benefits or subsidies for temporary team members? Yes. Then I have no further questions. So, after all those inquiries, was that the only one of genuine concern? Naturally. Lin Xia nodded, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Matters concerning special teams and human paragons feel too distant for me. I prefer to remain grounded. Very well. When Shima turned to him and asked, "Are you feeling tired?" "Not at all. Allow me to take you somewhere," he said, "at this late hour. Is it appropriate?" "Absolutely," when Kimuo replied, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Very well," Lin Xia cautioned. "Do not forget, I'm still a minor." Moments later, the vehicle came to a slow stop in a desolate wilderness, devoid of any signs of life. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, scanning the surroundings with a wary gaze directed at Wen Kimuo. "What is the purpose of bringing me here?" Wen Kimuo silently rolled his eyes and gestured toward a nearby cemetery. "Over there." Following his, Lin Xia fell into contemplative silence, gradually understanding the reason behind Wen Kimuo's choice of destination. The two traversed a narrow path leading them to the cemetery's perimeter. This burial ground, though modest in size compared to the expansive city cemetery, displayed an exquisite craftsmanship in its tombstones, each arranged in meticulous order. "This is the resting place of the night watchman of Sangnan City," Wen Kimuo stated calmly. Since the transformation of the Daxia Special Biological Response Team into the Night Watchman in 1936, this site has been designated as the final resting place for those who have fallen in service. Of course, this is merely a customary arrangement. Each member may choose their own afterlife, whether it be interment here, cremation, or return to their ancestral home. In fact, Zhao Kongsheng chose to be buried here, citing his overwhelming guilt from the blood on his hands, fearing that returning to his ancestors' graves would frighten them. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Wen Kimuo's lips, as if he were recalling Zhao Kongsheng's carefree demeanor during that conversation. Lin Xia gazed at the numerous tombstones, his brow furrowing slightly. So many. In this cemetery, there were at least 60 to 70 distinct graves, most of which were relatively new. From 1936 to now, it has been 85 years, Wen Kimuo mused. Initially, our losses were minimal. After all, each city encounters only a handful of mythical creatures annually, and those that do appear are typically of lesser power. However, as time has passed, the frequency and strength of these creatures have escalated, leading to a rising toll among our ranks. Nearly half of these tombstones represent those who fell in the past 2 decades, before Captain Chun Mai arrived to oversee Sangnan City. It is said that 2 members would perish each year, but since his arrival, the death rate has significantly decreased. Lin Xia couldn't help but admire the stoic figure of the taciturn captain that surfaced in his mind. But Zhao Kongsheng just fell tonight. Has his tombstone already been prepared? Lin Xia inquired, puzzled. Not yet. Then why are we here? Wen Kimuo raised a hand, pointing into the distance. Look over there. Following his gesture, Lin Xia noticed a faint glimmer emerging from the dark cemetery. In the dim light, Hong Ying sat beside an empty plot, clutching a blank stone tablet in her arms, a carving tool in her right hand as she painstakingly etched away. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the tablet before she hurriedly wiped them away. In that moment, she seemed devoid of the vitality she once had. But didn't she say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Xia stared in disbelief. She lied? Wen Kimuo shook his head. It is an unwritten rule that the tombstones of the night watchmen are carved by their comrades. This stone should have been my responsibility. Though she did not voice it, I understand that she is the one who truly wishes to honor Zhao Kongsheng's memory. Their bond was undeniably strong. Even if her deception was blatant, I chose to overlook it, allowing her to secretly carve the gravestone. Lin Xia and Wen Kimuo stood in silence, watching Hong Ying engrossed in her task. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the cemetery echoed with the faint cries of her carving tool. Are we not going to greet her? Lin Xia eventually broke the silence. Approaching her now would only serve to embarrass her. She is rather shy. But standing here feels like we are intruding on someone else's secret, Lin Xia admitted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Wen Kimuo turned to him, amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you think we're the only peeping Toms here? Chapter 34. What do you intend to do? In the woods on the other side of the cemetery, Wu Xiangnan lay low to the ground, his heart racing as he turned to see the newcomer, relief washing over him. Captain, please refrain from moving silently in the cemetery at this hour. You nearly scared me to death. He placed a hand on his wildly beating heart, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Chun Mai quietly sat beside Wu Xiangnan, observing Hong Ying as she carved the gravestone. I did not expect you to be here. I thought your wooden head was filled solely with tactics. Wu Xiangnan shot him a glare. At this hour, who would believe she was actually going to practice shooting? Am I really that dull? Indeed. Wu Xiangnan sighed. Where is Kim Yuo? He should be here. He's lying low with Lin Xia across the ravine. What about Lung Xian and Xiaonan? Lung Xian disappeared long ago, and Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh, the two men fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, Chen Mai spoke again. I am genuinely pleased that you are here. Is it really that significant? Indeed, Chen Mai affirmed. This indicates that you're no longer the Wu Xiangnan who just clawed his way out of a pile of corpses. Regardless of your denials, you are indeed changing. Why would I deny it? Wu Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the fall of the Blue Rain team. I must move forward. Encountering you all is merely good fortune for me. Chen Mai sighed deeply. In their eyes, you are merely a rigid man fixated on rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan, they remarked that you would never find a wife. If they only knew that you were once a distinguished member of the Blue Rain Special Team, they would be utterly astonished. I am merely a survivor, unworthy of that title. Wu Xiangnan replied with calm determination. Now, I simply wish to be an ordinary member of Team 136. Chen Mai patted Wu Xiangnan's shoulder in silence. What do you think of Lin Xia? Wu Xiangnan suddenly asked. What about him? I believe he is a good lad. I am not referring to his potential. I am speaking as character. That is precisely what I am addressing. Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. The Ghost-Faced King was slain by him. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongxing merely incapacitated it, but did not kill it. Does it matter? Is it not significant? Chen Mai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and spoke softly. That boy chose to attribute the credit to Zhao Kongchang. It was his decision. So why must you cling to it? Having spent so long with old Zhao, are you not aware of his dreams? Killing H1-level mystery is a great accomplishment. It would greatly benefit that boy's future. Do you believe he cares about such things? Wu Xiangnan fell silent. Chen Mai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to the distant ravine, speaking calmly. I've said before, that boy is remarkable. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the cemetery, quietly crouching atop the mountain, Lung Xian set down his binoculars, a subtle smile gracing his lips. One after another, they displayed no semblance of skill in hiding. Once again, I have captured them. Click, click. The binoculars emitted a few soft sounds as several high-definition photographs fluttered down from below. Among them were images of Hong Ying carving a tombstone alone, Lin Xia engaged in conversation with Wenqili, and two burly men frolicking in the woods. He cherished these photographs, carefully placing them into a locked box. Inside the box lay a collection of images, each one a unique testament to Team 136, humorous, awkward, yet imbued with warmth. 2 hours later, Lin Xia stood before an opulent villa, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lowering his gaze, he reconfirmed the address on the note, then glanced back at the villa, inhaling sharply. Could it be that she is wealthy? If Lin Xia had not erred, this was indeed Hong Ying's residence. Faintly, her words echoed in his mind. My home is quite spacious. Spacious is an understatement. Hesitating at the villa's entrance for a moment, Lin Xia finally mustered the courage to knock on the door. Earlier, he and Wenqima had quietly observed Hong Ying carve the tombstone until she had finished, after which they departed. To prevent any suspicion from Hong Ying, he had intentionally arrived half an hour late to create a time gap. After 2 soft knocks, Lin Xia withdrew his hand. A faint sound of slippers shuffled behind the door, followed by the grand entrance swinging open. There stood Hong Ying in a fluffy nightgown. Her eyes slightly reddened, yet a smile blossomed upon seeing Lin Xia. Xia, come in. Why have you returned so late? Qima kept me chatting until now. Lin Xia, suppressing his conscience, replied, I just lost track of time. Upon entering, Lin Xia noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. I haven't tidied up the house today, so it might be a bit messy. Please don't mind it, Hong Ying said, playfully twirling her hair around her fingers, a hint of embarrassment evident in her demeanor. It's already quite tidy. Lin Xia surveyed the surroundings and remarked helplessly, and honestly, I will be delighted with any place to stay. It must be said that Hong Ying's home exuded an air of sophistication and elegance in both its decor and furnishings, making Lin Xia, who had never stayed in a villa before, feel somewhat out of place. Furthermore, he had never spent the night at a girl-less home. "Is Xia here?" A soft voice drifted from upstairs, revealing a sleepy Si Xiaonan leaning against the railing, her eyes half closed. "Yes," Hong Ying nodded. Lin Xia was taken aback. Turning to look at Hong Ying, she flashed him a smile, explaining, "Since I usually don't stay in the dormitory, I worry about Xiaonan being alone, so I let her stay here with me." "Ah, so that's the reason." At this moment, Lin Xia seemed to recollect something. "What about your parents? Will my staying here disturb them?" "Not all." Hong Ying shook her head. "They disappeared in the mist 5 years ago. Before Xiaonan arrived, I lived here alone." "They were part of the exploration team?" "Yes." Lin Xia opened his mouth, realizing he had asked an inappropriate question, yet he was at a loss for words to provide comfort. Just then, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. "You will stay in that room. I've already tidied it up. The blue towel and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so don't mix them up." Hong Ying, donning her slippers, ascended the stairs. Suddenly, she turned back to Lin Xia, reminding him, "By the way, if you want to enter my and Xiaonan's room, you must knock first. If I catch you having any improper intentions." With a playful flourish, Hong Ying rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair arm, and waved menacingly. "Don't forget, I'm the frontline combatant of our team. No one can defeat me except the captain. My long gun is not forgiving." With that, she elegantly turned and strode into her room, her long black hair cascading behind her. Lin Xia stood speechless. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan yawned and waved goodbye to Lin Xia goodnight. With a soft thud, 2 doors closed, and the corridor fell silent once more. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something and hurried to Hong Ying's door, knocking a few times. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing Hong Ying with a stern expression, her long gun in hand. She tilted her chin upward. "What do you want?" Chapter 35. We are regular troops beneath the warm light. The tip of the long gun glimmered coldly. "What the heck? She truly has a long gun hidden in her room." Lin Xia swallowed hard, hastily speaking, "No, Hong Ying, I just wanted to ask. Do you have paper and a pen?" Hong Ying paused, surprised at the late-night request. "What do you need paper and a pen for?" "To write a letter." I think I might have some. Just wait a moment." Hong Ying set the long gun aside and rummaged through her room. Standing at the door, Lin Xia could clearly see the state of her room. To his astonishment, Hong Ying's space was quite simple, even bordering on austere. In the room, there was merely a hard bed, a desk lamp, a study desk, and a plush toy resting by the bed. There were no extravagant decorations, no expensive mattresses, no sofas, no air conditioning. Lin Xia found it hard to reconcile that in such a luxurious villa, Hong Ying's room could be so stark. It was more akin to a hermit's humble abode than the master bedroom of a villa. The only item that seemed fitting for her age was the adorable plush toy. Paper. Paper. Found it. Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she emerged with a pen and some sheets, handing them to Lin Xia. "Hong Ying, do you usually sleep here?" Hong Ying glanced back, nodding. "As a guardian, I cannot indulge excessively in material comforts. I must constantly hone my will. If this villa were not my parents' legacy, requiring upkeep, I might have sold it and returned to the dormitory long ago." Lin Xia fell silent for a moment. "I understand. Thank you. Good night." "Good night. And you should get some rest as well." Hong Ying smiled and waved as she gently closed the door. Lin Xia descended the stairs and sat in the living room, turning on a lamp above him. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The distant chirping of cicadas echoed outside, the summer night's heat dissipating after the rain, while the silhouettes of leaves danced in the moonlight, casting shadows on the table. Lin Xia held the pen, sitting motionless at the table. After an indeterminate time, he finally began to write, inscribing the first line on the paper. To Aunt Yangjin. Mom. Yangjin gently shook her aunt, who had fallen asleep at the dining table, whispering. Her aunt blinked her hazy eyes, slowly lifting her head, rubbing her sore neck as she inquired, "What is the matter? Is your brother back?" Yangjin shook her head, "No. But there's a letter slipped under the door." "A letter?" "Yes. It seems to be written by my brother. Xiao Qi. Quickly open it and see," her aunt urged, watching anxiously as Yangjin tore open the letter. This child, he hasn't returned all night and didn't even notify us. Now he is at the doorstep without coming in. What does he mean by leaving a letter? Yang Jin opened the letter, and her aunt took it from her as they leaned close together, examining its contents carefully. After a while, her aunt trembled as she lowered the letter, sitting in a daze. Mom, my brother says he has enlisted. Yang Jin held the letter, turning to face her aunt. Enlisted? Enlisted? How could he suddenly enlist? Her aunt murmured, he has never mentioned it before. No, he has mentioned it. Yang Jin replied earnestly. He has. In the past. He often confided in me that his greatest dream was to enlist in the army. However, due to his ongoing eye issues, he had to temporarily relinquish this aspiration. Yang Jin paused for a moment and pointed to a few words in the letter, saying, moreover, look here, brother mentioned in the letter that once his eyesight improved, he secretly enlisted, but out of fear of your objections, he did not inform you. Last night, he quietly boarded a train to Chichihar. But wait, something feels amiss. How can this be? This letter was only received by you this morning. According to its contents, he should already be on the train. Andy's mind began to clear. Yang Jin scratched his head. Actually, I only discovered this letter this morning. It might have been there last night, and I simply did not notice it. But this is all too sudden. Auntie could not accept this reality, and considering that Xia's eyes had just healed, what if they relapsed while he was serving? No, I cannot bear this uncertainty. I must go to the government. I want my nephew back. Auntie anxiously stood up, disregarding her slippers, and hurriedly opened the door to leave. Suddenly, she halted. Outside the door stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if preparing to knock. If Lin Xia were present, he would immediately recognize them as Chun Mai and Wen Qimo. Who are you? Annie inquired, frowning. Chun Mai exchanged glances with Wen Qimo, who then donned a gentle smile and offered a somewhat unrefined military salute to Annie. Hello, may I ask if you are Miss Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Xia? Yes, that's me. We are from the Tsangnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some enlistment documents and subsidies for Lin Xia. Military Affairs Office? Annie asked suspiciously. What is that? It is an office specifically responsible for the enlistment of new recruits. Oh, well, please come in and have a seat. Annie stepped back a few paces, allowing the two men to enter, and turned to prepare tea. I was just about to look for you. Something seems off. As soon as Chun Mai and Wen Qimo sat down, the latter broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. Wen Qimo leaned in closer to Chun Mai and whispered, Captain, can we really get away with this? What are you worried about? Our documents were all issued by the regular army. They are legitimate, but you only submitted Lin Xia's application yesterday. There is no way the paperwork could process this quickly, right? Are you sure? This is all real? Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly. Soon enough, it will all become genuine. But I don't understand. We could have waited for the official documents to arrive before coming here. Why the rush? It's not our urgency. It's Lin Xia who is anxious. Chun Mai glanced at Auntie Busy in the kitchen and continued in a hushed tone. He fears that you might doubt the contents of the letter and go directly to the government for verification, but those lower-level officials are unaware of our existence. Do you understand what I mean? I comprehend. Wen Qimo nodded, sitting up straight and presenting a standard smile. Ms. Wang Fong, rest assured, we are regular army personnel, and Lin Xia's enlistment in Urumqi has been duly approved. There are no issues whatsoever. Yang Jin, standing nearby, helplessly supported his forehead. Awingtia, bolding da tremblet, and the cup slipped from her hand, spilling onto the table. She turned around stiffly, her eyes wide, exclaiming, He was Tigon Chichihar? Chapter 36. Full Chun Mai shot a glare at Wen Qimo. Wen Qimo replied earnestly, Madam, it's like this. Lin Xia initially applied for Chichihar, but later complied with reassignment to Urumqi. Annie was skeptical, but what about his paperwork? Wen Qimo pulled out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on the table before her. All of Lin Xia's paperwork is here. Please keep it safe. After a moment of reflection, he added, There may be additional documents sent later. We will come by again. Annie squinted, holding the documents at arm's length, scrutinizing each word to avoid missing any crucial information. After a long while, she finally set the documents down and sighed deeply. This child has just recovered his eyesight. I fear something might go awry during his service. Please be assured, We have conducted thorough examinations of Lin Xia's eyes. There should be no further issues. He is in good health, when Shima's voice softened. Moreover, as children grow, they must step out from beneath their family's wings to experience the world. Don't you agree? Auntie opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately let out a resigned sigh. Madam, here is Lin Xia's enlistment subsidy. Please accept it. Chunmai produced a thick envelope and placed it before her. Auntie lifted a corner of the envelope, her body trembling in shock as she looked at the two men. This is far too much. Currently, the country offers excellent benefits for soldiers, and Lin Xia's unit is somewhat special, hence the subsidies are comparatively higher. When Shima explained, special? Does that mean it's dangerous? Auntie's expression shifted. Not at all. By special, I mean, it is quite distant, when Shima replied, gravely, as the distance to Urumqi is indeed considerable. Oh, I see. Auntie clutched the envelope, feeling restless. Could you please send this money to him? He is going to such a faraway place alone. What if he has no money on him? And with this much money left at home, I won't feel at ease. The army does not require such a large sum, and we have regulations. This money is for the family, so please do accept it. When Shima's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone grew serious. As for safety, rest assured, as long as we are here, no one can harm you. And when will he return from this? 10 years, Chunmai interjected, his eyes full of sincerity. He will definitely return in 10 years. 10 years. And he muttered, glancing back at Yang Jin, musing, in 10 years, Jin should be in college. One Shima and Chun might converse with Annie for a while longer. And when the time was right, they stood to bid farewell. By the way, can you make phone calls from there? Auntie suddenly remembered. Of course, when Shima nodded. I will provide you with a number. As long as it's not during training hours, you will be able to reach him. All right, thank you. Auntie saw the two men off, then lingered at the door for a moment before slowly returning to sit, staring blankly at Lin Xia's room. Her eyes began to glisten with tears. Mom, brother going to the army is a good thing, Yang Jin said, approaching her with a comforting tone. Yes, I know. Annie wiped her eyes. The child is growing up. He must go out and see the world. It truly is a good thing for him to experience military training. When he returns, he will be a veteran. And when the time comes for me to find him a wife, many will surely be eager. Yang Jin, I just can't help but worry. And he gazed out the window, lost in thought. It's time to leave. Chunmai descended the stairs, patting Lin Xia, who was secretly watching from the window. How'd it go? She believes it. That's good. Did you give her the money? Yes. Chunmai paused. That was all your subsidies and a year of overdrawn salary. With these, what will you do? I've saved a bit over the years. I'll manage just fine for a year. Chunmai, after a moment of silence, added, if you have nothing to do, you can come to the office for a meal. Lin Xia, taken aback, inquired, aren't temporary team members not provided with food and accommodation? Indeed, temporary team members do not receive meals, but Chunmai patted his shoulder and walked toward a nearby van. Except for the meals I prepare myself. Lin Xia's eyes widened, and a smile graced his lips. Just then, his newly acquired phone buzzed in his pocket. Hello, is this Xiaoqi? It's me, Annie. You child. Joining the military without even telling me. If you want to go, I wouldn't have stopped you. Have you forgotten about your aunt? I am sorry, auntie. I was wrong. Sigh. Are you on the train now? Yes. How long until you arrive? I heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is rather slow. Once you reach the military camp, make sure to eat well and don't wear yourself out. I understand, Annie. By the way, I received all your allowances. I've set them aside for when you return to marry a good wife. Auntie, our unit has great benefits. I earn quite a bit each year. Please use that money for yourself. You really don't know how to save. Keep your money safe and make sure to take care of yourself. Do you hear me? I hear you, Annie. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Okay. Goodbye, Annie. Oh, once you arrive in Chi-Chi-Har, remember to let me know you're safe. I will goodbye, Annie. After a long silence on the other end, Annie's slightly hoarse voice echoed again, goodbye. The line went dead with a beep, and Annie clutched her phone tightly, sitting immobile like a statue. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she slowly laid her head on the table, weeping silently. Nearby, Yang Jin sighed, turning to gaze out the window, murmuring, "Brother, you fool." Outside the old residential area, Chunmai called, "Xia, it's time to go." Lin Xia tucked his phone away and cast a final glance at the distant low houses, responding with a hum. A gust of wind rose, lifting the black hair from his forehead. He tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind, their clothes rustling in the breeze. Chapter 37. The girl who defeated the gods in the spacious and tidy courtyard of the psychiatric hospital of the gods. Nyx sat in a rocking chair, holding a vase. Lost in thought, a boy clad in a white coat passed through the corridor, carrying several bottles of medicine, and approached her. "You've come to see me, Donatos, my dear." Nyx turned to Lin Xia, a smile blossoming on her lips. Lin Xia sat beside her and nodded. "It's time for your medication." He poured the contents of the bottle, carefully dividing them into small piles and placing them in Nyx's hands. "Good girl, take your medicine first." Without hesitation, Nyx swallowed the pills and looked at Lin Xia with affection in her eyes. "Donatos, you seem troubled?" Lin Xia was taken aback. He hadn't expected the patient to see through his emotions so easily. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "I suppose. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Unfortunately, this is something you cannot help me with," Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. "How can anyone else help with the pain of leaving home and feeling lost?" Nyx appeared disheartened, but then she seemed to remember something. "In that case, Donatos, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Xia was puzzled. "Yes, I'm giving you my bracelet. Wear it close to you, and it will." Nyx touched her wrist, only to realize it was bare. "Where's my bracelet?" Lin Xia responded. "It seems Nyx's condition is quite serious." Nyx tilted her head, frowning as if deep in thought. Just as Lin Xia was about to leave, Nyx suddenly exclaimed, "I remember." "What did you remember?" "My bracelet was one from me." "One from you?" Lin Xia was startled. He pondered. He couldn't recall any myth involving a bracelet being won. "Who won it?" "Not a god." Nyx shook her head, pointing at Lin Xia. "She is like you." "Like me?" "Also a child of yours?" Lin Xia attempted to follow Nyx's line of thought. "No, she is like you, dressed in this white coat." Lin Xia's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing tightly. "Are you saying someone else wore this coat before me and entered your room to win your bracelet?" Nyx nodded. Lin Xia's expression grew solemn. Unintentionally, he had garnered such crucial information from Nyx. It appeared that before he had opened the door to this psychiatric hospital and released Nyx, someone else had also visited and opened that very door. Was he not the sole master of this place? Yet this hospital existed within his mind. How could there be someone else? Lin Xia suddenly recalled that the first dream he had about knocking on the door of the psychiatric hospital occurred 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it had intrusively and mysteriously manifested in his dreams. Could it be that before he dreamed of the hospital, someone else had existed here? With this thought, Lin Xia promptly sat back down, speaking earnestly. "How did she win your bracelet?" Nyx reminisced for a moment before replying. "She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child, but if I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet." "What did you compete in?" Nyx slowly uttered 2 words, creation. "Creation." "So in the end you lost?" Lin Xia was incredulous. "How could that be? You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who created the world. How could you lose to someone else?" "I don't know, but I truly lost." Nyx shook her head. "Do you remember what she looked like?" "I do. She seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old, with long black hair, very beautiful. And there was a strange pattern here." Nyx pointed to her hand. "A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in creation." Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with her diminished divine status, it seemed improbable. Nyx sat there, seemingly lost in recollection again. Lin Xia steadied his emotions and continued. "What else do you remember about her?" "A name?" "I don't know. I only recall she seemed to have the surname." "Yi?" Nyx said uncertainly. "Gee," Lin Xia murmured. "Finally, before I returned to my room, she walked in that direction." Nyx gestured towards a certain room on the 3rd floor. "I understand. Rest well." Lin Xia glanced at the room, offered a word of caution, and swiftly made his way down the corridor. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xia arrived at the door Nyx had indicated. The sign read Director's Office. Lin Xia furrowed his brow and pushed the door open. Inside was a moderately sized office, appearing somewhat disorganized. He had entered this room before and even retrieved the white coat from a hanger inside, but he hadn't noticed anything of significance previously. Since Nyx had mentioned that the girl had entered this room, it was highly likely that she left behind important clues. This time, he intended to conduct a thorough search. He did not choose to rummage through the drawers. Instead, he sat down in place and slowly closed his eyes. With the divine aura bestowed upon him by the seraphim, he was capable of effortlessly sensing every object within the room, proving to be far more efficient than any chaotic search. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he approached the desk and reached into the last drawer, feeling around until he pulled out a somewhat yellowed sheet of paper. Indeed, there it was. Lin Xia swiftly tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, his expression suddenly shifting to one of amusement. Hiss! This handwriting seems rather unsightly. It is all crooked, reminiscent of a primary school student's first attempt at writing. To a certain someone. I do not know who you are, but I know you're the true master of this place. By the time you find this letter, several years must have passed. Please do not laugh at my poor handwriting, as I was still young then. I assure you it will improve with age. I apologize for forcibly keeping your belongings in my possession for a while, but since they have now returned to their rightful owner, I hope you will not hold it against me. Tongue out, doodle. Also, I borrowed a few items from some of your patients. I will return them when I see you again, rest assured. Lastly, I wish to remind you that beneath this office lies a hidden area. When I grow up, I will come find you, stranger, for you are my hope of returning home. Farewell. Memorial Chapter 38. The monster Lin Xia set the letter down, his expression still one of oddity. He had anticipated that this letter concealed the secrets of the asylum, or perhaps a message from a mysterious powerful being, or even the revelation of the truth about this world. Yet, what was with this absurdly childish tone reminiscent of a sixth grader SSA? Could it be that the previous director of this asylum was truly a young girl? That seemed implausible. What sort of girl could possibly triumph over the goddess of night in creation? From this perplexing letter, Lin Xia gleaned little information. It appeared that prior to him, this asylum had been under the care of another girl, who had also taken items from several patients. Contemplating this, Lin Xia's brow furrowed once more. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that, aside from Nyx, she had also accessed the wards of other deities and perhaps won their belongings through some form of contest. What a curious anomaly. However, she claimed there was something beneath this office. Lin Xia crouched down, using his mental acuity to probe beneath the floorboards. And as he approached the 20-meter boundary, it seemed he truly encountered something unusual. Was there a mechanism hidden within this room? Lin Xia lifted his gaze toward the wall at the back of the office. In his perception, there lay a concealed passage behind this wall, and a method to unlock it. After a moment of careful consideration, Lin Xia stood up and walked to a corner bookshelf, gently pressing on a concealed compartment. Immediately, the wall behind the office began to part, revealing a dark, gaping corridor. Without hesitation, Lin Xia descended into the passage. It was long and deep, and he traversed its length for quite some time before reaching the end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him lay a dim, damp corridor lined with shadowy cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 wards above, what lay before Lin Xia were true prison cells, their iron doors adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, the purpose of which remained unknown. Lin Xia proceeded along the corridor, his mental vigilance alert to his surroundings. The depths of this already enigmatic asylum concealed 2 rows of eerie cells, unmistakably malevolent in nature. Curiously, both sides of the corridor were entirely empty. No one was present. Could it be that this was merely an abandoned prison? Lin Xia murmured to himself as he continued forward. Soon he reached the end. However, when his gaze fell upon the first cell at the terminus, his pupils dilated in shock. In the corner of that cell squatted a hulking figure. It seemed to have heard Lin Xia's footsteps and stiffly turned its head, revealing a pale, grotesque visage. The ghost-faced king. Upon seeing this familiar figure, Lin Xia's eyes ignited with fierce intent, and he instinctively took a cautious step back. The ghost-faced king, akin to a wild beast, roared and lunged at Lin Xia. Yet upon colliding with the cell's bars, it was repelled by an invisible force, crashing into the wall behind it. Lin Xia's brow knitted tightly. Had he not slain the ghost-faced king? Its visage had been cleaved into 18 pieces, dead beyond resurrection. Its corpse should have been taken by the night watchers. How could it possibly be here? As Lin Xia pondered this, a familiar interface reappeared before his eyes. Criminal, Ghost Face King. Choice. As a mythological entity you have personally vanquished, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Choice 1. Annihilate its soul, erasing it from existence. Choice 2. Allow its fear value towards you to reach 60, enabling you to employ it as an aid within the asylum, providing care for patients while offering a degree of protection. Current fear value. 1. Upon reading this, Lin Xia finally grasped the situation. It appeared that this asylum not only housed 6 mysterious patients, but also possessed the capability to transform mythological beings he had slain into aids. This meant that each time he defeated a mythological creature, he had the potential to convert it into a worker. Did this include ancient deities? What if, hypothetically, he were to slay a genuine god in the future? Could he then compel it to serve him? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xia's heart raced with excitement. Roar. The Ghost-Faced King's roar jolted Lin Xia from his reverie. He raised his gaze to the terrifying figure within the cell, his expression gradually cooling. The Ghost-Faced King. Lin Xia regarded it calmly, stating, "You are formidable. Having you as my aide would certainly be an excellent choice." Hearing this, the Ghost-Faced King began to quiet down. Lin Xia slowly extended his hand, seemingly intending to touch the creature's ghastly face. The Ghost-Faced King's eyes flared with murderous intent, yet its instinct for survival compelled it to suppress that urge. Upon appearing here, it had understood its 2 fates and recognized that its destiny lay in the hands of this insignificant being before it. Not wishing to be entirely erased from existence, it had no choice but to yield. Bowing its head, it remained still like a docile animal. Lin Xia's hand made contact with its ghastly visage, gently caressing it. "You have taken many lives. It matters not, as I was not acquainted with them, and this does not hinder my desire to employ you." Lin Xia's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flickering within. "However, you have slain someone very important." Suddenly, Lin Xia's grip tightened. Crack! The Ghost-Faced King's face contorted violently, a piercing wail resonating throughout the cell. It thrashed desperately, attempting to escape Lin Xia's grasp, but alas, it was futile. This was Lin Xia's asylum. He was the master here. If he desired its demise, it must perish. The icy glint in Lin Xia's eyes flared brilliantly, and amidst the creature's anguished cries, the Ghost-Faced King swelled like a balloon, rapidly expanding. Then, with a thunderous explosion, blood and gore splattered across the entire cell, only to be swiftly consumed by the walls and floor. In mere seconds, a mythological entity from the Chuan realm had completely vanished. This cell resembled a living beast, voraciously devouring its prey. Lin Xia's white coat was similarly stained with blood as he regarded the now empty cell, his expression devoid of emotion. "You are strong, but unfortunately, my asylum does not welcome you." Having spoken, he turned away, his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat as he made his way outside. The dim corridor absorbed the blood seeping from his coat, swiftly vanishing, like a monstrous entity that consumes all. Chapter 39, Tutoring Ding Dong. "Welcome." The melodious chime echoed as Lin Xia pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he froze in place. There, on the office's sofa, sat a grandmother in her 50s, leaning on her cane with one hand and adjusting her reading glasses with the other, animatedly recounting something. "Oh, let me tell you, my old partner, he's indeed like this. In the past, whenever we went out, he would hold my hand tightly, afraid that I might encounter any mishap. But since last week, he has been acting like this. Surely, he must have another woman outside." Opposite her, Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, listening intently and occasionally responding with surprise. "Really? He is that outrageous?" Yes, I believe you, Grandma. How excessive of him. Rest assured, we will handle this matter." Beside her, when Shima sat with a serious demeanor, maintaining a warm smile, "I believe what you say, Grandma." "I believe what you say, Hong Ying." "Yes, I think you are both right." Seeing Lin Xia standing perplexed at the door, when Shima exchanged a glance with him, stood up, and followed Lin Xia to the back of the office. Hong Ying remained seated, enthusiastically chatting with the grandmother. What on earth is happening here? Lin Xia finally couldn't help but ask as they entered the corridor leading to the basement. Just a normal day's work? I thought the front was merely a facade, but it seems there is indeed business. Xia, you still don't understand enough. This city, Sangnan, is neither too big nor too small. Mysterious events do occur, but only about 5 or 6 times a year. You see, when we're not dealing with mysterious incidents, we have to pass the time somehow. Training or chatting. How dull would that be? So, you have expanded to investigate extramarital affairs as well? Lin Xia's expression was quite peculiar. And it's a grandmother in her 50s? She is 60 this year. Look, taking on some trivial commissions not only gives us something to do, but also allows us to earn a little extra. Isn't that beneficial? Then, apart from investigating extramarital affairs, do we have any other services? Lin Xia pondered. Yes, our scope of services is quite extensive indeed. When Shima's eyes lit up, we help rescue cats and dogs stuck in trees, provide tutoring for children below middle school, offer legal aid to those in need, rescue abducted children, and sometimes even don masks to subdue bank robbers. Wait, isn't that a bit too much? Lin Xia's eyes widened. Rescue, education law, and even police work? Are you taking on their responsibilities? Standard procedure. I suddenly feel curious. Among you, who is knowledgeable in law? Lung Xian. Before joining the Night Watch, he was a law PhD from a political science university. Lin Xia. The two walked into the underground activity space, and when Qima patted Lin Xia's shoulder. By the way, the captain said to wait for you and find him at the training ground. Where is it? Just follow the corridor straight down. All right. Lin Xia traversed the activity room, heading down the corridor. He hadn't noticed it during his last visit, but now he realized just how vast this underground space was. With its long corridors and mysterious rooms, he estimated this area to be at least as wide as 2 streets combined. Finally, Lin Xia reached the end of the corridor, facing a large iron door. He pushed it open to reveal an expansive and brightly lit training ground, at least the size of 3 football fields. Did they really excavate the entire canal bottom? Lin Xia murmured. Upon noticing Lin Xia's arrival, Chun Mai, who was meditating in the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and waved at him. Captain, well, what do you think of this place? It feels rather surprising, Lin Xia replied honestly. The front is just an inconspicuous little shop, yet below is such a vast space. It feels like something out of a science fiction movie. Chun Mai nodded slightly. This was built decades ago by a master of Earth-type attributes who owned a forbidden ruin, so such a large project did not disturb the surface. I see. By the way, your documents for joining the Night Watch have arrived and are stored in the archive. If you wish to take a look, feel free to retrieve them. Chun Mai paused. However, your dagger, cloak, and emblem will only be distributed once training begins. For now, you can use this knife. Chun Mai handed Lin Xia a straight sword from behind him. Lin Xia took it and examined it, noticing 3 small characters engraved beneath the hilt. Zhao Kongcheng. This is... Lin Xia raised his head in astonishment. Old Zhao's knife, Chun Mai stated calmly. You are the chosen one he entrusted. He fell in battle. And this knife is yours to safeguard. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment, gripping the hilt tightly. Understood. He then questioned with confusion. But wasn't it said that I'm just a temporary member? Why do I need a dagger? With over a month left until training begins. We can't let this time go to waste. We need to teach you certain things. Chun Mai slowly stood up, looking at Lin Xia, continuing, after all, as a member of our team, 136, poor performance during training might bring shame to us. Lin Xia. For some reason, Lin Xia suddenly felt as though he were being sent to a tutoring class against his will due to poor grades. Very well then, how should I train? Lin Xia didn't hesitate. After all, even if Chun Mai hadn't suggested it, he would have sought him out for combat training. Life is one's own. Being lazy now is akin to a slow death. In the morning, you will practice with me. In the afternoon, learn to use the forbidden ruins from Wenqima. And in the evening, study marksmanship with Lung Xian. Chun Mai took 2 bamboo swords from a nearby weapon rack, gripping them in his hands. Pick up your sword. We are about to begin. Lin Xia glanced at the straight sword beside him, astonished. Captain, this is a real sword. It matters not. With an impassive expression, Chun Mai approached Lin Xia wielding both swords. Regardless, the outcome will be the same. For some reason, Lin Xia's heart tightened, a vague sense of ominous foreboding creeping in. He picked up the straight sword from the ground, unsheathed it, and took a deep breath. "Captain, I'm coming." Chun Mai nodded. "Come on, let's go." Lin Xia's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the hilt, rushing swiftly towards Chun Mai. 3 seconds later, his scream echoed throughout the entire basement. Chapter 40. Mortal Realm of the Divine Afternoon. When Shima sat in the Forbidden Ruins training area, feeling quite bored, glancing at the time. "Where's that kid? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly pushed open the door, shambling towards him like a zombie. "What the heck?" When Shima exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, "Chieu, what happened to you?" Lin Xia, with a bruised face, waved his hand, about to say something when he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. When Shima hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Did you practice with the captain?" "Yes." "Well, it seems your talent is decent." Lin Xia stared into his eyes. "You call this decent?" "When I first practiced with the captain, I was laid out on the training ground for an entire day and night before recovering." When Shima sighed, "Currently, the only one who can barely hold their ground in close combat with the captain is Hong Ying. I heard Zhao Kongsheng is a master of close combat. Was he unable to manage either?" When Shima fell into a momentary silence before slowly articulating. What he and the captain engaged in was not merely a forced confrontation. It was a contest of equal standing, provided that neither party resorted to the use of forbidden realms. Lin Xia, despite enduring physical anguish, managed to rise unsteadily. If one were to lift his clothing, they would discover a myriad of bruises adorning his body. Chun Mai's blade was swifter, heavier, and more ruthless than he anticipated, and it seemed he harbored no intention of showing mercy. "Rest assured, I shall seek Xiao Nan for treatment shortly, and by tomorrow morning, we shall be ready to face the trials once more," Wen Shima reassured him. "Now, let us commence with the lesson," Wen Shima declared after clearing his throat. Lin Xia straightened his posture, prepared to absorb knowledge. "First, we shall discuss what forbidden realms are. This has been previously elucidated by Zhao Kongsheng," Lin Xia interjected. "Very well, then let us delve into divine realms. That has also been covered," Lin Xia continued. "Fine. Then we shall explore the forbidden realms that arise from tangible objects, already addressed." When Shima sighed in exasperation. "How much information has this fellow clandestinely imparted to you?" He rubbed his temples. "What about the classification of forbidden realms? Has that been mentioned?" "Not yet," Lin Xia replied. When Shima exhaled in relief and began, "The classification of forbidden realms refers to humanity's categorization of the danger levels associated with these realms, organized into a sequential list. Much like divine codes, it begins with 001, with earlier numbers signifying greater peril." "Is this not akin to divine codes?" Lin Xia queried. "Not all. Divine codes denote the order in which humans discovered the deities, unrelated to their battle prowess or danger levels. Conversely, the Forbidden Realm classification is strictly a hierarchy of risk." "I comprehend. Those classified as 600 and above are termed harmless Forbidden Realms, possessing minimal effect. At most, they might assist in watering plants, eliminating dental cavities, or conjuring a spicy snack. Those in the range of 400 to 599 are known as low-risk Forbidden Realms, which can be lethal but pose minimal danger. If utilized wisely, they may yield remarkable results. Classification from 200 to 399 is referred to as dangerous Forbidden Realms, capable of posing significant threats to human society while demonstrating combat capabilities against the mysterious. Those numbered 90 to 199 are labeled high-risk Forbidden Realms, which can inflict widespread harm on humanity and possess extraordinary combat strength. Most entities within this category are of elite combat prowess, such as our captain. As for those below 89, they are classified as super high-risk Forbidden Realms. These realms either possess extreme destructive capabilities or exhibit unfathomable special abilities, transcending the realm of ordinary humanity with the potential to obliterate entire cities. When Shima emphasized, this is not mere hyperbole. A few years ago, in the northwestern desert, a formidable mythical creature emerged, classified as Forbidden Realm 063, known as Luotian Misha. It nearly buried several cities in a storm of sand. and it was only through the intervention of a specialized team that it was vanquished. Lin Xia paused in contemplation. I recall Zhao Kongcheng mentioning that his forbidden realm was classified as 083. Minsheng Shanyue, which ranks among the super high-risk forbidden realms. Although it is one of the last in the sequence, it remains exceedingly rare. When Shima's expression turned somewhat melancholic, had he possessed this forbidden realm from birth, perhaps he would have joined a specialized team and risen to the rank of general by now. Is this the ranking of forbidden realms? What about divine realms? Lin Xia inquired, curious. Divine realms are also a type of forbidden realm, thus included in the classification. When Shima paused, glancing enviously at Lin Xia, of the top 30 in the forbidden realm classification, 23 are divine realms. The powers bestowed by deities are naturally beyond the capabilities of mere mortals, far surpassing our understanding in both danger and uniqueness. Yet, does this imply that among the top 30 in the classification, there are still 7 human forbidden realms? Indeed, when Shima's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In fact, among the top 5 forbidden realms, one belongs to humanity. Which one? I do not know. Do not look at me like that. I have only been a night watchman for a few years. How could I be privy to such confidential matters? When Shima spread his hands innocently, what about my forbidden realm? Lin Xia pointed to himself, inquiring about its classification. When Shima cast a glance at him and replied, the divine code is 003, belonging to the Seraphim Michael, and the forbidden realm is likewise classified as 003. Forbidden realm 003, Vancheng Xinyu. Lin Xia murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 is the forbidden realm classification of the Seraphim. It does not belong to you, Lin Xia. When Shima added, only in the hands of the Seraphim does it retain its classification. In your possession, as a newcomer just stepping into the mysterious. Its power may merely be categorized as high risk. It is only when you attain a sufficiently elevated realm, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the deities, that will truly manifest as 003. Lin Xia nodded, understanding the implications. By the way, I have another question. Go ahead. Is it possible for the same individual to serve as the agent for multiple different deities? Not at all, when Shimo replied without hesitation, shaking his head. At least, no such precedent has ever existed in human history. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. From this moment forth, there is, in addition to the Seraphims, Vansheng Xinyu. Lin Xia had also acquired Xingya Wuzhe from the night goddess, making him, in a certain sense, an agent of 2 deities. Yet, such matters must remain undisclosed for the time being. Should the higher-ups of the Night Watch discover this, he would be in dire straits. For now, he was far too weak. Perhaps when he grew strong enough, he would no longer fear exposure. Now that we have covered the foundational knowledge, let's discuss your forbidden realm. What capabilities does Vancheng Xinyu afford you? Within a radius of 20 meters centered on myself, I can perceive all things, Lin Xia responded. Oh, when Qimo raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's underwear today? White. In the experimental field, the 2 men exchanged a brief glance, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine realm. Your abilities in reconnaissance and combat assistance may not appear formidable at present, yet as your strength amplifies, they will likely evolve into something extraordinarily fearsome, Wen Qima noted while recording information. What else can you do? My dynamic vision is several times enhanced compared to before. Close quarters lethality capabilities, excellent. What more? Under conditions of significant mental strain, I can channel a fragment of the Seraphim's divine might. It is common for divine agents to possess this ability. Anything else? That is all. That is all. When Qima exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his gaze. Is that truly everything? These are the powers bestowed upon me by the Seraphim. Lin Xia replied earnestly. In a sense, I am speaking the truth. When Qima furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. No, this cannot be right. This is Vancheng Xinyu. Even if it is merely at the Zhan stage, the powers manifested should far exceed this. Are you implying that my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Xia was taken aback. When Qima nodded. To put it plainly, The Athena agent of the Phoenix team could topple a building with a single punch upon entering the Jean stage, effortlessly tearing apart mythological creatures at the Qi stage. Your abilities, while commendable, are merely satisfactory. Most importantly, what you have exhibited thus far are primarily combat assistance capabilities. But this is the domain of Michael. How could it possibly possess such limited power? Lin Xia gazed blankly at his hands, yet he could distinctly feel the presence of certain abilities within him. When Shima pondered for a moment before continuing, there are two possibilities. The first is that the Seraph only granted you a fraction of the abilities when selecting you as its agent, which I believe to be the most likely scenario. The second possibility is that other abilities from your divine realm exist, but you are currently unable to perceive them, or perhaps you are subconsciously ignoring them. Subconsciously ignoring? Lin Xia inquired. For instance, if your ability allows you to breathe through your skin due to prolonged use, you may have grown so accustomed to it that, after a long time, you might start to overlook it, as it has become second nature to you. Are you suggesting that I might have been using this ability all along without realizing it? Lin Xia asked, intrigued. Precisely. Reflect on your life. Have there been any aspects in which you differ from others? Lin Xia contemplated briefly. Blindness? That doesn't count. When Shima sighed in resignation, personally, I still lean towards the first possibility. The Seraph likely did not endow you with the complete divine realm from the outset. After all, if it were indeed as you conjectured in the second scenario, you should not be so ordinary. A mere sneeze should suffice to unleash a torrent of talent. Lin Xia replied. In any case, when I previously mentioned that your current mortal divine domain was of a high-risk level, it seems I may have overestimated you. Based on the abilities you have displayed, it appears to be of an ordinary danger level. When Shima made a few notes on the document and reassured him, however, do not lose heart. As your strength grows, subsequent abilities will gradually manifest. After all, you are the Seraph's agent. It would not permit you to be humiliated in such a manner. Lin Xia shrugged. I hope so. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, it was merely slight. Possessing the Asylum of the Gods, he did not rely entirely on the Seraph, for within his sanctuary resided 6 deities awaiting his selection. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of your abilities, it is time to commence your training. When Shima summarized the document and swiftly devised a training plan for him. How do I practice? Overall, your current abilities focus on perception and anticipation. Such traits are comparatively easier to train than those that rely on overwhelming force. It simply requires your body to gradually adapt to these abilities. When Shima gestured towards the room behind him, which contained a mechanism housing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns, capable of firing 139,000 rubber bullets per second. Though the speed of the bullets was slightly slower than that of real bullets, it sufficed for your current level. Your task is to step inside and utilize your perception and dynamic vision to evade the rubber bullets as best as you can. Considering your level, we shall commence with 50 bullets per second. Lin Xia glanced at the room and nodded understood. He pushed the door open and stepped into the chamber's center, observing the myriad of tightly clustered gun holes lining the walls. An ominous premonition surged within him. Wait, why are there gun holes beneath my feet too? What if they shoot where they shouldn't? The sight of the densely packed holes made Lin Xia feel a chill, and his expression shifted. In real combat, danger can arise from anywhere. There are no safe zones. When Shima's voice echoed from all directions. If you are ready, I will begin. Lin Xia slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let us begin. Beep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The instant the signal sounded, rubber bullets descended upon Lin Xia from all directions like a torrential downpour, moving at a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Reacting the moment the bullets were fired, Lin Xia performed 2 backward jumps, evading the majority of the shots. Yet, a new barrage was unleashed. With angles that were exceedingly tricky, within Lin Xia's perception, he could indeed foresee the trajectories of the bullets, but the number of trajectories he could predict was limited. It was akin to a person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball. It was effortless. However, if tasked with catching 3 ping-pong balls simultaneously, it was still feasible. Yet, if 20 ping-pong balls rolled in different directions at once, the human brain would struggle to respond promptly and accurately discern each of their paths. Lin Xia faced a similar predicament. Within merely 3 seconds of training, he had already been struck by a dozen bullets. Although rubber bullets wound cause injury, their speed still imparted a sensation of pain. Finally, he grasped the essence of this training. Damn it, why am I getting hit again? In the activity room, Chun Mai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a bowl of fragrant bone broth to the table, gently placing it down. Gulp. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you cooked personally? Is the sun rising from the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled slightly. Haven't you realized? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xia. We are merely supplementary. Uncle Chun, you're being biased. Si Xiaonan huffed, sulking. Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly as he maintained a stoic expression. I'm simply tired of takeout and want a change of pace. It has nothing to do with that kid. Oh, I see. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she reached for the bone broth with her chopsticks. Then I want to be polite. Wait. Chun Mai swiftly intercepted her hand with his chopsticks, calmly stating, Lin Xia hasn't finished his training yet. Wait for him. Hong Ying pouted. Captain, you don't love us anymore. Chapter 42. How is my talent? The aroma wafted through the air as Lin Xia staggered out of the training room, his body aching all over. The scent emanating from the activity room reignited a spark in his otherwise dull eyes. When Shima's lips curled slightly, it seems your beating this morning wasn't in vain. Lin Xia strode directly towards the activity room. Upon pushing the door open, for pairs of resentful eyes turned towards him in unison. Lin Xia sensed an unusual atmosphere. What's going on? Nothing. Just sit down and eat. Chun Mai replied coolly, casting a glance at him. Oh. As Lin Xia took his seat, Hong Ying gazed eagerly at Chun Mai, her expression pleading. Let us eat. Finally, Chun Mai uttered the words everyone had been anticipating. The group dove into the meal like wolves that hadn't eaten for days, their eyes glinting with hunger. Is the food for the night watch always this good? Lin Xia quietly inquired, looking at the table laden with dishes. Hong Ying replied curtly. I don't feel like talking to you right now. After a moment, she added, I will wait until I finish eating to talk to you. Lin Xia. Yes, Captain. Did you gain anything from today as training? Yes, I learned a lot. Good. Chun Mai nodded, then paused to ask, does it hurt? A bit. Xiaonan, help him with treatment later. Si Xiaonan pouted, but obediently nodded. Okay. After a moment of thought, Chun Mai added, no need to heal him completely. Just ensure he can still endure the training tomorrow. Lin Xia. Clatter. 2 pairs of chopsticks collided in the bone broth, producing a soft sound. The chopsticks remained locked in a stalemate, each holding onto a piece of meat, neither yielding. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan glared at each other, their gazes clashing in the air like sparks. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted that piece of meat first, Hong Ying declared fiercely. Wu Xiangnan spoke calmly, I grab it first. Let go. I won't. Let go. No. The friction between them intensified, sparks flying. At that moment, Lung Xian, who had been quietly eating with minimal presence, fixed his gaze on the piece of meat, reaching for something at his waist. He produced an MP5 submachine gun and placed it on the table. Let go, he said calmly. Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan. Lung Xian naturally picked up the largest piece of meat with his chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it into Lin Xia's bowl. You new here, eat more. We'll practice shooting later, he said coldly while putting away the gun. Huh? Oh, okay. Lin Xia, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at the focused Lung Xian. Goodness, what does it mean to be ruthless and say little? This is what being ruthless and saying little truly looks like. Lung Xian, try not to draw a gun at the dining table next time, Chun Mai reminded. What if it goes off? It would be a shame to waste this meal. Lung Xian nodded. Oh. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances and obediently lowered their heads to eat. Once Lin Xia had finished his meal, Lung Xian stood up, walked to his side, and spoke, Are you full? Full. Let's go practice shooting. All right. Watching the two gradually disappear down the corridor, when Shima sighed deeply and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what's wrong? Your status as the group's pet has been replaced. See Xiaonan, huh? Guns are firearms, the epitome of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Lung Xian stood before a neatly arranged wall adorned with various firearms, his expression devoid of emotion. For high-level mythical beings, firearms hold little significance, but for lower-level mythical beings, guns often prove more effective than cold weapons. Especially for newcomers, learning to use firearms is crucial when they lack strong close combat skills. Lung Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xia. I will teach you just two things: shooting techniques and the principles of firearm construction. Unless you plan to specialize in firearms later on, this will suffice for you. Lin Xia nodded vigorously. Now, take this gun and shoot at the target. Show me your talent. Lung Xian pointed to a target not far away. Lin Xia nodded, picked up the handgun, and stood at the shooting station. Taking a deep breath, he mimicked the actions he had seen on television, raising the gun, aiming, and shooting. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and both faces instantly darkened. Missed the target. Lung Xian approached the target, confirming multiple times that there were no bullet holes. His expression seemingly grim. You missed at 30 meters? This. Lin Xia put down the gun and cleared his throat. How's my talent? Lung Xian glanced at him, despair evident as he closed his eyes. You have no talent whatsoever. Lin Xia. Back at Hong Ying's Grand Villa, Lin Xia collapsed wearily onto the sofa, rubbing his tired eyes. After a day of training, he felt he had endured a dual assault on both body and mind. First, he was ruthlessly cut down by the captain, then turned into a sieve by rubber bullets. Although the evening's firearms class wasn't physically exhausting, it repeatedly ground his self-esteem into dust. He truly had no talent for guns. After a night of training, as he left the training room, Lin Xia distinctly sensed that Lung Xian appeared even more fatigued than he was. Most importantly, the light in his eyes was gone. In the end, Lung Xian even consoled him, saying that it was not unusual for newcomers to struggle and encouraged him to work hard in the future. Yet as they spoke, the roles reversed, and Lin Xia found himself comforting him. Don't worry, I believe my current lack of talent is temporary. With more practice, I will improve. You must have faith in me and in yourself. Your shooting skills are so impressive. There's no reason you wouldn't be able to teach me. Time is of the essence. Patience is key. Be optimistic. At least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. I still have hope. Just as Lin Xia was wallowing in despair, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Little Xia, are you very tired? Hong Ying, clad in fluffy pajamas and holding a cup of tea, smiled as she offered it to Lin Xia. Lin Xia forced a smile and accepted the tea. Thank you. It's not too bad. Although I'm tired, it feels fulfilling. He took a sip and glanced around. Where is Xiaonan? She seems a bit upset that you took her position as the group's pet and went back to her room. No wonder. When she was treating me earlier, she kept pinching my flesh. I thought it was part of the routine. Lin Xia rubbed the bruises on his arms, coming to a sudden realization. Hong Ying burst into laughter. Actually, the captain is strict with everyone. When I first came here, even though I was a girl, he showed no mercy and made me cry. Hong Ying gazed out the window, seemingly lost in recollection, a smile forming on her lips. A bit ruthless. Not at all. She shook her head. The decrease in the mortality rate of the night watchman in Sangnan City is largely due to the captain. It's because of his own strength, and also because he is responsible for his teammates. The harsher he trains you, the more you remember the pain and grow quickly. He would rather have his team hate him than see them die on the battlefield due to lack of strength. Do you understand? Lin Xia fell silent for a long time, seemingly recalling the piercing gaze of Chun Mai from that morning, and slowly nodded. I understand. Hong Ying's lips curled up slightly as she affectionately ruffled Lin Xia's hair, gently saying, All right, if you're tired, go to rest early. Good night. Good night. After bidding farewell to Hong Ying, Lin Xia returned to his room, dragging his weary body onto the bed, staring blankly at the empty ceiling. After a while, he slowly rose from the bed, drawing forth the straight blade from its sheath, one hand gripping the sword and the other holding the sheath. He closed his eyes, recalling every move Chun Mai had demonstrated that day, swinging the sword under the dim moonlight, executing one stroke after another. Chapter 43. Back again? The school bell rang softly, and groups of high school students streamed out of the school gates, chatting and laughing as they made their way outside. Ugh. Another day with so much homework. I'll be up past 11 again. Isn't that the truth? That foolish teacher assigned us 12 reading comprehensions. How are we supposed to live? Reading comprehension isn't just something you can write randomly. Is it? How can you write it randomly? 3 long, 1 short, choose the short. 3 shorts, 1 long, choose the long. Uneven, choose C. Ambiguous, choose D. Wait a minute, let me jot that down. Suddenly, a student turned around and called out to Li Yifei, who was lagging behind. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm coming. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group, constantly glancing around, his mind wandering. What's wrong? Looking for something? Wang Liang asked, puzzled. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment and sighed. After that incident, I've developed a phobia about going home after school. Even though there's no evening class now and it's still bright outside, I just feel uneasy. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. You ran into a murderer. So what's the big deal? Why are you being so dramatic? Li Yifei, you look all tough and burly, but you're so timid? It's not that, ugh. Forget it. It's hard to explain. Li Yifei shook his head. Just then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly stopped. What now? I just remembered I left my homework in the classroom drawer, Li Yifei said, feeling a bit of headache. In a moment of exasperation, Wang Liang remarked on Li Yifei's apparent lack of intellect, suggesting that he had grown even duller. Fortunately, the school remained open, allowing Li Yifei to quickly retrieve his belongings while Wang Liang departed with the others. With a sigh, Li Yifei turned towards the school, arriving at the entrance 20 minutes after the end of classes. Most students had already left, leaving the campus eerily quiet. Thankfully, the gate had not yet been shut. Muttering to himself, he hurried inside. The campus, bathed in the golden hues of dusk, exuded an unusual tranquility, devoid of the usual bustle. Occasionally, a few students emerged from the classrooms, hastily making their way towards the exit, eager to return home to warm, hearty dinners. As Li Yifei ventured further, the number of people dwindled and the twilight deepened. The towering trees lining the path rustled in the breeze, their shadows growing longer as the fading sunlight filtered through the leaves. Li Yifei dashed to the second-year teaching building, ascending the stairs 2 at a time to reach his classroom. The corridor was deserted, illuminated only by the soft glow of twilight, and he found himself alone. Most of the students had finished their cleaning duties, and even the classroom door was locked. However, this posed no challenge for Li Yifei, who skillfully opened a window and, with a practiced motion, climbed inside. Amidst his search for his assignment notebook, he finally located it, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He slipped the notebook into his bag and approached the window to repeat his earlier maneuver. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the end of the hallway. Spotting them from his peripheral vision, Li Yifei quickly crouched down, hiding behind the tiled wall. What dreadful luck to encounter the dean of students at such a moment. As the 2 approached, one was Lu Xiaoyan, the class representative for Chinese, and the other was the dean himself. Li Yifei's clandestine entrance into the classroom could easily be misconstrued, and should the dean discover him, he would find himself in an indefensible predicament. Thus, he pressed himself against the wall, waiting for their departure. Engaged in conversation, the 2 drew closer, and Li Yifei could overhear their exchange. We must ensure that your class selects a proficient rider for the upcoming citywide competition, the dean urged. Lu Xiaoyan nodded, acknowledging the importance of the task. As they continued, the dean paused, resting his hands on the railing, while Lu Xiaoyan remained beside him, continuing her discussion. Their position was unfortunate, as it was right by the door of the classroom where Li Yifei was hiding. Through the window's reflection, he rolled his eyes in frustration and settled down to wait for them to leave. Have them come to my office tomorrow. I wish to speak with them, the dean instructed, satisfied with their plans. Just then, Lu Xiaoyan interjected, calling out to him. Dean, she exclaimed, a hint of a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I've been meaning to tell you something. Li Yifei's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing at the implications. What was this? Lu Xiaoyan had feelings for the dean, who was nearly 50 with thinning hair. I've always wanted to, she began, her voice trailing off. Eat you. The words tumbled out, and her smile transformed into a grotesque grin, revealing sharp, glistening teeth, her eyes devoid of pupils, leaving only Chun my reminded everyone, and then, as if recalling something, added. Originally, in cases involving mysterious incidents, it is customary to report to the police first, who would then refer the matter to us. However, This young man had previously encountered the Phantom Man case, had interacted with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement, so he directly called us, bypassing the usual procedures. This is an exception. Our normal case handling process is not like this. The others nodded, but Lin Xia understood that Chun Mai's words were directed at him. Go ahead, he said. All right. Li Yifei swallowed hard, recalling last night I went back to school to get my homework and happened to see. Li Yifei recounted his experiences from the previous day in detail, and as he spoke, the team's expressions grew increasingly tense. When he finished, Wu Xiangnan nodded. If what this kid says is true, then there's a 95% chance that this matter is indeed linked to the mysterious. He turned to Li Yifei. You should know the consequences of reporting false information, right? I know. What I said before is entirely true. I couldn't be more sincere. Li Yifei raplia earnestly. Very well. Chun Mai turned to Wu Xiangnan. What are your thoughts? From the information we have so far, this mythical creature possesses formidable camouflage abilities, allowing it to transform into others while still engaging in normal communication without revealing its true identity. When Qima sighed nearby, camouflage, another troublesome entity. Moreover, Wu Xiangnan continued, it appears to have the ability to assimilate any creature it consumes, which is what we truly need to be wary of. Is it akin to the zombies in movies? An endless infection? Though the modes of infection differ, their effects are indeed quite similar. So, should we just rush into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes brightened. It's not that simple. Lin Xia interjected suddenly, since it can infect others. We cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its true form. She may very well be someone who has been infected by another. Xia makes a valid point. Wu Xiangnan nodded. The greatest challenge of this mysterious event lies in our ignorance of the source of this bizarre infection pathway. It's akin to hunting zombies. Without locating the zombie's origin, eliminating all its offspring is futile. Furthermore, we have no idea how long this mythical creature has existed or how many people it has infected. When Qima added, Lu Xiaoyan could be its first victim or perhaps one of many. We must be prepared for the worst. What do you mean by the worst? Han Ying asked, puzzled. That the entire second high school has transformed into a school of monsters. Wu Xiangnan spoke slowly, his eyes filled with gravity. Moreover, the infection may not be confined to the school, but could extend to other areas of Sangnan City. Hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shivered. What do you mean? Have you considered? Wu Xiangnan stood up slowly, locking eyes with Li Yifei, that in this school apart from you, all the other teachers and students could be transformed into monsters? No, even you, standing here now, might unknowingly have become part of the mystery? Li Yifei's pupils dilated, a chill racing from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind blank. All right, Xiangnan, stop frightening him. When Qima said with a smile, as she stood up, if that were the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already sounded the alarm. Since it hasn't made a peep, it indicates that the situation is not yet so dire. Raven of Calamity? What is that? Lin Xia glanced at Hong Ying, confused. It's a raven, a cursed object that carries its own forbidden realm. Hong Ying patiently explained. When a great disaster is about to befall Sangnan City, it will cry out in warning ahead of time, serving as a sword detector. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. In any case, since the mysterious has emerged, we must investigate thoroughly. If we allow this creature to continue its growth, we may not be far from the future Xiangnan described. Chun Mai spoke slowly. Xiangnan, what is your plan? Wu Xiangnan sat down, adjusted his glasses, and said seriously, I believe the urgent task is to locate the true form of the mythical creature and ascertain how many people it has already infected. Therefore, I propose we split into two teams. One team will focus on second high school, spreading outwards to search for signs of other infected individuals. The other will infiltrate second high to trace the source. Chun Mai nodded, scanning the faces of the group. Since we are to infiltrate second high, we must not raise its suspicion. We must blend in as high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Xia. The task of entering second high and identifying its true form is entrusted to you. Captain, Xia is still a temporary member. He shouldn't participate in the cleansing of the mysterious before being formally accepted. Wu Xiangnan frowned slightly. Chun Mai shook his head, based on the available intelligence. This mythical creature excels in camouflage, lurking, and infection, yet its own level is not very high. Xia has undergone half a month of training, significantly enhancing his abilities. This presents a valuable opportunity for him to hone his skills. Moreover, he was a student at Second High, making him the most familiar with it, and it is quite natural for him to approach Lu Xiaoyan. With that, Chen Mai turned to Lin Xia and continued, of course as a temporary member. I will not force you. If you are unwilling to go, you may remain here. I will go. Lin Xia responded without hesitation. Chen Mai was right. After this month and a half of training, his combat prowess had greatly improved, and he was eager for an opportunity to apply what he had learned. Surviving in this perilous era necessitated an early familiarity with danger itself. Although Lin Xia preferred to remain cautious, he would not forego any opportunity to strengthen himself. In that case, let us commence our actions. Chen Mai stood up and then turned to Li Yifei. You will accompany Xia and the others. Li Yifei was taken aback. Me? I'm just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety. Chen Mai's tone remained unwavering. You have seen this mythical creature and are our best source of information about it. Your presence is essential. At Chen Mai's near-commanding tone, Li Yifei reluctantly nodded. If this operation is successful, I will offer you a chance to join the Night Watchers. As Chen Mai walked toward the door, he spoke slowly. Li Yifei's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as Lin Xia was about to leave, Long Xian, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly called out to him. Lin Xia. Long Xian approached him, drawing a pitch-black handgun from behind his waist and handing it to Lin Xia. Take it. The magazine is full. Long Xian said flatly. But my marksmanship. What if I accidentally harm someone? Lin Xia's expression grew grim. Long Xian cast him a knowing glance before turning to leave. The significance of a weapon extends beyond mere killing. Lin Xia stood in place for a moment, then placed the handgun into his pocket and walked toward the passage. 20 minutes later, 3 figures stood at the entrance of Second High, each carrying different boxes, looking distressed. Xia, why is your school uniform so ugly? Hong Ying glanced down at the red and white high school uniform with distaste. The girls' uniforms are not bad, came a reply. Lin Xia pointed to his blue and white school uniform, asserting that the boys' uniforms were truly unappealing. Furthermore, the aesthetic appeal of a uniform is subjective. You look quite good, he reassured. Beneath the sun, Hong Ying donned a white short-sleeved shirt, layered with a red and white uniform, the zipper slightly ajar, fluttering gently in the breeze. Her high ponytail swayed gracefully, and she carried a long black box on her back, radiating youthfulness and vigor. In contrast, Xi Xiaonan presented a different image, clad in a cartoon-printed long-sleeved shirt, her uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt. Her long, lustrous hair was tied into 2 large buns, giving her the appearance of a bashful, Na'vi girl. With a playful wink, Hong Ying teased Lin Xia. Xia, I didn't know you were so eloquent. Lin Xia responded with a hint of concern. The issue is that the first class of the day has already commenced, and we need to figure out how to sneak in. He glanced at the time and then at the intimidating security guard by the door. Besides carrying these items, we are bound to be questioned. Xi Xiaonan looked at the black box in her hands, her voice soft. Isn't that simple? Hong Ying smirked, raising her chin confidently. Let us just climb over that 2-meter-tall wall. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia turned to Xi Xiaonan, who only reached his shoulder and appeared somewhat delicate. I can manage, but it might be a bit challenging for Xiaonan. Xi Xiaonan rolled her eyes in silence, then swiftly dashed to the wall. With a few deft taps on its surface, she leaped up like a graceful butterfly, clutching the black box as she spun in midair and landed silently on the other side. Lin Xia watched, slightly embarrassed. This is rather humiliating. He took a deep breath, tossed the black box over, and leaped, effortlessly vaulting over the wall. Although his performance was commendable, the comparison to Hong Ying and Xi Xiaonan left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Well done, you look rather dashing, Hong Ying encouraged, returning the black box to him. Lin Xia shook his head, eager to shift the conversation. Let's stick to the plan. I'll approach Lu Xiaoyan closely in class while you 2 investigate the director's office. Understood. If anything arises, we'll communicate via earpiece, Hong Ying said, gesturing to the invisible earpiece nestled in her ear before departing with Xiaonan. After a few steps, she paused, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Where's the office building? And where is the director's office? With a resigned gesture, Lin Xia pointed to the distant skyscraper. Room 403. Meanwhile, in the classroom, a bespectacled middle-aged man was animatedly lecturing. Thus, we say in odd transformations, even remains unchanged. Symbols observe quadrants. This mnemonic is crucial to remember. Now, let us proceed to the next problem. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted. Top, top, top. The class turned towards the door to see Lin Xia standing quietly, the black box in hand, slightly bowing. Reporting in. Lin Xia? The math teacher was taken aback. Why are you so late? Where have you been these past few days? My eyesight has been troubling me again, and I was hospitalized for 2 weeks. I see. Please, come in and take a seat. The teacher adjusted his glasses, showing considerable leniency towards Lin Xia, a previously disabled student. Amidst the surprised gazes of his classmates, Lin Xia calmly returned to his designated seat. His mental energy scanned the surroundings, and he frowned slightly. Classmates, let us continue our lesson. The teacher rapped on the blackboard, redirecting the attention of the class. Lin Xia subtly adjusted his earpiece as Chun Mai's voice resonated. Lin Xia, how is the situation? I have entered the classroom. Lin Xia replied in a hushed tone. Can your ability detect them? Yes. What has to count? Lin Xia's expression grew grave. Not good. Chapter 46. Campus peril before their departure. Chun Mai had specifically instructed Lin Xia to be vigilant in using his abilities. As these mythical creatures could not be identified by appearance, alternative methods of detection were necessary, being the only one among them capable of perceiving the forbidden ruins. Lin Xia held great significance. Just as Lin Xia anticipated, his seraphs could identify the infected individuals. Presently, within the realm of his mental perception, Lu Xiaoyan appeared as a grotesque creature cloaked in human skin, skillfully manipulating her guise while whispering with her deskmate. In this classroom, besides Lu Xiaoyan, there was another infected indie. Xiaonan stood at the doorway, clutching a black box, while Hong Ying concealed herself in the shadows behind the door, poised to spring into action. Clearing his throat, Xiaonan knocked on the door. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 echoes resonated, they held their breath for several seconds. Yet the interior remained silent. Hong Ying furrowed her brows and cast a glance at Xiaonan. He knocked again, but still there was no response. Hong Ying gestured for him to step back and approach the door. She retrieved a thin wire from her pocket and deftly manipulated it in the lock. Click! A soft sound followed as the door slowly creaked open. Inside lay an empty office. Cautiously, Hong Ying stepped in and searched the surroundings. Only relaxing once she confirmed they were truly alone. Ying Jia, it seems the occupants have only just departed. The cup is still warm, Xiaonan remarked, reaching out to touch the cup on the desk. They must have gone to a meeting. If it were merely a trip to the restroom, they wouldn't have locked the door, Hong Ying replied, nodding slightly. In any case, we should thoroughly search this place for clues. Xiaonan nodded. I'll keep watch. She shut the door and moved to the window, producing a delicate mirror from her pocket to carefully survey their surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying hurriedly rummaged through the office, desk, drawers, filing cabinet, flower pots, searching every conceivable nook, yet found only a pile of useless documents devoid of value. Suddenly, she paused and sniffed the air. Xiaonan, do you smell something? Hong Ying's brow knitted in concern. Huh, I don't think so, Xiaonan replied, sniffing the air in confusion. Hong Ying's frown deepened as she crouched down, following the faint, unpleasant odor until her gaze fell upon a tile beneath a chair. The tile appeared remarkably clean and bore signs of having been disturbed. She extracted a small knife and pried the tile up slightly, an acrid stench assaulting her senses. Suppressing her revulsion, Hong Ying delicately used the knife's tip to uncover what lay beneath the tile, a patch of soft, yellow-brown membrane. As she spread it out, her pupils constricted in shock. Skin. This is human skin, Hong Ying exclaimed, abruptly looking up at Xiaonan. Do these infected individuals shed their skin? Xiaonan is brown full of it, a snake? It's possible. We should report this to Wu Xiangnan, Perhaps we can uncover information regarding this mythical creature. Hong Ying swiftly shoved the skin back under the tile and replaced it, just as a sudden melody erupted from outside, startling her. Hearing the familiar tune, she approached the window and observed a growing throng of students spilling out of the building below. Is it the flag-raising ceremony? Does the entire daxia share a uniform anthem for the ceremony? At that moment, Lin Xia and Li Yifei were navigating the bustling corridor, slowly making their way down amidst the clamor of students. Li Yifei cautiously scanned the area, leaning closer to Lin Xia to whisper, "Xia, your joining them implies you possess that special ability too?" "Yes," Lin Xia replied vaguely. "Damn, I'm truly envious. What is your ability?" "To perceive nearby objects mentally." "Something akin to that," Lin Xia responded ambiguously. "Then can you distinguish between monsters and humans?" "Indeed." "Now, tell me the truth. How many are there in our class?" "Two, Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruoro." Upon hearing these names, relief washed over Li Yifei. Thank goodness Wu Shujia isn't one of them. I've had a crush on her for so many years. If she turned into a monster, I'd probably never date anyone in my life. "Lin Xia, and how about now? How many monsters are near me?" Li Yifei asked anxiously. "That fifth person ahead of you, that girl is also one." "Her?" Li Yifei pondered for a moment. "She is from the adjacent class. I think her name is Dian Li. She has also been transformed into a monster." "That is not too surprising." Lin Xia was taken aback. "Why?" Li Yifei raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you noticed?" "All right. You just transferred here a few days ago, so you and T know these things." "Notice what?" "Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruo, and Tian Li. They all reside in the same dormitory." Chapter 47. The flag bearer. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia froze in place. Indeed, during his previous mental scanning of the floors, he had noticed that the majority of those infected were girls. With Li Yifei's revelation, he realized something was amiss. Could it be that the mythical creature emerged from the girls' dormitory? Lin Xia murmured to himself. He activated his earpiece, lowering his voice. "Hong Ying, where are you?" "Just exited the office building." "What's up?" Lin Xia shared his suspicions, and Hong Ying immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, while everyone is at the flag raising, let us head to the girls' dormitory now." "Understood." As the march music played, Lin Xia's class began to file out of the corridor, gradually making their way towards the flag-raising platform. The ceremony was set to take place in a small open area in front of the teaching building, where students from all 3 grades were crammed together with little space to spare. "Students in the back, keep up. Hurry. Don't push. Hey, could you walk faster?" "How much faster can I go? The people in front of me are blocking the way. What can I do?" "Huh. Where's the person in front of me?" "Who is in front of you?" "Lin Xia, where did he go?" "I don't know. He was just here." "Hey, Li Yifei is gone too." As several classmates wondered about their missing peers, Lin Xia and Li Yifei had already slipped out of the line, deftly weaving through the chaotic crowd. Lin Xia's mental perception extended only 20 meters, necessitating constant movement to encompass the over 2,000 students in the vicinity. "Lin Xia, have you finished your search? The music is ending. We're about to start the flag raising." Li Yifei strained to push through the crowd, calling out to Lin Xia ahead. "Not yet. I still have half left. What should we do?" "Everyone needs to form a line. Once the music stops, we'll be discovered." At that moment, the repeatedly playing march began to fade, making Lin Xia and Li Yifei increasingly conspicuous among the throng, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Lin Xia's brow furrowed. Li Yifei was correct. If they continued to navigate through the masses after everyone had lined up, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Forcing their search might lead to being intercepted by teachers. Yet, if they halted their efforts now, the prospect of thoroughly investigating all students and faculty across the 3 grades would necessitate waiting until school let out to block the exits. Time was of the essence, and the variables too numerous. They could not afford to wait. Lin Xia's mind raced, and suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of the flag-bearer team. Igniting a spark of inspiration, he changed direction, swiftly pushing through the crowd until he reached the front of the flag-bearer line. "Hello, fellow student." Lin Xia greeted the student leading the team with polite formality. The flag-bearer looked taken aback. "Hello, what do you mean you're off duty?" The student stared at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" School leadership has urgently notified that exemplary student representatives are required to participate in the flag-raising ceremony. And after the flag-raising, speeches will be made. Therefore, we need to temporarily replace the flag bearers, Lin Xia stated earnestly, extending his hand to seize the flagpole from the studentess' grasp. But this, I am Li Yifei, an exemplary student representative from the second year. Please hand over your flag. If you have any questions, you can speak to the administration after the ceremony. Lin Xia's expression remained impassive as he took the flagpole and positioned himself in the place originally occupied by the other student, his demeanor solemn. Li Yifei, what are you planning, Lin Xia? Li Yifei could not help but inquire. What you're doing could lead to disciplinary action. Wait, I too might face consequences. It was I who misappropriated your name to seize the flag from the flag bearer. This has nothing to do with you. Lin Xia replied nonchalantly, moreover, I am no longer a student and need not adhere to the school's regulations. I'm a sentinel. A solemn and majestic melody resonated, and the students, teachers, and leaders present fell into silence, their gazes fixated on the flag held by the flag bearer, eagerly anticipating its ascent. With the rhythm of the music, Lin Xia raised the flag and marched forward with precise steps. Hey, do you recognize the flag bearer? He seems somewhat familiar. Indeed, he is rather handsome, resembling Lin Xia. Are you certain it's just a resemblance? I feel it is indeed him. Seems like it really is. While most did not recognize Lin Xia, his classmates quickly identified him, whispering among themselves. The leaders on stage remained oblivious to the change in the flag bearer, smiling as they watched the dashing youth. For such trivial matters did not warrant their attention. Among so many students, who could remember who was to raise the flag today? However, the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed complexion upon spotting Lin Xia. An ominous premonition stirred within him for reasons unknown. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Xia strode with his head held high toward the flagpole. Just as he was about to step onto the flag-raising platform, he abruptly made a sharp turn, resolutely heading toward another corner of the student formation. The leaders, prepared to greet the flag, were momentarily stunned. Their smiles froze as they gawked at Lin Xia, who seemed oblivious to their presence, and it took several seconds for them to react. They turned in unison to the teacher in charge of the ceremony, their eyes filled with questions. The responsible teacher broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the students also noticed the peculiar turn of events. Watching Lin Xia pass them by in astonishment, their whispers growing louder. What on earth? Why isn't he going up? Who knows? Is this his first time raising the flag? He looks unfamiliar. This is amusing. It's all falling apart. Look at the expressions of the leaders up there. Ha ha, this is hilarious. What is Lin Xia doing? At that moment, the voice of the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony rang out. Silence. Everyone be quiet. That student with the flag. You're going the wrong way. Lin Xia feigned ignorance, showing no intention of turning back, and even quickened his pace. His gaze sliced through the faces of the students before him, revealing their astonishment, confusion, derision, and schadenfreude. Yet, Lin Xia's eyes remained as deep and inscrutable as a bottomless abyss. In his view, they were a flock of sheep oblivious to the impending peril, destined for the jaws of the wolf. Among the over 2,000 faculty and students present, only Lin Xia and Li Yifei were awake. Perhaps it was true that while everyone else was inebriated, he alone remained sober. Come back. What class are you from? The teacher on stage bellowed. Finally, having surveyed all the students, Lin Xia pretended to be startled, hurriedly turning back, making his way to the flagpole and swiftly tying the flag to it. The responsible teacher glared at Lin Xia, trembling with rage, seemingly wanting to question him, but now was not the right moment. Lin Xia chose to disregard his presence entirely, having no mind for the teacher's feelings at that moment. As the music shifted and the national anthem began, the flag ascended slowly. Yet beneath the flagpole, a cold bead of sweat trickled down Lin Xia's cheek. He stared blankly at the leaders around him, then glanced down at the sea of students below, his heart plummeting into the abyss. Captain, you best be prepared mentally, he murmured to himself. Chapter 48. The girls' dormitory U. Which class are you from? Where's the original flag bearer? The responsible teacher stormed up to Lin Xia, demanding answers as soon as the flag-raising ceremony concluded. Lin Xia had no time to attend to him, merely sidestepping and walking away. The teacher's eyes widened. After many years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. "Stop right there. I'm speaking to you. What is this attitude? Do you believe I won't drag you to the principal's office and report you to the entire school?" He grasped Lin Xia's shoulder, shouting furiously. Ahead, Lin Xia halted, slowly turning his head. Two golden flames ignited within his eyes. In that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the responsible teacher's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as if he were staring into the vast universe, a mere grain of sand amidst the infinite darkness and unknown. The sense of oppression transcended the very essence of life. In an instant, the teacher's back was drenched in cold sweat, his whole being feeling as if it might collapse. The fire in Lin Xia's eyes flickered and vanished, as if it had never existed. "What transpired earlier was my fault. You may report me to the entire school, or even file a complaint at the office," Lin Xia calmly addressed the panting teacher, "but you must wait until I finish my work." With that, Lin Xia turned and dashed away, leaving the teacher in a state of terror. "Captain Xia, report your status. I have surveyed the entire school. The situation is dire. I believe resolving this matter quietly will be exceedingly difficult. Elaborate. Among the 3 grades, the number of infected individuals in the first and third years is relatively low, totaling no more than 10. However, the second year is the most severe, with 36 infected, and one class even has half its members infected. This is just among the students. There are nearly 20 infected among the teachers and leaders as well. Thus, I can deduce that there are at least 60 faculty and students in the entire secondary school who have been transformed into monsters. Silence fell on the other end of the earpiece. 60 infected. Even if each infected is merely a lamp level, that means there are more than 60 lamp level monsters in this high school. If we discover the essence of this mythical creature, all 60+ lamp level infected will undoubtedly enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Additionally, their numbers are too great. Should any escape from the school, it would spell disaster for the entire Tsangnan city. Lin Xia calmly articulated his deductions. "Xia, it's not if any escape from the school." A series of chopping sounds came through the earpiece, and Chunmai spoke slowly. They're already beginning to seep out. At that moment, several kilometers away from the secondary school, in a rented room, Chunmai wielded a knife, stepping over the remnants of blood and flesh scattered on the ground, while beside him stood the serious-faced Wu Xiangnan. "We investigated Lu Xiaoyan and the Hanruo you mentioned, as well as the home of the director, and discovered that their families have also been infected. We just finished purging them. The situation is more dire than we imagined. Then, we need to systematically visit the homes of the infected to swiftly cut off the spread of the infection. So furthermore, I shall appoint Long Xian as the temporary guardian, extending the no-barrier void around the second high school, thereby forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. In the time that follows, the second high school shall transform into an isolated island, severed from the outside world." Chunmai approached the window, his gaze directed towards the direction where Lin Xia and the others were situated, and spoke calmly. "Our adversary this time is quite formidable. We must not hold back nor conceal our actions. We must ascertain its true form in the shortest time possible and eliminate it. Furthermore, we must ensure the safety of our teachers and students. We cannot afford to have more sacrifices. This time, you may unleash your full potential." On the other end of the earpiece, Lin Xia remained silent for a moment before nodding firmly. Understood. He then disconnected the earpiece. Beside Chinmai, Wu Xiangnan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Isn't it a bit too challenging for him to encounter such a significant event on his first mission?" "Xiangnan, this child is different from you and me." Chinmai gently shook his head. "He possesses potential, temperament, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage, and he will ascend to greatness on his own." In the girls' dormitory of the second high school, Hong Ying stealthily poked her head out from the window, glancing inside before waving her hand behind her. "Hurry up. The dormitory supervisor is not here." Si Xiaonan dashed in from outside, nimbly leaping over the entrance barrier and slipping behind the duty room. Hong Ying followed suit, and after evading the duty room, they ascended the stairs with swift strides, reaching the 5th floor in no time. At that moment, the flag-raising ceremony had just concluded, and the students had returned to their classrooms, leaving the dormitory building eerily empty, with all the doors locked, casting a shadowy and narrow atmosphere in the corridor, save for a beam of sunlight streaming from the terrace at the front. Cautiously, Hong Ying pressed against the wall, surveying the dimly lit floor. "Which room did Lin Xia say those girls' dormitories were in?" she whispered, turning to ask. "The second to last one on the north side," Si Xiaonan replied. Hong Ying glanced towards the northern dormitory, stealthily making her way there, while Si Xiaonan tightly grasped her hem, a hint of fear in her eyes. "Hong Ying, slow down. I know. You, fearless in facing monsters, yet afraid of the dark," Hong Ying replied with a hint of exasperation. The two gradually approached the dormitory door, and Hong Ying skillfully used a thin needle to pick the lock, causing the door to creak open. As Hong Ying had anticipated, the dormitory was devoid of any presence. The two entered and began searching hastily. "Wow, this school's dormitory is quite nice. The balcony is rather spacious," Hong Ying remarked as she stepped onto the balcony. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. She appeared to have seen something that made her pupils constrict. On the drying rack, alongside a collection of delicate pink garments, were 4 thin sheets of human skin fluttering in the breeze. Chapter 49. The long gun emerges. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, having witnessed the same scene, turned pale. Hong Ying frowned, navigating through the sheets of skin to peer over the balcony's edge. This dormitory building was the most peripheral STR. As Hong Ying passed by them, she overheard the whispers of the surrounding girls, their eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, with delicate features and flawless skin, one could not help but feel admiration. The shorter girl behind also possessed a certain charm, adorably captivating enough to make one wish to devour her whole. In the fleeting moment when Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan brushed past the other girls, a ravenous glint ignited in their eyes, their heads blooming open like flowers, revealing crimson flesh and a menacing array of teeth. The corridor of the dormitory was already narrow, and with these girls occupying most of the space, there was scarcely enough room for Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to maneuver. So little that evasion seemed impossible. Yet at that instant, a slight smile curved at the corner of Hong Ying's mouth, and a surge of crimson light erupted around her. Boom! The rose-colored flames radiated from her and Si Xiaonan, sweeping outward in all directions, the terrifying repulsion forcefully hurling the monsters in the corridor away. Crack! 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 The flames roared, the intense heat causing the emergency lights on both sides to shatter, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Only the flames flickered alone, illuminating the space. Then, a girl with a long box gently ascended the stairs, her face illuminated by the firelight. She tapped the box on her back lightly, and a soft murmur emanated from within, as a long spear sprang forth from the side of the box, landing steadily in her hand. Hong Ying elegantly swung the spear, creating a floral display of weaponry, moving leisurely through the rose-colored flames, gazing defiantly at the terrified monsters before her. "Humph, I knew you were no good." Hong Ying rested the spear on her shoulder and flicked her earpiece, declaring, "Let us see who dares to call me foolish again." Chapter 50. Not fully rescued. Si Xiaonan, still shaken, patted her chest as she stepped behind Hong Ying, her expression one of lingering fear. They looked so terrifying. Indeed, Somya, Hong Ying nodded. However, their strength appears unimpressive. With that, she stomped her feet against the ground, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The spear's tip igniting in a blaze of rose-hued flame, trailing a fiery streak through the air. Hiss! 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 As the monsters in the corridor beheld Hong Ying charging toward them, their grotesque heads opened wide, revealing terrifying, gaping maws intent on swallowing her whole. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, her form unwavering, charging directly into that enormous mouth. How? Just as the monstrous jaws were about to engulf her, a strand of fiery brilliance erupted from the spear's tip, illuminating the dark corridor in a flash. In the next instant, a colossal fireball ignited. The spear sliced effortlessly through the monster's body, the undulating flames consuming the mangled flesh in a mere breath. Hong Ying stood firm, casually resting the spear on her shoulder, its flames still dancing. She chuckled softly, looking at the dumbfounded monsters before her, teasingly waggling her finger. You lot combined aren't even worth my time. Si Xiaonan cheered excitedly from the side. Sister Hong Ying, you're so cool. The monsters roared in fury, fixating their gaze on Hong Ying, and in the next moment, more figures began to appear at the corridor's entrances. Some wore school uniforms, others casual clothing, some held buckets, and others clutched books. Their long, dark hair cascaded down, and pairs of eyes fixed intently on Hong Ying at the center. They stared at her in eerie silence. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed from a nearby restroom. The faint rustle of the ceiling above could be heard, and the distant chatter of students drifted in from outside. The corridor fell into an oppressive silence. The number of girls lining the corridor increased, standing in unison like a silent battalion. This scene sent chills down one's spine. Si Xiaonan quietly edged behind Hong Ying, retrieving a dagger from her black box, gripping it tightly. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying meticulously counted the numbers, murmuring to herself, 18? This number poses a bit of a challenge, but merely a bit. Ruoro, you mentioned wanting to drink AD calcium last class. I picked up a bottle for you at the convenience store just now. In the classroom, Lu Yuan handed a bottle of AD calcium milk to Han Ruoro, his cheeks flushed. Han Ruoro turned around, flashing Lu Yuan a sweet smile as she accepted the AD calcium. Thank you, Lu Yuan, you're so kind to me. Upon seeing Han Ruoro's smile, Lu Yuan felt as though he were floating on air, immediately promising, don't worry, just tell me what you want to drink from now on, and I'll get it for you. All right. Han Ruoro nodded, hesitating for a moment before leaning closer to Lu Yuan's ear and speaking in a soft, sweet voice. Lu Yuan, could you wait for me in the garage after school? Huh. Lu Yuan seemed to recall something, his heart racing wildly. I have something to say to you. Han Ruoro's cheeks flushed, casting a flirtatious glance at him, the unspoken understanding hanging in the air. Lu Yuan excitedly nodded, sure, I'll definitely wait for you after school tonight. Just then, Han Ruoro paused, seemingly sensing something, and abruptly stood up. What's wrong? Ruoro, where are you going? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. I just remembered I left something behind. I need to go back to the dormitory. Han Ruoro's face lost its softness, coldly tossing a remark as she strode toward the door. At that moment, a boy approached her desk, blocking her path. Lin Xia? Lu Yuan frowned slightly upon seeing the newcomer. Han Ruoro's irritation flickered, but quickly transformed into a naive smile. Lin Xia, do you need something? Lin Xia ignored Lu Yuan's gaze, pausing for a moment before softly declaring, actually, I've liked you for a long time. Han Ruoro was taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly choked, resolutely standing up to glare at Lin Xia. Lin Xia, don't be like this. Han Ruoro already has someone she likes. You can't be persistent. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Lin Xia forcefully shoved him back into his seat, covering his mouth in the process. Han Ruoro took a moment to process and seemed to arrive at a conclusion, her face suddenly adorned with a rosy hue. Zo. Be my girlfriend, Lin Xia stated matter-of-factly. Roar. Lin Xia's voice was not loud, but the impact of his words resonated throughout the classroom, causing an uproar. Wow. I can't believe Lin Xia likes a girl like Han Ruoro. Who would have thought? But if you look closely, Han Ruoro is indeed quite attractive. Clearly, Lin Xia is even more handsome. Wow, so domineering. I absolutely love it. What a pity. Just look at Lu Yuan's expression. It's priceless. I agree. They should be together. Together. Amidst the clamor, Han Ruoro lowered her head, seemingly inspecting her shoelaces, her face flushed deeply. After a moment, she replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, okay. Beside her, Lu Yuan stared in disbelief, as though struck by a bolt from the blue. His world crumbled. Lin Xia nodded expressionlessly. In that case, see you in the garage tonight. Okay. Lin Xia released his grip on Lu Yuan's mouth, who sat there like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Han Ruoro, frozen in place. Lin Xia shot him a glance before walking away silently. Witnessing the entire scene, Li Yifei approached Lin Xia and whispered, "Xia, why did you help him? He had previously pushed you. I truly do not wish to save him. Had I been my former self, I would undoubtedly have refrained from intervening." Lin Xia patted his shoulder. "But who could blame me for being at work now? I do not desire to rescue him. Yet from the perspective of a night watchman, saving lives is imperative. Hence, I aided him, albeit not entirely." Li Yifei was taken aback. "What does this mean?" Lin Xia turned his head, casting a meaningful glance at the dazed Lu Yuan, and spoke with profound implications. "Do you believe that, given his character, he would relinquish his pursuit of Han Ruo?" Li Yifei's eyes widened. "Are you suggesting you'll not give up? In the line of duty as a night watchman, I saved him once." Lin Xia stated calmly, "But if he insists on seeking demise, that is no longer my concern. At that point, I might even applaud from the sidelines." Chapter 51. I understand you. In the previous chapter, there was an error with the names. Wang Xiao should be replaced with Lu Yuan. Cough. It has been corrected now. Li Yifei clicked his tongue. "If we are speaking of ruthlessness, you are indeed the most merciless." Just as Lin Xia was about to say something, a voice crackled through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift slightly. "What's wrong? Something has happened on Hong Ying's side." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia grasped the black box and dashed out of the classroom. "Hey, there is only 1 minute until class starts," Li Yifei instinctively reminded him, only to realize that those carefree days of sitting in class were long gone. He hastily followed Lin Xia, and just as they reached the doorway, he collided with the English teacher. "Li Yifei, class is about to start. Where are you rushing off to?" The English teacher glared at him, irate. "Class." Li Yifei brushed past the teacher and sprinted away, calling back, "At a time like this, who cares about class? Times have changed, teacher." With the speed of a sprinter, Li Yifei followed Lin Xia to the girls' dormitory, where a large crowd had gathered. "Did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion from inside." "I heard it. There seemed to be something screaming. It's terrifying." "How is that possible?" "I only heard the explosion. Perhaps someone hid illegal electrical equipment, causing a fire." "Has anyone called the police?" "Someone is on the phone. The fire truck should arrive shortly. We need to secure the scene." "Huh? Why is there no signal?" "I don't have any either." "Strange. Outside, no." To high school. Lung Xian sat in a secluded corner, lowered the notice board, and gently sliced his fingertip with a blade, allowing a few drops of blood to seep out. With an impassive expression, he extended his hand and drew a long mark across the surface of the notice board. "How did old Zhao do this back then?" Lung Xian murmured, reminiscing for a moment, then clasped his hands together and pressed down. "Forbidden ruins? No." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, and the notice board remained utterly still. The corners of Lung Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Perhaps there wasn't enough blood? He drew his knife once more, making another incision on his left hand, and drew a horizontal line on the notice board. "Forbidden ruins?" "No." Still no reaction. Growing impatient, Lung Xian tapped the surface of a notice board, as if coaxing an old television with poor reception. After a couple of taps, the notice board quivered slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled from it, connecting with 2 other boards, enveloping the entire area above number 2 high school. This time it worked. Satisfied, Lung Xian stood up, gazing into the distance, only to be taken aback. "Huh? Why does the color of this, look different? Holy moly! Look, why has the sky turned green? It's true. How miraculous! Hurry, take a picture." Which unfortunate soul has been adorned with such a grand title? What kind of transformation must one undergo to provoke such an anomaly? The suddenly discolored sky instantly captivated everyone's attention. Even the teachers and students in class stepped out of their classrooms, pointing and discussing the spectacle above. "Xia, what is happening?" Li Yifei gazed at the verdant sky, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, uncertain, but it may be linked to no, this is not of paramount importance. His gaze fell upon the throng surrounding the girls' dormitory, his brow slightly furrowing. "They have sealed off the girls' dormitory, with so many eyes upon me. It would be inappropriate to enter." You helped me create a diversion to draw their attention away. Create a diversion? Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback. What kind of diversion? Anything will do. You could pretend to have a heart attack or perform a striptease, as long as it diverts their attention. But I can't do that either. Li Yifei. Lin Xia turned around, gazing seriously into Li Yifei's eyes. If you intend to join the Night Watchmen after this incident, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything for it, including your chastity. Wait a moment. Why must joining the Night Watchmen require the sacrifice of chastity? Li Yifei felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone in the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. All right, you go ahead. I'll help you attract their attention. Lin Xia nodded, maneuvering around the crowd to the edge of the barricade, giving Li Yifei a knowing look. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei shouted to the crowd, Wu Shujia. His loud voice instantly silenced the clamorous crowd, all heads turning in surprise to this boy who had suddenly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. Among the crowd, Wu Shujia also turned, regarding the serious-faced Li Yifei with confusion. Beside him, Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly. This guy can't possibly be planning to. Wu Shujia. Li Yifei shouted again, I like you. Upon hearing those 4 words, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd. This is how high school students are. They exhibit an unusual interest in anything outside of academics, such as a sudden fire or someone confessing their feelings in public. Clearly, the latter holds far more allure. The spectators' curiosity blazed brightly, their fervent gazes directed at Wu Shujia, even stepping back to create space for her. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia swiftly crossed the barricade and rushed into the girls' dormitory. Wu Shujia lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's gaze, and after a moment of silence, she spoke softly, I'm sorry. I already like someone. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's mind blanked in a daze. He felt as if he had suddenly comprehended Wang Xiao's feelings from earlier. Who do you like? A blush crept onto Wu Shujia's face as she confessed. I like Lin Xia. Hearing Lin Xia's name, Li Yifei's expression became a vivid tapestry of emotions. Instinctively, he glanced toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to find Lin Xia's figure had vanished. He remained silent for a long moment, slowly raising his gaze to the vibrant green sky above. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lu Yuan, do not cry. Li Yifei understand you. Boom! The swirling gunfire ignited a dazzling display of crimson flames, resembling a long red tassel adorning the gun's muzzle, while bursts of rose-colored sparks erupted within the dark corridor. Hong Ying's figure darted swiftly among the monsters, her spear sweeping through the air in an instant. A monster's head soared into the air, consumed by flames. The remaining creatures seemed to sense fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. Before them, Hong Ying, brandishing her fiery spear, advanced slowly, her long hair swaying gracefully. Chapter 52. Snake Demons. The rose-hued flames illuminated the corridor as brightly as day. Holding a long spear, Hong Ying crouched slightly, her gaze fixed on the 4 monstrous beings before her, as a wave of fiery heat radiated outward from her core. Suddenly, her form transformed into a burst of blazing flames, shooting forth with astonishing speed. The rose-hued embers dissolved rapidly in the air, leaving a trail of crimson afterimages. Her swiftness was beyond the realm of the naked eye. In an instant, she appeared before the monsters. The spear quivered lightly, and countless fiery spear shadows blossomed like flower buds, piercing the unresponsive creatures until they were riddled with holes. The rose-colored flames ignited, devouring the screeching monsters entirely. Ashen embers drifted down like withering cherry blossoms, blanketing the corridor. Hong Ying sheathed her spear behind her back, snapped her fingers, and the flames were extinguished in an instant, plunging the corridor back into darkness. Xiaonan, are you all right? I'm Fine. I even managed to slay one. See, Xiaonan replied with a grin, glancing at the disfigured monster on the ground. You're amazing, Xiaonan, Hong Ying praised, gently patting her head with a smile. Not as impressive as you, Sister Hong Ying. Once your rose fire feather garb is unleashed, even dozens of monsters wouldn't stand a chance. You're quite the flatterer. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Hong Ying's brow furrowed as she grasped her spear tightly, eyes alert. What is happening? Why are there still students inside? A panic-stricken dormitory supervisor hurriedly ascended the stairs, gasping at the sight of the two standing amid the scorched corridor. Upon seeing her, Hong Ying relaxed slightly, removing her hand from the spear. We're students here to extinguish the fire. It's already out, Hong Ying replied. In the dim light, the supervisor seemed oblivious to the spear in her hand, hurriedly gesturing for them to leave. Which class are you from? How can you be so reckless? Hurry, come with me. The fire truck is on its way. Exchanging glances, Hong Ying and Si Xiao unsheathed their weapons and hurried toward the staircase. As they reached the supervisor, she seemed poised to speak. Bang! A deafening gunshot suddenly erupted, a bullet piercing through the railing and striking the supervisor in the waist. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively backing away from her. The force of the shot sent the supervisor crashing against the wall, her in a flash. Lin Xia grasped the hilt of his sword, and with a resounding clang, the blade was drawn from its sheath. The edge, shimmering with a faint azure glow, sliced through the air, emitting a subtle hum as it darted towards the leading boy. His pupils constricted in terror, his head swelling as if something within were poised to burst forth. Yet, before he could react, Lin Xia's sword had already severed his head from his body. A grotesque, blood-soaked visage, replete with fangs, was hurled into the air, and viscous blood splattered onto the surrounding students, who stood frozen in shock, like statues. The transition from their frenzied charge towards Lin Xia to his swift draw and execution transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them momentarily paralyzed by the harrowing reality. Mere seconds later, piercing screams erupted in a frenzy. A monster had been lurking among them all along? Silence. Lin Xia bellowed, a fleeting glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. The chaotic throng fell into an immediate hush. In that moment, an unprecedented pressure crashed upon their hearts like a tidal wave, rendering them stupefied. There are no monsters concealed among you any longer. You may exit the school freely, and someone will open the door for you. Lin Xia sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. However, I expect you to exit in an orderly fashion, no pushing, if I catch anyone disregarding the rules. He slowly raised his firearm, gesturing it before the crowd. Upon hearing this, the students promptly turned and raced towards the school gate. Although their haste appeared somewhat frantic, they maintained a semblance of order. A few girls, trembling with fear, were supported by their male peers as they made their way to safety. At that moment, a corner of the boundless domain was lifted, revealing a path to the outside world. Beyond this realm, personnel awaited to administer memory erasure, a detail Lin Xia need not concern himself with. Approximately 400 students had already fled, with numerous others streaming from the classrooms. They were primarily first and third-year students, given that there were few infected individuals among them. And with the classroom situated close to the exit, escaping post-monster emergence was not overly challenging. However, the complication lay in the fact that some infected remained concealed within the panicked crowd, like unstable bombs ready to detonate. No one could predict when they might explode. Undoubtedly, their eruption would serve as the final straw for the students' fragile psyche. It was akin to a group of students finally finding refuge from the monster, only to have a classmate beside them suddenly transform into a creature. Despite the limited lethality of the monsters, the absurd actions driven by human panic knew no bounds. Fortunately, Lin Xia, as a human detector, could effortlessly identify the monsters hidden among the throng and eliminate them with ease, allowing the harmless students to exit through the boundless domain. With such a large number of students, keeping them all within the school would only increase the variables. While Lin Xia could not ensure the safe departure of every student, he aimed to assist as many as possible. Thankfully, the high school students were generally in good physical condition within minutes. Around 13 to 1400 had reached the school gate, passing Lin Xia's scrutiny before leaving the premises, effectively emptying the first and third-year buildings. It is time to close the passage. I must enter to rescue others, Lin Xia communicated to Long Xian via his earpiece. Long Xian acknowledged, and the next moment, The passage of the boundless domain began to seal, isolating the school once more from the outside world. Just as Xia was about to set off, the sky flickered ominously, reminiscent of an old television experiencing interference, dimming suddenly. What is happening? I'm still unfamiliar with the boundless domain and seem to have encountered something strange. Lung Xian's voice crackled through the earpiece. Will affect you? I will investigate further. Lin Xia gazed up at the blood-red sky and sighed. I believe a vibrant green would be more approachable. After all, the current scene resembles the end of the world. Beneath the crimson firmament, the atmosphere of the campus was both eerie and enigmatic. Distant screams from the second-year building mingled with the monstrous growls, echoing through the air, while a faint scent of blood hung in the atmosphere, causing Lin Xia to furrow his brow. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he swiftly moved to search the first and third-year buildings. Alan, I'm so scared. Shoo. Alan peeked out from stall in the restroom, glancing cautiously before retracting her head. Keep your voice down. Don't attract the monsters. But why aren't we fleeing with the others? Why hide here? Another girl questioned. In the cramped, dim restroom stall, 3 girls huddled together, their faces pale with fear. Alan lowered her voice, a spark of excitement flickering in her eyes. Haven't you seen those disaster films? When the apocalypse strikes, those who mindlessly rush out usually perish. Based on my years of movie-watching experience, the wisest course of action is to separate from the main group and wait for rescue in a safe place. But this isn't a movie. The girl beside her whimpered, her voice tinged with tears. And are you certain the restroom is a safe haven? I wish I could find somewhere else. But this vast building has nothing but classrooms and restrooms. There's nowhere else to go. Alan sighed in resignation. But rest assured, hiding here we will be fine. Creak. Before Alan could finish her sentence, the restroom stall door was suddenly yanked open. The 3 girls screamed in unison. When they saw that the figure entering was not a monster, but a boy wielding a sword, they quickly clamped their mouths shut in silence. Fine, it's anything but, Lin Xia remarked coolly. In a heartbeat, he drew his straight sword, and before the girls' terrified gazes, he swiftly severed the head of one of them. A grotesque, bloodied head tumbled to the ground. Chapter 54. The clever ones? Silence. You killed Xiao Xiao? She is no longer herself. Can't you see that? Having witnessed their companion transform into a monster before their very eyes and be cleaved in two, the 2 remaining girls were completely paralyzed by fear, their legs trembling. Lin Xia, with a touch of exasperation, assisted them out of the restroom. At the entrance, a small group of boys and girls had gathered, and upon seeing Lin Xia emerge with 2 girls, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Is there really someone inside? Senior Xia, you're incredible. You could tell there were people in there from 10 meters away. Are you a cultivator? Can you take me with you? What are you standing around for? Is this the time for chit-chat? Hurry and lend a hand. Only then did the crowd spring into action, rushing forward to assist the 2 rescued girls. They were among the survivors Lin Xia had saved from the nooks and crannies of the first and third-year buildings, and while some were similarly paralyzed by fear, most of the boys remained resolute, unaffected by panic. Senior Xia, what shall we do next? The 2 buildings have been thoroughly searched. You should head to the auditorium we just passed. It's been cleared. Lin Xia replied calmly. And what about you? The second-year building is the epicenter of the chaos. I must continue my rescue efforts. Can I accompany you? I just fended off a monster with a fire axe. I can help. A sturdy-looking boy interjected. No need. I will go alone. Lin Xia shook his head, gesturing towards the girls in the group who were still trembling. Your fire axe is better utilized to protect them. Very well. Without lingering further, Lin Xia provided a few final instructions before dashing down the stairs, heading towards the depths of the second-year building. In the second year of high school, the lurking monsters have overtaken approximately 60% of the school. Nearly 10 minutes have passed since the outbreak of chaos, and one can only imagine the dire state of affairs on that side. I hope they possess enough wit to handle the situation. Hurry. The boys have pushed desks and chairs into the hallway, completely obstructing it. Come on, everyone. We must not let them break through. What about the girls? Enough with the shrieking. Quickly attend to the wounded. What? There are still survivors on the 3rd floor? Damn it, Axe Squad. Let's charge ahead. Teacher Wong, I leave this floor in your capable hands. On the chaotic fifth-floor balcony, Li Yifei shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, most of the second-year students have gathered on this level, with desks and chairs forming an impenetrable barrier in the hallways on both sides. While dozens of monsters below relentlessly crashed against the obstruction, the bespectacled and composed teacher Wang nodded gravely. Rest assured, this level is under my command. My years of playing tower defense games will not go to waste. Li Yifei seized a fire axe and slung it over his shoulder, calling out towards the opposite hallway. Several robust boys, armed with fire axes, steel rods, or tennis rackets, sprinted over. Class 8 on the third floor has around 20 students trapped in their classroom. We must rescue them. Li Yifei briefly explained the situation. A few boys quickly fashioned a thick rope from their clothing and secured it to the railing, letting it dangle down. After testing its sturdiness, Li Yifei took the lead, climbing onto the railing, gripping the rope tightly, and carefully descending, imitating scenes he had seen on television. The others followed suit, albeit nervously, yet maintaining some semblance of order. Teacher Wang, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be in danger? A girl asked anxiously, observing the scene. Teacher Wang cast a deep glance at them and sighed. How could it be without danger? But I trust in his abilities. Li Yifei is so cool. How did I not notice before? A girl nearby whispered. Throughout history, during every dark era, there have always been seemingly inconspicuous individuals who rise to become leaders in times of crisis. In this dire environment, Li Yifei and his classmates, often regarded as hopeless, revealed an irreplaceable potential that others could not fathom. One must never underestimate anyone, no matter how inconspicuous they may seem. Perhaps one day they will shine brilliantly. Teacher Wang adjusted his glasses and, as if realizing something, turned to caution the girl. By the way, no early romances. Li Yifei and his companions successfully descended to the third-floor corridor, where most of the monsters were drawn to the chaos between the fourth and fifth floors. Only 2 monsters remained at the door of Class 8, as all doors and windows had been barricaded with furniture, preventing them from breaching the classroom. They were not the only clever ones. The noise made by Li Yifei and the others was minimal, and the monsters did not detect their presence until they stealthily approached from behind. The creatures abruptly turned around, revealing their gaping maws, ready to attack. Hold firm, Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys grasped chairs from the classroom and charged at the 2 monsters with a roar. Although the monsters were formidable in their hunger for flesh, their strength was not overwhelmingly superior to that of ordinary humans. Under the relentless assault of the boys wielding chairs, the creatures were momentarily held at bay, but their sharp teeth quickly rendered the chairs useless. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the remaining boys rushed in, wielding fire axes and clubs, striking mercilessly at the monsters' mouths. After a frenzied assault, the monsters convulsed and collapsed, their heads reduced to a mangled mess. Panting heavily, the boys could hardly contain their exhilaration. They had worked together to slay 2 terrifying monsters. Quick, time to rescue the others. Li Yifei dashed to the classroom door, knocking urgently. The students inside Class 8 had been peering through the gaps in the furniture, and upon witnessing Li Yifei's group successfully defeat the monsters, they swiftly opened a door, allowing several boys to step outside. I am Li Yifei from Class 2. Come with us to evacuate, he urged. Evacuate? Where to? The leading boy shook his head, pointing towards the first floor, which had completely fallen to the monsters. There are at least 10 monsters down there. We simply cannot break through. You managed to kill 2. Can you take down 10? We will retreat upwards, Li Yifei asserted. We have eliminated the monsters on the 5th floor and barricaded the hallways with desks and chairs. Most of the students are hiding there. The 5th floor? The boy chuckled. Let me ask you, what floor are we on now? The 3rd floor. And where are the monsters congregated? The 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors. Then even if what you say is true, how do we circumvent the densely packed monsters on the 4th floor? Even if we miraculously break through, you mentioned that the hallways on the 5th floor are completely sealed. Will you have time to open the door for us, allowing everyone to pass, and then seal it again? He gestured towards the thick rope dangling in the 3rd floor corridor. Or do you believe all 28 of us can climb that rope to reach the 5th floor? Li Yifei was rendered speechless. I hadn't thought of all that, he sighed. We are grateful for your attempt to save us. The boy bowed slightly. But unfortunately, your evacuation plan is unfeasible. Then what do you propose? Hold the fort. His voice was calm, despite the frightening appearance of the monsters. They were not so powerful that resistance was futile. As long as they continuously reinforced the defenses of doors and windows, stalling the monsters would not be a problem. I believe that soon, help will arrive to rescue us. Li Yifei fell silent for a moment, reevaluating the bespectacled boy before him. I still do not know your name. And Xingyu. And Xingyu? Are you the top student in the city? Li Yifei's eyes widened. Academic achievements do not concern me. And Xingyu's gaze fell upon the grisly remnants of flesh scattered in the corridor, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. For reasons unknown, Li Yifei felt a chill at the sight of his eyes. Since you do not wish to come with me, I shall return to the 5th floor, Li Yifei declared, preparing to leave, for his presence was unnecessary here. And the 5th floor still housed many students. I believe you may find it difficult to leave now. And Xingyu stepped to the window, pointing towards 3 monsters rushing in from the right hallway, while 3 more crawled up from the left. They were surrounded. Most critically, one of the monsters had casually shredded the dangling rope in passing, severing the only route of retreat for Li Yifei and his group. Li Yifei's pupils constricted. They might be able to slay 2 monsters with their chairs and fire axes, but if faced with 6 simultaneously, their demise was inevitable. Quick, stack the desks and chairs back up. The boys in the classroom hurriedly repositioned the furniture that had been moved aside at the door. Soon, the monsters reached the classroom's exterior, violently shaking the barricade with their bodies and sharp teeth, threatening to topple it. Over 20 boys strained with all their might to hold the furniture in place, their faces turning purple from exertion. Inside and outside, it was a life-and-death struggle for survival. Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. The moment Nyx uttered those words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Xia's eyes. Nyx's healing progress. 3 reward acquisition conditions met. Commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Subsequently, a virtual lottery wheel emerged, spinning rapidly. Lin Xia observed that the wheel was segmented into over 20 equally sized sections, indicating that the probability of obtaining each divine ability was identical. As the night sky descended, the names of various abilities flashed before him. Dimming Eye, Fallen Thousand Stars, Star Rend, Dark Night Flicker, Night's Chosen, Extraordinary Procreation. The dizzying array of powers left Lin Xia bewildered, yet he sensed the presence of something peculiar among them. What was this extraordinary procreation? Could it truly be considered a divine ability? If he were to draw this power, would he not need to seek a wife, as he could simply produce a multitude of divine offspring? That didn't sound too bad. At the same time, Lin Xia noticed a slender black section in one corner of the wheel, distinct in size from the other abilities, comprising roughly one of the total area. This divine ability was named Unknown. Unknown. What could that possibly signify? Yet, this was inconsequential. Lin Xia was convinced that, with his abysmal luck, even 1,000 attempts would likely yield no result in acquiring that unknown. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia fixed his gaze intently on the spinning wheel, and with a mere thought, the wheel began to decelerate. The pointer glided over each ability before finally resting on a particular segment. Starry Night Dancer. Lin Xia let out a resigned sigh upon seeing those words. Judging by the name, this ability seemed to pale in comparison to Star Rend or Fallen Thousand Stars. But at least it was not Extraordinary Procreation. Such luck indeed. As the pointer came to a halt, the wheel gradually dissipated, leaving only the words Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their hue deepening. Lin Xia extended his hand to grasp it. In an instant, those 4 characters transformed into a stream of black light, surging into Lin Xia's body. He felt a mysterious energy rapidly reshaping him, as if his very essence, both soul and flesh, were being cleansed, instilling an extraordinary sense of comfort. This sensation was truly marvelous. This state lasted approximately 5 seconds, and when it finally faded, Lin Xia distinctly sensed a transformation within himself. Before him, several lines of small, text gradually materialized. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. Your presence is less detectable in the night. Your intimidation factor against other beings is heightened. You possess the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon reading this, Lin Xia could not help but gasp in astonishment. If the entity remains immortal, then this incident shall not reach its conclusion. Even if it manages to eliminate the monsters lurking within the school one by one, it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. So where are you now? Xiao Nan is attempting to trace the remnants left by the creature. We shall continue our pursuit. As long as the void domain persists, it cannot escape this school. By the way, Wu Xiaonan has identified the nature of this creature. Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. This monster is a Nandu snake demon, likely stemming from rural folklore. Wu Xiaonan searched through countless mythological texts but found no mention of it until he stumbled upon a few fragmented lines in a tattered ancient tome. The Nandu snake demon? This type of serpent possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities and intellect rivaling that of humans. After consuming a living being, it can implant its seed within the host, transforming the body into its offspring and controlling their movements. However, the production of these seeds is limited. Even the original can produce only one seed per day, while the offspring require 3 days to mature. And both the original and its progeny possess low combat prowess, particularly during their juvenile stages. I see. Lin Xie stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that this snake demon has existed longer than he initially presumed. With such a multitude of offspring, it may have resided in this school for over a month. It is cautious and meticulous. As Lin Xie pondered, and Xingyu silently approached him. Is there something you wish to ask? I would like to pose a question. If you were about to inquire whether I am a superhero or an immortal, I would advise against it. No, I wish to know. Do such monsters exist in places unknown to us? And Xingyu pointed towards the monstrous corpse outside. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then why do we continue to live so leisurely? Lin Xie glanced at him and slowly replied, because there are those who watch over humanity as night falls. Logically, Lin Xie should not have answered this question. Yet since their memories would be clarified sooner or later, it mattered little how he responded. However, he could divulge no more. I understand. And Xingyu nodded. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? And Xingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. I merely find it intriguing. Intriguing? It turns out that besides science, there exist such wondrous beings in this Lu Yuan. Refrain from making unfounded accusations. We are currently in extraordinary circumstances, and you have witnessed the transformation of so many classmates into monsters. Who can assure us that none among you is tainted? Li Chang remained undeterred. Why should it be us? Lu Yuan scoffed, pointing at all present, claiming, you two are equally suspect. How does Li Yifei know that a monster lurks among us? Does he possess the gift of foresight? At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed from the corridor to the right. The hearts of everyone present plummeted as they turned in unison, their eyes brimming with dread. Could it be that a monster has breached our defenses? It is Lin Qiyi. He is frantically slaying monsters, with Li Yifei and the others in tow. Gasps resonated from the corridor entrance, and the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Lin Qiyi? Slaying monsters? Boom! Another deafening roar erupted as tables and chairs in the corridor toppled like hills. The clattering sounds sending the surrounding students retreating in fear, the swirling dust clouding their vision. Amidst the haze, a blood-stained youth in uniform emerged, wielding a knife, his eyes ablaze like a furnace. The moment they met his gaze, it felt as though an ancient beast had fixed its stare upon them, rendering them breathless. The golden glint in Lin Qiye's eyes gradually faded, and the heavy weight upon their hearts vanished. Behind him, several boys, including Li Yifei and Xingyu, hurriedly joined him. Li Yifei, how did you ascend from the 4th floor? What about the monsters? Someone in the crowd quickly regained composure, speaking in a rush. Li Yifei, grinning while brandishing a fire axe, replied, they're all dead. My brother Qi Yi cleared the entire 4th floor. The building is now devoid of threats. All eyes turned to Lin Qiyi, disbelief etched across their faces. How could it be? He single-handedly vanquished so many monsters? Is this true? Look at the knife in his hand, the blood on his clothes. It must be real. Oh my, did you see his eyes just now? So cool. What is that? A superpower? As the crowd whispered among themselves, Lin Qiye's gaze pierced through them, landing squarely on the indignant Lu Yuan. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively taking a step back. Lin Qiyi approached, his expression impassive, as he advanced toward Lu Yuan. Unconsciously, all students in the corridor parted to create a path for him, their whispers dwindling into silence. When Lin Qiyi stood before Lu Yuan, an eerie stillness enveloped the corridor. What? We want. Lu Yuan stammered under Lin Qiye's unwavering gaze. Let me tell you, Han Ruo has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Lin Qiyi raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to the status of anyone's girlfriend. I heard you intend to take her away? Beside him, Han Ruo lowered her head, avoiding Lin Qiye's penetrating stare. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. Indeed, I will take her with me. Do you wish to stop me? Lin Qiyi regarded him quietly for a moment before letting out a cold chuckle. He stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Yuan to pass. I shall not impede you. You may leave. Moreover, I wish you both happiness. Chapter 58. Appreciation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Lin Qiye's abrupt acquiescence. Could it be that he feared him? Was his earlier bravado particularly imposing? With that thought, Lu Yuan straightened his posture, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiyi, snorting disdainfully as he took Han Ruo's hand, swaggering out of the corridor. Once the pair vanished from sight, one of the boys from the axe squad sidled up to Lin Qiyi, whispering, Brother Qiyi, are you truly letting them go? He has stolen your girlfriend. Shall we teach him a lesson? These boys had witnessed Lin Qiyi's prowess firsthand and revered him immensely. Seeing Lu Yuan's arrogant departure with Han Ruo ignited their anger. No need. Han Ruo is not my girlfriend, Lin Qiyi replied with a faint smile, his gaze lingering on the direction in which they departed. In fact, I'm rather pleased, truly. The boy looked at Lin Qiyi in astonishment, his expression turning peculiar. Could it be that Brother Qiyi has such a preference? Li fisitiflet alaf, pating linjie se shoulder. Congratulations on achieving your desire. Yes, Lin Qiyi turned his attention back to the students in the corridor. Is this everyone? Indeed. All survivors from the second year are present, Li Yifei confirmed, then leaned in to whisper among them, Is there? There is none. Lin Qiyi replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. The only one was spirited away by Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha, that is good. Lin Jiye instructed. Take them to the Grand Hall. Once the Nandu serpent demon is eradicated, we can leave. Understood. I will inform them, Li Yifei said, stepping forward to explain to the gathered students. Lin Qiyi, meanwhile, drifted to the edge of the railing, frowning as he gazed into the distance. The main body has yet to be located. Turning at the sound of voice, Lin Qiyi saw it was in Xinyu. He nodded slightly. You have followed me. Have you discovered anything? After a moment of silence, and Xinyu leaned closer to Lin Qiyi's ear, whispering something that caused Lin Qiyi's expression to tighten. Are you certain? Uncertain, and Xinyu shook her head. My understanding of such creatures is limited. I lack the knowledge to make an accurate assessment. I understand, Lin Qiyi replied. I have a request. What is it? I want that. And Xinyu pointed toward Lin Qiyi's waistband. Lin Qiyi's expression shifted. I meant the gun. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qiyi retrieved the pistol from his pocket and handed it to Xinyu. There are only 3 bullets left. Do you know how to use this? I learned from television. That should suffice. Your skills may surpass mine. Lin Qiyi sighed, and Xinyu quietly tucked the pistol into her pocket, whispering, I hope I do not need to use it. Moments later, Li Yifei returned, leading the students from the 5th floor. Everyone is here. Take them to the Grand Hall. The monsters in the school should be largely eliminated, posing little danger. I will search for the Nandu serpent demon's main body. Lin Qiyi instructed. Leave it to me, Li Yifei assured, patting his chest. Lin Qiyi nodded, his figure flickering before vanishing into the corridor. Once he departed, a throng of students clustered around Li Yifei, bombarding him with questions. Li Yifei, what happened when you went down to rescue people? Yes. How did Lin Yi suddenly appear? Did he truly slay all the monsters alone? Certainly. Did you not catch the scent of blood on him? It is overpowering. How did he accomplish this? Who exactly is he? Li Yifei observed the starry-eyed girls, rolling his eyes internally. If you wish to know, just ask him later. He muttered before turning to leave. You girls will have your memories erased once you leave here. It will be a miracle if you remember Lin Yi. With the monsters vanquished, the tension in the air began to dissipate, and discussions about the enigmatic Lin Yi intensified among the girls. The boys of the Axe Squad, who had fought alongside Lin Yi, could not contain their excitement, animatedly recounting tales of his prowess, leaving the girls utterly captivated. At that moment, Teacher Wang approached them and solemnly uttered a warning. No early romance. The group of girls fell silent. Lin Xia, armed with a straight sword, dashed through the campus, swiftly activating his earpiece. Sister Hongying, any updates? We've discovered some traces. It appears the Nantawa serpent demon has headed north. North? Lin Xia paused, pondering the possible locations. The cafeteria? The art building? The playground? The academic building? I'm unsure. Xiaonan and I are searching the cafeteria. All right, I'll check the art building. Lin Xia adjusted his course and sprinted towards the art building, the newest structure at the school, erected approximately 5 or 6 years prior in response to a national initiative promoting the harmonious development of student culture and the arts. However, after its completion, students rarely attended art classes, as it seemed their teachers mysteriously fell ill whenever an art class was scheduled. The art building, though only 3 stories tall, boasted a variety of specialized rooms for sketching, sculpture, and dance practice. Lin Xia quickly circled the first floor, detecting nothing amiss. Upon reaching the second floor, a vivid scene suddenly materialized in his mind's eye. Ruo, why are we hiding in the piano room instead of escaping the school? Lu Yuan whispered, embracing Han Ruo while casting a furtive glance out the window. Han Ruo lifted her head from his embrace, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied. What purpose would serve to go outside? It's far quieter here, and I can engage in some rather intriguing activities. Lu Yuan felt an electric thrill course through him, a wave of anticipation washing over him. What activities? What do you think? Han Ruora leaned closer, her soft voice tantalizingly close to Lu Yuan's ear. But there are monsters outside. Isn't that unwise? Lu Yuan felt a surge of conflicting emotions, yet his reason urged him to refrain from acting on his desires. What is so unwise about it? Han Ruo wrapped her arms around him, her tongue barely brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly's touch. Just as Lu Yuan's last vestiges of rationality began to fade, and his hands poised to explore Han Ruo's form, she whispered the latter half of her sentence. Don't you want to be devoured by me? With a sinister grin, her mouth morphed into a grotesque, bloodthirsty maw that loomed over Lu Yuan, sharp teeth the girl wielding the long spear is Qijing. And I find myself unable to plant the serpent seed upon her. The other girl has remained by her side, rendering me equally impotent. However, if I were to eliminate you, who possesses merely the Zhan realm, and inscribe the serpent seed upon your being, do you believe they would notice? Han Ro's lips curled into a sinister grin that stretched to her ears, a smile both grotesque and terrifying. Lin Xia's pupils constricted in an instant, without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly darted toward the adjacent clearing. In the next moment, a massive black figure shattered the wall behind him, sweeping past the very spot where Lin Xia had just stood, its robust serpentine tail crashing down with such force that it created a significant crater in the ground. Lin Xia, propelled by inertia, rolled and quickly sprang to his feet, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his eyes filled with gravity. Before him coiled a creature, its body shrouded in black scales, a fusion of human and serpent, with a pair of enchanting vertical pupils fixated on Lin Xia. The Nanda serpent demon, you are probing me, and I, in turn, am merely biding my time. The Nanda serpent demon flicked its forked tongue, its voice emanating from within. Sister Hongying, the Nanda serpent demon has appeared in the piano room of the arts building. Lin Xia unsheathed his straight blade, calmly addressing the serpent demon. I understand. I shall come immediately. Hold on for a moment longer. Sister Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece. followed by the sound of rushing wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Nanda, serpent demon, accelerated across the ground, its tail sweeping through the piano room, demolishing the obstructive piano into smithereens, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. In the instant the serpent demon struck, Lin Xia reacted, evading to the side with lightning speed. The demon's claws raked against the wall where Lin Xia had just stood, effortlessly leaving deep gashes akin to a knife slicing through tofu. Steadying himself, Lin Xia glanced at the nearly demolished wall, his expression darkening, inwardly cursing. Is this what you call a weak body, low combat power? Just as Lin Xia narrowly avoided one claw strike, a robust serpentine tail came hurtling from the side, and he swung his blade with blinding speed, colliding with the tail. A resounding clang echoed, sparks flying as the blade scraped against the black scales, immediately followed by a tremendous force that sent Lin Xia staggering back, nearly toppling him to the ground. He barely regained his balance, noticing a shallow cut appeared on the serpent demon's tail. Its strength is slightly less than I anticipated. Its defenses are far inferior to those of the Ghost-Face King. Lin Xia squinted, muttering to himself. Aside from its enhanced defensive capabilities, it seems it is not invincible. Chapter 60. A shot that pierces through though evening has yet to arrive, preventing the activation of the Starry Night Dancer. Lin Xia's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instincts allow him to contend with the Nanda serpent demon with relative ease. However, the constraints of the piano room's narrow confines significantly hinder his evasion. Thus, Lin Xia decisively bolted through the door and sprinted outside the arts building. As he dashed out, the Nanda serpent demon violently breached the piano room's wall, its elongated body rapidly traversing the corridor, reaching above Lin Xia in mere moments. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the serpent demon's claws descended menacingly towards Lin Xia's neck, but he rolled forward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Utilizing his momentum, he sprang back to his feet, gripping his blade tightly, its tip aimed upwards, aiming precisely for the demon's abdomen. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, as if foreordained. The serpent demon's eyes narrowed, its body twisting rapidly to evade the critical blow. Nonetheless, Lin Xia's strike found its mark, leaving a long gash upon its form. The serpent demon howled in agony, coiling its body tightly, its fearsome maw lunging towards Lin Xia, who quickly positioned his blade horizontally before him. Yet, the demon's biting force was overwhelming, firmly clamping down on the blade, lifting its head while violently thrashing, ultimately hurling Lin Xia, blade and all, through the air. His body shattered a glass pane and careened down the corridor, plummeting from the second floor. Fortunately, the ground below was adorned with lush greenery. Lin Xia managed to grasp a tree branch mid-fall, dissipating much of the impact, landing softly upon the grass below. Unsteadily, he regained his footing, his lips twitching slightly. Although he had not sustained serious injury, the pain was undeniably real. Simultaneously, the Nanda serpent demon crashed through the window, leaping from the second floor, its sharp claws glinting ominously under the dark red sky, lunging straight for Lin Xia. He deftly sidestepped, avoiding the demon's landing point, then seemingly predicting its next move. Lunged forward, his straight blade aimed at the serpent demon's neck. Clang, clang, clang. A series of jarring clashes echoed as Lin Xia parried the demon's claws multiple times. Just as the serpent demon prepared to counter, a blinding golden radiance erupted from Lin Xia's eyes. An overwhelming aura surged silently into the Nanda serpent demon's mind. This oppression from a higher life form momentarily disorienting it, causing its body to halt abruptly. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xia's blade sliced through the air in a cross pattern, striking the demon's chest and leaving 2 bloody gashes. The serpent demon recoiled with a pained shriek, rapidly retreating several meters, its serpentine eyes fixated on Lin Xia, seemingly astonished that this mere boy of the Zhan realm possessed such formidable combat prowess. It began to hesitate. Continuing the fight might lead to defeat, and if the other 2 sentinels arrived, its demise would be certain. Yet, if it let this opportunity slip, would it ever have a chance to turn the tide again? While it wrestled with indecision, a lithe figure darted towards them like an arrow. Rose-tinted flames blooming beneath her feet, moving with astonishing speed. Upon seeing her, a smile graced Lin Xia's lips. The moment the Nanda, serpent demon, beheld her, all hesitation vanished. It swiftly turned and scurried back into the arts building, its speed incredible, disappearing within moments, the walls and rooms obscuring its form. "Where is it?" Sister Hongying called from a distance, her spear slung over her shoulder, still 100 meters away. "The classroom on the far left of the second floor. It has opened a window to escape," Lin Xia replied, his senses unwaveringly tracking the demon's every move. "Understood." Utilizing her momentum, Hongying bent her legs slightly, leaping into the air like a cannonball, the rosy flames raging beneath her. With this leap, she soared 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly retrieved her long spear, the intense flames erupting around her. She tossed the spear lightly before her, twisting in midair, her hive bun dancing in the wind, the spear spinning naturally. As the spear tip aligned with the classroom, Hongying's right foot, propelled by the force of her spin, struck the spear's end with tremendous force. Thus the spear, wreathed in flames, streaked across the sky like lightning, leaving a faint scorched trail in the air as it sped directly towards the classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, that crimson beam pierced through the entire arts building. A massive, 5-meter-wide crater exploded in the structure. The spear tip impaled the swiftly retreating Nanda, serpent demon, pinning it to the ground and creating a colossal pit. Dust billowed everywhere. Lin Xia stood beneath the arts building, staring in shock at the gaping hole created by the spear, utterly stunned. In that moment, he finally understood why the Nanda, serpent demon, was deemed weak in the eyes of others. Hongying descended gracefully, approaching Lin Xia, meticulously inspecting him from all angles. Her voice filled with concern. "Brother Xia, are you injured?" "No, not at all." "That's good." Hongying patted his shoulder and walked towards the Nandu, snake demon. "Let us go take a look. If all goes well, it should be dead." The two made their way to the rear of the arts building, where they discovered the Nandu, snake demon, impaled by a spear in an exaggeratedly large pit. Hongying approached, withdrew the spear, resting it on her shoulder, and kicked the corpse of the Nandu, snake demon, confirming it was devoid of life. "Indeed, it's dead." Satisfied, she nodded and stretched, relieved that it was finally over. So exhausting. If only we had finished this earlier. With the spear in tow, she leisurely climbed out of the pit, brushing off the dust from her school uniform. "Xia, let us go. Dinner is on me." Hongying seemed to recall something, smiling brightly. "After all, it's your first completed mission. We should celebrate." "Huh?" After taking a few steps, she sensed something amiss and turned back, discovering Lin Xia still standing in the large pit. "What's wrong?" Hongying approached the edge of the pit, puzzled. Lin Xia gazed down at the corpse of the Nandu, snake demon, his brow furrowing deeper. Something not right. Chapter 61. The true body. What do you think? What are those things? I don't know, but I estimate that for the next decade, that thing will haunt my nightmares. A decade? Do you really think we'll live to see that? What do you mean by that? What if these monsters don't just appear in our school, but throughout the entire Great Xia, like a zombie outbreak in a movie? Exactly. Come on. Lin Xia just said that they only appeared in our school. Once we are rescued, we'll be safe. Lin Xia. Who exactly is he? The spacious auditorium was now half filled with students rescued from the second floor. The only entrance and exit was guarded by the Axe team, making it the safest place. At this moment, the auditorium was filled with cries, comforting voices, discussions, and disputes, despite efforts to maintain order. And Xingyu sat quietly at the back, eyes closed, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks sounded in succession, 2 long and 1 short. The members of the Axe team perked up, swiftly moving aside the obstacles blocking the door. It was Li Yifei returning, and Xingyu opened her eyes and turned towards the door. Li Yifei entered the auditorium, panting heavily, as if he had just run an 800-meter race, drenched in sweat. "How'd it go? Were the other students evacuated?" And Xingyu asked as she stood up. "They've all evacuated. I sprinted through half the school and didn't see another student. Dumb. I'm exhausted." Li Yifei plopped down onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That's good. And Qingyu nodded. I was at the playground when I heard a huge crash from the arts building. It sounded like a collapse. Li Yifei seemed to recall something and hurriedly said to Qingyu, that exaggerated? It's likely they found the monster's true body and are fighting it. Li Yifei leaned back in his chair, sighing deeply. If I didn't have to search for survivors, I would have wanted to sneak a peek. When gods fight, it's better to keep your distance. True. And Qingyu seemed to remember something and asked, what is the name of Lin Qia's organization? The Night Watchers. As soon as he said this, Li Yifei covered his mouth, thought for a moment, then let it go. Well, it doesn't matter. Everyone here will have their memories erased anyway. Memory erased? Yes. They have a device that can erase memories on a large scale. After all, too many people have seen the monsters, and if anyone spills the beans, it would create a lot of trouble. And you? Will you also be erased? I won tea. Li Yifei grinned, leaning closer to Qingyu's ear, whispering, to be honest. After this incident, I should be able to join them. And Qingyu nodded. What are the requirements to join? Are you interested? It's not that easy. Their standards for recruitment are quite high. Li Yifei waved his hand. Either you awaken your abilities like Lin Xia, or you must demonstrate your value to them. You awakened your abilities? No, I just demonstrated my value to them. Li Yifei shuklat. And Qingyu nodded slightly, her gaze tranquil as a deep pool. Indeed, your performance this time was quite remarkable. If I were them, I would accept you too. As the two conversed, there was another series of knocks at the door, unpredictable in rhythm. The members of the Axe team immediately became alert, and Li Yifei stood up, gazing solemnly at the door. Who is it? It's me, Lin Xia. Upon hearing Lin Qia's name, everyone's eyes brightened, and they collectively sighed in relief. They opened the door, and Lin Xia, bearing a sword on his back, walked in slowly. How'd it go? Li Yifei rushed forward, asking eagerly. We succeeded. Lin Xia nodded. We killed the Nandu, snake demon. Li Yifei exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face as he patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. You did it, Xia. You really took it down. Now everyone will be safe. At this, the entire auditorium erupted in cheers. The students who had narrowly escaped death were finally about to leave this terrifying school, far from the flesh-eating monsters. The Axe team also joined in the celebration, tossing their axes aside and embracing each other in excitement. Li Yifei exchanged knowing glances with Lin Xia and leaned in closer, whispering, I've made quite the contribution this time. Joining the Night Watchers should be a sure thing, right? I don't want to be brainwashed. Lin Xia stood in silence for a moment before responding nonchalantly, perhaps. Li Yifei was taken aback. Just then, and Qingyu quietly withdrew a gun from her pocket, aiming the dark muzzle at the back of Li Yifei's head. In the astonished gaze of the Axe team members, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots rang out like thunder, abruptly silencing the previously jubilant atmosphere. The auditorium, filled with excitement, descended once more into a chilling silence. All expressions of joy turned to disbelief as everyone stiffly turned to the exit, their eyes wide with shock. Li Yifei, stunned, turned around only to see Qingyu calmly holding the gun, a wisp of smoke dissipating from the dark barrel. Li Yifei stared blankly for a few seconds before uttering in confusion. And Qingyu? Why did you shoot? And Qingyu stood there, silent. Impossible. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be a snake demon? Iam Li Yifei. Lin Xia shook his head, stepping forward and forcefully pulling at Li Yifei's chest. With a rip, the zipper of the school uniform broke, revealing Li Yifei's chest, where a faint gunshot wound lay like a brand. You are the Nantawa snake demon, or rather, you are part of the Nantawa snake demon. The remnants you left might deceive others, but they cannot fool me. Chapter 62. 2 Deviants Know. This cannot be. Li Yifei looked down at the gunshot scar on his chest, shaking his head repeatedly. I cannot be a murderer, nor can I be a monster. Li Yifei. Lin Xia grasped Li Yifei's collar, pulling his head close to his own, locking eyes with a terrified gaze. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, 2 golden flames ignited in Lin Qia's eyes, the divine aura of a seraph pouring forth, surging into Li Yifei's mental realm. In an instant, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yet in the next moment, a powerful hand seized Lin Qia's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes abruptly opened. They were strange, slitted pupils, calm and unfathomable. Interesting. How did you discover this? Li Yifei's voice was deep and serene. With your perceptive abilities, you should not have seen through my disguise. I didn't see through it, Lin Xia replied. Otherwise, you would have been exposed long ago in the office's basement. The flames in Lin Xia's eyes still blazed. Since entering the school, everything seemed plausible yet reeked of the bizarre. You mean, you deduced it? To some extent, yes. You left far too many flaws. Oh, Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Go on. The first point of suspicion is your medical leave note. Lin Xia stated calmly. When you entered the classroom this morning, you had a medical leave note with you. So what? According to your account, you forgot your homework after school last night and returned to the school only to witness Lu Xiaoyan devouring someone. After that, you fled in panic and found us. The night watchman. So when did you obtain your medical leave note? Lin Xia chuckled coldly. Don't tell me that after witnessing the gruesome scene last night, you anticipated that you would be acting with us today and specifically obtained a medical leave note, knowing that the administrative office had already closed. Thus, only two possibilities remain. The first is that you had already prepared the medical leave note, intended similarly, it sensed the presence of the night watchman, its inherent vigilance, allowing it to quietly lie in wait within human society. Throughout this prolonged period, in its quest for perfect disguise, it subconsciously birthed a second persona, namely Yifei. He had forgotten who he was, forgotten his past, and embraced the identity left for him by the Nantawa serpent demon. Living as an ordinary high school student in this city, if all went according to plan, he would, in the future, enjoy a carefree existence, leveraging his extraordinary longevity and innate abilities. However, approximately 2 weeks ago, he witnessed the tragic demise of the Ghost-Faced King, a mythological creature even more formidable than himself. His primary persona felt the chilling grip of fear emanating from the Night Watchman, sparking a dread that he too might meet a similar fate as the Ghost-Faced King. Given his combat prowess, victory over the Night Watchman was unattainable. Thus, he devised a plan to utilize his talent for disguise, to infiltrate the Night Watchman and become a member, thereby transcending this murky quagmire. He subtly implanted suggestions in Li Yifei's mind, leading him to request inclusion among the Night Watchmen, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Consequently, he began to scheme. From the outset, his intention was not to propagate offspring, nor to annihilate the Night Watchman. His singular goal was to showcase Li Yifei's worth. He orchestrated a grand performance, instilling fear in Li Yifei, subtly urging him to seek the Night Watchman, and thus the subsequent events unfolded as he had envisioned. However, an unforeseen variable emerged in this plan, namely, myself. Lin Xia pointed to himself, revealing that he had joined the Night Watchman as a temporary member 2 weeks prior. The entity was entirely unaware of my existence, nor did it realize my ability to distinctly perceive its progeny. Fortunately, after some probing, it discovered that I could not unveil its true form, prompting it to continue with its stratagem. It revealed its true self in the girls' dormitory, luring away the strongest combatant, Hong Ying, before reverting to the oblivious Li Yifei, overseeing the situation from the academic building. It meticulously controlled the movements of every progeny, ensuring Li Yifei garnered the spotlight without genuinely placing itself in jeopardy. Yet, at this moment, I re-emerged as an unpredictable factor. I seize this matter does not fall within our purview. There are specialized departments to handle it, ensuring that every explanation is both reasonable and justified. For instance, incidents such as laboratory explosions, large-scale fires, terrorist attacks on schools, or alien invasions. Are you certain the last one is reasonable? More so than a myth manifesting. Indeed, Hong Ying pressed her lips together, lowering her head slightly. However, the number of sacrificed students weighs heavily on her conscience. It is all my fault. Sister Hong Ying, how can this possibly be your fault? The majority of the students were already doomed by the serpent seed long before. Without you, the casualties would have been even greater. Si Xiaonan consoled her, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qi before quietly adding, and you, though reluctant to admit it, you are indeed formidable. Lin Qi, By the way, I recently met an exceptionally intelligent individual who seems quite intrigued by mythical creatures. Would it be possible to recruit him into the Night Watchers? Lin Shi appeared to recall something, turning to Hong Ying to speak. This was a request made by Qing Yu just moments ago in the Grand Hall. Hong Ying hesitated for a moment, weighing her words carefully. Qi Yi, joining the Night Watchers is not merely about intelligence. This profession is perilous. Do you grasp my meaning? Lin Shi Yi nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. The request on behalf of Qing Yu was the utmost he could offer, considering he himself was merely a temporary member without formal induction. Given the rejection, it would be unwise to persist. Let us go. It's time to disband. Hong Ying rose from the staircase, slinging the black box containing her rifle over her shoulder, and walked towards the exit. Lin Shi glanced back at the hall before following her. Inside the hall, and Qing Yu, who had been standing silently behind the door, felt his heart sink. Just then, his gaze fell upon the corpse of Ananda, serpent demon nearby. After frowning in contemplation for a long while, as if resolute, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. Outside the school gate, beside a black van, two men leaned against the vehicle, silently observing the tranquil campus. One of them received a notification through his earpiece, and Shenmu Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. It's over. They're about to emerge. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Why did she only confide in you and not me? I am a captain. I am a vice captain. That's no excuse for your constant opposition to Hong Ying. I am merely adhering to protocol. You are too rigid. Shenmu Yi shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. You see, Hong Ying is much closer to me. This isn't about whether a child is closer to their father or mother. Your tone is rather peculiar. Wu Xiangnan rolled her eyes. The sentiment is similar. The two fell into silence for a moment before Shenmu Yi spoke again. I've heard that Lin Shi Yi performed exceptionally well this time. Indeed. Do you think, since it's his first successful mission, we ought to show some appreciation, such as perhaps a banner or a cake upon our return? Wu Xiangnan sighed. What is the matter? You seem like a parent eagerly awaiting their top-performing child to come home from school, practically wearing pride on your face. Is it so? I feel rather good about it. At that moment, when Mo, seated in the driver's seat, could not help but roll down the window and interject. You two are quite excessive, completing a mission and picking them up. How can it warrant such theatrics? What Lung Xian? Uncertain, he has always been elusive. As they exchanged banter, three figures slowly emerged from the school gate. Hong Ying spotted the two men from a distance, smiling as she jumped and waved at them. Si Xiao then took a moment to stealthily wipe the blood from Lin Shi Yi onto her face, resembling a little calico cat. Her posture exuding a sense of defiance, as if to declare, I did not slack off. Lin Shi Yi, burdened with a black box, his school uniform drenched in blood, was nearly unrecognizable from his original appearance. He squinted slightly at the path ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. Are you injured? Chamwye inrudet aslinjie aprorochit. No. Lin Shi shook his head. How do you feel? Well, it feels somewhat simpler than I had anticipated. Chamwye chaklet softly, no dink silaitli. All right, let us get in the car. It's time to return. Captain, why don't you ask me anything? Hong Ying pouted, placing her hands on her hips. You? Wu Xiang then shot her a glance. You didn't even demolish the school, so what is there to ask you about? Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, her teeth grinding in frustration. Did I ask you? You are not the captain. I'm a captain, albeit the vice. Vice doesn't count. It certainly does. Does not. With a crisp click, a photograph developed from the bottom of a telescope, carefully retrieved by a hand. Not far away, on the edge of a high-rise building, Lung Xian sat at the rooftop's edge, gently swaying the photograph in his hand, the image becoming increasingly clear. A gentle breeze swept through his bangs as he gazed down at the photo, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This one turned out rather well. He treasured the photograph, stowing it in a box close to his person, then gracefully rising from the rooftop edge, shouldering his sniper rifle, and disappearing into the night. Chapter 65. Awakening Hello? Is this Captain Shenmu Yi? Yes, it is. We encountered an issue while clearing the battlefield at No. 2 High School. What issue? When we were recovering the Nanda serpent demon's corpse, we discovered that its head is missing. Chen Muye's brow furrowed slightly as he sat in the passenger seat of the van. Missing? Yes. We searched the entire scene and found no trace of its head. Could it be that the students concealed it? That seems unlikely. We have already searched their persons and found nothing. We suspect that someone may have absconded with its head before our arrival. Currently, the boundless void should still be enveloping the school. It cannot escape. Chen Muyi spoke calmly. You will broadcast dreams whisper throughout the campus, erase its memory. A creature devoid of memory will inevitably seek to return. Understood. After hanging up, Hong Ying inquired curiously, Captain, what has transpired? The head of the Nanda serpent demon is missing. It likely has been stolen, Chen Muyi replied. However, it is not a grave concern. We should be able to retrieve it. Lin Shi initially appeared taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? Suddenly, the sound of a thud echoed as Qing Yu, attempting to scale the wall, collided with an invisible barrier and fell back to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he rose and adjusted his backpack, staring into the void ahead. That invisible barrier remains. They may have already discovered the serpent demon's head is missing, he murmured to himself. His eyes glimmered with determination. After pondering for a moment, he sprinted toward the playground. If he could not escape, he would hide. He did not believe that the barrier could remain open for long. Once they departed, he could slip away, and Qing Yu dashed to the far edge of the playground, uncovering a manhole cover amidst the weeds and straining to lift it. An overwhelming stench surged from the sewer below, suppressing the urge to retch, and Qing Yu forced himself to compose, shouldering his backpack as he leaped down and replaced the cover. In the dark, damp sewer, the foul smell assailed him from all directions, nearly suffocating him. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his backpack tightly, enduring the discomfort. In the darkness, his eyes remained as bright as stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted in from above, causing Qing Yu's pupils to constrict. Chapter 22. General Zhao Lin Xie furrowed his brows, questioning, what do you mean by that? Zhao Kongsheng offered a slight smile, leisurely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Do you mind? I do mind. Zhao Kongsheng. With a hint of resignation, Zhao Kongsheng tucked the cigarette away, leaning back in his chair, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. In my youth, I was much like you. He continued, to be honest. This opening is somewhat cliché. Never mind. Please proceed. When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs just to barely raise me. Zhao Kongqing's fingers rubbed against the cigarette case, his voice remarkably tranquil. In those times, life moved at a lethargic pace. My mother's expectation of me was simply to finish middle school, return to become a village official, marry a young bride, and raise a few children living happily together. You know how it is with youth. There's always a rebellious phase. Upon graduating from middle school, my grades were commendable. Returning to be a village official wouldn't have been difficult, yet I disregarded her opposition and resolutely chose to enlist. He paused, reflecting, in truth. She didn't vehemently oppose. She merely appeared somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the doorway, watching me. As I walked down the path behind her house, she continued to watch. Even when I reached the village gate, her gaze remained fixed on me. Later, as I arrived at the city bus station, I felt an overwhelming sense of unease and secretly returned to take a look, only to find her still standing there, staring in the direction I had departed, lost in thought. Honestly, at that moment, I contemplated staying back, but ultimately, I steeled my resolve and joined the military. Zhao Kongsheng sighed deeply, continuing, eventually, my rank ascended, and I joined the Special Forces, where my proficiency in close combat led to my reassignment to the Night Watch. During my time off, I returned home to visit my mother, only to discover. Zhao Kongsheng abruptly halted. Lin Xie cautiously inquired, your mother passed away? No, she remarried. Lin Xie. My mother worked relentlessly in her youth, which took a toll on her health. Initially, she wished for me to return to the village to care for her, but at that time, I failed to grasp this and chose to enlist instead. Eventually, she could no longer endure alone and remarried, at least ensuring there would be someone to look after her in her old age. Regrettably, by then, I had already joined the Night Watch and could not remain by her side to provide for her. To be honest, When I heard of her marriage, I felt an immense sense of relief. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. So, what is your purpose in sharing this with me? Zhao Kongcheng slowly rose. Locking eyes with Lin Xia, we have all cherished something dear. Yet as we grow, we often unconsciously neglect its existence, allowing our attention to be captivated by other pursuits. I was once like that, but you, Lin Xia, are different. You are wiser than I was at your age, more mature, with your own aspirations. You wish to remain by your family's side, to be with them. That is truly commendable. Freedom is undoubtedly important, yet does not evoke a sense of disarray. Moreover, Li Yifei is also a part of it, and relinquishing the body to him is not an insurmountable notion. Lin Xia nodded, extending his hand to grasp at the void, conjuring a piece of parchment and a steel pen into existence. This is your employment contract. Take a look. If everything seems in order, please sign it. Lin Xia adopted the demeanor of a magnate, carelessly tossing the parchment into the air. The Nantua serpent demon took hold of the document, meticulously reading through it, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Rather than a mere employment contract, it would be more fittingly described as a bond of servitude. The text was densely packed with a plethora of obligations that the Nantua serpent demon was required to fulfill, including but not limited to unconditionally obeying the commands of Director Lin Xia, refraining from causing harm or harboring intentions to harm Director Lin Xia and his interests, preserving the integrity of the hospital's public property, maintaining cleanliness within the hospital, and rising early to prepare breakfast for the patients. In the supplementary section, there was a stipulation that in non-essential situations, the personality of Li Yifei must govern the body. Conversely, in the obligations assigned to Lin Xia, there was but a solitary blank space. This was unequivocally a ruthless, one-sided exploitation of the caretaker's rights, a contract of servitude that was utterly appalling. However, the Nantua serpent demon found himself devoid of options and, with a steeled resolve, inscribed his name. At the moment the name was penned, the parchment ignited spontaneously, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually dissipated, causing the cell door to swing open. Simultaneously, the Nantua serpent demon swiftly transformed back into human form. Donning a blue caretaker's uniform adorned with a black nameplate reading Caretaker 001, Li Yifei gazed at the attire on his body, scratching his head in bewilderment. He had overheard the dialogue between the Nantua serpent demon and Lin Xia, and thus grasped the situation at hand. He had gone from being Lin Xia's classmate to a mere subordinate. How does it feel to be revived? Lin Xia inquired with a smile as he approached. Not bad. Li Yifei replied with a wry grin. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly. I can't withstand it. Call me director. Lin Xia gently patted his shoulder, turning to lead him out of the cell. Come along. I shall introduce you to this hospital. Sighing, Li Yifei, clad in the caretaker's uniform, hurriedly followed Lin Xia. This area comprises the wards, and currently, only one room is occupied. There is but a single patient here, named Nikes. You can review her case file for details regarding her condition later. That area is the activity zone, on leisurely days. You may take her to watch television or play chess. We mustn't allow her to languish in the garden, clutching a vase in a stupor, lest she develop dementia alongside her untreated mental illness. This is the pharmacy. These medications must be administered 3 times daily, 2 pills each time. As Lin Xia elaborated, Li Yifei felt increasingly numb. What in the world is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. He shall keep you company from now on, Lin Xia concluded as they reached Nikes. With a smile, he introduced, this is Li Yifei. Nikes gazed intently at Li Yifei, seemingly pondering something, before suddenly exclaiming with surprise, my grandson, Grandma has found you. Chapter 67. Stopping him, Li Yifei's smile abruptly faltered, and he slowly turned to Lin Xia, who met his gaze with an affirming nod. Grandma. Li Yifei obediently opened his arms, embracing the excited Nikes, his expression a mix of joy and despair. I missed you so much. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with admiration for Li Yifei. Truly remarkable. You excel at brightening the spirits of the elderly. Lin Xia noted the progress of Nike's treatment, seeing it rise from 21 to 23. This progress bar was visible only to him. Li Yifei remained oblivious to it. Over the past half-month, Lin Xia had diligently visited the hospital, administering medications to Nikes and engaging her in conversation. Thanks to the dual treatment of medication and mental support, Nike's condition had significantly improved. She no longer wept in secret with a medicine bottle. With Li Yifei's constant companionship, her recovery would likely accelerate, and he anticipated reaching a 50 recovery rate soon, at which point he could extract her second ability. During this time, Lin Xia had attempted to unlock the second ward's door, but to no avail. It was likely tied to his own level of mastery, as the cultivation of mental strength required gradual progression. Fortunately, his recent training under Wen Qima had solidified his current realm, and he anticipated breaking through to the next level in due time. After offering a few more words of advice to Li Yifei, Lin Xia departed from the psychiatric hospital. The subsequent days unfolded without much distinction from before. Despite having adeptly completed his first task, the training regimen remained relentless. Lin Xia even felt that Chun Mai's strikes had become more painful. Yet, following his brush with life and death, Lin Xia found himself in greater harmony with the mortal realm, and his mental perception had sharpened significantly. He had mastered the art of evading a shooting frequency of 50 rounds per second in the mechanism room, and was now preparing to challenge 100 rounds per second. Perhaps the most notable advancement was in his marksmanship, having begun with a dismal accuracy at 30 meters. He had trained diligently and could now reliably hit targets within that range. Lin Xia vividly recalled the day he first managed to hit a target from 30 meters. Noticing Cold Xian standing behind him with red-rimmed eyes, quietly wiping away tears and subsequently smiling with pride. 10 days later, Lin Xia approached the captain's office and knocked on the door. Enter. Upon entering, he found Chun Mai engrossed in a document. Raising his gaze, Chun Mai addressed Lin Xia. In a few days, the new recruit's training will commence. Lin Xia paused, realizing that a month had passed since he had joined the Night Watchers. So, what preparation should I make? Based on previous years, this year's new recruit training will also take place in Beijing. I will prepare the necessary materials for you to take along. By the way, during the training period, we will enforce clothes management. While they will provide daily necessities, the quality may not be ideal. I'll have Hong Ying take you shopping to procure some items, and I'll reimburse you for the expenses. Additionally, the weather in Beijing is notably colder than in Songnan, so remember to buy adequate winter clothing. Charge it to my account. Chun Mai meticulously detailed each point, even specifying which train accommodations will be most comfortable. By the time he closed his notebook, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Have you noted everything I just mentioned? Chun Mai inquired earnestly. Lin Xia nodded affirmatively. Yes, I've noted it all. Good. Chun Mai continued. You should purchase your train tickets early. Those who arrive earlier can choose their dormitory. You can take care of that while you're out shopping. Tomorrow? Lin Xia blinked in surprise. The earlier, the better. Understood. Lin Xia replied, nodding. Once Lin Xia exited the office, Chun Mai quietly retrieved his wallet, casting a glance inside, and sighed softly. Zhao Kongcheng accepted the emblem, glanced at it, and seemingly recalled something. By the way, did you notice the sentences at the back? I did. What do you think? Aren't they impressive? Quite impressive. Did you compose them? No. They're the oath we took upon entering the Night Watch. Zhao Kongcheng tossed the emblem into the air like a coin, caught it steadily, and placed it in his pocket. Nonetheless, I quite like it. Wait, what now? It's raining heavily outside, and you're holding an umbrella. Thanks, but this umbrella, I shall not return. Feel free to keep it, consider it. A reward for safeguarding the earth. Interesting. All right, I truly must be on my way now. Farewell. Zhao Kongcheng, clutching the black umbrella, opened the door and stepped outside, while Lin Xia stood by the window, silently watching him depart. In the rain, he rubbed the emblem in his pocket with his fingers, softly reciting, If the dark night should descend, I shall stand before millions, sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain intensified. Zhao Kongcheng, unfazed, settled into the black sedan, retrieving a cigarette case from his pocket, ready to indulge in a brief moment of tranquility. Just then, his earpiece suddenly crackled to life. A man's voice emanated from within. His hand poised to light a cigarette. trembled violently, and his pupils constricted in alarm. The old monk's gaze was profoundly deep as he pressed his palms together and calmly spoke. To remain in this temple for decades in quietude, ultimately, sin is still sin. Benefactor, is time to let go. The young man fell silent for a long while, also pressing his palms together and bowing deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Chao Yuan. I have one more thing to remind you, the Master continued. Please, Master, speak. On your journey to Tsangnan, you may encounter a benefactor. If you seize this opportunity, not only can you cleanse your sins in this lifetime, but you might also attain enlightenment. A benefactor? Chao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. What characteristics might this benefactor possess? 2 trees standing tall, 8 gods departing, 10 years passing into night, guiding the world. The old monk closed his eyes, his hands still clasped, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. Amipa. Chao Yuan's eyes brimmed with confusion, yet he took care to remember these words, bowing in respect. In that case, he raised his gaze towards the cloud-covered peaks beyond the temple, palms together, and spoke serenely, I shall depart. Inside the carriage, Lin Xia glanced at the silent crowd, instinctively retracting his neck. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Ahem, when Qima cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Well, Xia, the train tickets can no longer be refunded. That's not your concern. Don't dwell on it. Chun Mai, seated in the passenger seat, appeared somewhat pale. We should think positively, right? For instance, we can visit you since the training camp is so close. The training is closed. We cannot enter. Driver Wu, Xiangnan interjected quietly. When Qima paused, at least we have gathered all our supplies like down jackets, thick blankets, heat packs, and large scarves. Qima, those won't be needed in Sangnan's winter, Hong Ying reminded softly. Be quiet. Chimai shot when Qima a glare, feeling his heart bleed. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Lin Xia, looking at him with wide eyes. Xia, could you check if there's any chance of a refund? Chapter 69. The first new recruit buzzing. Above the azure sky, several heavy armed transport helicopters descended slowly, the wind from their rotors stirring up the sands below. On the other side of the helipad, several men in military uniforms stood resolutely against the gusts, resembling statues standing firm. The helicopter doors opened, and Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying a black box, stepped down. With a crisp salute, the awaiting soldiers greeted him in unison. Good day, Commander. Yuan Gang strode forward, his expression serious, the wind lifting the edges of his uniform dramatically. Is the training camp ready? Report. The training camp is fully prepared. Good. Yuan Gong nodded. By the way, please provide me with a list of new recruits for this training session. Yes, sir. Yuan Gang, bearing the black box, turned towards the training camp that had sprung up overnight in a desolate suburb of Sangnan. The camp occupied a vast expanse, surrounded by checkpoints set at military defense levels, ensuring that only the new recruits could approach. Commander, here is this year's list of new recruits. As Yuan Gang and the instructors toured the camp, a soldier hurriedly approached. Handing him a list, Yuan Gang took it, glanced at it, and froze in place while the instructors halted as well. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the list again, muttering, What on earth? What a bizarre lineup this year. What is it, Commander? An instructor inquired curiously. Is this the young master of the Guangshan Bailey Group? Is it that Bailey Group? The instructor, catching sight of the first line, was left speechless. The foremost family group in the Great Xia. The second largest sponsor behind the Night Watchers, famously known as the Forbidden Object Museum. The Bailey family? Another instructor couldn't help but interject. Is this the young master of our benefactor, the Night Watchers? Why abandon a life of luxury to join the Night Watchers? Is it for a taste of life? Perhaps. The thoughts of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. What will we do during training? What if we accidentally provoke him? Do they dare? Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes. The Night Watchers is a national organization. The Bailey family may have contributed significantly, but this is not their private garden. Once they enter our training camp, all are equal. We will train them rigorously, and if anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Yes, sir, the instructors replied earnestly. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hand, realizing that yet another divine agent had surfaced in this cohort. A divine agent? Which deity? Yuan Gang looked up at the sky, narrowing his eyes slightly. Codename 003. The Seraphim Michael. The Seraphim? When did a divine agent appear? Thank goodness it's on our side. It has been years since a divine agent has emerged. This lad's future is boundless. The last divine agent to emerge from the recruit training was from the special team, Mask, if I recall correctly. Indeed, Yuan Gang circled several names on the list with a red pen, sighing in exasperation. A young master from the Bailey group and a Seraphim agent are already enough of a headache. This time, 3 high-risk Forbidden Ruins bearers have appeared at once, one of whom is ranked in the top 50. Additionally, we have the inheritor of the 8 trigrams palm from Shangjing, the inheritor of the Mo family spear from Hebei, and active special forces. Observing the multitude of red circles on Yuan Gang's list, the instructors felt a pang of anxiety. Commander, are we capable of managing them? Yuan Gang remained silent for a long moment before putting away the list and calmly responding. Contact the Mask team. Let them come and maintain order. Only prodigies can restrain prodigies. Outside the training camp, amidst military checkpoints, a special forces soldier squinted through binoculars, observing intently before slowly lowering them and retrieving his radio. Report, individuals approaching have been identified. Relay their details. Young male, appearing as a high school student, dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase alongside a Peppa Pig suitcase. Visibility does not reveal any weapons. A high school student? The voice on the radio paused. Could this be a new recruit? The notice was just issued this morning, and he arrives by noon? What a speed. He is still approaching, awaiting instructions. Stand by. I will go meet him. Shortly, a military jeep rolled out from behind the checkpoint, heading towards the approaching youth. Under the blazing sun, Lin Xia was dragging 2 suitcases along a rugged, muddy path, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Is there really a training camp here? He wondered aloud, glancing around. Could the captain be playing tricks on me for not returning the items? Having received the exact address to the new recruit training camp that morning, Chima urged him to come. Following an awkward farewell the previous day, the send-off was less grand today, with Wen Chima driving him close to the camp and leaving him to walk the rest. Upon learning Lin Xia was in Sangnan for training, the group seemed less anxious. Perhaps, as Chun Mai suggested, if anything were to happen to Lin Xia, they could swiftly come to his aid, unlike the trepidation they felt in Shangjing. After all, Sangnan was the territory of their team, 136. Buzzing. As Lin Xia dragged his suitcase forward, the distant roar of a vehicle caught his attention. He squinted, halting in his tracks. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle skidded to a stop beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Xia intently. What's your purpose here? Training camp. New recruit? Yes. Arrived so soon? I'm from Sangnan. Show me your identification. Lin Xia handed over the documents prepared by Chun Mai, which the officer examined meticulously for quite some time before returning them, gesturing towards the rear of the vehicle. Get in. After placing his luggage in the trunk, Lin Xia climbed into the off-road vehicle, which whisked him past all checkpoints until it finally came to a halt at the camp's entrance. Here we are. You can go in by yourself, the officer said, nodding towards the imposing iron gate. Lin Xia stepped out, dragging his 2 pink suitcases, and stood before the massive gate, gazing up at the sign, 039 New Recruit Training Base. This was to be his home for the next year, and he was the first recruit to arrive. Moments later, an instructor emerged from behind the gate, looking at him with surprise. New recruit? Yes. What's your name? Lin Xia. The instructor's demeanor shifted, his eyes widening as he regarded Lin Xia with an almost reverent curiosity. You are Lin Xia? Feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, Lin Xia replied, Yes. Is there a problem? None. The instructor shook his head, opening the camp's gate. You're the first to arrive this year. Come in. By the way, my name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. Lin Xia politely replied as he entered the camp. Instructor Hong nodded. You've arrived early, so you'll be fortunate. I will personally show you around the training camp. Leading Lin Xia through the expansive camp, Hong Hao explained, the camp's facilities are far more extensive than you might have imagined. The buildings are not makeshift tents or shanties, but constructed from a mysterious material. seamlessly integrated with the ground, as if they had naturally emerged from it. The pathways are meticulously delineated, indicating where pedestrians and vehicles should traverse, even marking the locations of the dining hall and dormitories with various lines and colors, pleasing to the eye, a veritable boon for those with obsessive tendencies. If one were unaware of the camp's origins as barren land, they might easily assume it was a newly completed base after years of development. Military vehicles zoomed along the main road, laden with boxes of supplies and equipment, food, water, weapons, bedding. Xia even spotted a truck overflowing with explosives. A slight twitch formed at the corner of his mouth as he felt a twinge of concern regarding the camp's safety. As it stood, Xia had yet to undergo any substantial collective training, having lost his sight since elementary school, and he had not participated in military drills during high school. His involvement in physical education was minimal. Had he not prioritized personal fitness, he would likely be in poor condition now. Over there is the training ground, where most physical training occurs. Instructor Hong pointed to a vast expanse resembling an airport. Physical fitness is our primary focus. Your physique seems average, so you might find it challenging. That area is the dining hall, your love-hate relationship for the next year. The classroom is for theoretical instruction. The row of abandoned buildings serves as the tactical training area for urban combat, rappelling, ziplining. And over there is the shooting range. As Xia observed the myriad training facilities unfolding before him, he took mental notes, feeling a blend of curiosity and anticipation. "What is that? A convenience store?" he inquired, gesturing toward the small shop nearby. "That's the supply station." Instructor Hong glanced over. "The camp is entirely self-contained. Money is unnecessary here. If any of your personal items wear out, you can exchange them here for new ones, along with bread, water, and cigarettes. Everyone has a monthly quota, more than sufficient." As they passed, the instructors inside the supply station seemed to notice something, simultaneously turning their heads to point and murmur about Xia. Furrowing his brow, he wondered, "Why are they all looking at me?" After all, a representative of the Seraphim is quite a rarity. It's only natural they'd be curious about you. Instructor Hong replied. "Were there no representatives participating in the training camp before me?" Of course, Hong nodded. "The last representative to leave this camp has already become the captain of the mask squad." Mask. Xia blinked, recalling that when Shima had mentioned this unique squad's exploits. "Which deity does he represent?" "That you will discover in a couple of days." Instructor Hong smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. Arriving at a cluster of buildings, Instructor Hong gestured. "This is the dormitory area, all of which are double rooms. Since you're the first one here, feel free to choose." Nodding, Xia wandered around the vicinity of the dormitory, finally selecting a room facing south, which promised the best light and comfort. "Good choice. I'll register you for this room." Hong noted Xia's room number. "The training officially begins in 3 days, so enjoy your rest in the meantime. After all, you won't have the chance to rest for the coming year." With that, Instructor Hong departed, leaving Xia alone in the dormitory. The environment was cleaner than he had anticipated, though the facilities were starkly basic, just a low, hard bed that felt uncomfortable even to sit on. There was no air conditioning, nor even a fan. However, Xia was accustomed to hardship, and such conditions posed no real challenge for him. Efficiently unpacking his belongings and making his bed, he lay down. With no signal and no phone, he found himself at a loss for how to pass the time. The prospect of spending 3 days alone here felt stifling. Fortunately, he still had a mental hospital to visit. He could engage in conversations with Nikes over tea or play chess with Li Yifei in the activity room, which would alleviate any feelings of boredom. Early the next morning, Xia headed to the supply station for some provisions, as the dining hall was yet to open, leaving him without a place for breakfast. Upon returning to his dormitory, he was surprised to find several individuals waiting at his door. "Young master, I've shown you so many places, and this one has the best environment. Warm in winter, cool in summer, and plenty of sunlight." A man with an ingratiating smile was speaking to a short, chubby figure. Truth be told, Sangnan is truly inferior to Guangshan. The economy is poor, and the environment is lacking. Look at this building. What a disgrace. The walls are peeling. Just look at how rudimentary the dormitory facilities are. Can anyone sleep on this bed? "Young master, why don't we just go back?" There's no need for you to endure this hardship. The chubby figure stood tall, glancing at him dismissively. Nonsense. I came here to endure hardship. I won't be going back. Stop your whining and open the door. I'm staying here today. With a resigned sigh, the man used a key to unlock the door. Upon seeing the interior, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh no! Who is so inconsiderate as to steal your room? Hurry! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and throw all this rubbish away. It's filthy. The bodyguard behind the chubby boy hurried forward to assist in discarding the items. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Xia's eyes. The clutch of a wealthy young master bullying the commoners, showing off, slapping faces, playing the fool to eat the tiger. It is my favorite trope. Just as Lin Xia was about to make a move, the chubby boy abruptly kicked the man in the rear and unleashed a torrent of curses. How dare you? This is my roommate's space. You dare to touch my roommate's belongings? It's dirty? I despise people like you who bully others with power. Get as far away from me as you can. The man was knocked to the ground by the chubby boy's kick, frantically slapped his own face in fear, and quickly fled outside. You lot, bring over the gifts I prepared for my roommate. Today, I'll wait right here to let my roommate see what true camaraderie and unbreakable bonds look like. Beside him, Lin Xia thought. Chapter 71. The chubby boy, the bodyguard, hastily arranged a stack of gift boxes neatly beside Lin Xia's bed, standing in a row behind their master. TSK. What are you all doing standing there? This is a new recruits training camp, not your home. The chubby boy waved his hands impatiently. Go, leave. I don't want my roommate to think I enjoy bullying. The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately leaving helplessly. Only the chubby boy remained seated beside his mountain of gifts, glancing down at his attire, clearing his throat, and sitting upright at the door. Lin Xia scratched his head, finding the unfolding situation somewhat perplexing. After pondering for a while, he slowly made his way back to his dormitory. As Lin Xia's figure appeared in the vacant corridor, the chubby boy's eyes brightened immediately. He sprang to his feet, tidied his appearance once more, revealing a set of clean, white teeth, smiling as he watched Lin Xia approach in slippers. Lin Xia's expression turned odd. Under the chubby boy's peculiar gaze, he felt awkward, as if he could hardly walk. Finally, Lin Xia reached the door of his dorm. Hello, my name is Baili Tumming. I know this name is a bit awkward, so you could just call me Tumming or Chubby. Before Lin Xia could respond, the chubby boy suddenly bowed deeply, startling Lin Xia to retreat 2 steps. I hope we can become friends. Please take care of me over the next year. This unexpected display left Lin Xia utterly flabbergasted. Ahem, that is Baili. Baili. Lin Xia thought for a moment, seemingly forgetting the last 2 characters of the name, only recalling the chubby part. Baili. Chubby, no need to be so formal. The chubby boy's eyes lit up again, evidently pleased with the moniker. I haven't asked for your name. Oh, I'm Lin Xia. Brother Xia. I brought some local specialties from my hometown. They aren't anything valuable, so I hope you won't mind. He smiled as he handed Lin Xia the gift boxes one by one. Lin Xia merely scanned them with his mental energy, and his expression instantly transformed. What? A box of Rolex watches? Lin Xia was taken aback. Within the gift boxes the chubby boy held were 12 neatly arranged Rolex watches, Submariner, Explorer, GMT. Each style was distinct. Had it not been for Lin Xia's frequent reading of magazines, he would not have recognized many of them. A dozen Rolexes in a single box gave the impression of a gift set of red Fuji apples. What's wrong? Brother Xia doesn't like Rolex? The chubby boy paused, setting aside the Rolex box to pick up another. What about Patek Philippe? Cartier? Brigitte is also here. Brother Xia, I initially intended to give something else, but most items are unusable in this training camp, so watches seemed most appropriate. The pile of gift boxes in Lin Xia's arms continued to grow. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly. Baili Chubby, does your family deal in watches? No, my family dabbles in various businesses. The chubby boy chuckled heartily. But don't misunderstand. I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family, not some aristocrat. I'm very down to earth. No. I'm very relatable. Sure, I believe you. Lin Xia thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally as he set the gift boxes aside. I don't want these things. Why not? The chubby boy grew anxious. Just accept them. They aren't worth much, merely a token of our meeting. I don't like receiving gifts. Then, the chubby boy glanced at Lin Xia, then at the gift boxes in his hands, panic evident as sweat began to bead. Lin Xia regarded him, sighed. You keep them for now. If I want them one day, you can give them to me then. All right then. The chubby boy solemnly stowed away the gift boxes, then slowly opened his suitcase, tossing everything, sheets, blankets, onto the bed in a heap, then plopped down on top. Lin Xia's mouth twitched. What are you doing? Sleeping. The chubby boy replied, patting the crumpled fabric. This bed is rather comfortable. Lin Xia, not one to meddle, especially with this suspicious chubby boy. Lin Xia decided to close his eyes and feign sleep. After a while, the chubby boy quietly crawled up, whispering, Brother Xia. Xia. Lin Xia lay still, unresponsive. The chubby boy carefully stood up, tiptoeing over to the wardrobe, rummaging through it. What on earth is this chubby boy up to? Lin Xia continued to feign sleep, using his mental energy to keep track of the chubby boy's every move. Moments later, the chubby boy emerged, cradling the previously stowed gift boxes and quietly began to shove them under Lin Xia's bed one by one. Lin Xia. This chubby boy. How persistent. Irritated, Lin Xia suddenly opened his eyes and turned to the chubby boy. What are you doing? The chubby boy jumped, plopping down on the ground in fright, staring nervously into Lin Xia's eyes as his not-so-bright mind raced to comprehend the situation. He awkwardly leaned toward Lin Xia's feet, sniffing, Xia, your feet smell so nice. Lin Xia. Lin Xia stood there, completely dumbfounded. Even his quick wit could not conjure a response to such a statement. What species is this? Seeing Lin Xia frozen, the chubby boy hesitated for a moment, extending his own foot toward Lin Xia, cautiously asking, how about, you sniff mine? Lin Xia's murderous intent began to rise. Meanwhile, in a distant building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang silently lowered his binoculars, his expression utterly captivating. He turned to Instructor Hong, gesturing toward the two individuals across the way, who were currently sniffing each other's feet, and spoke sarcastically, is this what you call two dangerous individuals? Instructor Hong, no. Instructor Hong rubbed his temples, bewildered. This doesn't seem right. One is an arrogant agent of the Seraphim, and the other is a pampered young master from the Bailey group. How could these two coexist under one roof? It seemed inherently perilous. Yet, how could they be? Yuan Gang patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, Hong Hao, to understand a person, one must not solely focus on their identity or background. In this world, there could be countless individuals with similar family backgrounds, yet their character and personality are uniquely diverse. Finishing his statement, Yuan Gang turned to leave. Once he was out of Instructor Hong's view, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Chapter 72. The training begins from the second day of Lin Xia's arrival at the training camp. The number of new recruits gradually increased. The once empty dormitory building was now nearly filled to capacity. By the morning of the third day, Lin Xia was awakened by the commotion in the corridor. He sat up and rubbed his drowsy eyes. That portly fellow is up so early? Lin Xia glanced at the adjacent bed, which resembled a pigsty, now vacant, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. It appeared this wealthy young man was indeed quite different. After spending a couple of days together, Lin Xia had formed a preliminary understanding of Bai Li, the chubby individual. He certainly did not fit the mold of an arrogant rich kid. Rather, he seemed to be striving to conceal his privileged background, masquerading as someone from a modest family, albeit with rather clumsy acting skills. Essentially good-hearted, but somewhat dim-witted, was Lin Xia's initial assessment of Bai Li. Fearless by nature, Lin Xia, in a way, found himself anticipating a roommate who would be haughty and prone to picking fights, allowing him to justifiably retaliate and dominate the room. Yet, ironically, he was faced with a harmless, bumbling fool. This fool was always cheerful in his interactions, frequently presenting gifts and speaking politely, leaving Lin Xia feeling as though he was punching a pillow. To strike him would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet when this fool covertly placed his feet near Lin Xia's face in the middle of the night, it was simply intolerable. The most infuriating part was that after Lin Xia was rudely awakened, Bai Li would sincerely gaze into his eyes, a mixture of anticipation and shyness, asking, Xia, have you answered me yet? Do my feet smell good? Fortunately, Lin Xia had no knife at hand. Otherwise, this foolish fellow would surely not see the dawn of the next day. Stretching his body, Lin Xia placed his toothbrush in his mouth and grabbed an empty hot water bottle, preparing to head out for his morning routine. As he opened the door, he was met with a throng of people gathered around the opposite dormitory. In the midst of the crowd, a rotund figure, exuding an air of opulence, was bellowing, "Dear comrades, I brought some local specialties from my hometown, and I hope you won't find them lacking. I look forward to your support over the coming year. Hey, don't shove, everyone will get one." Bai Li raised his plump arm, adorned with numerous luxury watches, wrapped like a mummy, radiating extravagance. The surrounding recruits erupted in excitement. Please do not misunderstand. I am not a wealthy heir. I am just a child from an ordinary family, eager to get along with you all. Clatter. Gazing at the chaotic scene across the dormitory, Lin Xia's mouth dropped in shock, his toothbrush dropping to the ground. What on earth is this chubby fellow's background? He murmured. Even among the wealthy, few could be this affluent, could they? Distributing luxury watches to every recruit in this camp of over 200? It was like throwing money around. Yet, despite the uproar, there were some who remained unfazed. Lin Xia noticed a youth leaning against the wall in the corridor nearby, observing the spectacle with a detached demeanor. He stood there, as if in another world, creating an impression of disconnection, as though an invisible wall separated him from the surrounding clamor, his eyes calm as still waters. Meanwhile, on the right side, a long-haired girl stood on the balcony of the female dormitory, squinting at Bai Li with disdain. The more Lin Xia observed, the more he realized that many others were secretly watching this farce. Some wore indifferent expressions, others bore mocking looks, some exhibited contempt, while others seemed restless. Bai Li's antics not only ignited the atmosphere among the new recruits, but also unveiled a hidden tableau before Lin Xia's eyes. Similarly, as Lin Xia took note of them, they became aware of one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several instructors, stormed into the dormitory area, glaring at the ruckus. "What the hell is going on? Are you running a market here? Do you want me to invite some strippers to entertain you?" His shouts echoed through the dormitory, causing the recruits gathered around Bai Li to scatter in an instant, leaving only Bai Li, clutching his multitude of watches, peering down nervously, muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly as he maintained a stern expression, continuing to yell, "Don't think you can act recklessly just because the training hasn't officially started. I'll remind you, once you pass through that door, you're soldiers. Soldiers must adhere to discipline. This is your first warning. If I catch any of you causing a ruckus again, you'll wish you hadn't. Instructor Hong's thunderous voice resonated throughout the area. "Do you understand?" "Understood," came the chorus from 3 dormitory buildings. Instructor Hong's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the recruits before he slowly announced, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, all personnel are to assemble at the training ground." With that, he turned and exited the dormitory area with the other instructors. Bai Li peered down from the corridor, hurriedly standing upright. He rushed to Lin Xia's side, saying, "That scared me to death. Thankfully, I hid quickly, or I would have been caught." Bai Li patted his racing heart, still shaken. Lin Xia remarked, "It seems the rest of these gifts won't be going out." Bai Li looked down at the watches in his hands and sighed. "Why are you so insistent on giving gifts?" Lin Xia could not help but inquire. "How else can I build good relationships with others?" Bai Li replied matter-of-factly, "My dad always says that this world values social connections above all." Lin Xia rolled his eyes. If social connections were all that mattered, then society would be doomed. He then disregarded whether Bai Li understood and bent down to retrieve his toothbrush, continuing toward the hot water room, leaving Bai Li standing there, scratching his head in confusion. In the afternoon, Lin Xia donned the military uniform he had received from the supply station and headed straight to the training ground. Bai Li, attempting to squeeze his posterior into his pants, hurriedly followed Lin Xia, occasionally calling out, "Xia, wait for me." By the time they arrived at the training ground, most of the recruits were already present, though they had yet to form any proper lines, standing haphazardly in a disorganized manner, a mix of heights and builds. On the demonstration platform, more than 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their postures as straight as ancient pines. The chief instructor, Yuan Gang, surveyed the chaotic crowd below. his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 73. We are the masked ones. Everyone, stand at attention, roared Yuan Gang, and the entire assembly of recruits fell silent. Although their formation remained crooked, a semblance of order began to emerge. Lin Xia and Bai Li, arriving later, found themselves at the back of the line. Yet even from their position, they could feel the pressure emanating from the instructors on the platform. Without the use of forbidden techniques or weapons, the instructors stood there, their presence akin to a mighty mountain, pressing down on everyone's chests. This aura could only stem from the rigors of life and death combat, something these novices had yet to experience. Yuan Gang remained silent as he observed the recruits for a long while, before finally speaking, his voice deep and resonant. I know that you all are geniuses hailing from across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, whether possessing coveted forbidden techniques, unparalleled skills, or extraordinary backgrounds. However, from the moment you step through that door, you have but one identity. You are recruits. You are novices. No, at present, you are not even worthy of being called novices. You are mere refuse, nothing but trash. When faced with true, formidable mysteries, you will only bring about your own demise, dragging your comrades down with you. If you wish to truly become night watchers, you have a long way to go. Yuan Gang's voice grew increasingly thunderous, reverberating across the vast training ground. Lin Xia could keenly perceive that the expressions of most of the new recruits had turned cold. Some looked haughtily upward, others smirked disdainfully, some regarded him with indifference, while others bowed their heads in contemplation. What's this? Are you all dissatisfied? Yuan Gang caught sight of every expression, raising an eyebrow. No one answered, but their faces spoke volumes. Yes, I am dissatisfied. Do you think that your powerful, forbidden ruins and extraordinary abilities grant you boundless prospects? Do you believe that my ability to stand here and reprimand you is merely due to my years of experience and a higher realm than yours? Do you think I can call you weak, claim your realms are low, but cannot label you as worthless as garbage? Yuangong chuckled coldly. Nonsense. I speak nothing but the truth. At this very state, even if you were to reach the Klein realm, you would still be just slightly more capable refuse. Faced with genuine strong adversaries, you wouldn't withstand even a single blow. Do you believe me? Many began to breathe heavily, their gaze fixated on Yuan Gang, eyes ablaze with fury. I do not believe it. At that moment, a young man in an unbuttoned military uniform, wearing his cap backward, lazily raised his hand. Chewing gum, his face filled with mockery. New recruit, what is your name? Shun Zhuqing. Good. Who else is dissatisfied? I am not satisfied. Me. And me. With Shun Qingzhu leading, the number of dissenters grew until nearly half the entire group had raised their hands. In the back, Bali Pang Pang nudged Lin Xia, asking, What about you, Xia? Me? I am satisfied. Why is that? Because he is not wrong. Lin Xia's mind drifted back to that torrential rain that washed everything away, to the ghost-faced king that reigned supreme amidst the downpour. And, in the Second Institute, that figure shrouded in darkness, possessing extraordinary intellect, secretly orchestrating everything. The Nantaw serpent demon. They have never encountered the mysteries, unaware of what true existence lies beyond. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. I can assure you, should they truly confront the two mysteries I have encountered, no more than 10 would survive among these 200. Moreover, in this world, there undoubtedly exist even stronger, more perverse mysteries. If I were to encounter them now, I fear I wouldn't even know how I would perish. Have you encountered mysteries? Are they formidable? Very formidable. Well then, I concede, as do you. Bali Pang Pang said without principles. On the stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile, nodding as he continued. Well, since so many of you are dissatisfied, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke nonchalantly. Stand down. Beep. The walkie-talkie fell, silent, as Yuan Gang gazed up at the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below also looked up, yet saw nothing, and after a brief wait, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Look, someone is falling from the clouds. Everyone shot their heads upward. Lin Xia squinted at the sky. 7 black dots were rapidly growing larger, and moments later, the crowd realized they were 7 individuals. 7 cloaked figures, bearing black boxes on their backs, adorned with different masks. They plummeted from the clouds, unencumbered by any protective gear, free-falling at high speed toward the training ground, their cloaks billowing wildly in the wind. What the hell? They can't be jumping from a plane, can they? Without parachutes? Baili pangpang naksklaimat, bazida ilianakia. The astonishment was not limited to Baili Pang Pang. Others stood dumbfounded, the clamor escalating. On the stage, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose, muttering softly, "Goodness. I merely mentioned it in passing, and they truly jumped. How dedicated." In the sky, the 7 figures plummeted swiftly, their screams echoing like a slaughtered chicken in the air, with the man wearing the Vortex mask thrashing wildly. "Ah, help me. Ah, Vortex, can you quiet down? My ears are about to burst." The woman in the rose mask scolded. "I have acrophobia." "Rose, don't just stand there talking." Vortex yelled, his voice hoarse. "Captain, Yuan Gang said we were jumping from a plane, so we are really jumping? Why should we?" At the lowest point, a man wearing a king mask spoke calmly. "I heard this batch of newcomers is hard to intimidate. It seems Instructor Yuan has no choice but to seek our assistance, and we must oblige. What if we crash to our deaths? As long as I'm here, you won't die from the fall." The man in the balance mask rolled his eyes. "Are you skilled enough? I've gained 2 pounds recently. Can you support me?" "Captain, can I just let this guy fall to his death?" "No." All right, quiet down." The man in the king mask glanced below. Continuing, "We are about to land. Shouting too loudly will draw their attention, and that would be quite embarrassing. Then, I'll try to scream quietly." Vortex covered his mouth. As they descended closer to the ground, the new recruits finally discerned their attire. "Is that Masquerade? One of the 4 special teams." "Masquerade!" Hiss! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, as the 7 were about to crash to the ground, the man in the balance mask extended 2 fingers, giving them a gentle flick. Instantly, the gravity on the 7 vanished, and they floated down to the ground like feathers. Their toes barely touched the earth, and they stood firmly, their gray cloaks billowing in the wind, the sunlight reflecting off their 7 distinctly different masks. The man in the king mask scanned the faces of the crowd and spoke blandly. "Hello, everyone. We are the Masquerade team." Before the king mask could finish, Vortex's legs buckled. With a thud, he knelt before the new recruits. Vortex, the members of Masquerade. The new recruits. Chapter 74, 239 against 5. The scene fell abruptly into silence. The corners of the king mask's mouth twitched violently. Rose's fists clenched tightly, and the expressions of the instructors were nothing short of spectacular. Only the new recruits stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Is this kneeling? Is it? No way. What is he doing? They might have guessed what was happening, but dared not entertain such thoughts, striving to find a reasonable explanation for the bewildering sight before them. "Please, this is Masquerade. How could they commit such a blunder?" All eyes were fixated on Vortex. Vortex knelt there, taking a second to grasp reality, hesitating for a moment before slowly raising both hands, offering a bow to the new recruits. "Masquerade's Vortex wishes you all an early Happy New Year." With that, he sprang up, standing tall, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Lin Xia. Baili Pang Pang pondered for a moment, then leaned earnestly toward Lin Xia's ear, whispering, "Xia, do you think?" This instructor couldn't afford the budget for a real Masquerade team, so he settled for a cheap imitation. "It should not be." Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the man in the king mask at the forefront, his expression gradually turning serious. Lin Xia could sense a faint divine authority emanating from the man on stage. While others may have overlooked it, he was acutely aware, for they were all agents of the divine. At the same moment, the figure on stage, Wang Mian, seemed to recognize Lin Xia's presence, and their gazes locked momentarily. After a brief pause, Wang Mian averted his eyes and continued with his previous lines. "We are the mask special team." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as his voice resonated through the training ground once more. "Since you refuse to submit, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own worth, a chance to truly encounter top-tier talent. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, before 9 tonight. All 239 of you recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the masked team to claim victory. Should you succeed, it will prove your exceptional capabilities, and this year-long training will be rendered unnecessary. I shall apply for your graduation tomorrow. However, if no one achieves this by 9, cast your ridiculous pride and arrogance into the toilet. You must comply with every demand we present during this training. Do you understand? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's proclamation, the recruits erupted in a frenzy. Soon, someone protested. This is unfair. They are predominantly Chuan or High Realm experts, while we are merely at the Zhan realm. How can we compete? In this confrontation, the entire mask team would suppress their realms to Zhan. In an equal realm, 239 against 7. You dare not. The crowd was in an uproar. With everyone at the Zhan realm, the fundamental distinction of strength was rendered moot. What remained was mere tactical coordination, strategy, and combat proficiency. Even if the members of the mask team were renowned veterans, they still faced 239 individuals. Surely they could overwhelm them through sheer numbers. The recruits' breaths quickened. The sheer disparity in numbers suggested victory was within reach. Winning would not only exempt them from the year-long training, but also bolster their reputation. All right, I agree. It's a deal. The atmosphere among the recruits ignited, their eyes fixed intensely on the 7 figures in gray on stage. Seemingly sensing their fervent fighting spirit, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and spoke cryptically. Against you, we need not 7. We can triumph with just 5. This declaration further inflamed the recruits' emotions, and they fervently responded to Wang Mian's provocation, the scene descending into chaos. Are they not arrogant? Bai Li Bang exclaimed in astonishment. They are not arrogant. On the contrary, they seek to play it safe, Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. Bali Pang paused, bewildered. Isn't it boastful to claim they can defeat us with only 5? The rules of this contest dictated that unmasking any one of them constituted victory. Thus, the more members they fielded, the greater their risk of losing. Observing Bai Li Pang's continued confusion, Lin Xia elaborated. A squad of 7 must possess both strengths and weaknesses. Once a weakness is exposed, the likelihood of it being exploited in a collective assault by 239 individuals rises significantly. However, if they keep their weaknesses off the field from the outset, this issue is mitigated. Are you suggesting they are wary of our capabilities? That our chances of winning are considerable? Not necessarily, Lin Xia remarked, casting a glance at the agitated crowd. While we may hold numerical superiority, we are merely a disorganized mob lacking coordination. In this scenario, our numbers could become a liability. The 5 members of Mask are akin to a sharp blade, while we, the 239, are but scattered sand. All right, Baili Bang Siga. Our ability to defeat Mask does not hinge on our numbers, but rather on our intellect. Lin Xia's gaze swept over the surrounding recruits. Yuan Gang, sensing the gathered momentum, spoke. The weapons you require are available in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belong to you. Do not concern yourselves with how much property you damage or how many structures you destroy. Whatever havoc you wreak here, we can restore. Now, let me witness your capabilities. With that, Yuan Gang concluded his remarks and departed with the instructors. Let us proceed as planned. Myself, Xianhua, Chongwei, Tianping, and you Gui will engage. You all should return to rest. Wang Mian turned to converse briefly with the other 2 members, who then followed the instructors away. Ultimately, the training ground was left with only the 239 recruits and the 5 members of Mask. The atmosphere grew tense. All recruits eyed the 5 masked figures with ill intent. And from the crowd, someone raised a hand to inquire. When can we begin? Tianping smiled slightly, extending a finger toward the crowd. In an instant, the questioner was struck as if by an invisible hammer, spitting blood and flying backward. Amid the ensuing chaos, Wang Mian coolly interjected. Wasn't the instructor's message clear enough? From 2 until 9 means it has already begun. Chapter 75. The battle. As Wang Mian's words fell, dozens of recruits charged forward, unleashing flames, frost, gales, and lasers, an array of attacks, surged forth. The atmosphere of the training ground ignited like a powder keg, erupting violently. Li Pang shouted twice and made to ascend into the air. Lin Xia seized him, without hesitation, turning to sprint towards the edge of the training ground. Xia, what are you doing? We must engage. To engage now would be courting death. Lin Xia yelled as he ran. Do you have any weapons? Our arms were confiscated upon entering the training camp, yet the 5 members of Mask are fully armed. Do you plan to charge an unarmed? Li Pang hesitated, instinctively checking his pockets, realizing. Moreover, the special team is termed special precisely because their combat prowess far exceeds that of others. To recklessly charge forward without knowledge of their abilities and combat styles would be tantamount to suicide. As Lin Xia glanced back, as if to validate his concerns, a sudden anomaly occurred on the training platform. A deep purple vortex abruptly unfurled in midair, positioned before the members of Mask, effortlessly absorbing all incoming attacks. In the next moment, a colossal pink hammer materialized, towering 2 stories high, generating a howling wind that sent the airborne recruits crashing to the ground. At this juncture, most recruits had realized the peril of the situation. However, it was too late to escape. With a flick of his finger, the purple vortex reappeared above their heads. Now you wish to flee? It's too late. The vortex sneered. The flames and frost previously absorbed by the purple vortex erupted downward like rain, triggering a series of explosions on the training platform. Fiery flames and thick smoke billowed upwards, and Li Pang, trailing Lin Xia, swallowed hard, his back drenched in cold sweat. Is this the combat power expected at the Zhan realm? If they unleashed their full strength, how formidable would they be? Otherwise, how could they be the special team? Lin Xia sighed. In less than a minute since the commencement, nearly half of their numbers had been lost. This was troublesome. Intelligent individuals are not limited to Lin Xia alone. When Lin Xia, accompanied by the plump Bai Li, took the lead in rushing out, many others quickly reacted, following suit and thus evading disaster. Had it not been for Lin Xia's exemplary initiative, the number of those eliminated would have undoubtedly been greater. Amidst the billowing smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray gradually emerged. The vortex cast a glance at the unconscious recruits surrounding them, smirking, a bunch of fools. It seems victory in this farce is almost assured. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily. Wang Mian observed calmly, watching the recruits gradually disappear into the distance. He turned to the man wearing a crescent mask, saying, their next objective will undoubtedly be the warehouse. Yuegawei, you should go block the entrance while we encircle from the outside. Understood. With a swift motion, Yuegawei vanished from sight. At the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before their screens, each holding a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. Over 90 have already been eliminated at the first encounter. It appears we overestimated them. Ultimately, it comes down to the strength of the masked ones. Another instructor sighed, recalling a top-tier team that had previously slain a mysterious entity of the infinite realm, a situation that constituted a significant disparity in power for the recruits. That may not be entirely fair. They have also suppressed their strength to the lamp realm, which doesn't quite constitute bullying, does it? Yet their experience and synergy are realms beyond these fledgling recruits, and among them are 3 extremely high-risk forbidden zones, along with the agent of a deity. Indeed, let us not be overly pessimistic. Just as the instructors were deliberating, Yuan Gang spoke up, though the recruits seemed to have suffered heavy losses. The few who truly possess the potential to contend with the masked ones have managed to escape. Clearing out those who disrupt their rhythm may actually work in their favor. The instructor beside him paused. Sir, are you implying that you actually hope the recruits can win? No, with that individual present, victory is unattainable for them. Yuan Gang shook his head. I merely anticipate witnessing a splendid battle. Xia, slow down. I can't keep up. Bai Li, Bunting Khabili, was being dragged along by Lin Xia. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and promptly released his grip. Then it's a matter of life and death for you. I shall take my leave first. Seeing Lin Xia so casually abandon him, Bai Li was taken aback before summoning all his strength to chase after him. No, this won't do. If I fall behind alone, I'll surely be caught. Xia, brother Xia, wait for me. Eventually, Bailey tumbled after Lin Xia to the entrance of the warehouse, only to find the massive door tightly shut. Why is this door closed? Wasn't it said that we were to retrieve our weapons ourselves? Lin Xia furrowed his brow. They said we could take them. They didn't mention that the doors would be open for us to enter. Does that mean we have to break this door down? Bailey approached and knocked on it. What material is this? It seems quite sturdy. Lin Xia circled the warehouse, his expression growing increasingly grim. He turned to Bailey and inquired, "What is your forbidden zone?" I don't have a forbidden zone," Bailey replied defiantly. Lin Xia sighed, pondering how this rotund fellow managed to infiltrate the Night Watchers. "This is troublesome. My forbidden zone lacks large-scale destructive capabilities. I can't open this door." Bailey scratched his head. "Oh, is that all?" "Actually, Step aside." Just as Bailey was about to say something, a cool female voice came from behind. Bailey turned in surprise to see a tall woman standing behind him. Her long hair, a fiery red, cascading down her waist. Even in her plain recruit uniform, her graceful figure could not be concealed. She cast a glance at Bailey, snorted softly, and walked straight to the warehouse door. "Who are you?" Lin Xia narrowed his eyes. He recognized this woman. She had stood on the girls' dormitory corridor earlier that morning, disdainfully observing Bailey's antics, and they had exchanged a glance. Lin Xia vividly recalled her aggressive gaze. "Molly," she replied coolly, extending her fair hand to gently touch the surface of the warehouse door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. As Molly's palm made contact with the door, the metallic structure vibrated at an imperceptible frequency, a sharp hum emanating from within. Almost immediately, several terrifying fissures appeared on the door's surface. Molly withdrew her hand and delivered a powerful kick, shattering the door into fragments that collapsed with a resounding crash. Amidst the swirling dust, Molly brushed off the debris from her hands and entered the warehouse with an impassive expression. What immense destructive power! Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the scattered metallic shards, murmuring to himself. Outside, Bailey stared intently at Molly's retreating figure, swallowing hard. "What is wrong with you?" Lin Xia asked, noticing Bailey's peculiar expression. "Xia." Bailey leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear, whispering, "Don't you think Xia's incredibly cool?" Lin Xia rolled his eyes, showing no intention of continuing the discussion with Bailey as he walked straight to the weapon rack in the warehouse, casually selecting a standard-issue straight knife. Before arriving at the training camp, Chenmai had mentioned that weapons were not permitted unless absolutely necessary, so he had left Zhao Kongqing's knife at Han Ying's residence. Fortunately, the Night Watchers had standardized equipment, and there would be plenty to choose from the warehouse. As Lin Xia picked up the knife, he remained vigilant, observing Molly's actions. To his surprise, the woman did not even glance at the various weapons on the racks. Instead, she walked straight to the farthest corner of the warehouse, retrieving a massive katana and slinging it over her back before turning to leave. A katana is not a common weapon. As she passed by Lin Xia, he calmly spoke up, "Molly." Molly paused, glancing at him. "I like this. Is there a problem?" Lin Xia turned to face her, looking into her eyes as he extended his right hand. "I am Lin Xia." "Oh," Molly replied nonchalantly, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes. "A highly dangerous forbidden zone? Why should I tell you? Do you not wish to win? Do you think revealing it guarantees victory? Who do you think you are?" Lin Xia responded calmly. "Among the 5 masked ones, at least 3 possess extremely high-risk forbidden zones, and their coordination is exceedingly tight. If our high-risk members do not unite, we stand no chance." Molly frowned, looking at Lin Xia in surprise. "Are you also highly dangerous?" "Not quite." Lin Xia shook his head. Just as Molly turned to depart, he continued slowly, "I am the agent of the Seraphim." Molly's footsteps halted abruptly. She turned her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. "You are a deity's agent?" "Indeed." Molly scrutinized Lin Xia for a moment before finally speaking. "Forbidden Zone Sequence 076. Omnipresent frequency motion allows me to control the vibration frequency of all objects that directly or indirectly contact me within the Forbidden Zone." Lin Xia's brow raised, quickly recalling the earlier incident of her effortlessly breaking down the door, nodding slightly. "Impressive. No wonder you chose the katana." As the two engaged in conversation, Bailey, the portly figure, hurriedly approached, lightly clearing his throat to draw their attention. "Greetings, Miss Molly. I am Bai Li Tu Ming, hailing from an ordinary family in Guangshan City." Molly's brow furrowed in distaste as she cast a disdainful glance at Bai Li, letting out a cold snort before turning to exit the warehouse. "I detest people like you, the privileged elite. I warn you, keep your distance." Taken aback, Bai Li quickly protested, "No, I'm not one of those privileged types. I truly come from humble background. What about your weapon?" Lin Jie inwitted, noticing Bai Li's empty hands with curiosity. "I don't wield any weapons. I didn't bring anything with me," Bai Li replied. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Here, a suggestion. Find a secluded spot to hide until the battle concludes, to avoid getting beaten up." Bai Li resolutely shook his head. "No way. I refuse to be a coward. I want to fight." Lin Yi shrugged and walked towards the exit of the warehouse. "Suit yourself, as long as you're happy." At that moment, more new recruits arrived to collect their gear. Upon stepping outside, they spotted Molly leaning against the wall, a large blade slung across her back, seemingly waiting for something. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Yi asked as he approached her. "For you," Molly replied calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, there's another high-risk individual." "Who?" "The man who stood up to oppose the commander earlier," she said. "Are you referring to the one in the backward military cap, with his uniform unbuttoned and chewing gum, looking rather arrogant?" Bai Li interjected after a moment of recollection. "I remember him." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "If we could just..." Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted as Lin Yi's pupils dilated, and he instinctively drew his straight blade, striking towards Molly's back. Clang! A crisp collision rang out as Molly reacted swiftly, flipping forward to stand, her right hand gripping the hilt of her blade. In the void, a short sword shimmered, and Lin Yi's straight blade was locked firmly against it. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave as he stared into the emptiness. A man wearing a crescent moon mask gradually materialized from the void, reversing his grip on the short sword, and gazed at Lin Yi in astonishment. "You can see me?" "By sheer luck," Lin Yi replied coolly. The masked figure, known as Yugei, scrutinized Lin Yi's eyes, and after a moment of realization, remarked, "I see now. You are the agent of the Seraphim. Your aura resembles that of your captain." Behind Lin Yi, Molly's expression turned furious. Had Lin Yi not intervened to block the assassination attempt, she would likely have been eliminated without understanding what had happened. Anger boiled within her, and she swiftly drew her blade from her back, causing it to tremble ominously. Lin Yi deflected Yu Gui's short sword with his straight blade, not hesitating to leap backward. In the next instant, Molly's blade descended. With a resonating whoosh, the air before the blade vibrated violently, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that struck the ground and crashed against the warehouse wall, leaving a gaping scar. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, and amidst the fissure, Yu Gui stood still, his right arm completely vanished. "Indeed, this is a perilous forbidden realm," Yu Gui remarked, as hazy moonlight swirled in the air, soon coalescing into an arm. Chapter 77. Breaking through. Molly, hefting her blade, looked at Yu Gui with sheer disbelief. "How is this possible? Is that regeneration?" No, at the moment the blade made contact with his body, half of him disintegrated into moonlight, evading your attack. Lin Yi explained, having perceived the entire sequence with his mental acuity. "A troublesome, forbidden realm. It seems he has come alone." Lin Yi's gaze swept the surroundings, his eyes brightening with realization. "This is an opportunity. If we can unmask him, we can secure victory." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Molly's eyes ignited with fervor, matched by the dozens of new recruits emerging from the warehouse, all fixated on the isolated Yu Gui. "He's a lone member of the mask." Yu Gui sensed the hostile stares directed at him, his lips twitching slightly. This was not how he envisioned it. According to his original plan, he should have lurked within the warehouse like a specter, silently harvesting new recruits. How had he become so exposed? At that moment, Bai Li raised his hand, pointing at Yu Gui, and shouted, "Brothers, let's take him down." As his words echoed, the surrounding recruits surged forward, brandishing various weapons and forming a formidable assault. Yu Gue cursed under his breath as his form suddenly blurred, dissipating into the air. The new recruits, now without a target, stood dumbfounded, scanning the area in confusion. Lin Shi sprang into action, dashing toward a nearby void with lightning speed, his eyes ablaze as he swiftly slashed at the air. In an instant, a short sword materialized to block his strike. Yu Gue was forced to reveal himself, looking at Lin Shi with a resigned expression. "Brother, do you really need to do this?" Lin Shi smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly radiating a blinding golden light, an overwhelming divine aura exploding from him, aimed directly at Yu Gue's psyche. Yet, despite Yu Gue suppressing his realm to the Zhan stage, he inherently retained the physique of the Chuan stage, rendering the Seraphim's divine pressure less effective against him. Divine pressure? Such power at the Zhan stage. Is this what the Seraphim embodies? Yu Gue briefly lost focus but quickly regained his composure, his short sword moving swiftly to clash with Lin Shi's straight blade. Clang! 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 A series of sparks erupted as their weapons met, the speed of their duel astonishing. However, mere moments later, Lin Shi felt immense pressure weighing down on him. Yu Gue was indeed a member of the mask, and his swordsmanship was no trifling matter. Lin Shi, having only recently trained with the blade, found himself at a disadvantage in their exchange. Fortunately, he was not alone in this fight. While Lin Shi held Yu Gue at bay for a few seconds, the new recruits swarmed in, effectively sealing off all of Yu Gue's escape routes and launching a relentless assault amid the torrential barrage of attacks. Yu Gue could only rely on his moonlight transformation ability and extensive combat experience to barely endure. He was fortunate enough to transform his mask along with his body into moonlight. Otherwise, it would have shattered from the continuous explosions. What are those for? Wasn't it supposed to be a team effort? Why is it just me against a mob now? In the chaos, Yu Gue evaded the onslaught, grumbling to himself. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared silently atop a building to the east. It was a man wearing a scale mask, and, as he emerged, Lin Shi immediately took note of him, his expression growing grave. From the rooftop, the scale observed the chaotic battlefield below, softly clapping his hands and murmuring to himself. Field conversion. In an instant, all the metallic fragments, debris, weapons, and bricks scattered around began to levitate, creating an ominous dome poised to unleash its contents at any moment. Double gravity. With another clap, the recruits found themselves suddenly weighed down, nearly toppling over as the oppressive force slowed their movements significantly. In the throng, Yu Gue finally exhaled in relief. If I had been delayed a few more minutes, I would have truly fallen. Pathetic Yu Gue, why are you so weak? A voice teased from the southern road as Vortex strolled leisurely towards the fray. Immediately thereafter, Rose appeared on the western road, gently shaking a small hammer in her hand, which rapidly expanded to an astonishing height of 3 stories. With a single strike, she could reduce the warehouse to mere rubble. To the north, Wang Mian stood with his hands in his pockets, having appeared there unbeknownst to anyone. His gaze swept across the dozens of new recruits present, and he calmly stated, regrettably, "You are surrounded." Surrounded? 4 individuals encircling nearly 40? Although it seemed absurd, none of the new recruits present found it to be a jest. They were indeed encircled. Among the crowd, Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly grave. What should they do now? Molly, wielding a katana, wore a similarly grim expression. Should they fight? With their numbers? It would be futile. Lin Xia shook his head, his mind racing. He slightly turned, his gaze traversing the collapsed half of the warehouse, landing on the vortex beside the southern warehouse. "Wait for my signal," Lin Xia whispered. Both Molly and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged glances and nodded subtly. They were only 4 individuals, blocking 4 directions. If they united and charged in a single direction, the chances of breaking through were significantly high. Lin Xia raised his voice just enough for all the new recruits to hear. "When that scale makes its move, we will collectively charge towards the woman in the west." The eyes of the new recruits glimmered with determination, though they remained silent. Perched atop the roof, the scale waved its finger lightly, and in an instant, the metallic debris and architectural remnants hovering above the crowd plummeted down, their sharp edges glinting ominously, Almost simultaneously, the majority of the new recruits, burdened by double gravity, sprinted toward Rose, while a flicker of cold light flashed in Molly's eyes, causing her katana to tremble once more. With a fierce roar, she swung her blade skyward. An immense, invisible shockwave radiated from the blade, colliding heavily with the descending debris, shattering it into fragments that scattered down from the other side. Meanwhile, Rose, wielding the towering hammer, raised an eyebrow upon witnessing the throng charging toward her, a cold smile curling her lips. Seeking death, with a resounding echo. The size of her hammer surged again, nearly transforming into the size of an entire residential building. Yet she lifted it effortlessly, summoning a gust of wind as she brought its soar, regardless of whether approached directly or through ambush. Subduing the mass team necessitates the simultaneous effort of at least 10 individuals. Assuming these 90 individuals have been divided into 4 to 8 groups, scattered throughout the school. Lin Xia sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp on the ground, marking several locations. If I were part of the mass team, I would seize the opportunity to dismantle these small factions one by one. If my conjecture is correct, the ensuing battle will likely be a tedious struggle for control of key points, along with a war of attrition. In order to engage in such a struggle, the training camp offers limited places for ambush: the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, and the tactical research room. I suspect the next target for the mass team will be the dormitory building. Lin Xia marked a pentagram at the dormitory's location. Why? Bai Li Pang Pang could not comprehend. Among all these locations, only the dormitory boasts the largest area, the most potential ambush points, and the highest concealment. I surmise that there must be more than one new recruit group lying in wait there. Moreover, considering that prolonged engagements would sap their mental strength due to the war of attrition, they will undoubtedly target the most formidable challenge right from the outset. Hence, they're likely to assault the dormitory building directly. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with intensity as he abruptly raised his head, only to find Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li gazing at him with peculiar expressions. What is it? Is there a flaw in my reasoning? Lin Xia pondered in confusion. Bai Li Pang Pang and Mo Li exchanged glances with Lin Xia before slowly speaking. Peculiar. Chapter 79. Suffocation the dormitory building? Why target that first? Xianwu paused, stroking his belly. I want to head to the cafeteria for a meal first. Currently, the cafeteria is not serving food. Tian Ping rolled his eyes. I have made myself quite clear. Our numbers are our disadvantage, and with our level suppressed to the Zhan realm, we lack the capacity to cope with a war of attrition. Thus, we must eliminate the greatest threat at the outset. Oh, so after we finish with the dormitory building, we can go to the cafeteria? Let us follow Tian Ping's plan. We will first attack the dormitory building. Wang Mian spoke slowly. However, we must exercise caution. It has likely become their stronghold now. We must not stumble in the gutter. Understood. In the underground base, Lin Xia was impressive. He managed to break through and nearly destroyed Xianwu's mask. One instructor lamented. After all, without a certain level of skill, how can one become an agent? His close combat abilities are formidable. Yet he has yet to reveal the characteristics of a seraphim. That is, after all, Sequence 003's mortal realm. If he had invoked it just now, he could have likely broken through without detonating explosives, correct? Intelligence indicates that his divine ruin does not seem to be complete. However, solely based on his terrifying deductive abilities and close combat level, he ranks among the most promising individuals in the entire recruit camp. I'm quite curious about what the scene would be like if you were to face Wang Mian. Yuan Gang gazed intently at the screen, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table as if deep in thought. Chief, what are you observing? Yuan Gang extended his hand, pointing at a boy seated in the corner, holding a knife and meditating with closed eyes. Look at him. Him? The instructor scratched his head. I recall he has been sitting there since the battle began. Does he possess any special attributes? Yuan Gang tossed the materials onto the table. Take a look for yourselves. The nearby instructors picked up the documents, their eyes widening in disbelief, ultimately gasping in shock. He is Chao Yuan. Why have you been sitting here? Come join us to discuss strategy for a while. A young man pushed open the dormitory door, gazing at the solitary boy in the corner. Sighing, Chao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, speaking calmly. You may discuss. There's no need to involve me. No, Chao Yuan. Don't you wish to triumph over the mass team and conclude the training? Sitting here idly is far too passive. The young man wore an expression of exasperation. When the mass team arrives, will you just sit here and await your elimination? Indeed. Seeing that communication was futile, the young man resignedly shut the door and turned to leave the corridor. Brother Shun, he still refuses to come. In the corridor, a group of several new recruits gathered, with the central figure being another highly dangerous ruin bearer, wearing a military cap backward and chewing gum. Shun Qingzhu waved dismissively, speaking scornfully, then let him be. He is merely a coward. Even if we called him over, it would be of little use. Brother Shun, what shall we do next? Let us lie in wait here. When the mass team arrives, we'll allow the group from the opposite building to engage first to deplete their strength, and then we will strike unexpectedly to obliterate the masked team. Excellent. Yes. Agreed. Fools. Wonderful. Amidst the chorus of agreement, a peculiar sound interjected. Everyone paused slightly, turning to see a man with a crescent mask, wielding a short sword, standing behind them unnoticed. The corners of the moon demon's mouth curled upward slightly. You. Bang. The moon demon struck with lightning speed, knocking out two recruits with the hilt of his short sword, marking their elimination. Immediately, the others reacted, drawing their weapons to attack. Yet before their blades could reach the moon demon, his form blurred, vanishing entirely from their sight. He can become invisible. Be cautious. The recruits shouted in alarm. Shun Qingzhu's face darkened. He quickly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, all the air within a 10-meter radius was extracted, creating a vacuum. The surrounding recruits suddenly felt their eyes constrict, desperately clutching their throats, their expressions twisted in agony. They writhed on the ground, attempting to crawl away, but upon reaching the edge of the vacuum, an invisible wall of air barred their escape. Shen Qingzhu remained indifferent to his companion's suffering, scanning the area. I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. In a vacuum, humans do not die instantly. As the external gas pressure dissipates, the gases within the body will expand and escape through the mouth, nose, and rectum, gradually being drained away. Simultaneously, microbubbles in the blood vessels will expand, causing foamy blood to block the vessels and lead to internal bleeding. A human can survive in a vacuum for a maximum of 16 seconds. 7 seconds have already passed. You should take off your mask willingly, otherwise I would mind killing you alongside them here. Killing intent surged in Shun Qingzhu's eyes. Just then, a flash of sword light appeared before his neck. Shun Qingzhu's pupils dilated as he instinctively drew his blade to block, but at that moment, the moon demon materialized, delivering a fierce kick to his chest that sent him flying. Shun Qingzhu's form crashed outside the ruin, and the gas returned to the space, allowing the recruits on the ground to gasp for air, erupting into violent coughs. Cough! Cook Zhao Kongshang held a dagger in one hand, while his other hand trembled as it reached into his pocket. Moments later, he withdrew a sigil adorned with two crossed straight swords, beneath which his name was inscribed, Zhao Kongsheng. In a fleeting moment of reverie, he found himself transported back to the early days of his tenure with the Night Watch, when he was still a mere novice. The sigil represented the very essence of a night watchman. It embodied not only their faith, but also their prowess in battle. On the inner side of this emblem was a concealed needle. With the press of a switch, it would spring forth, its tip coated with a substance known as Demon's Call. This elixir, when injected, would ignite a person's latent potential within a brief span, enabling those who already possess the forbidden abyss to harness its formidable power to an extraordinary extent. For those devoid of the abyss, Demon's Call would forcibly stimulate the body, awakening hidden depths of potential that had never been revealed, effectively granting them a taste of the forbidden abyss during the duration of the drug's effect. It was a method of mutual destruction, a means of defiance in dire circumstances, and the only opportunity for warriors lacking the abyss to experience its essence in their lifetime. It was a last resort to be employed only when absolutely necessary. Zhao Kongsheng clutched the sigil, his body swaying uncontrollably as he gazed at the encroaching demon face king. A faint smile creeping upon his lips. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? The rain poured down in torrents. The deluge mingled with blood, cascading down Zhao Kongqing's arm and dripping onto the surface of the sigil. Unperturbed by whether the demon face king could hear or comprehend him, he murmured into the rain. Men, after all, always yearn for supernatural powers, dreaming of a day when they can traverse the heavens and the earth, shattering mountains with a single punch, enveloping clouds with a mere thought. After all these years as a night watchman, I have longed for the awakening of my forbidden abyss, yet here I am, over 40, still without sight of it. Truth be told, it is quite challenging to navigate life among the night watchmen without the abyss. Each time I witness the captain and others wielding it in combat, exuding an explosive charisma, it leaves me with an unmistakable pang of envy. I have often thought that should I encounter an unbeatable foe, I must at least attempt Demon's Call before I meet my end, to glimpse my own abyss, even in death. I would face it with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, I thank you for granting me this opportunity. Zhao Kongqing opened his palm, allowing the rain to wash over the sigil surface. He gently rubbed his fingers along the side of the emblem, and a slender silver needle sprang forth. Taking a deep breath, he pierced the needle into his palm. Damn, that stings. Zhao Kongqing grimaced, cursing under his breath. Yet, at the instant the needle penetrated his skin, an overwhelming pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. His cells surged with an exhilarating vitality, his heart pounding like war drums on the battlefield, rapid and resolute. Simultaneously, a mysterious force emanated from Zhao Kongqing, radiating outward. His eyes gleamed with newfound intensity. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as weapons mounted around the windows simultaneously discharged, their dark muzzles belching forth blinding flames, with bullets cascading like a relentless tide towards the 5 individuals at the center. In addition to grenades and bullets, the new recruits, armed with the ability to attack the Forbidden Realm, unleashed a frenzied onslaught of elemental forces intertwined with bizarre assaults, falling like rain. The vortex inhaled deeply, opening a colossal purple whirlpool above the heads of the crowd, devouring all incoming attacks. However, it could only sustain its form for a brief moment due to his Zhan realm. Shen Xingzhu observed this scene with a calm demeanor, remarking, indeed. Just moments later, the purple whirlpool began to tremble violently. Captain, I cannot hold on much longer. The vortex's hue darkened as it turned to Wang Mian. The myriad assaults interwove into a dazzling display of light, illuminating Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian's ancient, unfazed eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance. His palm rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, and with a sudden exertion, he unsheathed the blade by half an inch. In an instant, it seemed as if time itself had been paused, the onslaught suspended in mid-air, moving at a snail's pace towards the masked figures. Not only that, but the other members of the masked team, along with the new recruits lying in wait atop the 3 dormitory buildings, appeared as if they were mired in a quagmire, their movements slowed to a crawl. In this languid world, Wang Mian drew the black blade from his waist. As he moved, the blade's surface gleamed ever more brightly, emanating a terrifying pressure that rippled through the air. Wang Mian stepped forward and, in an instant, swung the sword. The intertwining light of the blade coalesced before him into a net, yet it too remained suspended around him at a sluggish pace. With a decisive motion, the black blade was sheathed. Instantly, everything around returned to normal. In the next moment, jagged slashes radiated outward from Wang Mian, transforming the 3 surrounding dormitories into rubble in an instant while precisely avoiding any harm to the new recruits. The dormitories, now reduced to dozens of fragments, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The billowing smoke engulfed the 5 masked figures at the center, accompanied by gasps of astonishment as the entire dormitory area was reduced to ruins. In the distance, Lin Xie and his companions, poised to encircle the masked figures, stood in stunned silence. Is this the Zhan realm? Molly murmured, her gaze fixed ahead, to slow time while unleashing such absurd blade energy. What exactly is his divine realm? Lin Qia's brow furrowed, confusion filling his eyes. Perhaps it was because they had maintained a considerable distance from the dormitory building, thus escaping the eerie temporal slowdown, that they could clearly witness Wang Mian's entire swordplay. The question remains, how could someone at the Zhan level, even as a divine agent, exhibit two completely unrelated abilities simultaneously? In truth, his divine realm merely controlled time. Bali Pang scratched his head, adding, as for those ridiculously powerful blade energies, you could say he was cheating. Cheating? Lin Xia echoed. The black blade in his hand was a forbidden item capable of unleashing the forbidden realm of sequence 301, Yuan, allowing it to condense its speed into blade energy. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade energy. Although the danger level of this forbidden item is not particularly high, in his hands, it possesses lethality comparable to that of a high-risk weapon, and Wang Mian can unleash blade energy akin to the Chuan realm simply by accelerating with Zhan realm. Thus, even if he suppresses his own realm to Zhan, he wields the destructive force of the Chuan realm. How monstrous! Lin Xia could not help but exclaim. Moreover, if Wang Mian could unleash such absurd attacks merely with the Zhan realm, how potent would he be if he unleashed his full power? This must be the caliber of a special team leader. Indeed, a prodigy among prodigies. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something, the divine being designated as 017. The god of time, Kronos. Molly gazed at the distant ruins, speaking slowly, because he is the captain of the masked team, donning the king mask, and serves as the agent of the god of time. He is sometimes referred to as the time king of the mask. Lin Qia's expression grew grave. Previously, as he researched the goddess of night Nyx, he had also delved into other deities of Greek mythology. Kronos, as the second-generation god-king of Greek mythology, possessed godly powers among the very apex of deities. Correspondingly, as his agent, Wang Mian's strength must be terrifyingly formidable. However, while Kronos is powerful, Nyx, the goddess in the hospital, is considered a primordial deity, making her a senior to Kronos. If she were to fully grant her abilities to him, he would undoubtedly not be Lin Qia's match. By the way, how do you know so much about Wang Mian? Lin Xia seemed to recollect something, glancing back at Bai Li Pang. Bai Li Ban Kuwa Li. Because that Yuan in my hand was a gift from our family to win him over. I used to wield that blade to swat mosquitoes when I was young. Lin Xia, your family? Molly's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly recalling something, a look of shock crossing her features. What did you say your name was? Bai Li Pang froze. Then his face lit up with joy as he looked earnestly into Molly's eyes and extended his hand once more. Miss Molly, please allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Bai Li Tu Ming. Bai Li. Molly murmured, the family renowned for its collection of forbidden items. The Bai Li clan? Bai Li Pang coughed a couple of times, lowering his voice and waving his hand discreetly. Don't make a fuss, be low-key. I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family. Molly regarded him with eyes brimming with disdain, coldly snorting as she turned away, completely ignoring Bai Li Pong's outstretched hand. I detest rich kids. The wealthier, the more I loathe them. Bai Li Pong's expression suddenly stiffened. Chapter 82. Hurry and chop me. With his divine realm and that forbidden item, his combat capability has far surpassed the Zhan realm. Perhaps he could single-handedly take on all 239 of us new recruits without issue. Molly's expression darkened. This time, we have no chance of victory. Not necessarily, Bai Li Pang said, patting his belly with a grin. Lin Xia inquired, do you have a plan? The Yuan was a gift from our family, so naturally, I have methods to restrict it. Bai Li Pang reached into his pocket and produced a roll of tape. This is the forbidden item, sealing scroll, sequence 343. As long as a segment is affixed to the blade, it will completely isolate the sword from the environment, rendering Wang Mian's time manipulation ineffective, thus reducing its power to that of an ordinary knife. Lin Xia took the tape, astonished, glancing at Bai Li Pong's pocket. You carry this with you? Did you know Wang Mian was coming? Bai Li Pang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, seeing he was unwilling to elaborate. Lin Xia turned his gaze back to the tape in hand, his eyes flickering. As long as we can seal that blade, we still have hope. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated from the ruins as shadows surged from all directions towards the masked team, blinding flashes of fire erupting. The dormitory buildings had been demolished, yet not all new recruits were forced out. Those who could endure thus far were mostly geniuses from various backgrounds, managing to secure their safety amidst the chaos. Shingo, are you all right? A new recruit stumbled up from the rubble, calling out beside him. The next moment, a heavy wall panel nearby exploded, and a dust-covered Shin Qingzhu crawled out. His face darkened as he coughed twice. I'm fine. What on earth was that? Can such an attack truly be produced by someone at the Zhan level? Shin Qingzhu's gaze fell upon the masked team engaged in a fray with the new recruits in the distance. His expression serious. Chapter 27. A glare the rain poured down incessantly. Zhao Kongcheng, wielding a straight blade, was drenched in his dark crimson cloak, his body a mess of blood, yet his eyes shone brightly like stars. So, this is the Forbidden Ruin? Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Before him, the ghost-faced king stared in disbelief at its empty right arm, its pale visage twisted in shock. It could not fathom how the mouse that had just been ruthlessly tormented could unleash such formidable power in an instant. However, its intellect was insufficient, and time was not on its side. Zhao Kongcheng surged forward. Under the influence of the ghostly divine induction, his body had forgotten all injuries and returned to its optimal state. He was like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the ghost-faced king. Roar! The ghost-faced king's eyes glowed a furious red. Having lost its right arm, it had succumbed entirely to a state of frenzy. Its muscles bulged, its body expanded, legs bent, and the massive figure leaped suddenly, splashing water everywhere. In midair, the two figures collided at breakneck speed. Boom! 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 Their movements were so swift that they blurred into indistinct shapes, dark blades arcing through the air, leaving deep, menacing gashes on the ground below. Previously, Zhao Kongcheng's blade could hardly breach the ghost-faced king's defenses, and in terms of both strength and speed, he was at a significant disadvantage. This was the very reason he had been so soundly beaten moments before. But now, with the Annihilation Blade, Zhao Kongcheng's lethality had reached a terrifying level, each strike leaving a profound wound on the ghost-faced king. Although he still could not match the ghost-faced king in raw power and speed, having compensated for his shortcomings in lethality, he could make up for the other deficiencies with experience. Despite his physical attributes being vastly inferior to those of the ghost-faced king, he could still pound his opponent into submission. Indeed, Zhao Kongcheng had not lied. With the Forbidden Ruin, he could slay the ghost-faced king 800 times. Given sufficient time, defeating the ghost-faced king would merely be a matter of time. Yet the crux of the matter was that he did not possess that luxury. While the ghostly divine induction could unleash one's full potential, its effects were fleeting. Nearly 10 seconds had passed since Zhao Kongcheng had unleashed the Forbidden Ruin, and his time was running short. In the midst of the fierce battle with the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongcheng could distinctly feel his strength waning. The pain he had suppressed gradually resurfacing. Even the black crescent blades he wielded grew increasingly minuscule. The ghost-faced king seemed to sense his change in condition, forcibly expending its essence to launch an even more ferocious assault. After several rounds of combat, the ghost-faced king seized an opportunity and landed a powerful punch to Zhao Kongcheng's chest. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air as Zhao Kongcheng was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss! Why does it hurt so much? The sensation of pain surged like a tumultuous tide, washing over every nerve in Zhao Kongcheng's body. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with blood. The black flames danced around the blade, effortlessly piercing through the protective field surrounding Tianping, aiming directly for his head. Tianping's heart raced. In that fleeting moment, he recalled how the young boy had earnestly gazed into his eyes and asked, "Are you certain you can survive?" Certain? What a joke. That strike vividly instilled in Tianping a profound sense of life and death peril. If he did not unleash his true potential, he, relying solely on his Zhan realm, would undoubtedly perish beneath this blow. Just as he prepared to release his realm, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and a figure abruptly appeared in front of him. It was a man donning a mask with a king emblem, wielding a black blade. Clang! A sharp collision echoed as blinding sparks erupted in the twilight, where the masked figure, Yuan, clashed with Lin's blade, unleashing a tempest that radiated from the two. Following this, a terrifying blade aura was unleashed from Yuan, sending Qiao Yuan, along with his weapon, hurtling away into the distant ruins. The masked man sheathed his sword and turned to Tianping. Speaking with a hint of resignation, Tianping, you have underestimated your opponent. No. Tianping rubbed his eyes, still struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth was that? The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. Black King Annihilation. It was my first encounter with a human from such a high-ranking Forbidden Ruin. Indeed, the top 30 of the Forbidden Ruin sequence are referred to as the Divine Realm, signifying that the majority of these ruins belong to divine beings, and implying that those who possess these 30 ruins have stepped into the realm of the divine. Sequence 031's Black King Annihilation exists beneath true divinity but above all living beings. The masked man observed Qiao Yuan rising from the ruins and spoke indifferently. This power is overwhelming, and he is too weak, to the point where he loses consciousness after utilizing the Forbidden Ruin, driven solely by instinct, resulting in indiscriminate attacks, even against his allies. I understand now. Tianping's body began to rise slowly as he fixed his gaze on the frenzied Qiao Yuan below, stating earnestly, I was careless before now. I shall give my all to confront this madman. His fingers interlocked, and the scattered weapons and debris around him began to levitate, forming a vast array that locked onto Qiao Yuan below. Qiao Yuan, gripping his blade, fixed his blood-red eyes on Tianping, a sinister grin spreading across his face as dark flames swirled around him. In the next instant, he vanished, ghosting through the ruins. Go! Tianping flicked his fingers, redirecting the myriad of weapons and debris, which shot forth like a hail of bullets, causing the ground to tremble. Boom! The black flames erupted as the blade's light flickered, and Qiao Yuan effortlessly cleaved through the falling objects, moving with astonishing speed until he was directly beneath Tianping. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped high. Just as his blade was about to make contact with Tianping, the latter staggered upward several dozen meters thus, in his frenzied state. Qiao Yuan confronted a pressing dilemma. He could not reach him. Tianping laughed as he soared, taunting the bewildered Qiao Yuan below. You can't fly. Isn't that frustrating? Qiao Yuan. Damn, that guy is shameless. Watching the battle from a distance, Bailey Pang couldn't help but curse. That guy is too strong. If it were a one-on-one on the ground, apart from the masked man, no one else could match him, which is why we can only drag it out. Lin Xia stroked his chin and murmured that guy was unexpectedly powerful. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze fell upon the masked man in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Take care of yourself. Lin Xia patted Bailey Pang's shoulder, then vanished from the spot. Just as Bailey Pang was about to say something, Lin Xia had already fled far away. He scratched his head, sighing in resignation. At that moment, a shadowy figure crept up behind him, the hilt of a dagger raised high. It struck fiercely towards Bailey Pang's skull. Smack! A dazzling golden shield suddenly materialized around Bailey Pang. Deflecting the dagger held by the shadowy figure, Bailey Pang turned, slowly regarding the embarrassed figure, tilting his head. Hey, were you just trying to ambush me? Chapter 84. The Great Xia, the shadowy figure, unimpressed, drew another dagger and struck again at the golden shield. This time, he aimed with the blade's tip. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the tip of the dagger broke off a chunk, yet the golden shield remained intact. Sorry, I possess this Yaoguang protective charm. Such attacks cannot harm me. Bailey Pang cheerfully pointed to the necklace adorning his chest, adding, by the way, its sequence is 171, ranking among the high-risk Forbidden Ruins. In the next moment, the golden shield surrounding Bailey Pang converged, transforming into two rapidly spinning halos that surged toward the shadowy figure. The figure swiftly retreated, his form blurring as he vanished into thin air. Invisibility? Bailey Pang raised an eyebrow, retrieving an old monocle from his pocket and placing it on his nose. The lens shimmered with a pale blue light, and as he turned his head, he waved his hand, sending the two halos flying. Clang, clang. Two daggers emerge from the void, blocking the halos, causing the shadowy figure to stumble in surprise. You can see me too? True sight. Sequence 315. Specifically designed to pierce illusions. Bailey Pang Pang adjusted his monocle with a grin. The shadowy figure seemed to realize something. You are the young master of the Bailey family? Please do not refer to me as young master. I am merely a child of an ordinary family, Bailey Pang Pang replied earnestly. The shadowy figure. Ahem, seeing how they're all engaged in battle, I should contribute as well. Bailey Pang Pang reached into his pocket, eliciting a look of astonishment from the shadowy figure as he pulled out a broom, not a small broom for household cleaning, but a large one made of fine twigs, typically used for sweeping the streets. Gripping the broom, Bailey Pang Pang swung it fiercely toward the distant shadowy figure. A whirlwind accompanied by crackling arcs of lightning erupted, shattering the debris ahead. Yet, the tempest showed no signs of waning. Rather, it surged forth with even greater ferocity toward the chaos involving Molly and Xiangwei. With their hammers and blades clashing repeatedly, both turned to see the violent storm approaching, exclaiming in unison, "Holy crap!" They immediately dashed in opposite directions. "Fatty, can you aim properly?" Molly shouted at Bailey Pang Pang. "Cough, cough, cough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bailey Pang Pang apologized profusely, hastily stowing the broom back in his pocket, only to retrieve a magnificent sword. The shadowy figure. "Are you some sort of Doryman? Thunderstorm cannot be used, so I have no choice but to resort to this." Bailey Pang Pang mimicked Doryman's stance, raising the grand sword high, transformation into 3,000. Swish! The grand sword in Bailey Pong Pong's hand suddenly split into countless phantoms, densely suspended in the air, their tips aimed at the shadowy figure below, radiating a chilling gleam. The shadowy figure gulped at this sight. "This is the depth of the Forbidden Artifact Museum? Isn't that cheating?" Bailey Pang Pang gently lowered his sword, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Kill!" 3,000 sword lights fell like raindrops, converging into a dragon of blades that roared toward the shadowy figure. Yugui inhaled deeply and shouted, "Vortex, save me!" just as he struggled fiercely with Shen Qingzhu. The vortex's corners of the mouth twitched wildly, seizing the opportunity to sprint towards Yugui. Shen Qingzhu squinted, summoning the wind to follow. Just as the sword dragon was about to engulf Yugui, a purplish vortex erupted, consuming most of the sword shadows, allowing Yugui to slip away. However, in the next moment, a blade wreathed in black flames grazed his scalp. Yugui turned around to find the devil-like Chao Yuan standing behind him, revealing a sinister grin. "Balance! Save me!" Below ground, the instructors watched in stunned silence as the dormitory turned into a battlefield reminiscent of a celestial clash. Vortex, Rose, Balance, Yugui, along with Bailey Pang Pang, Mo Li, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan were embroiled in a chaotic melee, their roaring attacks causing the screen to tremble intermittently. A loud crash echoed above, dust trickling from the ceiling as the lights in the monitoring room dimmed. The instructors exchanged glances, contemplating, should we relocate? Surely, they won't bring this place down, will they? It can't be, can it? After all, we are 10 meters underground. How could a mere group of Lawn Realm fighters? One instructor pointed at the screen, and all fell silent once more. A sudden realization struck me. It was indeed a wise decision for the commander to send the masked team to maintain order. The instructors nodded fervently. If they had proceeded with previous methods, pitting instructors against newcomers, the chaos would have been monumental. During a new recruit training, such an abundance of talent had emerged. Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips. Who knows, in a few years, the long-awaited 5th Special Squad may finally emerge. Commander, do you believe they could become the 5th Special Squad in the future? One instructor asked in astonishment. Your expectations for them are remarkably high. Over the past 2 years, the mysterious occurrences in Daxia had multiplied and intensified. Besides the night watchmen stationed in various cities, the 4 special squads were gradually finding it challenging to cope. The upper echelons of the night watchmen had already begun planning to reorganize the 5th Special Squad. Yuan Gang's fingers drummed on the table as he continued. After the Blue Rain Squad was annihilated, the 5th Special Squad remained vacant due to a lack of candidates. Now I see hope in them. Destiny is inherently unpredictable. Some of these children may perish on the battlefield, while others may retreat to safety, but surely a few among them will rise to become the true pillars of our nation and establish the 5th Special Squad. As Yuan Gang spoke, his gaze fell upon a particular screen. Perhaps a grand era was on the horizon. As dusk deepened and night enveloped the heavens, outside the tumultuous battlefield, Wang Mian stood at the edge of the ruins, observing a figure approaching in the distance. A young man, wielding a blade, was slowly making his way toward him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Mian's lips curled into a faint smile. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 85. The Battle of Agents. Lin Xia halted his stride, locking eyes with Wang Mian as he spoke slowly. To abandon the siege on a specific team member and instead challenge you, the captain, to a duel is perhaps the most foolish decision I could make in this battle. Yet, indulging in a moment of recklessness has its merits. The key to winning this battle lies in unmasking a particular individual among the faceless, rather than eliminating them all. Lin Xia was acutely aware that the most prudent approach would be a coordinated assault on a vulnerable point, rather than thoughtlessly engaging in one-on-one confrontations. However, Lin Xia was more eager to gain insight into the nature of the divine agents. A decade ago, the Seraph had inexplicably cast a glance in his direction, leaving him without a word, yet marking him as an agent, despite the incompleteness of his own divine domain. These questions weighed heavily on Lin Xia's mind, with no one to provide answers. Wang Mian was the first divine agent to appear before him, and he was determined not to squander this opportunity. I sense many questions lingering in your heart. Wang Mian's hand rested upon the hilt of his blade as he calmly replied, once this battle concludes, regardless of victory or defeat, feel free to seek me out for a discussion. Thank you, Lin Xia responded sincerely, mirroring Wang Mian's gesture by placing his hand on his own blade. Are you certain you wish to use that advantage? Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the dark blade at Wang Mian's waist. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Using my own weapon hardly qualifies as cheating, does it? How shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Clang. Lin Xia made the first move. The straight blade was drawn, and he darted through the ruins with incredible swiftness, like a fleeting specter. The battle had been underway for over half a day, and night had already fallen. With the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xia's speed was astonishing. Wang Mian, surprised by Lin Xia's rapid pace, let out a soft exclamation. Moments latte. The yuan at his waist slowly emerged. Swish! The formless divine domain unfurled, and to Lin Xia's eyes, Wang Mian's blade-drawing speed became a blur. Without his mental perception, he might not even have been able to see Wang Mian's movement. Subsequently, an exaggerated blade aura sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Xia. In that instant of Wang Mian drawing his blade, Lin Xia's exceptional dynamic vision had already predicted the trajectory, allowing him to evade just in time. Although the blade aura was astonishingly swift, Lin Xia managed to narrowly escape its path. The blade aura grazed his hair, severing a lock. And after an evasion that could be deemed textbook perfect, Lin Xia dashed straight at Wang Mian. Oh! Wang Mian seemed taken aback by Lin Xia's agility, pausing for a moment before unleashing a second, third, and fourth strike. The densely packed blade auras wove a net before Wang Mian, and Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, pushing his dynamic vision to its limits. To him, Wang Mian's movements appeared to slow incrementally, and he seemed to discern the gaps between the blades. In mere moments, his eyes began to sting. Lin Xia forcefully blinked twice, and the intricate web of blade auras was suddenly upon him. Without hesitation, he leaned back, as if slipping on the verge of crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, he thrust his straight blade into the ground, stabilizing his backward momentum and dodging beneath the blade aura net, feeling its chilling presence brush past his nose. Once past the blade aura net, Lin Xia exerted force with his reverse grip on the straight blade, propelling himself upward and swiftly closing the distance to Wang Mian. After the blade aura passed him, Lin Xia distinctly sensed his body relax, and Wang Mian's speed appeared to diminish. The time domain had dissipated. A gleam ignited in Lin Xia's eyes. As he had anticipated, Wang Mian could not possibly sustain the time domain for an extended duration given his current realm. From the outset, Wang Mian had been conserving his strength, allowing the other 4 team members to engage in battle until he was ambushed by Shun Qingzhu and others, compelled to act only once. That time, the time domain lasted no more than 3 seconds. If Lin Xia's deduction was correct, Wang Mian's current time domain would not exceed 5 seconds, and each use would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of mental energy. Thus, he would refrain from striking unless absolutely necessary. The time domain was immensely powerful, yet Wang Mian's current realm was insufficient. Managing to sustain it for this long was already commendable. Though both possessed divine domains, Lin Xia's mortal realm appeared incomplete. Allowing him to maintain mental perception and dynamic vision without fatigue, suggesting that incompleteness could yield its own advantages. Otherwise, he would be forced to follow Wang Mian's lead, acting like a true man for only 5 seconds each time he engaged. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment within the time god ruins, Lin Xia surged directly before Wang Mian, swinging his straight blade with sudden ferocity. Clang! Wang Mian parried Lin Xia's strike with his yuan, a slight tremor coursing through the blade and into Lin Xia's hand, yet it ended there. The yuan, lacking any speed enhancements, was merely a typical blade capable of numbing an opponent's fingers. Does the mortal realm possess acceleration abilities? How are you so swift? Wang Mian inquired, bewildered by their clash. He had assumed that his few strikes would be sufficient to send Lin Xia out of the arena. Yet he was astonished that Lin Xia could keep pace with him within the time god ruins. After all, he was 003. Being formidable was to be expected. Lin Xia responded vaguely, indeed. Wang Mian, undeterred, prepared for another round as the time god ruins unfolded once more. The duration of the time god ruins was brief, but as long as there was an interval, consecutive activations posed no significant issue. Now, Wang Mian's cooldown period had ended. In Lin Xia's eyes, Wang Mian's speed had accelerated again, his movements leaving afterimages. Wang Mian deflected Lin Xia's straight blade, raising his yuan, then swiftly slashed down. This time, you cannot evade. Wang Mian observed Lin Xia, now within arm's reach, speaking calmly. Clang! Lin Xia effortlessly blocked the yuan with his straight blade. Wang Mian was taken aback. Where's the blade aura? I had such a significant blade aura. He glanced down at the yuan in his hand, noticing a piece of tape affixed to the blade. Sealing scroll? Wang Mian's expression shifted. In his view, Lin Xia's lips curled into a slow smile. Now, your cheat is rendered useless. Let's engage in a fair fight. In the next moment, Lin Xia pivoted the edge of his straight blade, launching an aggressive strike toward Wang Mian. Chapter 86. Reinforcement within the time god ruins. Wang Mian's speed was astonishing, effortlessly evading Lin Xia's straight blade. I understand now. This must be the work of that chubby lad from the Bailey family. In mere moments, Wang Mian grasped the relationship at play, sighing helplessly. Yet, there was no hint of regret in his eyes. Rather, he grew even more exhilarated. Very well, let us engage in a proper battle. He abandoned the strategy of unleashing a blade aura and closed the distance, clashing with Lin Xia. The black blade and the pale blue blade collided in the air, sparking dazzling flames. Under the time god ruins, Wang Mian, focused on offense, moved beyond the realm of human speed. Had another person occupied Lin Xia's position, they might not even perceive his hands, let alone discern the trajectory of his blade. Even Lin Xia found himself compelled to concentrate fully, employing dynamic vision and his terrifying reflexes to barely withstand Wang Mian's onslaught. He felt immense gratitude for the tutoring sessions provided by Chun Mai and others before this encounter. Without enduring Chun Mai's wooden sword training or practicing dodging bullets, he would likely struggle to last even 5 seconds now. Amidst the dazzling flares of blades, Lin Xia sensed a lightness in his body as the flow of time around him returned to normal. Conversely, Wang Mian's speed appeared to decelerate in Lin Xia's eyes. Now it is my turn. Lin Xia smiled, raising his straight blade, and relentlessly struck at Wang Mian, who had lost his time enhancement. Within the time god ruins, Lin Xia could not best Wang Mian, but once the ruins dissipated, bolstered by the Starry Night Dancer enhancement, he could easily dominate Wang Mian. The situation shifted dramatically. Lin Xia's assault resembled a tempest, forcing Wang Mian to retreat repeatedly. Had it not been for Wang Mian's exceptional swordsmanship, he might not have endured for long. After a few seconds, Wang Mian reactivated the time god ruins, countering Lin Xia's strikes. The two continued to exchange blows, alternating the upper hand, fiercely clashing for over 3 minutes. Aren't they exhausted? Having paused for a break, Bailey Fatty sat on a rock, wiping the sweat from his brow and reflecting. Beside him, Uegwe sighed, I don't know if they're tired, but I certainly am after taking hits all day. Bailey Fatty patted his shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right, brother. Resting here is just fine. Let them battle it out. You can visit my home later. Uegwe replied. Boom! An air cannon blasted the ground before them, the shockwave leaving Bailey Fatty dazed. Hey, you two fighting over there. Could you move a bit farther away? Don't harm the innocent. Bailey Fatty shouted toward the distant, fervently battling Shun Qingzhu and Xuanwu. Afterward, he turned, asking with concern, How are you, brother Uegwe? Are you all right? Gulf, I'm fine. From a distance, Xuanwu, witnessing the two clowns resting contentedly, grinned enviously. What if we call a truce and take a break too? Shun Qingzhu contemplated. That's not out of the question. Shall we go? Let's go. On the other side, the swaying Tianping glanced at the frenzied Chao Yuan below, sighing. Must you be so relentless? Aren't you tired from shouting for so long? Let's take a break. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, cough, cough, cough. With his voice hoarse from shouting, Chao Yuan coughed a few times, the black flames engulfing him gradually subsiding, and his blood-red eyes slowly regained their clarity. Cough, cough. Let's go, I'm exhausted. Chao Yuan, with a voice rendered hoarse, could only mutter a few words, glancing at Tianping, and staggered away. Shortly after, Rose and Molly approached, hand in hand, chatting and laughing. Hey, why aren't you two fighting anymore? I was looking forward to a good show. Xuanwu remarked with disappointment. What? Is it only allowed for you to slack off? Rose shot him a glance, tightening her grip on Molly's arm. It's rare to encounter such a dashing lady. I can't bear to part. Rose, behaving like this will easily lead others to misconstrue that we are all perverts. Tianping lamented, covering his forehead. How is pursuing true love perverse? Rose huffed. When we return, I shall change my code name. Change your code name? No longer Rose. From now on, I shall be called Lily. The gazes of the crowd shifted to the two, growing increasingly peculiar. Bailey Fatty's hand trembled, causing the great sword in his arms to clatter to the ground. Molly quietly withdrew her hand from Rose's arm, stepping beside Bailey Fatty, suddenly speaking, Make way, give me some space. All right. Thus, the 8 of them huddled together on a rock, savoring the spectacle of the two battling fiercely in the distance. Go, Captain. The captain is the coolest. Xuanwu shouted at the top of his lungs. Bailey Fatty, unwilling to be outdone, yelled Xia go. Defeat him. Captain. Strike him down. Rose echoed. Bailey Fatty declared, Xia is mighty. The captain is incredible. Uegwe followed suit. Xia. Cough, cough, cough. Bailey Fatty rubbed his throat, turning to the silent Molly, Shun Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan. You should join in too. I can't outshout them alone. Shun Qingzhu simply turned away, ignoring Bailey Fatty, while Molly hesitated, finally managing to say, I'm not familiar with him. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan, after a moment of contemplation, hoarsely shouted, Lin Xia. Cough, cough. Awesome. Cough, cough, cough. Brother, forget it. Let me handle this, Bailey Fatty said, feeling a pang of sympathy. No, let go of me. Cough, cough, cough. Xia is awesome. Wow. Must you be this intense, brother? Xia. Awesome. Awesome. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks erupted as the two, engrossed in their duel, felt a tremor from the distant cheers. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian raised his chin and spoke with pride. Listen, my support is more potent than yours. Lin Xia remained unfazed by his boast, slowly responding. With so many consecutive battles in the divine ruins, your mental strength must be nearing its limit, right? Your body must be exhausted as well. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. After all this time in battle, my physical condition far exceeds that of an ordinary person. You, however, are merely a high school student. That you have lasted this long surprises me. I can still fight. Is winning this battle truly that significant to you? I am indifferent to the outcome. Lin Xia shook his head, calmly replying, I simply wish to give my all. Chapter 87. Playing Dirty Chief. Who do you think will win between the two? Below, over 20 instructors gathered around a screen, their eyes fixed intently. Before Yuan Gang could respond, another instructor interjected, It's obvious. Although Lin Xia is a divine agent, he is still a novice and cannot win. Not necessarily, another countered. Truth be told, while Wang Mian's divine ruins are remarkably powerful, they are limited in the Zhan realm. Furthermore, with the Yuan sealed, the chances of Lin Xia winning are genuinely 50-50. Indeed, if we were to replace Wang Mian with Athena's agent from the Phoenix Squad, Lin Xia would likely last no more than 5 moves. After all, that would be akin to facing a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, where disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by mere speed. Given this, what if Lin Xia actually wins? One instructor murmured, could it be that, as the chief suggested, we conclude the training directly? If that were to happen, the higher-ups would surely be furious. Yuan Gang silently observed the battlefield of the two, slowly stating, Let us watch. It is premature to discuss anything before a victor emerges. To give it your all, is it? Upon hearing Lin Qia's words, a flicker of admiration appeared in Wang Mian's eyes as he nodded slightly. Very well. Clang. Their blades clashed, and, simultaneously, the time divine ruins reopened. Lin Xia took a deep breath, elevating his mental state to its peak. If all went as expected, the outcome of their battle would soon be revealed. Yuan's blade sliced through the air with a faint humming sound, prompting Lin Xia to instinctively raise his weapon and strike at Yuan. At that moment, an invisible ripple surged in Wang Mian's eyes hidden beneath his mask, and a formidable divine pressure erupted from them, crashing violently into Lin Qia's mind. Though Lin Xia had instilled awe in many with the might of the seraph, this was the first time he had been overwhelmed by another's divine presence. In that instant, as the time god's might exploded, Lin Qia's eyes also narrowed. Within his gaze, 2 blinding golden beams surged forth, akin to twin furnaces ablaze, exuding an intimidating divine power. In midair, their gazes collided. A tempest erupted from the center of their stares, the ferocious divine might radiating from the two, engulfing the arena. Goodness! They exchanged a glance, and suddenly, the wind began to whip up. Bali exclaimed in surprise. Tianping stared intently at the distant duo, murmuring now, It is the divine beings behind them clashing. The divine might of the seraph and the time god fiercely collided for several seconds, both their eyes becoming bloodshot. Their contest was no longer one of personal strength, but rather the divine power residing within them. With a soft thud, Wang Mian suddenly groaned, stepping back a pace. At the same time, the time divine ruins surrounding him began to shatter. Lin Qia's eyes sparkled with determination as he stepped forward, and suddenly swung his blade. This time, Wang Mian was unable to react in time to block. The pale blue blade sliced through Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character Wang in two. Crack! Wang Mian's mask shattered. Beneath the mask, a youthful and composed face appeared, gazing helplessly at Lin Xia before him. The onlookers stood up in shock, collectively gasping. Even the instructors seated before the screen felt a jolt of alarm in their hearts, realizing the gravity of the situation. I apologize, Wang Mian said softly, locking eyes with Lin Xia. Instantly, the ripples in his gaze surged once more. Time divine ruins activate. The fragments of the shattered mask swiftly reversed course, returning to Wang Mian's face. His backward-leaning form gradually returned to its original position. The surrounding crowd resumed their seats, confusion clouding their expressions. Lin Xia's body involuntarily retraced its steps, his blade reversing its path, the cracks in the mask beginning to heal. As he found himself back at the moment before he had swung his blade, Lin Xia widened his eyes, shock filling his gaze. Time had flowed back 3 seconds. At that moment, the outcome of their divine power duel had not yet been determined. He had not yet swung his blade, and Wang Mian's mask was still intact. The spectators seemed to have forgotten the earlier scene, still cheering for both fighters, but Lin Xia remembered what had just transpired. No, besides Lin Xia, the instructors, who were fixated on the screen, also understood what had occurred. Did he just sever Wang Mian's mask? Goodness. Thankfully. Thankfully Wang Mian reversed time. Otherwise, we would have truly been in trouble. But can such a reversal be executed within the Zhan realm? No. Wang Mian had unsealed his realm, and in that instant, he had at least reached the Chuan realm. Does that mean we lost? Cough, cough. Now that Lin Xia has not truly severed Wang Mian's mask, we have not lost. But he has unsealed his realm. Is this not playing dirty? Can we really label such actions as unfair? Would you truly wish for this training session to end, leaving you satisfied? The instructors erupted into heated debate. Just then, Yuan Gang slowly stood, glancing at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The battle was over. Chief, what about the outcome? Yuan Gang replied with a calm gaze. The training must continue. This is not merely for our pride. It is for the future of these children. On the ground, Lin Xia looked down at the blade in his hand, then at Wang Mian before him. After a moment, he finally comprehended. You played dirty. Sure. Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips and leaned close to Lin Xia's ear, whispering, Lin Xia, I acknowledge that I lost to you just now. But this new recruit training must proceed. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Xia's expression turned peculiar. You want me to pretend I didn't win? As if nothing ever happened? Wang Mian nodded, adding, but rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the instructors. After this battle concludes, you may claim some compensation as the victor. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. I am a person of principle. I estimate they could grant you a 50,000 yuan bonus without issue. My principles. Perhaps they might even offer you a protective item. Cough, cough, my. How about this? I owe you another favor. Wang Mian gazed into Lin Xia's eyes, stating as the captain of the masked squad, I owe you a favor. Deal. Chapter 88. The youthful and formidable as time expired. The battle concluded. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice resonated through the base's speakers, echoing in every corner. The members of the masked squad, who had been anxiously watching from the side, finally exhaled in relief. I was terrified. I almost thought the captain was going to lose, Xuan was said, patting his chest in a moment of relief. After a brief silence, the moon demon spoke. Why do I feel something is off? I share that sentiment, replied Rose, her expression peculiar, as if the captain's timing had cast a shadow. A sudden fit of coughing from Escale drew a knowing glance from the others. The masked team members promptly sealed their lips, a hint of understanding flashing across their faces, tinged with embarrassment. But wasn't it 7 knights who won? Pondered the plump Bai Li, scratching his head. No, time ran out, and he failed to sever the mask of kings, Molly clarified, shaking her head. Bai Li blinked in confusion, pointing to his monocle, but I distinctly saw 7 knights strike. Sob, sob, sob. Out of nowhere, Lin Xia clamped a hand over Bai Li's mouth, expressionless as he dragged him into a corner. Bai Li resembled a young maiden abducted by a scoundrel, desperately wanting to speak but rendered mute. Did you see everything? Lin Xia asked, exasperated. Indeed, Bai Li replied, caught off guard. But how do you perceive these new recruits? Lin Xia inquired. Bai Li thought for a moment. Aside from a few, the rest are rather inexperienced. So, do you believe it wise to cancel this training session, allowing them to face those mysteries unprepared? Lin Xia mused. That would hardly be prudent. Exactly, Lin Xia said, patting his shoulder, tilting his gaze skyward with a profound sense of empathy. Even in victory, I must feign defeat. I do not fight for myself, but for the future of these 200 souls. That is the true perspective. Bai Li's eyes widened in realization, staring at Lin Xia in awe. So that's it. Brother Xia, I never imagined you were not only clever and skilled, but also possessed such lofty ideals. It is I who have been narrow-minded. Lin Xia nodded slightly. This matter must remain confidential. Rest assured, I understand. Bai Li asserted, thumping his chest resolutely. Let us proceed. The battle has concluded, and it is time to regroup. Half an hour later, on the training platform, over 20 instructors stood rigidly, flanked by the entire masked team. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, surveying the silent recruits below, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. I am quite disappointed in you. His deep voice resonated under the night sky. Upon hearing this, the masked team members beside him trembled slightly, bowing their heads in silence. 239 individuals against 5, and aside from a scant few, the majority failed to even graze the edges of the masked team's garments. Their actions were sluggish, their thoughts chaotic, utterly directionless. My previous words ring true. You are nothing but useless. Your incompetence will only doom your comrades. Yuan Gang's voice rose in fervent reprimand, and sensing his conscience pricking, he added, of course, with a few exceptions, since you have lost, you must adhere to my previous words. Cast aside all pride and dignity, forget your pasts, and devote yourselves entirely to this training. This training will span a year, divided into 2 parts. The first part will focus solely on physical conditioning. For the next 6 months, we will employ a forbidden object to suppress the forbidden ruins within you, stripping you of your esteemed powers and reducing you to mere mortals. During this time, we will employ various methods to torment you, pushing you to the brink of despair. You will encounter hopelessness and suffering, perhaps even entertain thoughts of ending it all. But regrettably here, you will find even that impossible. As for the second part, it will involve practical application of the forbidden ruins and tactical theory. Once you endure this half year, I shall explain further. Yuan Gang's gaze swept over the recruits below before he turned and departed. Enjoy this final moment of tranquility. Novices, tomorrow heralds your nightmare. The instructors followed Yuan Gang's lead, the masked team adopting an aloof demeanor as they vanished into the night. The new recruits began to murmur among themselves. Physical training? I think I may regret coming here, Bai Li lamented, patting his belly. Rather than that, you should be concerned about another issue. Lin Xia spoke slowly. What is it? The dormitory building has collapsed. Where we sleep tonight? Not only Lin Xia, but the other recruits quickly grasped the situation, racing back to the dormitory area, only to stand in stunned silence. The dormitory, which had been reduced to rubble, now stood restored. Not a single crack marred the walls, and even the ground bore no traces of destruction. Their luggage and bedding remained unscathed, as if no battle had ever occurred. How is this possible? The new recruits gaped in disbelief, the time elapsed since their departure hardly amounting to half an hour. Meanwhile, Lin Xia stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing into the distant darkness. Ahem, assist me, please. Wang Mian had removed his mask and stumbled, nearly toppling over. Vortex and Tai Ping supported him on either side, exhaling deeply. Captain, why go to such lengths? The logistics team could have repaired the dormitory. Why resort to time reversal to restore it? Vortex inquired, frowning. That cannot be said. Those 3 buildings were toppled by my own hand. One must take responsibility for their actions, Wang Mian replied, his complexion slightly ashen, despite the absence of life within. Reversing time by over half an hour placed a tremendous strain on his mental fortitude. Tai Ping's brow furrowed in concern. No matter. I shall simply have Kai Kai brew me some soup. By the way, Captain, did we lose today? Rose could not help but ask. Tai Ping shot her a look, signaling her to refrain from discussing such matters. Wang Mian paused, slowly straightening his posture to gaze at the lively dormitory behind him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, we lost, and incurred a favor in the process. The younger generation is formidable. Chapter 89. How the sharp whistle echoed through the pitch-black night, shattering the tranquility of the dormitory area. Lin Xia jolted awake from his dreams. Glancing at the Rolex propping up the table, his brow slightly furrowed. 3 a.m. How cruel. He hastily donned his military attire, playfully slapping a slipper onto the slumbering Bai Li's face. The latter grunted, licking his lips, lazily flipping over to continue sleeping. Lin Xia sighed in exasperation. He paid Bai Li no mind. Organizing his gear as he stepped outside. Just as the door was about to close behind him, he remarked, I heard Molly has a preference for women. Bai Li shot upright in bed, as if awakened from a nightmare, glancing at the empty bed across the room, finally comprehending the situation. Have they gone mad? I've only had 4 hours of sleep. Xia, brother Xia. Wait for me. Bai Li hastily donned his trousers and burst through the door, noticing others already sprinting towards the training ground. Frustrated, he scratched his head and dashed after them. In the moonlit night, Lin Xia's speed was astonishing. Upon reaching the training field, he found it devoid of any recruits save for 3 instructors standing at attention. Instructor Hong regarded Lin Xia, the first to arrive, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Following him, other new recruits trickled in, while Instructor Hong held a stopwatch in hand, seemingly waiting for something. As the last few new recruits arrived, Instructor Hong gazed expressionlessly at the drowsy crowd below and spoke in a deep voice. Today marks the first day of your formal training. I shall enlighten you on the essence of discipline and the importance of execution. Upon the sound of the whistle, regardless of what you are doing, you must gather at the training ground within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's sharp eyes swept over the group, narrowing slightly. Now, all those who exceed the 3-minute limit, step forward. Among the new recruits below the training platform, only a handful stepped out, while the majority murmured among themselves. What if the instructor doesn't know how many minutes he has used? One recruit asked, raising his hand. Instructor Hong shot him a glance. You run 10 laps. The recruit replied, I was just asking. I instructed you to run 10 laps. Do you not comprehend? Understood. The brows of the other recruits furrowed in confusion, unable to grasp Instructor Hong's actions. Just then, a solemn-looking middle-aged man among the recruits suddenly raised his voice. Report. Instructor Hong's eyes gleamed slightly. Speak. What if we do not know how long we have taken? Then rely on your instincts. Gamble. I have recorded the arrival times of all of you. You may wager that you arrived within 3 minutes. If correct, there will be no issue. If wrong, double the punishment. Yes, sir. Have you served in the military? Former Special Forces of the Army Combat Brigade, Zhengzhong. Lin Xia glanced at the middle-aged man. His expression complex. Was he also a Special Forces soldier turned night watchman? When old Zhao first entered the new recruit training, was it not similar? Instructor Hong nodded slightly. Shifting his gaze from Zhengzhong, I will reiterate, those who are late. Step forward. Upon hearing this, a significant portion of the recruits stepped forward. Bai Li, the chubby recruit, walked out with a pained expression, uncertain of how long he had taken, but guessing it exceeded 3 minutes. As for Lin Xia, he remained motionless in line, confident that he had not surpassed the 2-minute mark. Once everyone had positioned themselves, Instructor Hong extended his hand, pointing at a few in the original lineup. You, and you, step forward and stand at the back. The recruits he pointed at grimaced, reluctantly moving to the rear. Those who stepped forward would bear weight and run 10 laps around the training ground, while those I called out would bear weight and run 20 laps, no resting until completed. Those who arrived within 3 minutes may rest on the spot. A chorus of lamentation arose from the ranks as they begrudgingly approached the side of the training platform, each donning a weighted pack and beginning to jog around the silent training ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xia sat leisurely, observing them. I can no longer sense my forbidden domain. Suddenly, a recruit beside Lin Xia exclaimed. Me too. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. What is happening? It must be due to the suppressive artifact mentioned by Instructor Yuan, Lin Xia mused. Indeed, I can feel nothing at all. This sensation is quite uncomfortable. Lin Xia was taken aback. What? You all cannot sense your forbidden domain? I just used the enhancement of Starry Night Dancer to come here. After a moment of careful perception, Lin Xia furrowed his brow slightly. Unlike the others, he could still sense his forbidden domain. Both Mortal Realm and Starry Night Dancer remained within him, albeit their effects seemed significantly diminished. His mental perception range had shrunk from a 20-meter radius to 2 meters, and his dynamic vision had also been substantially weakened. The enhancement from Starry Night Dancer appeared to be the least affected, as Lin Xia hardly felt any difference. He speculated that while the artifact within the training camp could suppress the forbidden domain, its impact on the divine domain was not as pronounced, merely weakening it. Unlike Mortal Realm, which utilized his own mental energy, the power of Starry Night Dancer derived from the very essence of night, thus rendering the artifact's effect on it minimal. This suggested that Lin Xia might be the only new recruit capable of utilizing the forbidden domain within the training camp. However, Xia was discerning enough not to recklessly exploit the divine domain to lighten his physical burdens. He had come to the training camp to hone himself. Relying on the divine domain to cheat would negate the purpose of his presence here. In the distance, he could vaguely see a chubby figure lagging behind, struggling to move forward. Not far ahead of him was Shun Qingzhu. Despite not appearing unable to run, was lethargic, as if strolling leisurely in his own backyard. As they ran, Shun Qingzhu yawned again. "Hey, are you taking a stroll? Run." Instructor Hong scolded, frowning at Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu jogged a couple of steps, symbolically before swaying again, seemingly unconcerned with the instructor's words, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. "Enjoying a leisurely stroll, are we? You. 10 more laps. You will run them, whether you finish today or collapse on this field." Instructor Hong appeared genuinely angry. "Complete them within 2 hours. Otherwise, 10 additional laps." Shun Qingzhu's brows knitted in annoyance as he shot a glance at Instructor Hong on the platform, spat to the side, and began to run earnestly. He completed 30 laps in an hour and a half, while Bai Li's 10 laps also took an hour and a half. However, Instructor Hong noted that Bai Li was indeed trying his best, and with a defiant Shun Qingzhu ahead. He found the chubby recruit much more agreeable and did not urge him further. As Bai Li collapsed to the ground after finishing, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Except for him, the others had largely completed their laps. Xia helped the nearly exhausted Bai Li back to the dormitory. Upon reaching the bed, Bai Li collapsed onto it like a heap of mud, drenched in sweat, looking utterly defeated. "Damn it, I've run more steps in one night than in half my life. I am exhausted." Inindonop. No sooner had Bai Li finished speaking than a sharp whistle pierced the air once more. As the new recruits burst into the cafeteria like fierce tigers, they were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. The spacious dining hall was filled with square tables, each adorned with 2 large basins, one brimming with fluffy white buns, the other containing raw meat, still bearing traces of blood. The bewildered newcomers wandered into the cafeteria, standing beside the tables and glancing around in confusion. Where was the food? Where were the dishes? What was this? Raw beef. How does one consume this? Perhaps a hot pot will be served soon, but that seemed unlikely. Xia and Bai Li Pang stood at one table, the latter frowning deeply as he lifted the 2 large basins, seemingly searching for rice at the bottom. "Xia, what do you think this means?" "It simply means we are to eat," Lin replied. "But how are we supposed to eat this? They don't even provide a drop of water for the buns. And this raw meat is revolting. Even a jar of Laogan Ma would be better." Xia said nothing, merely gesturing towards the adjacent table. There, a former Special Forces soldier, Zhang Zhong, was expressionless as he tore into the raw meat with gusto, one hand clutching a bun while he wiped the blood off the meat with the other before shoving it into his mouth. Bai Li Pang stared in shock at this scene, speechless for a moment. "Hello, is anyone going to come out here?" Shun Qingzhu shouted, throwing the bun back into the basin. Before long, a grumpy old man with a spoon emerged from the kitchen, his face dark. "Who the hell is making all that noise? Is this food meant for people? Who do you think you're looking down on?" Shun Qingzhu narrowed his eyes at the old man, responding coldly. "Eat if you want, or get lost." The old man glared back, retorting in annoyance. "Oh." Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, about to say more when several figures entered the cafeteria, draped in gray cloaks and holding masks. They walked straight through the center of the hall to sit at the round table at the back. At this moment, an air of silence enveloped the room. This time, they did not wear masks, yet everyone knew who they were. "Ah, it's you little rascals," the old man chuckled upon seeing the 7 individuals. "Old son, after all these years, you're still cooking for the recruits?" The handsome Wang Mian said as he stood up respectfully. The other members of the masked squad also stood, bowing slightly to Old Sunday. "At my age, I can't fight on the battlefield anymore, so I might as well make use of my remaining energy in this shabby kitchen." Old Sun waved dismissively. "It's been so long. I truly miss your cooking." "We'll be in your care again," Wang Mian smiled. "Oh, don't mention it. Just wait here. I'll whip up a few dishes for you," Old Sun said as he turned and headed back to the kitchen, completely ignoring the new recruits. With the masked squad present, the other recruits dared not stop Old Sun. merely frowning at the white buns and raw meat paralyzed in place. Just eat, Lin Xia said as he took a piece of bun from the basin and took a bite. The bun was hard and tasteless, akin to chewing on wax. I can't eat this, Bali Pang Pang said, feeling nauseated at the sight of the raw meat. If you don't eat, you won't survive today's training, Lin Xia replied, chewing on the bun nonchalantly. Once we are on the battlefield, no one can guarantee there will always be food available. If you don't want to starve, you must learn to adapt quickly. With that, Lin Xia took a piece of raw meat, inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and took a hefty bite. Bali Pang Pang gritted his teeth and also took a piece of bun to chew on. After much hesitation, Emoli finally resolved to dig into the raw meat, while Chao Yuan, standing across from him, finished an entire chunk without batting an eye, astonishing the other recruits. Shun Qingzhu's expression darkened as he snorted, and then he too began to eat. Gradually, more recruits began to partake in the food, yet the majority still stood with faces of resistance, preferring to starve than consume what lay before them. In a room on the second floor, Instructor Hong gazed down at the cafeteria, nodding slightly. Indeed, more recruits are managing to eat than the previous batch, and there are a few promising candidates. Zheng Zhong truly lives up to his special forces background, devouring his food without so much as a frown. And Lin Xia is not bad either. However, I never expected Xin Qingzhu to join in. P.S. Just a military ruffian. Old Hong. One shouldn't judge merely by appearances. I believe he is simply a bit abrasive, but fundamentally not a bad person. You hold him in high regard? People change. This year of training will transform many aspects of them. Who knows what they will be like when they leave here? Instructor Hong shrugged, non-committal. By the way, even in this day and age, do we still need to be this strict? A new instructor hesitantly asked. No matter how difficult it is, it shouldn't come to eating raw meat, should it? Instructor Hong slowly closed his eyes, as if recalling something. Over 80 years ago, when the night watchmen were first established, a great calamity struck, causing widespread food shortages. During those years, our predecessors gnawed on tree bark and chewed on roots, wielding knives against the mysterious. Even though the economy has developed since then, some things must not be forgotten. Every batch of recruits must consume raw meat for their first meal. Not serving them tree bark and roots is already quite generous. This is a tradition of the night watchman, past, present, and future. It will remain so. After a pause, Instructor Hong opened his eyes, looking out the window as he spoke with a measured tone, until the day comes when this country no longer needs the night watchman. These ancient traditions will be buried along with the secrets that remain unknown to the world. Chapter 91. The Agents of Time. Just as Lin Xia and the others pinched their noses to consume the raw meat, a delightful aroma suddenly wafted through the cafeteria, invigorating everyone as they turned in unison. Old Sun emerged, dragging a large tray filled with an array of delectable dishes, hastily making his way to the members of the masked squad. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, ants climbing a tree, steam base. Wow, is this real? Xuanhua exclaimed, eyes sparkling at the sight of the sumptuous meal. Hey, it's not every day you little rascals return. Of course, I have to treat you well, Old Sun said, rubbing his calloused hands on his apron, beaming. Thank you, Old Sun. The other members expressed their gratitude, quickly picking up their chopsticks and indulging in the feast with laughter and chatter. Gulp. In the quiet hall, the sound of swallowing echoed as even the recruits who had barely managed to eat the white buns found themselves unable to continue at the mouth-watering aroma. Over 200 pairs of starved eyes fixated on the large round table of the masked squad, as if they were ready to rush forward and snatch the food at any moment. Wang Mian glanced at them and silently placed his weapon on the table. I refuse to accept this. Why do they get to enjoy such delicious food while we are left with buns and raw meat? One recruit couldn't hold back his frustration. Old Sun's expression soured as he retorted, when you little rascals leave this camp and return, I'll prepare a grand feast for you two. Just then, Wang Mian seemed to remember something and waved at Lin Xia. Xia, come join us for some chicken. Suddenly, all the recruits turned their gazes towards Lin Xia, who raised an eyebrow. After a moment of hesitation, he took his bowl and walked over to the masked squad's round table, taking a seat. Come, have some chicken, Wang Mian said, grabbing a clean small bowl and starting to serve Lin Xia. Xuanhua, bring a few pieces of fish for Xia from over there. Sure thing. Could you pass me some of that broth? It's quite flavorful, Lin Xia remarked as he stood up to fetch a pair of chopsticks. What about the rice? Is there enough? If not, I have some here. Rose rose to serve Lin Xia a portion of rice. The members of the mass team treated Lin Xia with utmost courtesy, to the point where he felt somewhat embarrassed, repeatedly gesturing. No, please eat. I'm merely here to inquire about a few matters. I'll eat this. Yuegawei paused, puzzled. You have good dishes before you, yet you choose to consume raw meat? Indeed. Look at your comrades behind you. Their eyes are practically green with envy. Are you truly not tempted? I'm a rookie. I will consume what a rookie ought to eat. Lin Xia resolutely shook his head. Seeing Lin Xia's firm stance, the mass team reluctantly sat down. Wang Mian regarded Lin Xia with approval and spoke. Are you seeking answers regarding the agents? Yes. Ask away. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. What is the relationship between agents and gods? Your inquiry delves into profound territory. Wang Mian mused for a considerable time before slowly beginning. Essentially, the connection between agents and gods can be distilled into two words. Contract. Contract? Due to various reasons, gods typically do not manifest directly in human society. If they wish to achieve certain objectives, they must find a suitable individual to assist them, thus forming a mysterious contract between humans and gods. The essence of this contract is exchange. The god bestows a portion of their divine power upon the agent, and in return, the agent must assist the god in accomplishing specific tasks. However, not just anyone can become an agent. Only those whom the god acknowledges are qualified to enter into such a contract. Contract, Lin Xia repeated, a look of confusion etched upon his brow. If a contract has been signed, it stands to reason that I should know something. The seraph has granted me a portion of divine power, but has not mentioned what I am to do. Lin Xia felt that rather than a contract, this seemed more akin to a gift. What, then, must you assist the god of time with? Lin Xia inquired of Wang Mian, suddenly realizing that his question might be inappropriate, and quickly added, if it's not permissible to disclose, consider my question unasked. There is nothing I cannot share. Wang Mian shook his head. About 8 or 9 years ago, when I was still an ordinary person, I found myself wandering aimlessly along the road when a drunken truck barreled toward me. Just as I was about to be struck, time around me abruptly froze. Subsequently, the god of time emerged from the void, and we entered into a contract wherein he bestowed upon me his divine ruin. And in exchange, I must one day enter Takamagara and retrieve an item for him. Takamagara? Lin Xia blinked. The realm of the gods in Japanese mythology? Indeed. Does it truly exist? The god of time asserts it does, so it undoubtedly exists. However, I have yet to locate it. Wang Mian sighed helplessly. Lin Xia nodded. So your choice to join the Night Watchman was your own? Yes. In fact, before I joined the Night Watchman, the malevolent agents of the ancient god church approached me, inviting me to join them, Wang Mian stated calmly. Nonetheless, I declined. Lin Xia contemplated. Because the goal bestowed by the god of time is unrelated to which faction one aligns with, they believed it feasible to recruit you? Precisely. Some within the ancient god church have even uncovered clues regarding Takamagara, yet I am unwilling to associate with them, ultimately leading me to reject their overtures. And then they simply gave up? Not quite. The members of the ancient god church are a pack of lunatics. If they cannot recruit you, they will resort to means of eliminating you. When I first joined the Night Watchman, I was ambushed by them 3 or 4 times. Had it not been for my considerable luck, I likely would not have survived to this day. Wang Mian shrugged. However, they no longer dare to pursue me. Why? Because they may not stand a chance against me, and Wang Mian's gaze shifted to the other team members, a smile gracing his lips. I have a reliable group of teammates. Whether in solitary combat or group skirmishes, they do not dare to lay a finger on me. Cough, cough, cough. Captain, it's best not to get sentimental while eating. It can be rather nauseating, Su NW remarked with an odd expression. But I speak the truth. Even so, you could wait until there are fewer people around to say it. Saying it now is quite awkward. Rose glared at Wang Mian, visibly displeased. All right, I shall be more cautious next time. Lin Xia sat there, dazed, observing the seven of them bantering and jesting, and after a long while, a faint smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 92. Monetary abilities outside the cafeteria. A sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Great Xia barely had time to react before the 7 members of the masked team sprang to their feet, rushing toward the exit. As Su NW took a few steps, he suddenly regained his senses. Wait, we are not rookies. Why are we running? It's a reflex. Wang Mian scratched his head, casting a glance around the hall, realizing all the new recruits were staring at them. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Let us continue eating. The members of the masked team sat back down, feigning ignorance as they resumed their meal. The new recruits returned their gaze, instinctively glancing at the time on the wall. Only 10 minutes had passed since they began eating, with still ample time before the 20-minute limit. Why did the whistle blow again? Nevertheless, they set down their steamed buns and hurried toward the training grounds. After all, no one wished to run extra laps for tardiness. Bai Li, who had choked on his steamed bun, frantically patted his chest, waving at Great Xia before turning to leave. I'll head out first. You all carry on. Great Xia turned to say, Yes, go ahead. Wang Mian smiled slightly. When we next meet, it will be outside the training camp. Are you all departing? Indeed. A mysterious entity has appeared in the north, and we must head there post-haste. All right. May you return victorious. Great Xia waved farewell, swiftly exiting the cafeteria. Once the cafeteria was empty, the surrounding atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Without the envious gazes of the rookies, this meal lacks flavor. Su NW set down his chopsticks, sighing deeply. Truly a morbid sense of humor. TNP rolled his eyes. Since we are all full, we should take our leave. Wang Mian observed that no one else was eating and began to lift the black box beside him, standing slowly. Yes, let's not keep them waiting too long. Yuegue wiped his mouth. The others rose as well, donning their cloaks, hefting the black box, and striding toward the cafeteria's exit. Gentle sunlight streamed through the clean windows, illuminating the now deserted cafeteria. The 7 of them walked side by side, a light breeze wafting in through the door, lifting a corner of their gray cloaks. On the pristine tiled floor, their silhouettes were distinctly reflected. They carried the black box upon their backs, bowed their heads, and donned their respective masks. Stepping forth, the entire cafeteria fell utterly silent. Within the cramped kitchen, the somewhat stooped figure of Old Sun stood by the small window, silently watching their departing figures. His eyes were slightly red, yet his gaze exuded determination. After a moment, he brought his feet together, straightened his chest, and saluted their departing direction with a standard military salute. At the training grounds, the mysterious beings from myths, legends, and rural tales stand as the principal adversaries to us. The Night Watchmen. Their abilities are diverse and peculiar, and their characteristics vary greatly. Yet one thing is unmistakable. They are far more formidable than mere mortals. What do we rely on to combat such existence? On the training platform, a stranger instructor stands at the center, his gaze sweeping over the new recruits. Shen Qingzhu lazily raises her hand, reporting, We rely on the formidable Jinshu. The instructor scoffs twice. Indeed, Jinshu is humanity's most vital support in the battle against the mysterious. It does not encompass everything. Unless your Jinshu is extraordinarily powerful, capable of extinguishing the mysterious with a mere gesture. Can you achieve that? Shen Qingzhu raises an eyebrow. I can. What is your Jinshu? Sequence 068. Qiming. The instructor feigns ignorance and straightens his posture. Is there anyone else with a different answer? Among the crowd, a chubby boy suddenly raises his hand, reporting, We rely on money. The instructor raises an eyebrow. Money? Tell me, how does one combat the mysterious with money? Shall we exchange it for coins to crush it? Amused, he turns to the new recruits, solemnly stating, In battling the mysterious, beyond Jinshu, we require robust physiques and combat skills. Combat skills are further divided into cold and hot weapons. While hot weapons may be useful against low-level mysteries, it is cold weapon combat that reigns supreme at higher levels. Today, I shall instruct you on close combat with cold weapons. On the other side of the training ground, Instructor Hong stands with 2 other instructors, observing the scene from afar. Instructor Hong, What is the background of the newly arrived instructor Han? One of them inquires curiously. He is a close combat expert transferred from headquarters, having just arrived this morning. Though it's his first time training new recruits, I have great confidence in him, Instructor Han replies, his gaze filled with approval. He just arrived today for his first session with new recruits? I hope nothing goes awry. Another instructor frowns. Impossible. Instructor Han's close combat prowess is top tier domestically. We can safely return to our games. Oh, very well. The trio quietly departs undetected. Meanwhile, on the training platform, Instructor Han continues enthusiastically explaining cold weapons. Among the Night Watchers, barring a few exceptional cases, the majority wield standard weapons, namely the Star Blade. Holding a straight sword, Instructor Han unsheaths it. The straight sword has numerous advantages, which I shall not elaborate on here. Today, my primary focus will be on the techniques of utilizing the straight sword. To master the straight sword, the foremost principle is reaction speed. Instructor Han demonstrates various techniques of drawing and sheathing the sword, captivating the new recruits below. Lin Xia, however, feels a bit weary, not due to Instructor Han's teaching, but because Chen Mai has already imparted this knowledge, ingraining it within him through countless painful experiences. At this moment, the advantage of having private lessons becomes evident. Now, I will select a few individuals for a demonstration. After explaining the sword techniques, Instructor Han sets aside the straight sword and retrieves two wooden swords from a nearby rack. How about the chubby, one who claimed money could defeat the mysterious? Come up and demonstrate. Instructor Han beckons to Bai Li, the chubby boy, who awkwardly climbs onto the training platform and takes the wooden sword from Han. Did you remember what I just said? Bai Li hesitates. Didn't he remember? Then rely on your financial prowess. Instructor fructless. Eager to witness how money could triumph over the mysterious. This time, I will attack, and you will defend using the methods I just described. If you haven't retained the knowledge, then rely on your skills. Oh! Instructor Han swings the wooden sword before Bai Li, narrowing his eyes slightly, while Bai Li, stiffly gripping the sword, reveals numerous vulnerabilities. With a mocking smile, Instructor Han steps forward, swinging the wooden sword with astonishing speed. Just as the sword is about to make contact with Bai Li, a dazzling golden shield suddenly erupts, encasing him in its center. With a light crack, the wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand shatters into 3 pieces. Instructor Han, Bai Li. The atmosphere freezes instantly, enveloped in golden light, resembling a giant bulb. Bai Li scratches his head and swiftly deactivates Yaowang, causing the golden glow to vanish without a trace. The item capable of suppressing Jinshu seems effective only against the Jinshu within the human body, and not against other special items. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he addresses Instructor Han. I'm sorry, Instructor Han. I forgot to turn off the automatic emergency mode. Instructor Han glances at the broken pieces of the wooden sword in his hand, looking at Bai Li with a somewhat displeased expression. Bai Li removes the necklace, placing it back into his pocket, and apologetically says, I'm sorry, Instructor Han. Shall we try again? Instructor Han takes a deep breath, tossing aside the broken wooden sword and picking up a new one. All right, let us go again. Swish. This time, the wooden sword encounters no strange golden shield. But just as it is about to touch Bai Li, it spontaneously ignites. In mere half a second, Instructor Han's wooden sword is reduced to a mere handle. I forgot to deactivate the automatic firewall. Sorry, Instructoren. Bai Li suddenly realizes, hastily removing a string of beads from his wrist. How about we try again? Get lost. Okay. Instructor Han tosses the burned stick aside, rubbing his eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued. After a moment, he sighs, scanning the new recruits, and points to Lin Xia standing beside Bai Li. You come up. Oh. Lin Xia easily vaults onto the training platform, standing before him and taking the wooden sword. You have no Jinwu on you, right? Instructor Han eyes Lin Xia suspiciously. No. Good. Do you remember what I just taught? I remember. All right. Next, I will introduce a new offensive technique. You may not be able to defend against it, but don't worry, I won't hit too hard. Instructor Han appears much more cheerful upon encountering a competent recruit. He addresses all the new recruits, saying, previously, I demonstrated several basic sword techniques. Now, I will show you a more advanced slashing maneuver. This technique cleverly utilizes the visual blind spots of a person while maximizing the sword's swiftness, making it highly practical and powerful. Allow me to demonstrate. Instructor Han turns, facing Lin Xia, stepping forward, and swiftly swings the wooden sword at an unusual angle towards Lin Xia. Crack! With a light sound, Lin Xia effortlessly blocks the fierce strike with one hand. Instructoran. Lucky. Excellent sword technique. The two stand closely, locking gazes. Instructor Han opens his mouth as if to ask how Lin Xia managed to block the attack. Lin Xia. Was that difficult? Cough, cough. That was merely a simple demonstration. It is evident that this recruit possesses a solid foundation in swordsmanship and quick reflexes. Now, I will officially demonstrate. Instructor Han attempts to alleviate the awkwardness, stepping back and swinging the wooden sword once more. Crack! Lin Xia blocks again. Instructor Han, undeterred, unleashes a series of increasingly rapid strikes with the wooden sword. The sounds of wooden swords clashing resonate, as Lin Xia's sword seems to leave behind afterimages, steadily parrying each of Instructor Han's attacks. After several seconds, Instructor Han silently lowers his sword. He gazes at the seemingly innocent Lin Xia, wearing a baffled expression. Have you studied swordsmanship? Just a little. Who taught you? Team 130 SIXS leader, Chun Mai. Han, the instructor, slowly closes eyes, a sense of desolation washing over him. You. Go on, he murmured. Lin Xia, expressionless, returned to the ranks, acutely aware of the peculiar gazes directed at him by those around. Han quietly turned away, softly muttering encouragements. You can do it. Han Li. They are merely a bunch of rookies, a group of novices. They cannot possibly be that formidable. Keep pushing. I must succeed this time. Taking a deep breath, he turned around, scrutinizing the faces of the new recruits. Soon, his gaze settled on an ordinary-looking boy who appeared somewhat expressionless, his physique not particularly strong. You come forward, Han instructed blandly. Chao Yuan hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the training platform. Do you possess any forbidden items? No. Has anyone taught you to wield a blade? No. Very well. Han sighed in relief. Finally, he encountered a normal person. He tossed a wooden sword to Chao Yuan. All right, let us practice. You will defend. No, you attack this time, and I shall demonstrate defense. However, Chao Yuan did not reach for the sword. Instead, he let it fall to the ground. Han's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone turning stern. What is the meaning of this? Pick up the sword. Chao Yuan shook his head. I cannot touch the sword. Why not? I fear I cannot control myself. It is merely a wooden sword. A wooden sword is still a sword. I cannot recklessly handle anything that resembles one. Han furrowed his brow, perplexed by such odd behavior. I command you to pick it up. I truly cannot pick it up. That is an order. Reluctantly, Chao Yuan sighed. Fine. He bent down to retrieve the sword. At that moment, Lin Xia and the others' expressions changed, retreating several meters, their gazes filled with sympathy for Han. Han was taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition as he witnessed this scene. Just as he was about to speak, Chao Yuan's hand brushed against the hilt of the sword. Boom! A dark aura erupted from Chao Yuan, enveloping him in a vortex of malevolent energy, a pillar of black flames shooting skyward, its terrifying pressure pervading the training ground. Meanwhile, 3 instructors who were idly playing cards in the lounge suddenly stood up, alarmed. What the hell? Is something wrong? Let's go check it out. The sudden outburst of sinister energy startled all the instructors in the training camp. They turned their gazes toward the training field, their brows furrowed in concern. On the training ground, black flames swirled around Chao Yuan, who stood bare-chested, a flaming wooden sword slung over his shoulder, grinning menacingly at Han. Han was bewildered. What in the world is this? He merely touched the hilt of the sword, and now he has transformed into this monstrosity? I just wanted to teach them how to use a sword. Can't this recruit camp have a single normal person? As Han stared at the fearsome Chao Yuan before him, he glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, fell silent for a moment, and then cast it aside in frustration. The hell with this. Chapter 94, Slaying the White Demon. Chao Yuan, now in a frenzied state, roared as he darted forward like lightning, swinging the wooden sword enveloped in black flames in Han's direction. Han, empty-handed, narrowed his eyes, rolling to the side just in time to evade the attack. He swiftly picked up a straight sword resting on the ground, drawing it with a soft hiss. With the sword in hand, Han's demeanor shifted dramatically. His penetrating gaze seemed capable of discerning Chao Yuan's every move. As the crazed Chao Yuan lunged towards him, Han swiftly stepped back, sidestepping and slashing out with his sword. Clang! The clash of the wooden sword wrapped in black flames against Han's straight sword produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. Chao Yuan, grinning wickedly, exerted his strength, pushing Han's sword aside. Unfazed, Han accurately anticipated Chao Yuan's next strike, effortlessly dodging and retreating several steps, his expression grave. Xia, hasn't the forbidden domain been suppressed? By Lipo Incourt puzzled. The higher the rank of the forbidden domain, the weaker its suppression effect. While it can suppress others effectively, Chao Yuan's rank is too high for complete control. Moreover, his forbidden domain is exceptionally unique in a berserk state. Even he cannot control it, diminishing its effect further, Lin Xia speculated. Does that mean the instructor's forbidden domains have also been suppressed? Ba Li Pao realized. So now, only Chao Yuan can utilize the forbidden domain, while Han is left to rely solely on combat skills against the frenzied Chao Yuan. That's extraordinarily perilous. Lin Xia remained silent, fixated on the fierce struggle unfolding on the platform. Everyone, evacuate the training ground immediately. En commandit. His voice steady even as he exchanged blows with the rampaging Chao Yuan, who forced him back with each strike. This boy's forbidden domain is evident, and the situation demands immediate action. The recruits, having lost their own forbidden domains, are merely ordinary individuals, and remaining here could lead to unforeseen consequences. Damn it, I cannot sense my own forbidden domain. Han gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to summon his power, but to no avail. In his berserk state, Chao Yuan was a formidable opponent even for seasoned warriors. With no time to accelerate or summon aid, Han relied solely on his battle experience and skill to contend with Chao Yuan. It was precisely this struggle that allowed Lin Xia and the others to witness the true prowess of the beleaguered instructor. Regardless of how swiftly Chao Yuan attacked, Han always seemed to predict his movements, his straight sword dancing in his hand like a butterfly, blocking each of Chao Yuan's blows with precision. Yet, despite his ability to defend against the attacks, Han could not withstand the overwhelming power and the encroaching flames. The battle was fundamentally unjust. Amidst Chao Yuan's sinister laughter, Han could only barely protect himself, continuously retreating. Yao Wang, Ba Li Pao adorned himself with a necklace, extending his chubby hand toward the training platform. A blinding golden light coalesced into a beam, shooting forth like an arrow, striking the wooden sword. It then transformed into a golden rope, ensnaring the frenzied Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan roared in fury, the black flames around him intensifying, and within 2 seconds, he burned through the golden rope, breaking free. He then turned his vicious gaze toward Ba Li Pao, his expression menacing. Ba Li Pao trembled, stepping back slightly, swallowing hard. Xia, save me. Lin Xia sighed. Give me the sword. Huh, sure. Ba Li Pao quickly rummaged through his pockets. At that moment, Chao Yuan had abandoned Han, fixating on Ba Li Pao and Lin Xia, charging toward them with ferocity. Han's expression changed drastically. Run. He propelled himself forward, pursuing the rampaging Chao Yuan. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, a faint golden glow illuminating his eyes as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Found it. Ba Li Pao retrieved a sword of similar length to the star blade from his pocket, handing it to Lin Xia just as the black flames from Chao Yuan surged toward them. The wooden sword, engulfed in malevolent energy, sliced through the air toward Ba Li Pao's neck. In that instant, a flash of white light erupted. Swish! The wooden sword collided with startled and breathless. Bailey Pang Pang stood behind Lin Xia, cradling his racing heart. Damn, that nearly frightened me to death. Lin Xia let out a soft gasp, lowering his gaze to the knife in his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. I distinctly did not touch the wooden sword. Why? The blade he held, known as the Little/White, was a synthetic artifact, a mere imitation of the legendary weapon, /white, from sequence 061. It was capable of ignoring 5 meters of distance, not particularly formidable. Bailey Pang Pang patted his belly, recalling that the authentic /white was one of their family's prized possessions, rumored to disregard a distance of 1,000 meters, delivering death with a single swing within that range. So exaggerated? Lin Xia mused, toying with the little /white, astonished. Indeed, there are only a handful of artifacts that our family cherishes so solemnly. My father guards them like treasures, and I can't even catch a glimpse. It performs quite well. Lin Xia weighed the little /white in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. Madman Qiao Yuan let out a low growl, his gaze fixated on Lin Xia, the malevolent flames of energy swirling more fiercely around his body. Sensing the intensity of his stare, Lin Xia scoffed, returning the glare with a fierce look, 2 golden furnaces erupting from his eyes. An overwhelming divine might surged into Madman Qiao Yuan's mind, causing him to grunt and stagger back, his body swaying as if intoxicated. It appears that divine might is unexpectedly effective against this fellow, Lin Xia muttered, turning to Bailey Pang Pang, requesting once more the sealing scroll from last time. Sure. Bailey Pang Pang retrieved duct tape from his pocket and placed it in Lin Xia's hands. Gripping the little /white with his right hand, Lin Xia gently tore a segment of the sealing scroll with his teeth, his eyes gleaming like the blazing sun as he charged towards Madman Qiao Yuan. With merely 5 meters separating them, Lin Xia swiftly swung the little /white multiple times, effortlessly deflecting the wooden sword from Qiao Yuan's grasp. With a furious roar, Qiao Yuan clawed at Lin Xia with his other hand, the flames of malevolence coiling around his fingers, striking like lightning. Lin Xia seemed to read his movements perfectly, crouching slightly to evade the attack, then swinging the little /white again, striking fiercely at Qiao Yuan's elbow. The wooden sword flew from Qiao Yuan's hand. Lin Xia quickly pivoted, the remaining length of the sealing scroll in his left hand wrapping around Qiao Yuan's neck, binding it tightly before yanking downward with force. Madman Qiao Yuan fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 95. A worthy adversary. The black flames gradually receded, revealing Qiao Yuan's original skin. He clutched the sealing scroll around his neck, the crimson hue in his eyes fading, and he began to cough violently. Lin Xia released the duct tape, finally exhaling in relief. Indeed, Qiao Yuan in his frenzied state was exceptionally powerful, had it not been for the 2 artifacts Lin Xia possessed this time, along with the restraining effect of his divine might against Black King annihilation. Victory would not have been so easily attained. Qiao Yuan, bare-chested and sprawled on the ground, gasped for air, his eyes locking onto Lin Xia, a smile creeping onto his lips. So it is you. What? Few possess the ability to subdue Black King annihilation in this world. Is that so? If I am not mistaken, even the captain of the Faceless can do so. Not quite. You can cleanse my sins. What are you saying? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to grasp Qiao Yuan's meaning. Qiao Yuan merely shook his head, rising from the ground without further elaboration. Nearby, Instructor Han approached, scrutinizing Lin Xia for some time. Are you uninjured? No. Instructor Han paused, giving Lin Xia a thumbs up. That move was impressive. Lin Xia smiled slightly. Instructor Han assisted Qiao Yuan to his feet, and, as Qiao Yuan prepared to speak, Instructor Han shook his head to silence him. You need not say anything. I take full responsibility for this incident. It was I who insisted you draw your weapon. It is not your fault. Intending to apologize, Qiao Yuan found his words completely stifled, letting out a resigned sigh. His hands pressed together before his chest as he slightly bowed. Ba. Before long, a flurry of armed instructors rushed over, their brows furrowing upon seeing the disarray of the training platform. Instructor Han stepped forward, briefly explaining the situation to several instructors, who then relaxed. Instructor Han, I believe. I'm not suited for teaching. Instructor Han pulled Instructor Hong aside, sighing heavily. This is your first day on the job, and you wish to quit already? Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow. I've realized that teaching students and battling in the field are entirely different matters. When on missions, I can single-handedly face a multitude of foes without flinching. Yet here, within mere minutes of teaching, I've been left in a disheveled state, nearly causing a teaching incident. Instructor Hong, witnessing Instructor Han's dejected expression, couldn't help but chuckle. I find you particularly gifted in teaching. You managed to draw 3 individuals, one the young master of the Bailey family, another the agent of the Seraphim, and one from the highest tier of danger. You didn't just draw any random individuals. You selected 3 of the most formidable characters from a total of 239 new recruits. Your luck is truly astounding. Instructor Hong, please do not mock me. Instructor Han sheepishly rubbed his nose. To be honest, in terms of close combat, there may be instructors stronger than you, but they excel in specific aspects, unlike your all-encompassing mastery of every weapon. At this stage, these fledgling recruits need not specialize in one combat style, but rather discover their own unique fighting style among all weaponry, requiring a teacher well-versed in various martial arts to guide them. We cannot impart this knowledge. In the entire realm of the Night Watchers, it seems only you, Han Li, possess such capability. But among these recruits, only a few are truly troublesome. In fact, having the chance to witness the growth of these prodigies is a fortunate opportunity for both you and me, is it not? Instructor Hong's gaze drifted afar, a faint smile playing on his lips. Are you not curious about how these prodigies will emerge from this training camp? Instructor Han paused, instinctively turning to observe the new recruits, the image of a youth with a bandaged left hand and a sword in his right flashing in his mind. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Very well, I shall give it another try. Instructor Hong smiled, patting Instructor Han on the shoulder. Go on. Those fledgling recruits await your training. Instructor Han nodded, taking a deep breath as he strode purposefully towards the training field. Upon his return, the previously restless recruits fell silent. The training ground enveloped in stillness. Instructor Han's gaze swept over them as he retrieved a wooden sword from a nearby rack, stepping onto the half-destroyed training platform to continue his explanation. The sword technique we discussed earlier, while swift and fierce, still lacks sufficient power. The entire morning was dedicated to close combat training. After Instructor Han succinctly demonstrated several sword techniques, he continued with teachings on dual-wielding swords, swordplay, spear techniques, and even the use of certain concealed weapons. Given that it was their first encounter with cold weapon training, the session primarily revolved around Instructor Han's explanations. He was kind enough to allow them all to sit and listen, granting the exhausted recruits a much-needed respite. When Instructor Han's voice grew hoarse from explaining, it was finally time for lunch. As the recruits eagerly arrived at the cafeteria, they were greeted with the same monotonous fare of steamed buns and raw meat, causing their spirits to plummet, with some even retching at the sight. However, keen observers noticed that, in addition to the steamed buns and raw meat, each had a small pile of pickled vegetables before them. Chapter 31. Qi Mo. Upon hearing Lin Xia's response, Wu Xiangnan's brows knitted tighter with concern. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hong Ying abruptly sat up, her reddened eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan, and she exclaimed with fury, Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongcheng is dead. Our comrade is gone. How can you still cling to this matter? Do you not feel even a shred of sorrow? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before calmly replying, Zhao is dead, and I am deeply saddened. Yet the truth holds equal significance. Hong Ying glared at him, her chest heaving violently. With a derisive laugh, she slammed the black box she held onto the ground and turned towards the exit of the basement. Beside her, Wen Qima intended to interject but felt a tug at his sleeve, turning in confusion. Si Xiaonan stood next to him, shaking her head. So those present, Xiangnan. Enough. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to press Lin Xia for more information, the captain, Chun Mai, who had been standing on the periphery, suddenly spoke up, interrupting him. Lin Xia has already spoken quite clearly. There is no need to delve into the details further. This matter ends here. Chun Mai placed his hands in his pockets and stepped behind Wu Xiangnan, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Startled, Wu Xiangnan turned to face Chun Mai, meeting his unwavering gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. Chunmai then settled himself onto the sofa opposite Lin Xia. Now that the matter of Zhao Kongsheng is concluded, it is time we discuss you, Lin Xia. What is there to discuss? Lin Xia inquired. As far as I know, Zhao Kongsheng once invited you to join the Night Watchers, yet you declined. He later mentioned that he lost track of you. Had you not brought Zhao Kongsheng's body back, we might never have found you again. Given this, why do you wish to join the Night Watchers now? Chunmai's gaze bore into Lin Qia's, profound and penetrating. In order to repay a debt of gratitude, Lin Xia replied with tranquility. Chunmai was momentarily taken aback. A debt of gratitude? We had an agreement. I would join the Night Watchers. Lin Xia paused before continuing. However, I have one condition. What condition? I shall remain with the Night Watchers for a decade. After 10 years, I will depart. At this proclamation, the expressions of all present shifted to one of astonishment. The Night Watchers are not mere community volunteers. Once one joins, leaving is not an option. Thus, your mention of 10 years. I cannot acquiesce to that. No one in the entire Night Watchers organization can grant you such a promise. Just as Lin Xia was about to respond, Chunmai continued, however, if after 10 years you possess the ability to leave the Night Watchers and render the upper echelons powerless against your departure, that would be another matter entirely. In any case, wishing to exit the Night Watchers through official channels is out of the question. Very well. Surprisingly, Lin Xia nodded with determination. If after 10 years I cannot leave, then that shall be my own issue. Furthermore, the majestic Jinan Mountain remains largely undeveloped, nestled on the fringes of Songnan City, and is characterized by its wild, untamed beauty. A modest cable car has been erected at the summit, catering to the few visitors it attracts each year, rendering it an obscure and seldom visited attraction. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Instructor Hong rose, casting a glance back at the new recruits, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All present, disembark. Chapter 97. Into the mountains soon. The new recruits gathered at the foot of Jinan Mountain. Standing before them with hands clasped behind his back, Instructor Hong surveyed the group before speaking slowly. We are about to commence extreme training. Do you see the mountain range behind you? Shortly, each of you will be burdened with a weight of 35 kilograms. Your task is to traverse this mountain range before dawn tomorrow. Report. Zheng Zhong shouted. Speak. Is it merely a standard weighted cross-country run? It is not so simple. Instructor Hong replied with a faint smile, beckoning with his hand. Suddenly, an array of drones surged forth from the last bus, each equipped with a miniature gun barrel. The weights you carry are equipped with positioning devices. Once training commences, these drones will enter the mountains and pursue you all. If you are struck by the paintball guns they carry, it signifies failure, and failure will entail a punishment that is excruciatingly harsh. A sinister grin spread across Instructor Hong's face, as if recalling something amusing, emphasizing the word harsh thrice, sending shivers down the spines of the recruits. I must outline a few rules. He extended 3 fingers. First, the weights you carry may be exchanged among yourselves. If someone among you is unable to continue, they may transfer a part of their load to another and may reclaim it at any time. However, you must not discard any weight without permission. Doing so will result in immediate failure. Second, you are prohibited from attacking the drones in any manner, even touching them. You cannot carry any items that might obstruct the paintball gun's fire, nor can you hide motionless in any terrain's blind spots. Your sole option when faced with the drones is to escape. Third, you may form groups, but you cannot attack one another or interfere with each other's actions. After stating these points, Instructor Hong bellowed. Do you understand? Understood. The recruits chorused. Take your weights and venture into the mountain. With the command given, the recruits began to take turns donning their burdens, each receiving a tactical knife. This knife is for navigating the terrain, not for infighting. Remember, Instructor Hanli cautioned earnestly. When the knife reached Chao Yuan, Instructor Hanli silently set down his knife and retrieved a spoon from behind him. Instructor, this. Chao Yuan was taken aback. You cannot use any sharp instruments. For now, make do with this, Instructor Hanli encouraged, patting his shoulder. Chao Yuan thought, what can I do with a spoon while others can slice through underbrush with their knives? Am I supposed to dig my own grave? Hey, you over there. The plump one. Instructor Hong suddenly recalled something and called out to Bai Li Pang Pang, who was about to enter the mountains. Remove all your freedom space items and those necklaces and bracelets you are wearing. Hand them over to me for safekeeping. Instructor Hong extended his hand. Li Pang trembled, protecting his chest with both hands. Instructor, these items are quite valuable. I want to keep them permanently. Just hold on to them for now, understand? If you go in and leave prohibited items scattered everywhere, what kind of training is that? Fine. Li Pang sighed, retrieving a small white pouch from his pocket and surrendering it to Instructor Hong, along with the various trinkets adorning him. Good, off you go. Instructor Hong carefully placed the items aside and waved Li Pang off. Once all the new recruits had entered the mountain, Instructor Hong leisurely settled into the newly erected tactical tent, stifling a yawn. Instructor, is it really necessary to complicate a simple weighted cross-country run? Instructor Hanley queried, perplexed as he took a seat beside him. This is far from a mere cross-country run. Instructor Hong chuckled. Do you truly believe they can escape this mountain? Instructor Hanley looked puzzled, seemingly not grasping his meaning. We have employed prohibited items to seal off the entire mountain range. Within this area, the original terrain has been thoroughly altered. You mean? Instructor Hong's gaze followed the departing recruits, revealing a cunning smile. The entire mountain has transformed into an inescapable labyrinth. No matter how they run, they will not be able to escape. Thus, they will be relentlessly pursued by the drones within this intricate maze until every last ounce of their strength is drained. The outcome is far superior to a standard weighted cross-country run. Instructor Hanley ponderat for a moment. You intend to create a desperate environment while permitting them to exchange weights, testing their mental fortitude while exhausting their physical capabilities and fostering mutual trust? Indeed, you are astute. Instructor Hong praised, giving a thumbs up. But can the drones and their paintball guns truly exert that much pressure on them? Instructor Fan Linkidat. Unable to restrain his curiosity, a mysterious smile crept onto Instructor Hong's face. You will understand soon enough. The punishment for failure is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Jinan Mountain. Lin Shiyi and Xiao Yuan traversed the forest with their burdens, nimbly weaving through the ancient, towering trees of Jinan Mountain. The dappled sunlight filtered through the foliage, enveloping them in an atmosphere reminiscent of a primordial jungle. Wait for me. Li Pang, round in stature, struggled to navigate the dense underbrush, finding his progress exceedingly difficult. Why is this thing so heavy? Can you two help share the load? No. Lin Shiyi firmly rejected. Scram, Xiao Yuan coldly replied, then turned to Lin Shiyi, eyes wide with hope. Shiyi, how about I help carry a bit of your load? Not necessary. Li Pang sighed. Buzzing sounds suddenly filled the air as a swarm of drones approached from behind them, causing Lin Shiyi's expression to shift. The drones have arrived. We must accelerate, or we will undoubtedly be caught. Xiao Yuan exclaimed, glancing around. The new recruits, who had initially entered Jinan Mountain together, began to scatter, realizing that clustering together would only increase the likelihood of being struck by the drone's erratic fire. Ugh, you all go ahead. This burden is too heavy. I feel like I can't outrun the drones. Li Pang lamented as the buzzing grew closer, his face a mask of despair. Are you not afraid of being hit and facing punishment? Let it be. That punishment can't be too terrifying, right? Li Pang expressed uncertainty. Chapter 98. A public humiliation scene plop. As soon as Li Pang finished speaking, a drone emerged from the thicket behind them, shooting a paintball that struck a nearby recruit. The recruit froze momentarily, took a few steps, then collapsed as the world around him spun, his legs giving way beneath him. Two instructors soon emerged from the foliage, grinning wickedly as they dragged the unconscious recruit into the woods. Upon witnessing this, Li Pang exclaimed, "What on earth? Aren't those paintball guns? Why did he faint after being hit? And what was with those two instructors? Their expressions suggest that poor guy's virtue is in jeopardy." Li Pang hurried after the two. Unable to con, Xiao Yuan fell into a momentary silence, pondering whether the penalty for failure was indeed the loss of chastity. I doubt it. Lin Shiyi's lips twitched, reminding him that there were many young women among them. True, but what could they possibly be doing in the small grove? Li Pang turned to glance at the grove, a profound confusion surfacing in his small eyes. The two instructors dragged the unconscious rookie and hoisted him onto a nearby stretcher, carrying him back to the starting point at the foot of the mountain. Was this the first elimination in extreme training this year? How intriguing. One instructor watched as the rookie was carried away, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He placed a truth ring on him, activated the microphone, and connected it to everyone's Bluetooth speakers within their gear. Instructor Hong calmly orchestrated the entire situation, and soon, the rookie was awakened, bound to a chair and unable to move. "Hey, can you hear me?" The instructor's voice suddenly emanated from the burdens they all carried, startling them. Lin Xia and his companions halted in unison. They had speakers embedded in their gear? What were they planning? Lin Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Just as his words fell, the speaker crackled to life again. "Good, you can hear me. Ahem. Let's commence the punishment. Your name is Wang Liang, correct? What is the most shameful thing you have ever done in your life? I once peeked at the neighbor's older sister while she was bathing. Oh, was she attractive? Very much so. I often dream about her. Have you ever been caught? Once, she told my mother, and that night, I was severely punished. Oh, do you like that older sister? Yes, I frequently dream about her at night. Sometimes I even." Wang Liang's cheeks flushed crimson. His facial muscles tensed in a struggle, yet he could not contain his words. His hands were firmly restrained to the chair, rendering him immobile. Opposite him, Instructor Hong solemnly posed a series of mortifying questions. The other instructors outside listened intently, unable to suppress their laughter, which soon erupted into a chorus of uncontrollable mirth. Within the confines of Jinan Mountain, all 238 members, except for Wang Liang, halted to laugh heartily. "Huh, this kid Wang Liang has such an embarrassing story. Unbelievable. He actually peeked at the older sister bathing. And didn't he take me with him? This is hilarious, ha ha." As laughter ensued, their expressions morphed, a chilling realization washing over them, their faces resembling frostbitten eggplants. Bali Pang Pang swallowed hard, his face pale and voice hoarse. "Is this the punishment for being struck? It must be some object that compels one to speak the truth. What ruthless trick." Lin Xie could not help but remark. The trio exchanged a brief glance before sprinting deeper into Jinan Mountain. Bali Pang Pang, fueled by an unknown vigor, surprisingly led the charge. He gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with determination, as if ready to breathe fire. Was this truly a punishment? This was an outright spectacle of social embarrassment. These shameless instructors dared to ask anything. Under the influence of that object, even one's own measurements could be blurted out. Had he been in Wang Liang's position, the consequences would be unthinkable. In that moment, everyone felt a surge of adrenaline, charging forward with fervor. At the foot of the mountain, within a hastily erected tactical tent, Instructor Hong observed the rapidly moving red dots on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. "How's the effect? Quite good, I presume." Instructor Han, clutching his stomach from laughter, gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Impressive." Suddenly, a flurry of missiles whizzed through the forest, followed by screams and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Lin Xie furrowed his brow and glanced towards the trees, retreating swiftly to evade 2 missiles. "The drones are closing in from the left," he stated gravely. "We have no choice but to head right." Chao Yuan cast a worried look to the other side, where the terrain appeared much more rugged, promising greater exhaustion. I always feel that these instructors are doing this on purpose. They want to drive us into those cursed places." Bali Pang Pang panted heavily. "We have no alternative." Gao Juan Zet Ponde Gan Li. Lin Xie was the first to plunge into the thicket of rocks and ancient trees, running, leaping, dodging, and maneuvering, as he deftly sliced through the branches that hindered his path. In a short while, his military uniform was riddled with tears, and his hands bore small wounds from the sharp branches. After all, he was merely a high school student. Despite a month of tutoring, his physical stamina was limited, and the continuous exertion rapidly drained his energy, causing his movements to slow. In contrast, Chao Yuan seemed remarkably resilient. Even after such a long run, he merely exhibited slight breathlessness without excessive fatigue. As for Bai Li Pang Pang, he appeared utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse, yet somehow mustering the strength to continue. One could only wonder what secret he held that instilled such fear of that punishment. Xia sliced through the vines obstructing his way. Just as he was about to proceed, a rustling sound and a faint buzzing reached his ears. At that moment, Shun Qingzhu appeared, having cleared her own path with a swift stroke. Their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. Soon after, 2 waves of drones surrounded them. "Damn it! This is bad," they exclaimed in unison. "Why the hell are you suddenly in front of us?" Bali Pang Pang was equally dumbfounded. "This is not the time to ponder that," Shun Qingzhu shouted, swiftly changing direction to leap left. Coincidentally, Xia chose the same path. The 2 groups, previously blocked from both sides, broke through to the left, followed by a series of missile sounds. Among Shun Qingzhu's 3 subordinates, 2 were struck simultaneously, collapsing to the ground after desperate wails. Xia wielded his knife with such speed that it nearly left an afterimage, carving a path through the forest, while Chao Yuan clutched an utterly useless spoon, desperately trailing behind. Bali Pang Pang gasped, darting behind a large tree to dodge another barrage of missiles, then rolled and crawled to catch up with Xia and the others. They ran for their lives, traversing the rugged old forest until they reached a relatively spacious clearing where a small stream gurgled pleasantly down the mountainside. Xia took a few steps, bent down beside the stream, cupped his hands to drink, and splashed water on his face, exhaling in relief. Bali Pang Pang collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. "Xia, how far are we from crossing the mountain range?" "Not far at all," Xia replied slowly. "From the start, the drones have been approaching us from different angles, forcing us to alter our course several times. We've only traveled about 4 or 5 kilometers in a straight line from the starting point. Are the instructors playing tricks on us? First, we're chased by drones, and then we can't fight back." Shun Qingzhu stood up, kicking a stone into the stream in frustration. "At this rate, we'll never cross the mountain range." Chao Yuan furrowed his brow deeply. "Honestly, I felt something was off since the beginning." Xia hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Off? Haven't you noticed? No matter which direction we run, the sun's position in the sky hasn't changed at all." Xia pointed to the sun overhead, and my eyes beheld the mountain path, which constantly shifted. The crowd froze, simultaneously looking up, their expressions darkening. What was happening? It seemed the instructors had shrouded this area with forbidden objects, never intending for us to traverse beyond. What, then, were their true intentions? To utterly drain our stamina here. Bai Li, the plump one, turned pale, meaning we were all destined to face that punishment? Not necessarily. Chao Yuan suddenly spoke, noting that those who directly exhausted themselves to the point of fainting did not appear among the punished. Bai Li sat on the ground, despondently sighing. The drones seemed to recognize they were nearing their limits, refraining from pursuing directly, granting them a rare moment to catch their breath. After such a prolonged sprint, everyone was nearly drained, settling upon the ground, the area by the stream falling into a profound silence. Only the relentless interrogation of their souls echoed through the canyon, occasionally drawing laughter from them. "Hey, you over there? The one with the spoon." Shun Qingzhu's gaze fell upon Chao Yuan. "You're clearly strong. Why didn't you exert yourself last night during the battle against the masked one?" "In non-essential situations, I refrain from drawing my sword. This is my vow before the Buddha," Chao Yuan replied nonchalantly. "But you did strike later. That was because the moment necessitated action." Chao Yuan's peripheral vision caught Xia. Shun Qingzhu frowned. "What do you mean? He commands you to fight, and you comply, yet when I do, you sit idly? Do you look down upon me?" "Indeed. You." Shun Qingzhu's gaze sharpened. "Those unable to control their emotions will forever remain weak." Chao Yuan toyed with the spoon in his hand, speaking calmly. Shun Qingzhu glared fiercely at Chao Yuan, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly ready to charge at him. But after a moment, he released his hands. Rising to his feet, he shot a cold glance at him. "We shall see who is strong or weak." With that, he turned and strode in another direction. Shortly thereafter, the only remaining recruit hastily stood and followed him. "Damn it, both of them have been eliminated. Why are you still following?" Shun Qingzhu snapped, still irate. "Because you are my Shungu," a dark-skinned recruit replied with a goofy smile. "If it weren't for you helping my mother settle her debts, I'd still be begging on the streets, let alone being a night watchman. Are you out of your mind? I almost used Chi Min to take you and that ghost down yesterday, and you still regard me as Shunga? That was to force him out. The follower replied earnestly, besides, if you truly didn't care about us, why drag us into the dormitory before using air explosions? You, Shun Qingzhu vexed, kicked a stone away, forget it. Since you lot insist on following me blindly, do as you please. Just remember, don't cause me any trouble. Shun Qingzhu turned on his heel and marched away, his follower keeping pace closely behind. Shingu, are you heavy? Shall I help carry some of your load? Get lost. My burden is mine to bear. Oh. Once Shun Qingzhu had walked far, Bailey shrugged. Strange, Shun Qingzhu has a terrible temper, is arrogant, and loves to curse. Yet someone is genuinely willing to follow him? Could they truly be blind? That boy is Deng Wei. His father ran off when he was young, and his mother loved gambling, accruing massive debts. When creditors came with knives, he had no choice but to borrow money. Then he happened to meet Shun Qingzhu, who, for reasons unknown, sold several plots of land from his hometown to lend to Deng Wei. Eventually, the two awakened to the forbidden ruins and caught the attention of the night watchman, leading them here. Chao Yuan succinctly recounted the story. You know this so well? Deng Wei is my roommate. Chao Yuan shrugged. There are two others, a pair of twin brothers, namely Jia and Li Liang, who, for reasons unknown, faithfully follow Shun Qingzhu. A man with a story. Who would have thought? Bali raised an eyebrow. Just then, the buzzing of drones echoed once more from the forest, causing Lin Chia's expression to shift as he stood up. They're coming again. Shapteret hundra, sin yi bustling. Several drones emerged from the forest to the right, and Shun Qingzhu's expression changed. Run. He turned and swiftly leaped upon the exposed rocks in the stream, racing in the opposite direction. Deng Wei secured his load, gritting his teeth as he followed Shun Qingzhu's footsteps, carefully stepping forward. At that moment, the drones had already flown far, their mounted guns trained on the two, firing several missiles in rapid succession. Deng Wei's gaze was drawn to the missiles, panic overtaking him as he hurriedly crouched to evade them. But the stone beneath his feet suddenly slipped, causing him to tumble into the stream. Splash! Shun Qingzhu abruptly turned back, his face paling, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and grabbing Deng Wei by the shoulder, helping him to his feet. Damn it, I told you not to follow. Now you are just causing me trouble. Shun Qingzhu cursed, supporting Deng Wei as they hurriedly moved, but Deng Wei's right foot seemed injured, making his movement cumbersome. The drones continued to pursue closely behind, intentionally firing sporadically, yet miraculously, none of the bullets found their mark. Shun Qingzhu's brow furrowed. His gaze fixed ahead at the nerve, he wielded his knife to carve a narrow path barely wide enough for a single person, laboriously navigating through the dense forest. In this vast expanse of trees, he was utterly alone, accompanied only by the faint rustle of branches, while the surroundings remained eerily silent. After walking for quite some time, Shun Qingzhu glanced up at the sky and noted that the sun's position had not shifted, causing his brow to furrow once more. These instructors, are they truly tormenting us, trapping us like lab rats merely to witness our misfortunes? Damn it! As he muttered his frustrations, he gradually came to a halt. He cast a backward glance towards Deng Wei's direction, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features, but he quickly shook his head. No, Shun Qingzhu, you are destined to become a formidable warrior. A strong individual must possess a ruthless heart. You must endure until the end, and make those who look down upon you aware of your strength. He clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and pressed onward. At that moment, a familiar voice emanated from the heavy speaker. Your name is Li Liang, correct? Yes. Well then, tell us about someone you admire. I do not have anyone I admire. Oh, still a cold and aloof young man. What about someone you look up to? Surely there is someone? Yes. Who is it? It's Brother Shun. Shun Qingzhu? The instructor's voice seemed genuinely astonished. Why? In my first year of high school, my younger brother Li Jia was deceived and entangled with a local gang of delinquents. Every day after school, we would be cornered at the school gate, subjected to their harassment and extortion. Eventually, Shun, a senior, couldn't bear to watch us suffer and intervened. He single-handedly fought off a dozen thugs, sending 4 of them to the hospital. Because of this incident, he was expelled and could not sit for the college entrance examination, returning home to work the fields. Since that day, my brother and I vowed to follow Brother Shun. Although he has a notoriously bad temper and often berates us, over time, one realizes that he is, in fact, the gentlest person in the world. Shun Qingzhu's movement froze mid-air, resembling a statue trapped amidst the thicket. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "What nonsense is this guy spouting? It's you who's being punished. So why is it me who feels the shame?" He slowly turned to glance back towards the direction from which he came, gradually tightening his grip on the knife. In the thicket, Deng Wei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, wore a faint smile. This Li Liang fellow speaks with such clarity. I wonder what expression Brother Shun will have upon hearing this. The buzzing of drones filled the air, causing Deng Wei to open his eyes and watch as the drones descended from above. A smirk crossed his face. "Come on, try to eliminate me." Several drones pivoted, their weaponry aimed directly at the prostrate Deng Wei. He inhaled deeply and murmured, "Just don't ask me any strange questions, or else they'll have a good laugh at my expense." He slowly closed his eyes. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of rapid-fire bullets echoed, and Deng Wei sensed a prolonged absence of impact. Opening his eyes, he beheld Shun Qingzhu, one hand gripping the knife while the other shielded him with a heavy load across his chest, deflecting all the incoming projectiles. Stunned, Deng Wei exclaimed, "Brother Shun, the rules state that one cannot use their pack to block bullets." Shun Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, tossing the burden aside with a slight smirk. "Rules? When have I ever adhered to rules?" With that, he sprang into action, flinging the knife with incredible speed, and to Deng Wei's astonishment, it pierced through a drone, causing it to explode. "The rules say not to attack drones. I shall do as I please." Shun Qingzhu landed, watching as the flaming drone spiraled downward, letting out a cold snort. He turned to the incapacitated Deng Wei and boldly declared, "Useless. Your brother Shun is here to save you." Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, and a missile struck Shun Qingzhu squarely in the back. He let out a muffled groan, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. When Qima cast a glance at Lin Xia, his eyes brimming with envy. "Just because you're an Archangel's agent, do you presume that divine agents are as ubiquitous as cabbages on the streets?" "Surely not," Lin Xia inquired, bewildered. "Of course not," when Qima exclaimed, astonished by such brazen ignorance. "Divine agents on the side of humanity are an exceedingly rare breed. Among all the Night Watchers, there are scarcely 8 or 9, predominantly distributed among various specialized teams or serving as captains of the Night Watch in major cities. Individuals of utmost significance. Damn it, I truly envy you," when Qima swore, uncharacteristically letting slip a curse. He sighed in resignation. "You possess immense potential. Once you mature, this small city of Tsangnan will no longer be capable of containing you. Who knows, in the future, you might become the captain of a night watch in the capital city or join a specialized team traversing the world. It is not inconceivable that you could even lead such a team. In any case, your future is boundless." Chapter 33. The Monument O. Lin Xia's expression was remarkably serene, when Qima gazed at him with surprise. "Oh, is that all? Don't you feel even a hint of exhilaration or fervor?" "Perhaps a smidgen, but merely a smidgen," Lin Xia replied. "I harbor no interest in promotions or such matters." When Qima regarded him with a peculiar look, momentarily forgetting that he was a heretic destined to betray the Night Watchers a decade hence, Lin Xia remained non-committal and continued to inquire, "By your account, are these 4 special squads indeed the zenith of Daxia's combat prowess?" "Certainly not," he replied. "They may represent the pinnacle of team strength among the Night Watchers, yet they are far from being the apex of Daxia's power." "Are you suggesting that there exist organizations akin to the Night Watchers within Daxia?" "No, there exists only one Night Watchers, but above them, there are 5 paragons of humanity." "Paragons of humanity?" As the term suggests, these individuals embody the utmost combat potential achievable by humans. Their power approaches that of ancient deities from mythology. Thus they are often referred to as demigods. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in mortal flesh? While I recognize you're quoting classic lines from cinema, it is indeed the case. When Shima lifted his gaze to the night sky, his eyes brimming with reverence. These 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity and the sole beacon of hope visible amidst the encroaching fog. Who are they? I cannot say. They are shrouded in mystery and seldom seen, their names known to very few. However, there are some intriguing rumors. What rumors? The 5 paragons of humanity are known as one sword, one knight, one idol, one void, and one sage. Sword, knight, idol, void, sage. What kind of rumors are these? They seem devoid of any substantial information. It is said that the supreme commander of our night watchers is one idol among these 5 paragons, though it has been ages since anyone has witnessed his power in action. I have a question. Ask away. Have humans ever slain a god? Lin Xia gestured towards the heavens, not referring to peculiar mythical creatures, but to the genuine ancient deities of myth. When Shima paused in silence, then shook his head. I do not know, but I suspect not. Amidst the vast fog, humanity resembles a blindfolded lamb, oblivious to the happenings of this world, unaware of when the apocalypse may descend. In this era, wherein the existence of deities has been substantiated, should humanity indeed slay a god, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other deities. Consequently, they might unite to eradicate humanity, leading to an even graver predicament for mankind. Lin Xia nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. Do you have any further inquiries? Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Are there any benefits or allowances for temporary team members? There are. Then I have no other questions. So, among all your inquiries, was that the one that concerned you the most? Of course. Lin Xia nodded knowingly, pondering the notion of special teams and the pinnacle of humanity, concepts that felt far removed from him. He preferred to remain grounded. All right. When Shima turned his head and inquired, Are you tired? Not all. Then allow me to take you somewhere. At this late hour, is it appropriate? It is indeed. A twitch at the corner of when Shima's mouth betrayed his amusement. Very well. Lin Xia reminded him. Do not forget. I'm still minor. When Shima merely paused, speechless. A few minutes later, the car came to a gentle halt in a desolate, silent wilderness. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, surveying his surroundings with a vigilant gaze directed at Wenshima. What brings us here? Wenshima silently rolled his eyes and pointed toward a nearby cemetery. Over there. Following his gesture, Lin Xia fell into a contemplative silence, instinctively grasping the purpose of their visit. The two traversed a narrow path, eventually arriving at the cemetery's periphery. The site was modest in size, significantly smaller than the cemetery at the city's outskirts. Yet the craftsmanship of the gravestones and the spacing between them surpassed that of an ordinary graveyard. The stones here appeared more exquisite and meticulously arranged. This is the resting place of the night watchman of Sangnan City, when Shima spoke calmly. Since the transformation of the Great Xia Special Biological Response Team into the Night Watchman in 1936, adopting a city-by-city management system, this site had been designated as the final resting place for those who perished in service to Sangnan City. Of course, this was merely the default resting place. Each individual could designate their preference for burial in the Night Watchman-esque cemetery, cremation, or returning to their hometown upon joining the team. In years past, Zhao Kongsheng had chosen to be interred here, claiming that he bore too much blood on his hands to return to his ancestors' graves, fearing he would frighten them. As when Shima reminisced, a smile graced his lips, as though he could vividly recall Zhao Kongsheng's carefree manner when he had made that statement. Lin Xia gazed silently at the myriad gravestones, his brow furrowing slightly. So many. Within this cemetery stood at least 60 or 70 distinct gravestones, the majority of which were newly erected. From 1936 to now, it has been 85 years, when Shima remarked, initially, our sacrifices were indeed few. After all, each city encountered only a handful of mythical creatures annually, and even those were typically of lower ranks. However, as time progressed, the frequency and ferocity of these mythical beings increased, leading to a rising toll on our ranks. Nearly half of the gravestones you see here commemorate those who fell in the last 20 years. Before Captain Chen Mai was stationed in Sangnan City, it was said that 2 team members would perish each year, and it was only after his arrival that the fatality rate significantly decreased. An image of the reticent figure clad in black flickered in Lin Qia's mind, filling him with a sense of respect. Yet, Zhao Kongsheng had only just sacrificed himself tonight, and his tombstone was already prepared. Lin Xia suddenly pondered, questioning in confusion. Not at all. So why are we here? When Shima raised his hand, gesturing towards the distance. Look over there. Lin Xia followed his. And amidst the dark expanse of the graveyard, a faint glimmer gradually emerged. Under the dim light, Hong Ying sat beside an empty patch of ground, her red-rimmed eyes glistening as she cradled a blank stone slab, meticulously carving it with a chisel in her right hand. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the stone, only to be hastily wiped away. In that moment, all traces of her previous vitality seemed to have vanished. Wasn't she supposed to be practicing her marksmanship? Lin Xia stared at the scene in a daze. She lied. When Shima shook his head, it is an unwritten rule that the tombstone of a sentinel is carved by their comrades. This stone should have been my responsibility. Though unspoken, I understood clearly that she was the one who yearned most to etch Zhao Kongqing's memorial. Their bond was profound, truly profound. Thus, even though she spun such an implausible tale, I chose to turn a blind eye, allowing her to secretly carve the tombstone. Lin Xia and Wen Qima stood silently, observing Hong Ying, engrossed in her task. For a long time, without uttering a word, beneath the hazy moonlight in the stillness of the graveyard, only the chisel in Hong Ying's hand emitted a faint, mournful cry. Are we not going to greet her? After a while, Lin Xia inquired of Wen Qima. Approaching her now would only make her uncomfortable. Her sensitivity is quite pronounced. But standing here, it feels as if we are voyeurs prying into someone else's secrets. Lin Xia felt a twinge of awkwardness within. When Shima turned to him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Do you think we are the only voyeurs lurking nearby? Chapter 34. What do you want? In the cemetery, amid the trees on the other side, Xiangnan, the burly Wu Xiangnan, crouched on the ground, suddenly turned around, his heart racing in relief upon recognizing the newcomer. Captain, it's the dead of night. Do not tread quietly in the graveyard. You nearly scare me to death. He pressed a hand to his wildly beating heart and took a deep breath. Chunmai silently sat beside Wu Xiangnan, observing Hong Ying, who was engraving a tombstone in solitude not far away. He spoke softly. I thought your thick skull was only filled with tactics. I didn't expect you to show up here as well. Wu Xiangnan shot him a disdainful glance. In the middle of the night, who would believe she would be practicing her marksmanship? Am I that dull? Indeed. Wu Xiangnan responded. Where's Qi Mo? He should have arrived by now. He's lying low on the opposite mountain with Lin Xia. And Lung Xian and Xiaonan? Lung Xian has long disappeared, and Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh. The two men fell into silence. After a long while, Chunmai finally spoke again. I'm quite glad you could come. Is it really that significant? It is. Chunmai nodded earnestly. This indicates that you are no longer that Wu Xiangnan who crawled out from a pile of corpses. No matter how much you deny it, you are changing. Why should I deny it? Wu Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the Blue Rain team was annihilated. As a mere survivor, I had to emerge eventually. Encountering you all is merely a stroke of luck for me. Chunmai sighed deeply. In their eyes, you are a rigid man, fixated solely on rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan in the corner, they mentioned that you would never find a wife. If they knew you were once a member of the renowned Blue Rain Special Team, they would likely be utterly astonished. I am merely a survivor, unworthy of that name. Wu Xiangnan said calmly. Now, I only wish to be an ordinary member of Team 136. Chunmai patted Wu Xiangnan's shoulder in silence. What do you think? Wu Xiangnan suddenly asked. About what? The newcomer, Lin Xia. A good kid. I'm not referring to his potential. I'm speaking of his character. I am addressing character. Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. He was the one who killed the Ghost-Face King. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing merely severely injured it, but did not deliver the fatal blow. Does that matter? Does it not? Chunmai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and slowly replied. That boy chose to credit Zhao Kongqing with the accomplishment. Why must you be so fixated? After spending so much time with old Zhao, do you not know what his dream is? Killing a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm is a great feat. It would greatly benefit that boy's future. Do you think he cares about such things? Wu Xiangnan was rendered speechless. Chen Mai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to the distant valley, speaking calmly. I have mentioned before, this child is wonderful. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the graveyard, Long Xian, who was quietly crouching on a hillside, set down his binoculars, a faint smile gracing his lips. One after another, lacking in any skill of concealment, and once again I have captured them with a few clicks. The binoculars emitted a soft sound, dropping several high-definition photographs from below. Among them were images of Hong Ying diligently engraving a tombstone, Lin Xia and Wen Qili engaged in conversation, and two burly men frolicking in the woods. He regarded these photographs as treasures, carefully placing them into a locked box. The box was filled to the brim with images unique to Team 136, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming snapshots. 2 hours later, Lin Xia stood before an opulent villa, utterly astonished. He lowered his gaze to reconfirm the address on the note, glanced at the villa again, and gasped in disbelief. So she is a wealthy heiress. If Lin Xia was not mistaken, the grand residence before him was indeed Hong Ying's home. Faintly, her earlier words echoed in his mind. My house is quite spacious. This was beyond mere spaciousness. Hesitating at the entrance of the villa, Lin Xia finally mustered his resolve and approached the door, knocking gently. Previously, he and Wen Qima had silently observed Hong Ying as she carved the tombstone until she finished, before discreetly departing. To prevent any suspicion from Hong Ying, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late, creating a time gap. After just 2 knocks, Lin Xia withdrew his hand. The sound of soft slippers shuffling could be heard faintly from behind the door, followed by the entrance swinging open. There stood Hong Ying in a plush pajamas, her eyes slightly red. Upon seeing Lin Xia, a smile blossomed on her face. Xia, come in quickly. Why are you so late? Qima kept me chatting until now, Lin Xia replied, suppressing his conscience. Stepping inside, he lowered his head, only to discover that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. The house hasn't been tidied up today, so it might be a bit messy. Please don't mind, she said, playfully twirling a strand of hair around her finger, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. It's already very clean, Lin Xia remarked as he glanced around, a hint of helplessness in his voice, and honestly, I'm just thrilled to have a place to stay. It was undeniable that Hong Ying's home exuded an air of grandeur and elegance, which made Lin Xia, who had never stayed in a villa before, feel somewhat out of place. Moreover, he had never before stayed over at a girl's house. Hong Ying, is Xia here? A soft voice called from the second floor, revealing Si Xiaonan, still groggy, leaning over the railing and inquiring quietly. Yes, Hong Ying nodded. Lin Xia paused, turning to look at Hong Ying. Hong Ying smiled at him, for I usually do not stay in the dormitory. I'm not at ease with Xiao and staying there alone, so I often let her reside here with me. I see. At that moment, Lin Xia seemed to recall something and asked, what about uncle and aunt? Will my presence here disturb them? Not all. Hong Ying shook her head. 5 years ago, they vanished into the mist. Before Xiaonan arrived, I lived here all by myself. Were they part of a reconnaissance team? Lin Xia inquired. Indeed, Hong Ying replied. Lin Xia opened his mouth, realizing he had asked an inappropriate question, yet he was at a loss for words to offer comfort. Just then, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. You will be staying in that room. I have already tidied it up. The blue towel and dental items in the bathroom are yours, so do not mix them up. Wearing slippers, Hong Ying ascended the stairs step by step. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned sharply to Lin Xia. Oh, and if you wish to enter my and Xiaonan's room, you must knock first. If I catch you harboring any ill intentions. With a playful flourish, Hong Ying rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, and waved menacingly. Do not forget, I am the main combat force of the team. No one can surpass me except the captain. My sister's spear is truly unerring. With that, she elegantly turned and, her long black hair cascading naturally, strode into her room. Lin Xia. Beside him, Si Xiaonan yawned and waved goodbye to Lin Xia goodnight. Thud. The 2 doors closed, plunging the corridor back into silence. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something and hurried to Hong Ying's door, knocking a few times. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a stern-faced Hong Ying holding a long spear, who lifted her chin slightly. What do you want? Chapter 35. We are the regular army beneath the warm glow of the lights. The tips of the long rifle glimmered with a cold sheen. To think, she truly concealed a long gun in her own room. Lin Xia swallowed hard and hurriedly spoke. No, Sister Hongying. I merely wish to inquire. Do you have any paper and a pen? Hongying paused, perplexed. At this hour, what do you need paper and a pen for? To write a letter. Ah, I believe I have some. Please wait a moment. With that, Hongying set her rifle aside and rummaged through her belongings in the room. Standing at the doorway, Lin Xia could clearly observe the state of Hongying's quarters. To his surprise, her room was exceedingly simple, even austere. In this chamber, there existed only a hard bed, a desk lamp, a writing desk, and a plush toy resting beside the bed. There are no superfluous decorations, no luxurious mattress, no sofa, no air conditioning. Lin Xia found it difficult to fathom how, within such a lavish villa, Hongying's room could be reduced to such minimalism. Rather than a master bedroom, it seemed more akin to a hermit's humble abode. The sole item that reflected Hongying's age was the charming plush toy. Paper, paper, paper. Found it. Hongying's eyes lit up as she approached the doorway, holding a pen and several sheets of paper, which she handed to Lin Xia. Sister Hongying, do you usually sleep here? Hongying glanced back and nodded. As a night watchman, one must not indulge excessively in material comforts. It is essential to continually hone one's will. Had this villa not been a legacy from my parents, requiring regular maintenance, I might have sold it long ago and returned to live in the dormitory. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, then replied, I understand. Thank you. Good night. Good night, and do try to get to bed early. Hongying smiled, waving her hand gently as she closed the door. Lin Xia descended the stairs and settled into a chair in the living room, turning on a lamp above him. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The lonely chirping of cicadas faintly resonated outside the window, while the summer night's heat had been swept away by the recent rain, casting the silhouettes of leaves upon the table in the moonlight. With pen in hand, Lin Xia sat motionless at the table. Time passed unnoticed until he gently began to write, inscribing the first line on the paper. To Auntie, Yang Jin. Mom, Mom. Yang Jin shook her aunt, who was dozing on the dining table, softly calling out. Auntie opened her bleary eyes and slowly raised her head, rubbing her sore neck as she inquired, What is it? Has your brother returned? Yang Jin shook her head. No, but there's a letter slipped under the door. A letter? Yes. It seems to be from my brother. Xiao Qi. Quickly, let us open it and see. Auntie urged, watching anxiously as Yang Jin tore open the envelope. This child, out all night without a word of greeting, and now he leaves a letter at the doorstep. What could this mean? Yang Jin opened the letter, and Auntie took it, and together they leaned in closely to read it with great attention. After a while, Auntie trembled as she set down the letter, sitting there in a daze. Mother, my brother said he has enlisted. Yang Jin picked up the letter and turned to Auntie. Enlisted? Enlisted? How could this happen? So suddenly? Auntie murmured, He never mentioned it. No, he did mention it. Yang Jin replied earnestly. He used to confide in me that his greatest dream was to serve in the military, but due to his eyesight, he had to temporarily set that dream aside. Yang Jin paused, then pointed to a few words in the letter, and look, he also wrote that after his eyesight improved, he secretly enlisted without telling you, fearing you would object. Last night, he quietly boarded the train to Qiqihar. But that doesn't make sense. Auntie exclaimed. What does it make sense? You only received this letter this morning, yet according to it, he should be on the train already. Auntie's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. Air. Yang Jin scratched his head. I actually just discovered this letter this morning. It might have been here since last night. I simply didn't see it. But this is all too sudden. Auntie struggled to accept this reality. And Seven Yi just recovered his eyesight. What if it relapses while he is serving? No, this won't do. I can't rest easy. I must go to the government and demand my nephew's return. Auntie anxiously stood up, disregarding her slippers, and hurriedly opened the door to leave. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Outside the door stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if about to knock. If Lin Xia were present, he would instantly recognize them as Chun Mai and Wen Qima. Who are you? Auntie frowned and inquired. Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and a gentle smile appeared on Wen Qima's face as he saluted Auntie with a somewhat imperfect military gesture. Hello. May I ask if you're Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Xia? Yes, that's me. We are from the Tsangnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some paperwork and allowances regarding Lin Xia's enlistment. The Military Affairs Office? Auntie queried suspiciously. What is that? It is responsible for the induction of new soldiers. Oh, then, please come in and sit down. Annie stepped back to allow them entry, turning to brew tea for them. I was just about to look for you. Something feels off about this. As soon as Chun Mai and Wen Qima sat down, the latter broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. When Qima leaned closer to Chun Mai, whispering, Captain, can we really get away with this? What are you worried about? Our paperwork is all issued from the regular army. It's all legitimate. But you only submitted Lin Xia's application yesterday. There's no way the documents could arrive this quickly. Are you sure? They are real? Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly, but soon he reassured himself that it would all become genuine in due course. However, I do not comprehend. We could certainly wait for the official documents to arrive before proceeding. So why the urgency? It is not our haste, but rather the impatience of Lin Xia. Chun Mai cast a furtive glance at his busy aunt in the kitchen and murmured, fearing that she might not believe the contents of the letter and directly verify with the government, unaware that the lower-level officials have no knowledge of our existence. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand. Wen Qima nodded, sitting up straight and displaying a perfectly composed smile. Mrs. Wang Fong, rest assured, we are legitimate forces. Lin Xia's enlistment in the Urumqi military has been duly authorized, and there are no issues whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yang Jin helplessly supported his forehead. The aunt, engaged in brewing tea, suddenly trembled, causing the teacup in her hand to topple onto the table. She stiffly turned around, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, He did not go to Qiqihar? Chapter 36. The fool Chun Mai cast a sharp glance at Wen Qima. With a serious demeanor, Wen Qima addressed her, Madam. It is as follows. Lin Xia originally applied for a position in Qiqihar, but later accepted a reassignment to Urumqi. The aunt, somewhat skeptical, inquired, what about his documentation? Wen Qima retrieved a thick stack of papers from his briefcase, methodically placing them on the table and sliding them towards her. All of Lin Xia's paperwork is right here. Please keep it safe. After a moment's contemplation, he added, there may be additional documents forthcoming, and we will visit again when they arrive. The aunt narrowed her eyes, cautiously extending her hand to grasp the documents, scrutinizing each word to ensure no vital information was overlooked. After what felt like an eternity, she set the papers down with a heavy sigh. This child, his eyes have only just recovered, and I fear something might go awry during his service. Rest assured, we have conducted thorough examinations of Lin Xia's eyesight. There will be no further issues. He is in excellent health. Wen Qima's tone softened gradually. Furthermore, as children grow, it is essential for them to step out from under the protective wings of their families and undergo some trials, is it not? The aunt opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately could only let out a resigned sigh. Madam, here is the subsidy for Lin Xia's military service. Please accept it. Chun Mai produced a thick envelope, pushing it towards the aunt. She lifted a corner of the envelope, her body trembling in shock as she gazed at the two men. This is far too much, isn't it? The government currently offers generous benefits to military personnel, especially since Lin Xia is part of a rather unique unit. The subsidies are relatively higher than elsewhere, Wen Qima clarified. Unique? Does that imply any danger? The aunt's expression shifted with concern. Not at all. The uniqueness refers to the distance involved, Wen Qima explained earnestly, as the journey from there to Urumqi would indeed take considerable time. I see, the aunt said, clutching the envelope, her restlessness apparent. This was the first time she had encountered such a substantial sum. Comrades, can these funds be sent to him? She asked anxiously. He is venturing so far alone. What if he find himself without money? Moreover, having such a large amount at home, it unsettles me. The military does not require such a large sum, and we have regulations in place. This money is intended for the family. I implore you to accept it. When Shima's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing serious. As for safety, you need not worry. As long as we are present, no harm shall come to you. When will he return? 10 years. Chun Mai interjected suddenly, his expression earnest. He will surely return in 10 years. 10 years. the aunt murmured, glancing back at Yang Jin as she whispered to herself. By then, a Jin should be preparing for university. Wen Shima and Chun Mai chatted with the aunt for a while longer, and when the time felt right, they stood to take their leave. By the way, can one make phone calls from your location? The aunt suddenly recalled. Of course, came the reply. Wen Shima nodded and said, I will give you a call shortly. As long as it's not during training hours, you can reach him. All right, take care. And he sent the two off, then stood alone at the doorway for a while before slowly returning to her seat, staring blankly at Lin Xia's room. Her eyes gradually reddened. Mom, it's a good thing that my brother is going to the army, Yang Jin comforted, holding the little black dog. I know. Annie wiped the corners of her eyes. The children grow up and must venture out into the world. Indeed, it is beneficial for him to experience military life. When he returns, he will be a veteran, and I'm certain there will be many suitors vying for him when I start looking for a daughter-in-law. Young Jin, Mom just can't help but worry. Annie looked out the window, lost in thought. It's time to go. Chun Mai came downstairs, patting Lin Xia, who was secretly peering through the window. What's the verdict? Lin Xia whispered, his gaze fixed on Auntie on the balcony. She believes it. That's good. Did you give her the money? I did. Chun Mai paused. That was all your allowances and a year's worth of overdraft salary. Well, you do now. I've saved a bit over the years. I'll manage for a year if I budget wisely. Seeing this, Chun Mai remained silent for a moment before adding, if you have free time, you can come to the office for meals. Lin Xia asked in astonishment, aren't temporary recruits not provided with meals or accommodation? Temporary recruits are not entitled to meals, but Chun Mai patted his shoulder and walked towards a nearby van. Except for the meals I prepare myself. Lin Xia paused, a smile appearing on his lips. Just then, the newly acquired phone in Lin Xia's pocket rang. Hello, Xiao Qi. Is it you? It's me, Annie. You child, going off to the army without telling me. If you wanted to go, I would have stopped you. Have you forgotten about me as your aunt? Sorry, auntie. I was wrong. Alas, are you in the train now? Yes. How long until you arrive? I've heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is rather slow. Once you reach the military camp, make sure to eat well. Don't wear yourself out. I understand, Annie. And I've received your allowances. I'll keep them for you to use when you return to find a bride. Auntie, the conditions in our unit are quite good. We earn plenty every year. You should use that money for now. You child, you have no sense of saving at all. Keep that money for yourself and make sure to take care of yourself. Understood? I understand, Annie. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up. All right, goodbye, Annie. By the way, once you reach Qiqihar, remember to let me know you've arrived safely. I will, Annie. Goodbye. There was a long silence on the other end before Auntie's slightly hoarse voice sounded once more. Goodbye. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Aunt tightly gripped her phone, resembling a statue, motionless in her despair. Soon, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She slowly leaned over the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Nearby, Yang Jin sighed softly, turning his gaze towards the window, murmuring, Brother, you foolish one. Outside the old residential area, it was time to depart. Chun Mai turned back, speaking with calm resolve. Lin Xia tucked his phone away, casting a final glance at the distant low houses, uttering a quiet affirmation. A strong wind began to rise. The dark strands of Lin Xia's hair were gently lifted by the breeze as he tightened his collar and moved forward into the gust. Their garments fluttered dramatically in the wind. Chapter 37. The Girl Who Defeated the Gods at the Asylum of Deities. In the spacious and tidy courtyard, Nick sat in a rocking chair, lost in thought, cradling a vase. A youth clad in a white coat traversed the corridor, bearing several bottles of medication, and approached her. You have come to see me, Donatus, my child. Nix turned to Lin Xia, a smile illuminating her face. Lin Xia settled beside her, nodding. It is time for your medication. He poured the contents of the bottle, meticulously dividing it into small heaps, placing them into Nix's hands. Now, dear, take your medicine. Without hesitation, Nix swallowed the pills and gazed at Lin Xia with eyes filled with affection. Donatus, do you seem troubled? Lin Xia was taken aback. He did not expect this patient to discern his state so easily. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with? Regrettably, this is something you cannot help with, Lin Xia replied, shaking his head. Such matters as running away from home and nursing a broken heart were not something an outsider could mend. Nyx appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by a thought, she spoke. In that case, Donatus, I shall gift you something. A gift? Lin Xia was taken aback. Indeed, I shall give you my bracelet. If you wear it, it will. Nyx reached to touch her wrist, but upon glancing down at her bare arm, she realized. Where's my bracelet? My bracelet. Where has it gone? Lin Xia was silent. Indeed, Nyx's condition was quite severe. Nyx tilted her head, furrowing her brow, seemingly deep in thought. Just as Lin Xia prepared to rise and depart, Nyx suddenly exclaimed, I remember. What do you recall? My bracelet was won from me. Won? Lin Xia was taken aback, pondering. He could not recall any tale from mythology regarding a bracelet being won. Which deity claimed it? Not a deity. Nyx shook her head, pointing at Lin Xia. She is just like you. Like me. Another one of your children? Lin Xia attempted to follow Nyx's line of reasoning. No. She is like you, wearing this same white garment. Lin Xia's pupils dilated, and his brow furrowed deeply. Are you saying that before me? Someone else donned this outfit and entered your room, winning your bracelet? Nyx nodded. Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly solemn. Unwittingly, he had gleaned such crucial information from Nyx's words. From her description, it seemed that prior to his arrival at this asylum and releasing Nyx, there had been another visitor who had also opened Nyx's door. He was not the sole master of this place. Yet, how could others enter his mind? Lin Xia suddenly recalled that the first time he dreamt of knocking on the door of the mental hospital was 5 years ago. It arrived abruptly and mysteriously in his dreams back then. Could it be that, prior to dreaming of the hospital 5 years ago, someone else existed here? Contemplating this, Lin Xia promptly sat back down and solemnly inquired, How did she win your bracelet? Nyx pondered for a moment before responding. She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child. If I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet. What did you compete in? Nyx slowly uttered 2 words, creation. Creation. In the end, you lost? How is that possible? Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who created the world. How could you possibly lose to someone else? I do not know, but I truly lost. Nyx shook his head. Do you remember her appearance? I remember. She seemed to be only 12 or 13 years old, with long black hair and great beauty. There was also a strange pattern here. Nyx pointed to the back of his hand. A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in creation. Lin Xia's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Even if your divine essence is diminished now, that still seems implausible. Nyx sat there, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Xia took a moment to compose himself and continued asking, What else do you remember about her? Her name? I do not know. I only recall that her surname might be Yi. Nyx replied somewhat uncertainly. Yi. Lin Xia murmured the character. In the end, before I returned to my room, she walked in that direction. Nyx thought for a moment and pointed toward a certain room on the 3rd floor. I see. Please rest well. Lin Xia glanced at the room and said with a word of caution before turning and rushing down the hallway. After a brief moment, Lin Xia arrived at the door of the room indicated by Nyx. The doorplate bore 3 large characters, Principal's Office. Lin Xia furrowed his brow and pushed the door open. Inside was a moderately sized office that appeared somewhat cluttered. He had previously entered this room and had taken the white coat from the rack within. Yet it seemed he had not discovered anything significant during his earlier visit. Since Nyx mentioned that the girl had entered this room, it was highly likely that she had left behind some important clues. This time, he would thoroughly search the place. Instead of rummaging through everything, he chose to sit down on the spot and slowly close his eyes. With the divine ruins bestowed upon him by the seraph, he could easily sense everything within the room, far more efficiently than searching through drawers. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and walked to the desk, reaching into the last drawer's compartment, where he pulled out a somewhat yellowed piece of letter paper. Indeed, there was something. Lin Xia swiftly tore open the envelope, extracting the letter, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Hiss! This character seems rather ugly. It was scrawled in a crooked manner, reminiscent of a primary school student just learning to write. To whom it may concern, I am unaware of your identity. Yet I recognize that you are the true sovereign of this place. By the time you discover this letter, several years may have elapsed. Please do not mock the inadequacy of my handwriting. I am still young, and with time, my skill shall improve. I apologize for having retained your belongings in my possession for a while, but considering they have now been returned to their rightful owner, I hope you will not hold it against me, playfully sticking out my tongue. Additionally, I have borrowed a few items from some of your patients, but rest assured, I shall return them upon our next encounter. Lastly, allow me to remind you that there exists a hidden space beneath this office. When I have matured, I will seek you out, dear stranger, for you are the beacon of hope that guides me home. Farewell, in remembrance. Chapter 38. The monster Lin Xia gently set down the letter in his hand, his expression a mixture of perplexity and incredulity. He had anticipated that this correspondence would unveil the secrets of the hospital, perhaps a message from a mysterious powerhouse, or even shed light on the truths of this world. Yet, what confronted him instead was a disconcerting resemblance to a sixth-grade essay. Could it be that the former head of this hospital was indeed a mere little girl? It seemed utterly implausible. What kind of child could triumph over the goddess of night and creation? From this bewildering letter, Lin Xia gleaned scant information prior to him. The hospital had been under the stewardship of another girl, who had also absconded with certain belongings of the patients. Contemplating this, Lin Xia furrowed his brows once more. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that in addition to Nyx, she had also accessed the wards of other deities, perhaps even winning their possessions through competition. What an extraordinary phenomenon. Moreover, she hinted that something lay beneath this office. Lin Xia crouched down, meticulously probing the floor beneath him with his mental acuity. As he approached the 20-meter threshold, he seemed to encounter something distinctly unusual. Was there a mechanism hidden within this room? He raised his gaze towards the wall behind the office. In his perception, a concealed passageway lay beyond that wall, and the method to unveil it. After a moment of careful contemplation, Lin Xia stood upright and approached a corner bookshelf, pressing gently on a concealed compartment. Instantly, the wall behind the office began to part slowly, revealing a dark, yawning passage. Without hesitation, Lin Xia descended into the depths of this corridor. The passage was lengthy and profound. He traversed its extent for what felt like an eternity before reaching its terminus. Upon opening the door at the end, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Before him lay a dim and damp corridor, flanked by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells, unlike the 6 wards above. What Lin Xia beheld were genuine prison cells, complete with intricately patterned iron doors, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Proceeding along the corridor, Lin Xia maintained a vigilant mental awareness of his surroundings. At the base of this already enigmatic hospital, 2 rows of eerie cells were concealed, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. Strangely, both sides of the cells were eerily vacant, devoid of any occupants. Could it be that this was merely an abandoned prison? Muttering to himself, Lin Xia continued forward. It wasn't long before he reached the end. However, as his gaze fell upon the first cell at the terminus, his pupils dilated in sudden shock. In the corner of that cell crouched a formidable silhouette. Seemingly alerted by Lin Xia's footsteps, it stiffly turned its head, revealing a pale and ghastly visage. The Ghost-Faced King. Upon recognizing that familiar figure, Lin Xia's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent, and he instinctively retreated a step. Ever vigilant, the Ghost-Faced King lunged towards Lin Xia like a wild beast, roaring fiercely, but the moment it made contact with the prison bars, an invisible force hurled it backward, crashing into the wall behind. Lin Xia furrowed his brows tightly. Hadn't he slain the Ghost-Faced King? Its visage had been cleaved into 18 pieces, utterly lifeless, and its corpse should have been taken away by the night watchman. How could it possibly appear here? As Lin Xia pondered this perplexity, a familiar interface materialized before his eyes once more. Criminal, Ghost-Faced King. Choice, as the one who personally ended its life. You possess the authority to determine the fate of its soul. Option 1. Erase its soul entirely, allowing it to vanish from existence. Option 2. Allow its fear value to reach 60, thus enabling its employment as a hospital aide, providing care for patients while offering you a degree of protection. Current fear value, 1. Upon reading this passage, Lin Xia finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that this asylum, in addition to housing 6 enigmatic patients, possessed the capability to transform mythological beings that he had personally slain into aids. In other words, each time he vanquished a mythological creature, there existed a possibility to convert it into a caregiver. Did this mean the mythological beings here included ancient deities? What if, hypothetically, he were to slay a genuine deity in the future? Could he not also compel it to serve him? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Qia's heart raced with anticipation. Roar! The Ghost-Faced King's bellow snapped Lin Xia back to reality. He lifted his gaze towards the ghastly visage of the Ghost-Faced King in the cell, his expression gradually cooling. Ghost-Faced King. Lin Xia regarded it calmly and spoke. You are formidable. Having you as my aide would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Upon hearing these words, the Ghost-Faced King gradually quieted. Lin Xia slowly extended his hand, seemingly intending to touch its ghastly face. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the Ghost-Faced King's eyes, yet its instinct for survival forcibly subdued it. Since its emergence here, it had understood its 2 potential fates, realizing that its destiny lay in the hands of this insignificant creature before it. It did not wish to be utterly erased from existence. Therefore, it could only choose to submit. It bowed its head, quiet as a dog. Lin Qia's palm brushed against its ghostly face, gently caressing it. You have taken many lives. It matters not. I am not familiar with them. This does not impede my willingness to employ you. Lin Qia's eyes narrowed, glinting with a cold light. Alas, you have slain someone of great significance. Suddenly, Lin Qia's grip tightened. The Ghost-Faced King's visage contorted violently, its sharp wails echoing throughout the cell. It flailed its limbs desperately, attempting to escape Lin Qia's grasp. Alas, it was futile. Here, within Lin Qia's asylum, he was the master. If he desired its demise, it had no choice but to perish. In the depths of Lin Qia's eyes, a chilling glimmer flared, and amidst the piercing screams, the phantom-faced king swelled rapidly like an overinflated balloon. Then, it detonated with a thunderous roar. Blood and shattered flesh splattered across the entire cell, only to be swiftly devoured by the walls and floor. In mere seconds, a mythical creature from the Chuan realm vanished entirely. This cell resembled a living, voracious beast. Lin Qia's white coat was equally stained with crimson. As he surveyed the desolate chamber, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. You are formidable, but alas, my hospital does not welcome you. With that, he turned on his heel, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, and slowly made his way out. In the dimly lit corridor, the blood that had tainted his coat seeped rapidly, vanishing like a ravenous monster. Chapter 39. Tutoring Ding Dong. Welcome. The melodious electronic chime resonated as Lin Xia pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. There, on the office sofa, sat a grandmother in her 50s, one hand propped on a cane and the other adjusting her reading glasses, animatedly recounting something. Oh, let me tell you, my old companion, he is behaving just like this. In the past, whenever we went out together, he would hold my hand tightly, fearing I might encounter any mishap. But since last week, he has been acting like this. Surely, there must be another woman involved. Across from her, Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, listening intently, occasionally expressing her astonishment. Really? He asked that outrageous? Yes, I believe you, Grandma. How excessive of him. Rest assured, this matter is firmly within the purview of our office. Beside her, Wen Shima sat with a serious demeanor, maintaining a gentle smile. I believe you are right. Grandma, I also think what Hong Ying says is correct indeed. I concur with you both, noticing Lin Xia standing bewildered at the entrance. Wen Shima shot him a knowing glance and rose to follow him to the back of the office. Hong Ying remained seated, enthusiastically chatting with the grandmother. What on earth is happening here? Lin Xia finally inquired as they entered the hallway leading to the basement. Just a regular day at work. I thought the storefront above was merely a facade, but it seems there's genuine business to be had. Xia, you still don't understand enough, Wen Shima remarked, patting his shoulder. In the city of Sangnan, while not overly large, mysterious events do occur, albeit only 5 or 6 times a year. What do you think we do when there are no mysteries to solve? We either train or engage in idle chatter. How dull would that be? So, you've expanded your services to include investigating extramarital affairs? Lin Xia's expression was peculiar, and it's a grandmother in her 50s. She is 60 this year, look. Taking on some trivial commissions not only provides us with something to do, but also earns us a bit of extra income. It's quite beneficial. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. So, aside from investigating infidelity, do we have any other services? Indeed, our scope is quite extensive. We assist in rescuing kittens and puppies stuck in trees, offer tutoring for children below middle school age, provide legal aid to those in need, and even rescue abducted children. Sometimes, we discreetly subdue bank robbers' weight. This range of services seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Rescue, education, legal assistance, and even police work. It's all part of the normal operations. I'm curious, among you all, who is knowledgeable in law? Lung Xian, prior to joining the Night Watchers, was a Ph.D. candidate in law at a prestigious university. Lin Xia. The two strolled into the underground activity space, where when Qima patted his shoulder and mentioned that the captain was awaiting his arrival at the training grounds. Where is it? Lin Xia inquired. Just follow the corridor straight ahead, came the reply. As Lin Xia traversed the activity room and proceeded down the corridor, he realized the vastness of this subterranean area, which he had overlooked on his previous visit. The network of long corridors and enigmatic rooms led him to estimate the size of the space to be at least as wide as 2 streets combined. At last, Lin Xia reached the end of the corridor, where a massive iron door stood before him. Pushing it open, he was greeted by an expansive and brightly lit training arena, at least 3 times the size of a football field. Did they excavate the entire canal bottom? Lin Xia mused aloud. Noticing Lin Xia's presence, Chen Mai, who was seated in meditation at the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and waved him over. Captain, what do you think of this place? Chen Mai asked. It feels quite different, Lin Xia replied candidly. The unassuming entrance above contrasts sharply with the vastness beneath. It feels like something out of a science fiction film. Chen Mai nodded slightly. This space was constructed decades ago by a powerful Earth-type Forbidden Zone owner. Hence, such extensive excavation did not disturb the surface. I see, Lin Xia acknowledged. By the way, some paperwork regarding your joining the Night Watchers has arrived and is stored in the archive. You can retrieve it if you wish to review it. After a brief pause, Chen Mai continued. However, your sword, cloak, and emblem will only be issued once you enter the training camp. For now, you can use this sword. Chen Mai handed Lin Xia a straight sword from behind him. Lin Xia accepted it and examined it closely, noticing 3 small characters engraved on the hilt. Zhao Kongsheng. This is, Lin Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Old Zhao's sword, Chen Mai stated calmly. You are the chosen successor. He perished in battle, and now his sword is entrusted to your care. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment, gripping the hilt tightly. Understood. Then, with a hint of confusion, he asked, but wasn't I just a temporary member? Why'd I need a sword? With over a month until training begins, we cannot afford to waste this time. We must teach you some essentials, Chen Mai said, slowly rising and fixing his gaze on Lin Xia. After all, as a prospective member of Team 136, poor performance during training could bring shame upon us. Lin Xia felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to being forced into remedial classes by overbearing relatives due to unsatisfactory grades. Very well, how should I practice? Lin Xia did not hesitate, for even if Chen Mai had not broached the subject, he would have sought him out for guidance on combat. Life is one's own. Indulging in laziness now would only lead to a slow demise. In the morning, I practiced with a sword. In the afternoon, I learned the use of forbidden ruins with Wen Qima, and in the evening, I trained with a gun alongside Lung Xian. Chen Mai retrieved 2 bamboo sword from the nearby weapons rack, grasping them firmly in his hands. Pick up your weapon. We are about to commence, he declared. Lin Xia glanced at the straight sword beside him, astonished, and exclaimed, Captain, mine is a real sword. It matters not, Chen Mai replied impassively, advancing toward Lin Xia with both swords in hand. After all, the outcome would be the same. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding tightened in Lin Xia's chest. He picked up the straight sword from the ground, drew it from its sheath, and took a deep breath. "Captain, I am coming." Shimai nodded. "Very well, proceed." Lin Xia's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the hilt, swiftly charging toward Chun Mai. 3 seconds later, his anguished cries echoed throughout the basement. Chapter 40. The Mortal Realm of the Divine Afternoon. When Shima sat languidly in the Forbidden Ruins training ground, glancing at the time. Where on earth is this fellow? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a figure slowly pushed open the door, shuffling toward him like a zombie. What the heck? Upon seeing the visitor, when Shima exclaimed, "Chi, what happened to you?" The bruised Lin Chi waved his hand, ready to speak, but stumbled and nearly fell. When Shima hurried forward to support him, "Did you practice sparring with the captain?" "Yes." "Well, it seems your talent is commendable." Lin Chi fixed his gaze on him. "You call this commendable?" "The first time I sparred with the captain, I lay on the training ground for a whole day and night before I recovered." When Shima sighed now, "The only one who can barely contend with the captain in close combat is Hong Ying. I heard Zhao Kongsheng is a master of close combat. Can't he manage?" When Shima fell silent for a moment before responding, his encounters with the captain cannot be described as a mere contest. They are evenly matched, of course, under the condition that neither employs the Forbidden Ruins. Fine. Lin Shi gritted his teeth against the pain, managing to stand. If one were to lift his shirt, they would discover his body marred with numerous bruises. Chen Mai's blade was too swift, too heavy, and too ruthless. Moreover, it seemed he had no intention of showing mercy. "Don't worry, we'll find Xiao Nan for treatment soon, and by tomorrow morning, you can go endure another round of punishment." When Shima reassured him, "Lin Jie." "Now, let us commence the lesson." When Shima cleared his throat, Lin Shi stood at attention. "First, we shall discuss what the Forbidden Ruins are. This, Zhao Kongsheng has already mentioned to me." "Very well, let's talk about the Divine Ruins." "That has also been covered." "All right, then we shall discuss the Forbidden Ruins generated from objects." "Already mentioned." When Shima, "How much has this guy secretly divulged to you?" He rubbed his forehead. "What about the Forbidden Ruins sequence? Has that been addressed?" "That has not." When Shima breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. The so-called Forbidden Ruin sequence is a classification of the danger levels associated with the Forbidden Ruins, arranged in a sequential list similar to the Divine Code, starting from 001. The closer the sequence is to the beginning, the more perilous it is. Isn't that the same as the Divine Code? Not quite. The Divine Code refers to the order in which humans discovered the deities, unrelated to their combat prowess or danger level, whereas the Forbidden Ruins sequence ranks them by their danger. I understand. Those in the Forbidden Ruins sequence beyond 600 are termed harmless Forbidden Ruins, possessing minimal utility. At most, they may assist in watering plants, combating dental cavities, or conjuring a stick of spicy strips out of thin air. The sequence ranging from 400 to 599 is labeled low-risk Forbidden Ruins, which exhibit lethality but pose no significant danger. If utilized wisely, they may yield extraordinary effects. The sequences numbered from 200 to 399 are referred to as dangerous forbidden zones, capable of posing a substantial threat to human society while possessing the ability to engage in combat with the mysterious. The sequences from 90 to 199 are classified as high-risk forbidden zones, which can inflict large-scale threats to humanity and boast extraordinary combat prowess. Most entities within this range are of elite fighting capability, such as team leaders. As for the sequences below 89, they are deemed ultra-high-risk forbidden zones, characterized by either an immensely formidable capacity for mass destruction or extraordinary and unfathomable abilities. In any case, these forbidden zones transcend the realm of humanity, possessing the potential to obliterate an entire city with ease. When Shimo reiterated, "This is not mere alarmism." A few years ago, a powerful mythical creature, classified as Forbidden Zone Sequence 063, known as Luotian Misha, emerged in the northwestern desert and nearly buried several surrounding cities beneath a torrent of sand. It was only through the intervention of a specialized team that it was ultimately vanquished. Lin Xia was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongqing mentioning that his Forbidden Zone sequence was 083. Minsheng Shanyue, which ranks among the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Zones. Although it is one of the last few, it remains exceedingly rare. When Shima's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Had he possessed this Forbidden Zone since birth? Perhaps he would have joined a specialized team and risen to the rank of general by now. Is this a ranking of Forbidden Zones? What about Divine Zones? Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. Divine Zones are also a type of Forbidden Zone and thus included in the sequence. When Shima paused, casting a somewhat envious glance at Lin Xia. Among the top 30 in the Forbidden Zone sequence, 23 are Divine Zones. The power granted by the Divine is, of course, beyond the reach of mere mortals, both in terms of danger and uniqueness, far surpassing our imagination. Does this mean that among the top 30 sequences, there are still 7 human Forbidden Zones? Indeed, a spark glimmered in Wen Shima's eyes. In fact, among the top 5 Forbidden Zones, one belongs to humanity. Which one? I do not know. Please do not look at me like that. I've only been with the Night Watch for a few years. How could I possibly know such confidential matters? When Shima raised his hands innocently. What about my Forbidden Zone? Lin Xia pointed to himself. What is its sequence? When Shima glanced at him and replied softly, the Divine Code 003, the Divine Zone of the Seraphim Michael, is called Mortal Realm. As for the Forbidden Zone sequence, it is likewise 003. Forbidden Zone sequence 003, Mortal Realm. Lin Xia murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 is the Forbidden Zone sequence of the Seraphim, not yours. Lin Xia, Wen Shima added. It is only 003 in the hands of the Seraphim, in your possession. As a newcomer just stepping into the realm of the mysterious, its power may only be classified as high risk. It is only when you reach a sufficiently high level, one that allows you to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, that it will truly be recognized as 003. Lin Xia nodded, acknowledging his understanding. By the way, I have another question. Go ahead. Can the same individual possibly serve as the agent for multiple deities? Unthinkable. Wen Shima shook his head without a trace of hesitation. Throughout human history, there has never been a precedent for such an occurrence. Oh, Lin Xia nodded. From this moment forth, it has come to pass. Lin Xia, endowed not only with the mortal realm of the seraph, but also possessing the dancer of the starry night, bestowed by the goddess of the night, in a certain sense, stands as the agent of 2 divine beings. Of course, this matter must remain undisclosed for the time being. Should the higher-ups of the Night Watch discover it and subject him to scrutiny, his fate would be dire. At present, he is far too weak. Perhaps one day, when he has grown sufficiently powerful, he shall fear no exposure. Having completed our exploration of foundational knowledge, let us now discuss your forbidden abode. Regarding the mortal realm you currently wield, to what extent can it function? Within a circular domain of 20 meters radius centered on myself, I can perceive all that exists. Oh, when Shima raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's lingerie today? White. In the experimental arena, the 2 men exchanged a brief glance and shared a knowing smile. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine ruins. The premier reconnaissance and combat auxiliary abilities may not currently exhibit significant advantages, yet, as your strength burgeons, they are destined to evolve into something profoundly formidable. As when Shima recorded the information, she inquired, what else? The dynamic vision might be several times more potent than before. The close quarters lethal capabilities are commendable. What else? In a state of immense mental exertion, one could harness a fragment of the Seraph's divine might. Typically, divine agents possess this capability. What more? That's all. That's all. When Shima exclaimed in astonishment, raising her head in disbelief. This is the extent of the power bestowed by the Seraph. Lin Xia replied earnestly, and in a certain light, he spoke the truth. When Shima's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she shook her head repeatedly. No, that cannot be right. This is the immortal divine realm. Even in the Zhan realm, the displayed might should far surpass these meager abilities. Are you implying my current capabilities are incomplete? Lin Xia was taken aback. When Shima nodded, stating, to put it plainly, the Athena agent from the Phoenix Squad, was capable of demolishing a building with a single punch upon entering the Zhan realm, effortlessly tearing apart mythic creatures of the Qi realm. Your abilities, while commendable, are merely adequate. Most importantly, what you currently exhibit are purely combat auxiliary skills. But this is the domain of Michael. How could it possibly wield such limited power? Lin Xia gazed at his hands in confusion. However, I truly only feel these capabilities. When Shima pondered for a moment before continuing, there are two possibilities. The first is that when the Seraph chose you as its agent, it only granted you this small fraction of power. I believe this is the most likely scenario. The second is that the other abilities of your divine ruins have always existed, but you are currently unable to perceive them, or you're subconsciously ignoring their presence. Subconsciously ignoring? Lin Xia queried. For example, your ability might be to breathe through your skin. Due to your long-term use of this ability, you have become entirely accustomed to it. After a long time, even though you have been maintaining this ability, you may start to subconsciously overlook it, as using it has become second nature. Are you suggesting that I might have been utilizing this ability all along without realizing it? Precisely. Reflect carefully throughout your life. Have there been any aspects that set you apart from others? Lin Xia contemplated for a moment. Being blind? That doesn't count. When Shima sighed in exasperation. Personally, I am inclined to believe in the first possibility. The Seraph initially did not grant you the complete divine ruins. After all, it is the Seraph's domain. Even if the second hypothesis holds true, that you have been using it all along, it would be unreasonable for it to remain so ordinary. A mere sneeze should suffice to send a throng flying. Lin Xia. In summary, I previously stated that your current mortal realm of divine domain could be classified as high risk. It seems I have overestimated you. Judging by your displayed abilities, it appears to be of ordinary danger level instead. When Shima noted a few points on the document, offering consolation, however, do not lose heart, as your abilities will gradually manifest with the growth of your strength. After all, you are the agent of the Seraph, and they will not allow you to suffer such humiliation. Lin Xia shrugged, hoping this to be true, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. It was merely a slight feeling. Possessing the Asylum of the Gods, he was not overly reliant on the Seraph, especially since 6 deities were confined within his sanctuary for him to choose from. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of your capabilities, it is time to commence training. When Shima summarized the document and swiftly devised a training regimen for him, how shall we practice? Overall, your current abilities are inclined towards perception and anticipation. Such capabilities are relatively easier to train than those that unleash spiraling energy blasts. It merely requires a gradual harmonization of your body and abilities. When Shima gestured towards the room behind him, which housed a mechanism containing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns. Each second, it could discharge 139,000 rubber bullets. Although the velocity of these bullets was somewhat slower than that of genuine projectiles, it sufficed for your current level. Your task is to step inside and evade the rubber bullets as best as you can using your perception and dynamic vision. Considering your realm, let us start with 50 bullets per second. Lin Xia glanced at the room, nodded, and replied, I understand. He pushed the door open and stepped into the chamber, positioning himself in the center. As he gazed at the densely packed gun holes lining the walls like a honeycomb, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Wait, why are there gun holes beneath my feet as well? What if they hit where they shouldn't? Lin Xia felt a chill at his core upon observing the myriad of gun holes beneath him, and his expression shifted. Danger can arise from any direction during actual combat. There are no areas deemed safe. When Shima's voice resonated from all around, if you are prepared, I shall begin. Lin Xia slowly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply. Let us commence. Beep, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the instant the signal sounded, rubber bullets rained upon Lin Xia from all directions. Their speed so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He reacted the moment the bullets were discharged, executing 2 consecutive backward leaps to evade the majority of them. Yet a fresh barrage emerged, each angle more cunning than the last. Within Lin Xia's perception, he could indeed foresee the trajectories of the bullets, but the number of paths he could predict simultaneously was limited. It was akin to having one person attempt to catch a rolling ping pong ball. It could be accomplished with ease. However, if that person were tasked with catching 3 ping pong balls at once, it would still be manageable. However, if 20 ping pong balls were to roll simultaneously in different directions, the human brain would struggle to respond promptly, unable to accurately discern the trajectory of each individual ball. Lin Xia faced a similar dilemma. Within merely 3 seconds of the training commencement, he had already endured several impacts from rubber bullets. Although these projectiles were harmless, their rapid velocity still elicited discomfort. Consequently, he finally grasped the essence of this training. Damn it! Why am I getting hit again? In the activity room, Chun Mai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a bowl of aromatic bone soup to the table, setting it down gently. Gurgle. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you last cooked yourself? Has the sun risen in the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled faintly. Haven't you realized? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xia. We are merely an afterthought. Uncle Chun, you're showing favoritism. Si Xiaonan pouted indignantly. Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly as he replied with a stoic expression. I merely grew weary of the same old lunch and wished to change the flavor. It has nothing to do with that kid. Now it made sense. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she reached for the bone soup with her chopsticks. Then I shall not hold back, he. Smack. Chun Mai swiftly tapped Hong Ying's hand with his chopsticks, stating calmly, Lin Xia has yet to finish his class. All of you must wait. Hong Ying sighed, Captain, do you no longer care for us? Chapter 42. How is my talent? The intoxicating aroma wafted through the air as Lin Xia, his body aching and weary, staggered out of the training room. His listless eyes flickered back to life at the enticing scent emanating from the activity room. A faint smile graced Wen Shima's lips. It seemed that the beating he received earlier that day was not in vain. Lin Xia made his way directly to the activity room. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with 4 pairs of resentful eyes glaring at him in unison. The atmosphere fell off, and Lin Xia sensed something was amiss. What's going on? He inquired. Nothing. Just sit down and eat, Chun Mai replied, casting a glance his way, his tone indifferent. All right. As Lin Xia took a seat, Hong Ying's eyes were fixed on Chun Mai with an expression of unspoken longing. Let us eat. Chun Mai finally uttered the words everyone had been anticipating. The group immediately sprang into action, resembling famished wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Hong Ying, is the food for the night watchman always this good? Lin Xia quietly asked, surveying the abundance of dishes laid out before him. Hong Ying replied tersely, I don't wish to converse with you right now. After a moment's reflection, she added, I'll only talk to you after I finish eating. Lin Xia remained silent. Lin Xia, he heard his name called. Did you gain anything from today as training? Yes, I learned a great deal, he responded earnestly. Good, Chun Mai nodded, pausing briefly before inquiring, does it hurt? A little, Lin Xia admitted. Xiaonan, please assist him with his injuries later, Chun Mai instructed. Si Xiaonan pouted, but nodded obediently, okay. After a moment, Chun Mai added, no need for a complete recovery. Just ensure he can endure another beating tomorrow. Lin Xia sighed in resignation. Suddenly, a soft clatter interrupted the conversation as 2 sets of chopsticks collided in the bone soup, creating a faint sound. The 2 pairs of chopsticks locked in a fierce struggle, each clinging to a piece of meat, neither willing to yield. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged heated glances, their eyes sparking with intensity. That piece of meat was mine first, Hong Ying declared defiantly. I picked it up first. Wu Xiangnan calmly replied. Let go. I want tea. Release it. I refuse. The tension escalated as the sparks between them grew fiercer. Just then, the quietly observant Long Xian, who had been consuming his meal with minimal presence, fixated on the coveted piece of meat. He reached to his waist, retrieving an MP5 submachine gun, and placed it on the table. Let go, he stated coolly. Both Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan fell silent, their expressions frozen in disbelief. With an air of nonchalance, Long Xian extended his chopsticks, effortlessly snatching the largest piece of meat. After a brief hesitation, he placed it into Lin Xia's bowl. Newcomer, eat more. We'll practice shooting shortly, he remarked coldly as he tucked the gun away. Oh, okay. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the focused Long Xian. Goodness, what does it mean to be ruthless and say little? This was the epitome of being fierce and taciturn. Lung Xian, please refrain from drawing your weapon at the dining table next time. Chun Mai opened his mouth to remind, if it misfires. This table of food would be a pity. Lung Xian nodded. Oh. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances and obediently lowered their heads to eat. Once Lin Xia had devoured all the food in his bowl, Lung Xian stood up and walked over to him, casually asking, "Are you full?" "I am. Let's go practice shooting." "All right." Watching the two figures gradually fade away into the corridor, Wen Shima let out a long sigh and turned to see Xiaonan. "Xiaonan, what is it? Your status as the group's pet has been supplanted." Xiaonan replied, Guns are firearms, the pinnacle of human ingenuity. In a shooting range, Lung Xian stood before a wall neatly adorned with various firearms, his expression impassive. For high-level mythical beings, their efficacy is minimal. However, for lower-tier mythical beings, firearms often prove more effective than cold weapons, especially for newcomers. In the absence of robust melee skills, learning to use firearms is essential. Lung Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xia. "I will teach you two things, shooting techniques and the principles of firearm construction. This will suffice unless you plan to specialize in firearms later." Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. "Now, take this gun and shoot at the target. Let me see your talent." Lung Xian pointed to the target not far away. Lin Xia nodded, picked up the handgun, and took his position at the shooting platform. Taking a deep breath, he mimicked the action seen on television. Lift the gun, aim, shoot. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and two faces immediately fell grim. "You missed the target." Lung Xian approached the target and confirmed thrice that there were no bullet holes, his expression somewhat grim. "Missing at 30 meters? This." Lin Xia set down the gun and coughed lightly. How's my talent?" Lung Xian glanced at him and despairingly closed his eyes. You have no talent whatsoever." Lin Xia. Back at Hong Ying's grand villa, Lin Xia collapsed wearily onto the sofa, rubbing the corners of his exhausted eyes. This day's training had been a dual torment of body and spirit. First, he was ruthlessly cut down by the captain, then turned into a sieve by rubber bullets. Although the evening's firearms lesson was physically taxing, it repeatedly ground his self-esteem into the dirt. He truly had no talent for firearms. After a long night of training, as he exited the practice room, Lin Xia distinctly felt that Lung Xian was even more fatigued than he was. Most importantly, the light in his eyes had vanished. In the end, Lung Xian comforted him, stating that such struggles were not unusual for beginners and encouraged him to work hard in the future. Yet as they spoke, it ultimately turned into Lin Xia offering him consolation. "Don't worry, I believe my lack of talent is merely temporary. With more practice, I will improve. You must have faith in me, as well as in yourself. Your marksmanship is so exceptional. It stands to reason that you would be able to teach me. Time, above all, is of utmost importance. One must exercise patience, be a tad more optimistic. At least within a distance of 20 meters, I can still hit the target. There's hope for me yet." Just as Lin Xia was engulfed in melancholy, a graceful figure quietly approached him. "Brother Xia, are you feeling weary?" Han Ying, clad in a plush nightgown, offered him a cup of tea with a smile. Lin Xia managed a strained smile as he accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. "It's not too bad, though tiring. I find it quite fulfilling." After taking a sip of tea, he glanced around. "Where is Xiaonan? She seems a bit upset that you've usurped her position as the favored one in the group and has retreated to her room. It was no wonder. When she was treating me earlier, she kept pinching my flesh. I thought it was part of the normal procedure." Lin Xia rubbed the bruises on his arm, suddenly enlightened. Hong Ying let out a soft laugh. "In truth, the captain is strict with everyone. When I first arrived, even as a girl, he showed no leniency and made me cry with his harshness." Hong Ying gazed out the window, seemingly lost in memories, a smile gracing her lips. "He can be quite severe." "Not at all. Not in the slightest." She shook her head. "The decline in the death rate of the night watchman in Sangnan City is largely due to the captain's efforts. His own strength is a factor, but more importantly, he takes full responsibility for his teammates. The harsher he is with you, the more you remember the pain and grow rapidly. He would rather have his team resent him than see them perish on the battlefield due to insufficient strength. Do you understand? Lin Xia remained silent for a long while, seemingly recalling the piercing gaze of Chun Mai from earlier that morning, and slowly nodded. I understand. Hong Ying's lips curled upward slightly. Like an elder sister, she gently ruffled his hair and softly said, All right, if you're tired, you should rest early. Good night. Good night. After bidding farewell to Hong Ying, Lin Xia returned to his room, dragging his weary body onto the bed, staring blankly at the empty ceiling. After a moment's pause, he slowly rose from bed, drawing forth his straight knife from its sheath, one hand gripping the blade and the other the scabbard. He closed his eyes, recalling each technique Chun Mai had demonstrated earlier. Under the hazy moonlight, he swung the knife again and again. Chapter 43. Again? Second high school. The sound of the school bell echoed softly as groups of high school students streamed out of the gates, chattering and laughing on their way home. Alas, yet another day burdened with an overwhelming amount of homework, likely to keep me occupied until well past 11 indeed. That foolish teacher assigned US 12 reading comprehension exercises. Are we meant to survive this? Reading comprehension ISN T something one can merely scribble down? Is it? How does one do so? 3 short selections, choose the brief. 3 brief with 1 long, choose the lengthy. Erratic choices, opt for C, and ambiguous selections lean towards D. Wait a moment. Let me jot that down. Suddenly, a student turned around and called out to the lagging Li Yifei. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm coming. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group, all the while glancing around, his mind clearly elsewhere. What's wrong? Are you looking for something? Wang Liang inquired, puzzled. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment, sighed, and confessed after that incident. I've developed a sort of aversion to heading home after school, although there's no evening class now, and it's still bright out. I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. What is the big deal? You just encountered a murderer. It's not that dramatic. Li Yifei, you look so robust, yet your courage is lacking. It's not that simple, Sai. Forget it. It's hard to explain. Li Yifei shook his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he stopped in his tracks. What now? I just remembered I left my homework in the classroom drawer. Li Yifei lamented, a headache looming. Honestly, with your brain, which is already slow, it's becoming even less efficient fortunately. The school hasn't closed yet. Hurry back to retrieve it. I'll head off with the others, Wang Liang said, shouldering his bag and waving goodbye to Li Yifei before turning to follow the rest. Li Yifei sighed once more and retraced his steps back to the school. By the time he reached the entrance, 20 minutes had passed since dismissal. Nearly all students had departed, leaving the campus desolate. Thankfully, the gates had yet to be locked. What a relief, he muttered, hastening back inside. In the twilight, the campus appeared more serene than usual, devoid of the usual hustle and bustle. Occasionally, a few students cleaning up would emerge from classrooms, glancing at the time before rushing towards the gates, brushing past Li Yifei as he made his way against the flow. They were eager to return home for a warm, hearty dinner. The further Li Yifei walked, the fewer people he encountered, and the dusk deepened. The towering trees flanked the path, rustling in a breeze, while the waning sunlight filtered through the leaves, growing dimmer and more sparse. Li Yifei hurriedly arrived in front of the sophomore building, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time to reach his classroom on the 4th floor. In the empty corridor, illuminated only by the dimming light of dusk, he found himself alone. At this hour, most of the cleaning students had left, and even the classroom door was locked. However, this posed no challenge for Li Yifei. With practiced ease, he opened the window, set down his backpack, and deftly vaulted inside, supporting himself with his hands on the windowsill. Homework, homework, homework. Found it. Li Yifei rummaged through his desk and pulled out a notebook, his eyes sparkling with delight. He tucked the notebook into his bag and approached the window, preparing to replicate his earlier maneuver. Just then, 2 figures unexpectedly appeared at the far end of the corridor. Li Yifei caught sight of them from the corner of his eye, and his heart raced as he quickly crouched down, hiding behind the tiles beneath the window. What dreadful luck, encountering the dean of students at this moment. Li Yifei cursed inwardly. The 2 individuals approaching from the corridor were none other than Lu Xiaoyan. the class representative for Chinese, and their dean from the second year of high school. Sneaking back into the classroom after school could easily be misinterpreted, and if the dean discovered him, it would be a situation from which he could not extricate himself. Thus, Li Yifei pressed himself tightly against the wall, intending to wait until they departed before making his exit. As they chatted amiably, they gradually drew closer to the classroom where Li Yifei was concealed, and soon he could hear their conversation clearly. So, it's essential for your class to select a student who excels at writing to participate in the upcoming city competition. Understood, Dean. We have quite a few students in our class who write well, such as... As they continued walking, the dean seemed to grow weary and paused, resting his hands on the railing of the corridor. Lu Xiaoyan also halted, standing beside the dean, continuing her discourse. Their position was precisely at the entrance of the classroom, where Li Yifei was hidden. Through the reflection in the window, Li Yifei witnessed this scene and rolled his eyes in exasperation, opting to sit down on the spot and wait for them to leave. Yes, everything you said is quite good. Tomorrow, gather them in my office. I'd like to speak with them. The dean nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lu Xiaoyan as he prepared to depart. Dean, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly called out, halting him in his tracks. The dean turned back, looking at her with curiosity. Is there something else, Lu Xiaoyan? In the twilight, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face, and she seemed inexplicably shy. Dean, actually, I've always wanted to tell you. Hidden nearby, Li Yifei's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of his head. What on earth was happening? Lu Xiaoyan actually had feelings for the dean. But the dean was nearly 50 years old, and bald as a cue ball. Did she have such peculiar tastes? The expression on the dean's face grew increasingly perplexed. Actually, I've always wanted to... I want to eat you. The last three words erupted from Lu Xiaoyan's mouth, forming a ghastly grin that seemed to split her face wide open, revealing a set of sharp teeth reminiscent of barbed wire. Her pupils had vanished, leaving only the eerie whiteness of her eyes, creating an utterly chilling visage. Yet the dimples on her cheeks still glimmered with an eerie crimson hue beneath the twilight. The director of education widened his eyes, instinctively opening his mouth in a silent scream. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head split open at the mouth, revealing a dense array of sharp teeth that emitted a chilling glint. This mouth was impossibly large, capable of easily engulfing an entire living being. Almost instantaneously, this gaping maw swallowed the director whole, the flesh writhing and twisting within, provoking a sense of nausea. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Li Yifei clamped his mouth shut, his eyes fixed in terror upon the window, every muscle in his body trembling with fear. After chewing for what seemed an eternity, Lu Xiaoyan's cavernous mouth opened once more, and she audibly expelled the director, whole and intact. Aside from a coating of viscous slime, he was not missing a single hair. He lay quietly on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyan's grotesque head gradually reverted to that of an ordinary high school girl in mere seconds. She stared motionless at the director before her. Moments later, the director suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground in a bizarre manner. He and Lu Xiaoyan locked gazes, both breaking into a smile. In an extraordinarily uncanny synchronization, they stepped forward, gradually vanishing into the depths of the corridor. Only after confirming their departure did Li Yifei release his mouth, collapsing weakly to the floor, gasping for breath. In his mind, only two words echoed. Here we go again. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Arrival Ding Dong. Welcome. As Lin Xia pushed open the door to the office, she noticed Hong Ying sitting upright on the sofa, lost in thought, and waved at her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Xia, you have finally arrived, Hong Ying exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa. What's wrong? There's been an incident, Hong Ying replied seriously, grasping Lin Xia's wrist and hastening towards the basement. It was Lin Xia's first time witnessing such a grave expression on Hong Ying's face. Her brows slightly furrowed, she pondered. Has the mysterious arrived? Yes, it's quite troublesome. As they entered the activity room, Lin Xia discovered that the members of Team 136 had already gathered. Leaning against a pillar, Chun Mai approached the conference table as Lin Xia arrived, taking his seat with an expressionless demeanor. Everyone is here. Let us commence the meeting. Once everyone was seated, Chunmai tapped the table with his knuckles and began to speak slowly. Last night, we received word of another potential mythical creature sighting. The location is Sangnan City Number 2 High School. Number 2 High School. Lin Xia was taken aback. Yes, the very school you attended, Chunmai confirmed. And it seems the one who reported it is an acquaintance of yours. Chunmai called out toward the back room. Hey, has that kid woken up? If he is awake, come out. Everyone turned to look, and soon the door creaked open, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing him, Lin Xia gasped, Li Yifei? Li Yifei was momentarily stunned. Upon recognizing Lin Xia at the conference table, he rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not dreaming. Lin Xia? What are you doing here? Did you see that monster too? No, he is one of us, Wu Xiangnan interjected, shaking his head. Temporary team member, Chunmai corrected. Li Yifei's mouth dropped open as he stared at Lin Xia, taking a moment to process. Wow, they said you joined the army, but it turns out you joined here. Lin Xia shrugged. A few unexpected events transpired. You can chat about your matters later. Let us address the case first. Chunmai reminded them, then seemed to recall something, adding, normally, if a case involves the mysterious, it would first be reported to the police, who would then relay it to us. However, this kid had previously encountered the masked ghost case, has interacted with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement. So he called us directly, bypassing the usual process. This is an exception. Our standard procedure is not like this. The others nodded in understanding. But Lin Xia was acutely aware that Chunmai's explanation was primarily directed at her. Please go ahead. All right. Li Yifei swallowed hard, recalling last night. I went back to school to retrieve my homework, and by chance I saw. Li Yifei recounted his experiences from the previous night in detail. And with each word, the frowns on the faces of the team members grew deeper. As Li Yifei concluded his speech, Wu Xiangnan nodded in acknowledgement. If this young man's words held any truth, then there was a 95% chance that this matter was entangled with the mysterious. He turned to Li Yifei and inquired, You must understand the repercussions of presenting false information, correct? Yes, I am fully aware. Everything I previously stated is undeniably true. Li Yifei responda earnestly. Very well, Chunmai interjected, redirecting his attention to Wu Xiangnan. Please share your insights. Based on the information we have gathered thus far, this mythical creature possesses formidable camouflage abilities, allowing it to mimic others while engaging in normal conversation without revealing its true identity. Beside them, when Shimasai disguise, another troublesome entity. Moreover, it appears to possess the ability to assimilate any organisms it consumes, which is what we must truly be vigilant against, Wu Xiangnan elaborated. Much like the zombies depicted in films? An infinite infection? Hong inquired. Though the modes of infection differ, the outcomes are indeed quite similar, Wu Xiangnan clarified. Then should we simply storm into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. It's not that straightforward. Lin Xia interjected from across the room. If it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its original form. She may very well be an infected individual herself. You are correct, Wu Xiangnan nodded. The greatest challenge in this mysterious incident lies in our ignorance of the origin of this bizarre infection, akin to hunting zombies. If we cannot locate the source, exterminating the lesser zombies will be futile. Furthermore, we remain oblivious to how long this mythical creature has existed and how many it has infected, when Shima added. Lu Xiaoyan could be its first victim or merely one among many. We must be prepared for all eventualities. What do you mean by the worst-case scenario? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. Wu Xiangnan responded slowly, his gaze heavy with gravity, that the entire second high school has transformed into a den of monsters. He continued, Moreover, the reach of this creature's infection may extend beyond the school, affecting other areas of Sangnan City. At this juncture, Li Yifei shivered. What do you mean by that? Have you ever considered? Wu Xiangnan rose, locking eyes with Li Yifei, and spoke calmly, that in this very school, apart from you, all the other teachers and students could be transformed into monsters? No, even you, standing here, might unknowingly be a part of the enigma. Li Yifei's pupils dilated in shock, a chill coursing from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind in a state of utter bewilderment. Enough, Xiaonan. You need not frighten him further, when Qima chuckled as he stood. If that were the case, the harbinger of calamity would have already sounded its alarm. Since it remains silent, it indicates that the situation has not yet escalated to such perilous heights. The harbinger of calamity? What is that? Lin Xia cast a puzzled glance at Hong Ying. It is a raven, yet also an object imbued with a forbidden realm. Hong Ying patiently elucidated that when a great calamity is imminent in Songnan City, it will emit a piercing cry as a warning, serving as a sort of detector. Oh, Lin Xia nodded in understanding. In any case, now that the mystery has emerged, we must delve into it thoroughly. If we allow this creature to continue its growth unchecked, we may soon find ourselves facing the future described by Xiangnan. Chenmai slowly began to speak. Xiangnan, what are your plans? Wu Xiangnan took a seat, adjusted his glasses, and replied solemnly. I believe the pressing priority is to locate the essence of the mythical creature and ascertain how many individuals it has already infected. Therefore, I propose we split into two groups. One group will focus on the second high school, spreading outward to search for any traces of other infected individuals. The other group will infiltrate the second high school, following the clues to swiftly identify the source. Chenmai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. Since we must infiltrate the second high school without arousing suspicion, we must maintain the persona of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Xia. The task of entering the second high school to uncover its essence will be entrusted to you. Chapter 45. Infiltration Captain. Qi is merely a temporary member, and he should not participate in the mysterious purge operation until he is officially confirmed. Wu Xiaonan's brow furrowed slightly. Chenmai shook his head, based on the current intelligence. This mythological creature excels in camouflage, lurking, and infection, while its own level is not particularly high. Qi has undergone half a month of training, significantly enhancing his capabilities, making this an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Furthermore, he was a student at No. 2 High School familiar with it, and was also a classmate of Lu Xiaoyan, making it quite natural for him to approach her. At this point, Chenmai glanced at Lin Qiyi and continued. Of course, you are a temporary member, and I will not force you. If you are unwilling, you may remain here. I will go. Lin Qiyi replied without the slightest hesitation. Chenmai was correct. After this extensive training, his combat prowess had indeed increased significantly, and he was eager for an opportunity to apply what he had learned. In this perilous era, survival necessitates an early acquaintance with danger itself. Although Lin Qiyi preferred to maintain a low profile, he would not forfeit any opportunity for self-improvement. Since that is the case, let us commence our operation. Chenmai stood up and then turned to Li Yifei. You will accompany Qiyi and the others. Li Yifei hesitated, but I am just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety. Chenmai's tone was unwavering. You have encountered that mythological creature. You possess the most knowledge about it here, and you must participate. Upon hearing Chenmai's almost commanding tone, Li Yifei reluctantly nodded. If this operation proceeds successfully, I will offer you a chance to join the Night Watchers. Chenmai remarked as he walked towards the door. Li Yifei's eyes brightened instantly. As Lin Qiyi was about to leave, Long Xian, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly called out to him. Lin Jie. Yes? Long Xian approached him, retrieving a pitch-black handgun from behind his waist and handing it to Lin Qiyi. What is this? Take it. The magazine is full, Long Xian replied coolly. But my marksmanship. What if I accidentally injure someone? Lin Qiyi's expression faltered. Long Xian regarded him with a profound look before turning to leave. The significance of a gun extends beyond mere slaughter. Lin Qiyi stood there in a daze for a moment before placing the handgun into his pocket and striding towards the passageway. 20 minutes later, 3 figures stood before the entrance of No. 2 High School, carrying various boxes, their faces etched with worry. Qi, why is your school uniform so ugly? Hong Ying remarked, glancing down at the red and white high school uniform with distaste. The girls' uniforms are relatively decent. Lin Qiyi pointed to his blue and white uniform. The boys' ones are truly hideous. Besides, the attractiveness of a school uniform is subjective. Yours is already quite acceptable. Beneath the radiant sun, Hong Ying donned a white short-sleeved shirt, complemented by a red and white school uniform that fluttered gently in the breeze, its zipper undone. Her high ponytail swayed elegantly, and she carried a long black box on her back, exuding an aura of youth and vitality. In stark contrast, Xiao Nan presented a different picture. She wore a cartoon-printed long-sleeve shirt, her school uniform wrapped around her waist resembling a skirt. Her long, lustrous hair was styled into two large buns, giving her the appearance of a shy, demure girl. With a playful smile, Hong Ying winked at Lin Qiyi, exclaiming, "Qiyi, I never imagined you could be so articulate." Lin Qiyi, however, was preoccupied with the pressing issue at hand. The first class of the morning had already commenced, and they needed to find a way to slip in unnoticed. He glanced at the time before casting a wary eye at the imposing security guard stationed at the entrance. Moreover, with these items in hand, "We are certain to be stopped for questioning," Xiao Nan remarked softly, eyeing the black box she held. "Isn't it simple?" Hong Ying replied with a slight smirk. Standing tall and pointing to the towering wall nearby that stood over 2 meters high. "We'll just scale the wall." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qiyi turned to Xiao Nan, who barely reached his shoulder and seemed somewhat frail. "I have no issue with that, but it might pose a challenge for Xiao Nan." Xiao Nan, rolling her eyes silently at Lin Qiyi, swiftly darted to the wall's side. With a few light taps of her toes against the wall, she soared upward like a delicate butterfly, clutching the black box in one hand and gracefully spinning before landing soundlessly on the other side. "Rinji is tout momentarily dumbfounded." Hong Ying chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Qi, although Xiao Nan may seem fragile, she has been a member of the Night Watch for 2 years. Don't underestimate her." With that, Hong Ying dashed toward the wall, effortlessly scaling it with a series of elegant steps, embodying grace and poise. Reaching the base of the wall, Lin Qiyi's mind replayed the duo's impressive display, causing him to wince slightly. "This is rather embarrassing," he thought. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the black box over the wall before launching himself upward, his hands gripping the ledge as he vaulted over with ease. Though his performance was commendable, the comparison to Hong Ying and Xiao Nan left him feeling somewhat sheepish. "Not bad, you look quite dashing." Hong Ying returned the black box to Lin Qiyi, her smile encouraging. He shook his head, eager to move past the topic. "Let us stick to the plan. I will approach Lu Xiaoyin closely in class, while you two investigate the office of the headmaster." "Understood. We'll communicate via earpiece if anything arises," Hong Ying said, gesturing to the invisible earpiece she wore before turning to leave with Xiao Nan. After taking